Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you beauties in between. We are here for the opening of Blast Slam #1. We got a whole lot of these tournaments that are going to be coming your way. The first Blast Slam, Synderen, welcome.
Thank you.
You excited to be here in your home country yet again?
Yeah.
Back-to-back tournaments. You got lucky, man.
Yeah, what a year for me, right? We basically have never really had any Dota 2 in Denmark, and now this year we had TI, and now we're starting to have Blast. That's good for me.
I think Copenhagen, I think really Blast was just inspired by, you know, Copenhagen TI and your piece in particular.
Right.
They saw the Synderen piece and they said, oh, man.
And they put all
like
of this.
A great guy.
They orchestrated and put all of this together.
Yes, this entire studio that they have here, it didn't exist 2 months ago, but because of Synderen, they made it happen. And of course, we have a lot of things that are going to be going down here at this Blast Slam event. And I think probably one of the most interesting things about this event, Synderen, the format.
Yes.
Normally not an interesting thing to talk about when it comes to tournaments, but Blast is special. This is going to be a format that you really haven't seen ever before in Dota.
Yeah, it's like how to say, it's a mix of maybe some things that you might remember from many years ago. In, I believe it was TI.
The TI4 bubble bracket.
Yeah, TI4. That's how long ago we have. That's how far we have to dip back in our memory tank to find this. But we start out with 2 groups of 10, and today is going to be a super action-packed day. So excuse me, 2 groups of 5, and they're all playing best of ones across the board against each other. So there's going to be 20 BO1s today being played, of which 10 will be on this stream and 10 will be on another. And afterwards, all the teams advance. So this is for seeding. But the seeding is not just the draw for what your matchup is in the next round. It is a full-on gauntlet, as you see on the right side of your screen right now. The playoffs Wednesday to Sunday. The higher you place in the play-in group, the later in the gauntlet you start. So if you get absolute first place in your group, you're guaranteed a place in the semifinals. And then for every step below that, you start a match earlier, essentially, in that bracket.
Yep. And so it is going to be very interesting. I mean, TI4 bubble bracket was super fun to watch. I think that was one of the heights of TIs, was that bubble bracket. Even though everyone remembers TI4 as a boring TI because it had bad finals, but the bubble bracket was super interesting because Newbie made that run from the bottom placement in the bubble bracket all the way through, beating team after team after team in order to make top of the bracket and ultimately make upper bracket for playoffs of TI, and went on to make it into grand finals, and history was written. So.
The thing about a format like this as well is that a lot of the times when we have a group stage, there can be games that are less important, you know, like teams are already advanced or whatever. This time, every single game, you're playing for placement. So, and these are BO1s, so the games today could be very, you know, it could be quite explosive. You're going in against an unfavorable opponent or whatever, you bring out your best strat for this game because and you secure yourself essentially and if you want to look at it that way, every BO1 win today is a BO3 win down the line.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
So,
that's a good way to put it. And of course, if you manage to get top, you place into the semifinals, which means you get top 4. What does that mean, though, prize money-wise, right? These best of ones are going to be super impactful. If you manage to make top your group, you are instantly top 4, which means $80,000 guaranteed with an opportunity to make even more, $200,000 for second place and a whopping $400,000 for first place. Synderen, do you remember how much money you made off of either one of the dream hacks that you won?
Oh man, that's so long ago. I do remember. I think you brought this to my attention not too long ago. It was less than this, I'll tell you that.
Yep. Dota's making big money now.
Yeah. I peaked at the wrong time.
You ever wish you were born, like, 10 years later?
Yeah, because then I would be 10 years younger now. So yeah, absolutely,
true. Yeah. But then maybe you wouldn't have been able to make it here instead. Maybe you'd be playing Fortnite instead.
Yeah, that is very true, actually.
Yeah, that's a fate worse than death. But of course, we do have. You talked about the.
All right.
You talked about the 2 different groups. We can take a look at who is in each of these groups. As I heard, Nat has already deemed some of these teams. I think she had a name for each one of the teams, and one of the teams was called the Drama Group.
I believe this might just be the Drama Group.
I'm going to assume so because it has Heroic in it, so it must be the Drama Group.
It has Heroic, and it has, I guess, Falcons are a little bit of a, how to say, in the community can be a little bit of a polarizing team because of all chat and because of drama with that. And
you have PARIVISION, of course, with
don't.
9class, who had his interactions with certain players before.
There's definitely the potential for some smack talk today in this group, that's for sure,
yeah.
in some of the games that will be covered here. Yeah, I think looking at this group, probably, you know, the clear favorites for this tournament should be Falcons. They just, across the year, have got a ton of top 3 placements, if not finals, if not wins. I believe... Am I wrong in saying that they've won 11 events this year? Or they've been to 11 finals. That might be it. But it's a 2-digit amount, which is very surprising. Even at this, like... Even if you're the best team in the world, getting that many grand finals placements is quite crazy.
Yeah, Falcons in the tournament, you're pretty much guaranteed that they're going to be top 3.
Yeah.
Right? Have they had a placement that's like less than top 3?
They got 4th at TI. I think that was their worst result this year.
That was their worst result.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
Anyway, you could take a look at the other group, which is Group B, which I don't remember what Nat called this one. Group A was the drama group. Group B, I guess, is just the Western European Showdown. Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, OG, and Tundra. And then you've got Spirit there in the mix. Favorites for this one probably has to be Liquid, just because they just came off of a tournament win. Even if it was an online tournament, they beat Spirit in the grand finals, right? So they're probably the favorites here. But what about the other teams?
Yeah, that's the question here, is that I think a lot of people have questions for Gaming, right? They've not looked that great since TI, since they swapped up their roster. A lot of people are placing the blame on, you should have never replaced your carry. Quinn just went out and said recently that I don't remember if it was on stream or an interview. I think it was on his stream that he was just talking about.
It was on a podcast.
It was on a podcast.
It was on
that's right.
All Chat podcast, of course. Could have run by the incredible Capcast.
Could have been any podcast, really.
Yes.
My apologies, Cav. I read the paraphrasing of it. But yeah, he said essentially that in their team, he puts the blame on everybody else than the new guy. He thinks they have not been playing up to par. He thinks they're out of shape. It's chaotic. And they're trying to find their form so they can... and then we will see why Watson is the right fit, essentially. It's kind of like the writing on the wall here, right? That they are waiting to have that breakout tournament, you could call it, with their new player.
I think the most interesting thing was he talked about how, yes, they did well at TI, but he said that entire year, including that TI, it felt like they were just constantly plugging holes in a sinking ship, right? They were just constantly dealing with these problems. And yeah, they got it together for TI, but ultimately those problems were there throughout the year. And he feels like they've just constantly been scrambling. So it's not that surprising, I guess, that post-TI, they continue to have problems. And something, Watson probably didn't know when he was joining the team that he was joining a team that was just full of problems. So I guess they kind of hoodwinked him on that one, huh?
It might have been like, I can fix them, That's probably it.
Yeah, I can fix the one of the most successful teams of the last
kind of weird,
years.
right? That's how it goes, though. You can't be on top all the time. Unless you're Falcons. Well, they've been on top this year. Let's see next year.
Yeah.
What the year Falcons have had now is kind of reminiscent of Gaming's last year, right? It's kind of like, they're just going to be there in the top 3 most of the time.
Yep.
But then
you come to TI, then they're not able to close it out, much like Gaming Gladiators a few years ago. We could go ahead and take a look at the schedule for the matches that we have coming up. So we have, for the first round here on this stream, it is going to be BetBoom versus Heroic. And then after that, we're going to see Falcons versus Xtreme. Now, we have a lot of matches to be able to get through, so we're going to get through these 2 by 2, Heroic versus PARIVISION and BetBoom versus Xtreme. I'm looking forward to this one right here. The 2 o'clock match, Falcons versus PARIVISION, because that's Creepwave members matched up against each other, Cinder, and there's going to definitely be some smack talk going on there.
Yeah, and then that concludes the first half of the day, so then that's the first 5 BO1s, and then the next ones are going to be Heroic Xtreme. Then we go into BetBoom versus PARIVISION. Falcons versus Heroic will be coming up at around 5 o'clock.
And that's the rematch of the Wallachia finals, right?
That is true.
PARIVISION versus Xtreme and Falcons versus BetBoom to close out the day.
And if you were paying close attention here, you'll see we have about an hour assigned per game. This is going to be quick. The games are going to be running very quickly. There's going to be short breaks in between. So if you guys are watching today, stay glued to your screens or you're actually going to miss the draft, because the break between games will be very short. compared to what you're used to, because we have a lot of games to get through. So very much shotgunning these BO1s out and keeping the action rolling all day.
And we're also going to have some of the best analysis for the draft, of course. So you really got to look forward to that. Cinder and I are going to be covering the draft. So it's going to be good stuff, you know, not like the typical panel where they're just kind of like, oh, both drafts are kind of good. No, we're going to give you the hard-hitting facts about whose draft actually is good and whose sucks.
Right.
Yes. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our first matchup of the day. Of course, we talked how we're going to see Heroic, and it is the new Heroic Synderen. It is a Heroic that had some drama, and now they have dropped their carry player and have picked up as a potential replacement. We'll see how it goes, but they have now picked up Yuma.
Yeah, so the ex-carry of Nouns, Yuma, will be playing as a trial for Heroic in this tournament. Heroic obviously... it's a little bit over a month ago only that they won Wallachia, so definitely some shoes to fill here in terms of results for Yuma. Obviously, their last tournament attendance as a team did not go well, and without going into too much detail, we could spend a good amount of time talking about what actually happened with that drama, but the short version of it is Parker is benched from the team, and Yuma will be covering for him. I think he could be a good fit. I think this team in general is playing quite aggressive and quite early game focused, and I've always felt like Yuma was one of the carries that likes to get involved, so could potentially be a good fit here.
Yeah, I've only heard good things about Yuma and his approach to the game and his work ethic, so he will very likely be a good addition to Heroic. Will he be good enough to replace the skills that Parker displayed this year, as obviously he was kind of heralded as, you know, potentially one of the best carries in the world. And it is, I think, surprising. I mean, what really stuck out to me was the fact that he did not have very many performances before people were just instantly like, this guy's one of the best in the world, right? And I think it is rare for a player to stand out that much that quickly, you know?
Right.
Especially in nowadays very competitive Dota 2 atmosphere, right? Like, you have a lot of players who are trying very hard. There's a lot of money on the line. They're all grinding. You know, how does a player like that, seemingly for many people, come out of nowhere, right? A lot of people weren't necessarily following the South American scene or didn't remember, like, Parker from back on, like, the Bali Major when he played for Beast Coast, right? So, for your money, what was Parker bringing to Heroic, and what do you think Yuma can help fix for them?
So I think always when it comes to having a standout performance on a player, I think what will set up that performance is, first of all, that the team has a really cohesive way of thinking about the patch and the game itself, because that's what can make players shine. So I think the whole team just played, they bought into an idea of how to play and win the game, and that was very Parker-centric with their drafts, and it was very Parker-centric with their laning and how they moved around the map. So they kind of designed a system that really worked, where he got to shine, right?
Yep.
What did he bring? He was probably the most efficient farmer of the whole tournament, and also had really good late game itemization and decision making. And as a team, they just utilized that very well. What I think Yuma can do, I think Yuma will be a little bit different as a player. I don't put him maybe necessarily on the same level in terms of like super late game hard carry clutchness that we saw from Parker.
Yep.
But I think maybe more akin to what you've seen maybe for example, the role that Duracho played for Gaming Gladiators last year is what I hope for Heroic that Yuma can play for this team. Not necessarily in the sacrificial side of things, but that he will be more active and more aggressive early on and contribute to that early game that they like to play so much.
And of course, their matchup is against BetBoom, who is a team that is also going to be having a stand-in, Synderen, as they brought back GPK.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see him back with some of these guys again. Obviously, he had I was gonna say a stint, but it wasn't really. It was a quite long time that GPK was playing with 3 of the other members in this team. Obviously, the other new player for BetBoom in this instance is Kataomi, as GPK will be standing in for Kiyotaka for this event.
Should I be concerned about Kiyotaka's place on this roster? Because obviously GPK was with this BetBoom squad before, and when he first entered into the roster, it was a big reason why BetBoom was heralded as this is going to be the best team in Eastern Europe. These guys are, you know, contenders to win TI. He was a big part of that, right?
Right. I think so. I think first of all, Kiyotaka has really impressed at least from my perspective. And I think a ton of the games that BetBoom have played, he has been a driving force behind their victories. I think Kiyotaka and Pure both, and Miro, this tri-core, have all, in my opinion, been playing really stable and really well. That said, though, Kiyotaka as a player can be kind of polarizing, but so can GPK. GPK has these games where he just pops off and absolutely dominates the entire game start to finish, but then he's also historically had a ton of games, especially when stakes get higher, where you slip up in lane once or twice, things kind of fall apart, and you become a bit of a liability compared to how good you are. And that's the thing. When you're a star player, the steps that, how to say, the trajectory that the game needs to follow for you to become a liability, it can go pretty fast with the type of heroes and the style that GPK plays. So we'll see. I think that's something that, for me, has been this guy's Achilles heel, because I think in terms of individual skill, laning, etc., he is absolute elite. But we've had a lot of, you know, tournaments throughout the year where maybe he's been missing a little bit of X factor that perhaps some of the other mid players in the world have had in those clutch moments. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's something he will be better or worse at than Kiyotaka, because the sample size is so small with Kiyotaka as well in the grand scheme of things. But old BetBoom got so many top 3 placements that we knew what the ceiling was.
Yep.
But they never quite made it there. So yeah.
Not surprising to me, the Pure and Save are the two guys looking at the draft information leading up into this match. I imagine they're the two brains. I mean, they're definitely the guys who are the most opinionated, right, about Dota on the team, and they've shown in teams prior, with Pure especially, that they're a driving force. So not too surprising they're the masterminds behind the draft. We saw Heroic earlier. He did a little huddle.
Right.
I don't believe I've ever seen BetBoom ever do a huddle in their history as a team and an organization. So my question to you, Synderen, if you were on a team now, or when you were on a team back then, were you a huddler? Do you like bringing the guys together and having a little motivating speech?
It's actually interesting, because I think there's some game-to-game differences there for whatever reason. Like, almost like there's an inner game culture where the whole huddle thing is way more of a standard in a game like Counter-Strike.
Yes.
But in Dota, it's the anomaly. I think it really stands out when you see Heroic. You're going to see that throughout the day here when we get the teams on camera, that I would assume that out of all the teams you will see in this tournament, Heroic and maybe one other team will do that as a pre-game ritual. And honestly, whatever works for you, right? I don't think it's better or worse than anything else. If it motivates the players, if it helps bond, that's great. But at the same time, forcing something like that if the players don't want it, or if they just have another approach to pre-game, is just as good, right? So back when I used to play, I don't remember that really being a thing. I don't think any team did it.
Yeah, I don't remember it either.
But yeah, that's a fun difference between games that, if at this point, I feel like in a game like CS, it would almost be weird if they didn't do it, right?
Yes. So it's definitely a game that rides a lot more on momentum and emotion, right? Whereas we have heard plenty of Dota players talk about, right, a lot more cold and calculating, right? Not wanting to let your emotions cloud too much of your decision making, right? Not stumbling into, oh guys, we can win the game right now. Let's push that high ground. Let's take that Roshan fight, and just trying to have more logical, rational thoughts about strategy inside of the game. And I think a lot of that is reflected in, the pre match culture, as you're talking about, where very few teams do that sort of thing. And I do know, I have heard players actively talk about how cringe they think it is when the Heroics or the Nouns was one that always did it, right? Did their huddle, and especially did the, at the end of it to break the huddle. There are so many Dota players who are just, they're so cringe, man. They're so cringe, It's just such a Dota player thing, man.
Yeah, why have nice things when I don't?
Yeah, why have camaraderie? And, I would be a huddler for sure. We're going into battle together, boys. I want to hype up everyone and feel like, I'm actually a part of a team and not just 5 robots, standing by.
And did you notice the contrast? We had the huddle on Heroic side, and then on BetBoom side, we had people comparing Dragon Knight cosmetics to show who is the cooler guy in the team. So already GPK showing up and starting a little bit of beef with Pure with, no, my Dragon Knight's cooler than yours.
Yep.
And then you've got Kataomi sitting separated off to the side, and he's like, guys, I'll just train my Tusk mechanics so we can win this game, all right?
Yeah.
This is some good warm up here.
Are you a good cosmetic? Are you a nice cosmetic person, or are you an ugly cosmetic person?
As in, you specifically put on the sets that look the worst?
Yes.
Or,
the Zai methodology.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Who else does that? There's a couple different players.
Yeah, Zai was the one that really used to stand out for genuinely trying to make the ugliest possible item combination he could on the heroes. I use what I think is the nicest. So I'm boring, I guess.
I do the same, except for specific heroes.
Okay.
And those are the heroes that have truly, apologies to the artists out there, some truly atrocious cosmetics. Abaddon is like one of my favorites. You can make Abaddon look really terrible.
Wait, why are they comparing Spirit Breakers now? As if they're going to pick this.
Apparently, we're talking about Spirit Breaker. We're talking about what is Cinderella? What is Spirit Breaker's passive?
You mean his innate?
Yeah, his innate, whatever.
I actually
Herd mentality.
I can't even remember.
I remember this one because it's you combine it with who has the innate that gives you extra
it's that
experience on the Wisdom Rune. So his innate is that the hero on your team whose level is lower than anybody else's on your team gains 50% more experience. And if I remember correctly, it means you actually have to be a different level than other people.
That's right.
You can't just be two people sharing the same level and one person have less experience. So if you get that combined with...
I think it's Wyvern, right? That gets more...
Wyvern. And then you get the Wisdom Runes, boom. You just shoot up in experience. An allied hero picks up a Wisdom Rune. Winner Wyvern shares the knowledge with her entire team, granting 20% of the experience to each of the 3 heroes that did not collect the initial bonus.
So I will tell you that out of that duo of heroes, I think Wyvern is a potential pick in this series because we have Kataomi and it's one of his best heroes, but they haven't really, since he started playing position 5 for this team, I think he has 0 games on the hero. He used to play it for Entity. He was playing Wyvern position 4. Probably just thinks the laning is too weak, if I had to guess, because his spell casting in his mid game generally is very strong on this hero. But I'm assuming, based on BetBoom's team identity, they very much favor strong lanes into running the mid game. Wyvern might not quite fit the bill right now to be able to be run. So a hero like Spirit Breaker is even worse in that regard. Just weak laning, but then also doesn't offer that much utility later on. So I just don't think we'll see that hero all tournament, to be honest, as it stands. But I'd be happy to be wrong. I think it's a fun hero, so I hope we get to see it.
Is Miro an Earth Spirit player? It says he's never played Earth Spirit in a professional match.
Yeah, I don't think we're likely to see that out of him.
I wonder why he's warming up with that hero.
Maybe it's just nice for... Well, this is save.
Yeah. Maybe
they started comparing cosmetics too.
I guess so. They just all agree to check out one hero at the same time while Kataomi is just doing his own thing. Hit that roll.
What is he trying to do?
I don't know.
Okay, I wish in moments like these, when we're in the playrooms like this, where they're just showing off cosmetics and they're talking about it, I really wish we could hear the conversation. Like, what even started this? Like, why are you guys testing the same heroes and warming this up? Because, I mean, I guess it's fair to say there was a very recent patch, but I don't think you go in on day 1 of the tournament, you're like, oh, I wonder if my hero got nerfed too much, and now I'm going to demo it. Okay, it's all 3 of them. GPK was also testing it. Maybe this is just by design. Oh, sorry, it was pure. By design, this is like psyching out opponents that might be watching this pregame and like, oh, did they all play Earth Spirit this tournament?
Oh my God.
Oh, we got to be careful.
They're all Earth Spirit players. We have to ban it, guys.
Oh, Pure's showing some good mechanics here. Better ban that carry Earth Spirit in case so it doesn't come out.
I mean, Pure does have some weird carry heroes that he's played, right? Dawnbreaker. I mean, definitely not Earth Spirit.
That's not.
That hero really only scales one kind of way, but
it might just be a hero that they use mechanically to warm up. Like, what do you know? The one that most players I feel like used to use for that would be Invoker, but
yeah, but that requires you to be an Invoker player.
Yeah,
and I feel like those are few and far between nowadays. Well, there's the team. We hopefully will be able to get into the match fairly soon here, guys. We're just trying to put together things in the lobby, but we will hopefully get the tournament underway because, again, we do have a lot of matches to get through. We have 10 different teams, 2 different groups of 5, and a lot of best of ones to get through today so we can get the seeding for playoffs starting tomorrow. I think that one of the biggest things about Heroic, though, in this new edition, people were calling it when they won Wallachia, right? Parker and Divai Lama. How much longer are they going to be able to play Dota together, right? You can only have so many players on a team that creates some interpersonal problems. And I don't think Yuma is that person. So now you just have, like, the man there in the middle, Divai Lama, who has been known to be a little outspoken, a little toxic, you know, at times. Now you've just got him kind of standing out and 4 other guys who are looking to just take wins and work together.
I hope Blast have reinforced their desks in Heroics, right? Because Divai known to be a little bit of a slammer.
Yep.
If things go wrong, at least that was one of the claims Parker made when he gave his take on the whole situation.
Oh, we've seen it. We've seen it in plenty of shots, right? And in these tournaments. All right. Well, we can see what Heroic are up to in their downtime. Have you played any of these custom games?
I'm somewhat halfway through the Castle Crashers one or whatever it is it's called, and then the Minesweeper one. My God, the last level of the Minesweepers, or getting that in time has proven to be much more of a challenge than I thought it would be. I don't know if you've played that one.
No, I haven't played any of them.
Okay.
I didn't play any of the previous ones really. I played a little bit of the Bejeweled one. Hello. No, don't look at me.
Don't show me warming up on Lena. No. They will have no idea I play Lena, even though it's one of my most played heroes of all time. Yeah. Nobody will know Analog. They will definitely not think that. I do think that's a hero that's going to be picked more this tournament, though. Lena did get buffed, and a lot of other heroes got tiny nerfs, so by comparison, she will be a stronger hero.
What did get buffed about it?
The Shard is up from 20 to 25.
Okay. So you combine that with the Aghanim Scepter, right, which gives you maxed out charges?
Yeah. She just does more damage flat out, and considering that, once again, certain other mid heroes got nerfed. Oh, look at that!
There it is.
Oh, let's see how good. You might actually be quite good at this. Come on, you gotta left click that one. Yeah, mine. You can't do anything here. Was that?
He just dropped it, man. He's willing to take the risk.
Was that guaranteed?
That was not guaranteed.
I mean, okay, that's clear. Yeah, clear, mine, clear. Right. Does he just know strategy that I don't, or is he getting lucky? That's a mine.
Yeah, that is.
That's open, not a mine. Good. He can also do the one on the right.
Yeah, that.
Yep, there we go. Nice.
There's that one.
Mine.
You got the
next to it. Mine.
Yeah.
And now you can click the 2.
3.
That's open. Mine top left.
Yep, top left. You're almost there.
I think he might actually need to use a scan here. All right. I don't know if yeah, okay. There you go. Now keep in mind, this is stage 3 out of 5, and he's going to need his mana later, so being down to 100 mana now is concerning.
Oh, is that how that works? I had no idea.
Yeah, so the mana that you have on the bottom, you can refill it late if you find certain power-ups throughout the stages, but you use it to clear a field.
I see.
So you can effectively just scan. He did it there. Now he's out of mana.
Okay.
So now he better clear up. He's also not using the strategy of clicking on the number. Did you know that if you were to click on the 2 when it already has 2 mines next to it, then it opens up all the fields around it. So you don't need to click the field itself. You can just click the numbers that already have their mines attached.
Oh, okay.
Now he's in trouble. Divai. Is this guaranteed? Uh-oh. This is a tense moment.
So this is going to be it's a 50-50, right?
See, if he were to click the 2 there, he would just clear the field.
Right.
Because that had to. Let's go. All right. You have 0 mana level 4. Yeah, let's cut away before he loses. Keep morale high in the heroic camp.
All right, guys. So I'm getting word that we should be getting pretty close to be able to start our match. So
I will say though, it's kind of it's fascinating, and as always, this has always been a very different story from team to team. The pre-game rituals, right? Like how different it is, what people do to get in the zone.
Yeah.
And being in Minesweeper was not going to be on my bingo card for this event, that anybody would do this as warm-up.
You think the boomer players have an advantage, the Minesweeper? Because I know I played Minesweeper when I was like 6, 7 years old. Because that was one of the only games the computer had at the time.
Wait, which flags are these? That was the Brazilian flag.
There was
Japan
the Brazilian flag. There was an Italian flag.
Because I get the Brazilian flag because they have Brazilian players. Who drew a Japanese flag? Or is this not Heroic's drawing? Maybe it was already there when they got here.
I think maybe at some point they drew the Brazilian flag and the Peruvian flag, and then they just started drawing other flags with similar colors. Other white, red, green flags.
And then they didn't think to do the white, red Danish flag when they're in Denmark. That didn't come to mind. They were like, let's draw the Japanese flag was the thinking. All right. I mean, fair enough. Whatever.
Who knows the Danish flag?
I do.
Senra was trying to explain the geography of Denmark to Slacks.
Oh, that was
a car ride.
That was great.
Yes.
Yes. Always. And then the thing is, and then when you explain that, you need to have in the back of your mind, if he asked me to place the states, I would be hopeless. It's like, so I get it, you know? Like I can name maybe like 15 states.
Yeah.
And I could not tell you where they are, except like 3 of them, maybe. So, you know.
You know where Washington is.
Yeah.
You know where California and Texas are, I assume. Right?
Yeah, roughly.
They're
the
big ones.
I think if you gave me the map, I could point at them.
Sure.
But yeah, beyond that, I would be struggling. Oh, that is a hero to warm up with.
Oh my.
This hero has disappeared from the video game. Actually warming up. Well, he is...
he got buffed up again recently.
This was King Jungle's playing OD, right? Yeah, he's like, okay, what can I show on camera that will give absolutely nothing away? The position 5 player warming up with OD is definitely up there. He is also lounging harder than possible. All right, never mind. Yuma tied him. There. They definitely don't... I'll tell you one thing, Cap. They don't seem stressed about the situation.
No,
they seem extremely calm and comfortable. So that's good news for Heroic.
I mean, they're a team who's won a tournament recently. You know?
Think you do this huddle, you get pumped up, and then you go and sit in your chairs and just lounge right after.
Okay, let's talk about this guy right here, since we're probably not going to talk about him for the rest of the tournament. Kez.
Mm-hmm.
Is this guy broken or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
I
think he might be broken.
I will say I think when players play him to his full potential, he will be overpowered. That's my overall guess. But.
All right, guys. We are going to be starting these games hopefully soon. But in the meantime, we do have the Group B games that are already going on. So we're actually going to show a bit of that. Oh, Techies. Ari's playing Techies.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So I don't know why he's doing that, but you know, good luck to him, I guess.
So OG are definitely a team in this tournament that have something to prove, right? Because it has not been overall. It's not been a good season flat out for the org. And now that they've made some switch ups, the results are still missing, I would say, overall. So this would be a really good tournament for them to look at a higher placement. You'd think they have the talent when you look at the player lineup.
Yeah, they have the talent. They have a good organization backing them, right?
Yeah.
They're doing their boot camp out of No Tail's place in Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where he lives, right? So, you know, like they've got the support. They've got the players. They no longer have the TI winner, which my understanding...
They have a new TI winner.
That's true.
They've got 9 on mid now.
That's true.
So,
my understanding was Seb is, as you would expect from a 2-time TI winner, he has high expectations, and he is pretty particular, right? I think it would be difficult for players like Ari or Whisper, who are like relatively young and relatively new to the scene. Whisper's obviously been around for a bit, but you know, compared to somebody like Seb, I think it might be hard for some of these guys to have their voice out there. Even if Seb is like understanding and you know, like tries to support them and stuff, like, are you really going to be able to tell like Seb that you disagree with his idea? You know, even if he's super nice about it, are you really going to be like, no, 2-time TI winner, I think you're wrong. My idea is correct, right?
That's called the Giga Chad. That's what you want out of your players. You want them to tell Seb to shut up.
Shut up, Seb.
Let me play.
You're washed. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so I'm just interested to see, like, now that he's gone, who's going to step up to the plate. And it seems like, from my understanding, is Ari's a pretty active and vocal player. So it seems like he's going to be one of those guys. And whether or not he will be able to push his ideas. But, yeah, we to just take a quick look at this Group B game. But we'll be bouncing back to Group A very shortly. So we're just about ready to start the game, I promise. I know I keep saying that, but for real, it just started.
I see it loading
It's
up.
actually happening. All we have to do is make sure that Dota loads, the lobby loads, which it did.
Casters, start the game.
Casters, start the game. We started the game. Don't worry, guys. It was us all along. Synderen and I
We felt like talking.
yeah, we just felt like having a little hangout sesh. You know what I mean? All right, let's go ahead and get into Group A, Game 1. Heroic versus BetBoom. I almost forgot which group we were covering. All right.
And now the lounging has ended. Or, well, maybe
Sit up a little
Maybe Heroic are still lounging, but definitely sitting up more so here on the BetBoom side. And this will... The thing about this tournament that's so different, like we already talked about, the BO1s that you run this this group stage with that places you into the gauntlet, it means that when you show up on day one and you play the morning game, it's not like a quote-unquote warm-up. These games are really important. Every single game that you play mean a ton. A lot of the time in other tournaments, you get to have a little bit of a sloppy start and then you recover it and you finish 3rd or 4th in your group and you start in the upper bracket, right?
Right.
Here, if you have a slow start and you lose 2 or 3 games, well, now you need to run the gauntlet instead. And it's a lot of BO3s that you have to win against strong teams later down the line. So there's no showing up asleep today. You got to bring your A game for every single one of them, and we'll see who's got what it takes here. And it also means that you have less time for adaptation, because if you have longer group stages, then you're going to start figuring out the meta, you'll know what to do, you see what the other teams play, you have more tape. Here, it's one day, and then 2 teams are top 4. And it's who comes in with the strong performance and the strong ideas on the very first day that get the grand reward from that.
We haven't seen BetBoom since Dream League, since their finals, in fact, against Falcons. A finals that, once again, I feel like BetBoom has maybe taken on the mantle of Team Liquid, of a team who now has this this albatross hanging over them that is, are you a championship winning team?
Right.
You're a great team, but can you, at the end of the tournament, clutch up? And they obviously failed to do that against Falcons, and that has happened to them before in previous years and previous rosters.
Yeah.
You were hoping that this new roster would fix that, and it apparently did not against Falcons. Granted, Falcons is an incredible team, so there's not that much shame in losing to them, but I do have to wonder what those conversations about these finals is like.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that out of all the finals that BetBoom have been in the last 2 or 3 years, they've never lost to an opponent where you were like, okay, going into this finals, they should definitely win. Like, they've never gone in as like a massive favorite.
True.
They've maybe been like a marginal favorite in a couple of them, or maybe been the marginal underdog, but they've also, generally speaking, not got into finals where you're like, all right, BetBoom stand no chance, right? So it's like, okay, if you're constantly, let's say, like a 45-55 or a 40-60 dog, if you play 10 finals, you'd think you'd win one of them, right?
Yeah.
So there's got to be something about the mentality, or something about the prep work that they do, or something about how they adapt to the pressure of the championship that is eluding this team. And they're not the first team in Dota's history to have this problem. You mentioned Team Liquid had that problem for quite a long time against Gaming Gladiators, in particular last year. If you go back further in Dota's history, you had a team like Cloud9 that were getting, I think they got 8 second places in a row in a year or something, like just never got that title. And that's got to be frustrating. You could look at it from two perspectives. The glass half full way of thinking is we keep getting to finals. That's awesome. But if you get used to that, you want more, right? And these players, they all know deep inside that they can be the best in the world. They're striving for it. It's not, they're not going to settle for second.
And compare that to Heroic, who went to a finals, and people, I think, generally agreed, oh, there's no way these guys take down Falcons in a best of 5. And then they did that.
Yep.
Right? So very much the other side of the coin here, the story for Heroic and BetBoom. But our opening draft, we had the Shadow Demon pickup. Then we had the Lion in response by Heroic. Lion's been creeping up here, Syndrome.
Yep.
Why?
Well, I think what happens over time in a lot of patches is, first of all, as the meta develops and certain heroes take precedence, you start rating individual supports higher because of the way they solve potential future picks in the draft. That's one thing.
Okay.
The other thing is other position 4s compared to Lion, I would say, comparatively speaking, have been nerfed, and the game has changed a little bit. We don't see that many melee 4s played right now. Heroes like Tusk and Clockwork have been moved to a 5 position, and that means if you're playing ranged heroes in your 4 position most of the time, there's actually not that many strong picks to choose from, right? Like the big 3 are probably Lion, Shadow Demon, and Hoodwink. So among those 3, which ones are your team most comfortable with? Sure, Lion lost 1 intelligence this patch. I think it doesn't really matter that much. He still does his job, right? So I think he's a pretty solid choice. Now this is a BetBoom special here. The full flex Magnus. They play this in all 3 core positions. So keeping their draft wide open, whereas Heroic, very telegraphed. Like, this is the support duo, just hands down, right?
Yeah.
I think there's no way they move these around, although they could play Ogre 3. Don't think that's happening.
I am a big fan of this Magnus.
I think it's super good.
I think Mag Carry looks sick, and obviously, you know, off lane, mid Magnus are staples of the past. So I don't know. I feel very, very good when BetBoom take this in particular, just because, you know, Pure has such a broad hero pool. He's played this carry Magnus for them at least once from what I remember at Dream Lake. So yeah.
And they full on flex it, right? Because they also played on Niero. And despite GPK being a stand-in for Kiyotaka, this is actually one of GPK's strongest picks in my opinion.
True.
So this is just flat out, they just slot in another player and they can run the same draft. That's definitely very nice for them. Grab the Crystal Maiden here. Interesting. So that's probably a Shadow Demon 4. Will be the range support choice here. And they're going to run double range support, which is not like outrageously unusual. Generally speaking, if you have 2 range supports, the 5 will be Ensure Chen in most of the drafts that happens. But Crystal Maiden does sneak her way in there sometimes.
Okay, so we have a Crystal Maiden, and we're not matched up against any summons heroes.
Right. Nobody Frostbite's good against necessarily.
Right. So the only other thing is, okay, this hero gives you a lot of mana. So are we expecting Storm Spirit, Dusa, those type of heroes? Something's got to be coming up, right? Like I don't feel like Crystal Maiden is ever strong enough to be like, oh yeah, let's just jam it without, you know, considering some synergy with her Frostbite or Aura.
Yeah, it's actually a bit surprising they opted for that over the Tusk, knowing this team, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this is their way of generating a stronger lane for Magnus carry, and they feel like if they run Tusk, then it doesn't have the same laning presence, and maybe they're worried about Lion plus, you know, a Divide pick like Timber could become a problem, so they're just doing this to cover their bases. That could be it. But now that the Doom comes out for Heroic, I think your Medusa suggestion starts looking more and more appealing. This will be a pseudo solution to that, though, with the EMP. Might dissuade them from running that Dusa.
Yeah. They say you're going to get some mana auras. We're going to get some mana burn.
This should be a free lane for Magnus, though, if they put him mid. I don't think Invoker stops this hero from farming, which is
10 seconds remaining.
quite a powerful asset to have as a melee hero, because Invoker has become known in this patch as that mid hero that bullies a lot of melees, but I just think Magnus' stats are too good. This could be mid, it could be carry. This is still not decided. If they want the TA versus Invoker matchup, they can have it, but the flow of the game is very different when you put TA mid versus TA carry, because then you have a mid hero that doesn't really move and interact that very much with the map early on. So despite the TA versus Invoker matchup historically being good for TA, I would still recommend putting Mag mid in this game, I think.
So quickly, let's talk about GPK playstyle wise. what would you, for anybody who maybe, is only just turning into Dota over the last couple of months and hasn't seen GPK, how would you describe his playstyle? What is he usually best at?
So I think he is an S-tier laner, but he has occasional slip-ups in games where he will just have uncharacteristic deaths. If he doesn't have that and he gets the ball rolling, I think he's like, in theory, this should be a quite good patch for him because I would say he's a little bit more farm-intensive than the truly active mid players are.
Right.
But he's also not, I am totally AFK farming until 2 items. So expect him to, if he's playing, let's say they put the TA mid, I would expect GPK to not get involved until his first item, but then I do think he wants to be active and play with the team. So what would he be akin to as another mid player? I feel like Analog will play faster, right? Analog will move earlier, and he will play quicker with the team, also reflected in the pick of Invoker, whereas GPK would be more similar to... what would be a good example of this? Some other hero player we could pull.
I'm with you on this, though. For me, I always think of GPK as in a world of current mid laners that are all very active. I think GPK is more of the farmy type.
Yes.
Right. So that would make me feel like it's even more that option of Templar Assassin mid, which normally, like Team Liquid, right? If they were to draft TA, we would know it's carry. For BetBoom, just because GPK, that it is definitely an option to be able to play mid, because I do think he's one of the better mids at carrying from that role, even if it's not the meta thing to do.
And I think one of his biggest strengths as a player is winning favorable matchups hard. So this is one of those things where BetBoom, if they feel like the TA versus Invoker matchup is heavily TA favored, which it used to be, I don't think it is anymore personally, but if they think this matchup is very favored for TA, they will put GPK there and they will expect him to crush.
Yeah.
When he has a matchup that is like 65-35 in his favor, in a lot of the pro games, he will win the lane 80-20. Like, just flat out run the lane over because he understands what the advantage is and how to play to it. I do think if you haven't watched Dota for a couple of years and you're like, oh man, this Invoker is screwed, I don't feel like this lane plays that way anymore. I think Invoker can stand his ground and maybe not necessarily win this lane, but he can probably draw. Or lose it like 60-40 maybe, which is way better than Invokers used to get absolutely obliterated in this lane. So that's good enough. And we didn't really talk about the Doom. What do you make of that? They picked it into nothing that Doom specifically counters. They didn't really have any info. Is it just good enough with Lion? Is that solid, or were they block picking something?
Yeah, I think if I ever see just a blind Doom pick, which in some ways it kind of was, right? If you only see Magnus. I think it's just about scale, right? That they want to be able to have an offlaner that guarantees them the better late game. And the funny part about that is it does not feel guaranteed with BetBoom's possibility of having like 3 semi-cores a la Team Falcons, right? Like, you aren't guaranteed the late game in this matchup. The Deuce is going to be banned away by BetBoom, and they're going to take the Meepo. So I wanted to talk about the potential of cheese in, the best of ones. Super important. I forgot. I was so fixated on the fact that Heroic could be the ones doing the cheese with Yuma Meepo that, of course, BetBoom can also play Meepo.
Yep. We've seen Pure play this recently, and he did a really good job on this hero. I don't know what to make of this tricore of Meepo, TA, Magnus, but because historically speaking, Meepo, this is where we need to get used to a new age of this hero, where I feel like if you go back a couple of years, Meepo was okay, we win the game minute 25 to 35, or we just lose.
Yeah.
Meepo scales better now, and the flow of the hero is different. So I think the potential mid-game to late-game threat of BetBoom is insane, and this hero is really good against Doom. Like, it's kind of hard to solve with Doom. There's just the Meepo matchup. They're going to go for Sven to try to have this heavy single target against the Meepo. But now you've picked Sven into TA and Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
And an RP, a BKB piercing stun, which is the bane of Sven in late game. I really like what BetBoom are showing for this game number 1. I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Heroic's side to get this going.
But as you said, got to kind of rethink the hero dynamics of old, because if you go back, even just a few years, this core lineup of Mag, TA, Meepo sounds horrible.
Yeah. Dota's changed, man. It's a new game.
I mean, like, I do still kind of wonder playmaking-wise, who's going to be making moves in those first 20 minutes compared to, like, there's very clearly Analog's Invoker is going to be setting the pace for this game, right? And BetBoom don't have that much on their side to respond in the first 20 minutes.
That's true. I think that's the avenue that Heroic should explore to win this game, is to really play around Invoker. I think that's the hero that's going to put this all together, is get out of the lane against TA okay and start taking initiative around the map, break down the lanes, and prevent Meepo from having a free game. And in the meantime, Yuma just needs to flat out farm up a Storm. So the other four should be playing very aggressively together. Yuma, hit that jungle for 25 minutes and come out the strongest hero. It's probably the name of the game here.
All right, well, let's get into it. Game one. Game one. I keep saying game one. I guess it's game one of Group A, but it's the only game in this group stage that Heroic and BetBoom are going to be playing against each other, because it is a best-of-one group stage. We're going to get through this group stage nice and quick. We've heard some of the complaints. I've seen them. You guys are tired of long group stages. Okay, we're going to get it done in a day. Don't worry. Top win rate. 737. Naga Siren at 66%. Lion at 57%. Higher than Shadow Demon, who was like all the rage before Lion was.
If you would have asked me what the top 5 win rate heroes were for this patch, I would have not put either of those in the top 5. I would have not thought SD and Lion were up that high. So, well, it's fair. It's one per team, and they were very close in win rate, so one of those will go up a little, one will go down just a...
You know what that extra 2% was?
It was 0.2, right? It was very
was
close.
It 0.2? Well, you know what that 0.2 difference was?
Hmm?
The Lion is the better counter to off-lane Terrorblade.
Oh, that must be it. BetBoom invading. They find Divine Llama with the disruption.
And not going to go for the skewer. Beautiful stun from Schofield, but they do get the Earthbind coming in from behind, and they will try and give the first blood, I assume, to a core. It goes to Miro.
Yeah. Looked like they were trying to give it to GPK, but he used the magic stick to at least force the kill onto a different hero. Now, this is going to cost BetBoom all the bounty runs.
Yeah, I have heard a lot of people talk about the GPK actually, he is dead, I think. He body block, cold snap, and a return kill. This is really bad for BetBoom. That first blood did not play for them at all.
No, first blood for 4 bounty runners is definitely a net loss already, but then you get your mid-hero ganked afterwards. So Invoker will have a nice start here against the TA in a matchup that, as we said, nowadays is probably relatively even. Invoker could maybe pull ahead flat out now with this early 350 gold advantage that he got from that.
Well, we'll see how it goes. GPK obviously is going to be focusing on a CS battle here. See if he can get over Analog, but the extra stats that Analog's going to be bringing to the table is going to help a lot. So we have that matchup. Our other matchups, we've got Save and Miro on the Shadow Demon Magnus versus the Sven Ogre. That's going to be the Radiant Safe Lane matchup there. Double melee against Mag Shadow Demon. Doesn't sound the most fun in the world for Heroic. But maybe they're just too beefy to really care.
Yeah, but at the same time, over time, I think you just get spammed out of this lane, right? As Sven Ogre, you're playing against these 2 heroes that will eventually get Crystal Maiden Aura.
Divine Llama getting a little low here. Frostbite got the level 2. BetBoom make a play off of the level 2. That is one thing about Crystal Maiden, right? Extremely strong level 2 timing.
Yeah.
Being able to have both Frostbite and Nova. Kind of, if you have the mana for it, feels like it guarantees a kill somewhere.
And now, despite that first blood, or rather, despite that kill that Invoker got, he is already trailing massively now against GPK and just raw CS in this lane. So maybe... I will say, when I say what I say about this matchup, it's just going off of memory of the last couple of times I've seen this lane played, where I was like, oh, Invoker's going to be in trouble against TA, and then I see the result, and it's generally all right for the Invoker.
Yeah.
But like I was mentioning about GPK, in favorable matchups, he really pulls ahead a lot of the time by a decent margin. So if this is in reality, let's say it is that 60-40 nowadays, where it used to be a 65, or excuse me, 75-25, maybe GPK can make it look like that still.
Yeah.
Because of just his raw laning mechanics here against Analog. So the first, you look at the CS right now, top 3 very comfortably sitting on the side of BetBoom. And that's good news for them, because this is, we talked about this with their lineup. It's on the greedier side. The heroes need some time to get online.
Get more CS and maybe kills too. Schofield trying to get away from Pure, does have some stick charge. He's got double Fairy Fire as well, so he will have the consumables needed to survive. Meepo matchup, 17-2 for Yuma, 6-4 for Pure. I definitely do think of Yuma far more when I think of Meepo players. But I do wonder if some of that is just about the strength of team matchups there. The difference in record, obviously, Yuma playing in North America. I don't know how many times he beat both the NA qualifier, but I'm sure he did it at least once or twice.
I mean, there's also, you know, everybody's going to have their own personal memories of games that they've watched. Nobody watches all games in Dota, so, you know, if you've been following NA closely, then you would more likely remember Yuma's games than Pure's. Okay, this could actually be trouble. That's 3 stacks already into the skewer. That's 4.
You add in some menace stacks as well. Slowed down by the blood grenade. There's nothing King Jungles can do to stop this.
Nice play. This was what I was saying. I think this lane is going to turn into a problem for the side of Heroic just from the raw spam. You just keep throwing out shockwaves and poisons, and eventually you're going to stick enough of them that you can go for the kill. And if Ogre isn't there to prevent the skewer, you're dead.
Yep.
So
especially if Kataomi gets the levels out of, you know, like he got level 2, they get a kill, it helps push him to level 3. Now he's got Arcane Aura, right? That'll help the spam in that bottom lane. Also, double melee matchup against Shadow Demon in particular. Older Shadow Demon would be kind of like, okay, yeah, it's decent, but I think newer Shadow Demon with his passive, right?
Yeah.
He's getting Shadow Poison stacks, but he's also getting Menace stacks against, you know, an Ogre, where he's getting that every single hit. He's just getting another 2%, another 2%.
It adds up pretty quickly when you keep just poking and prodding and then eventually go for the kill. 10% might not sound like a lot, but if you consider a lot of the time when heroes get killed in lane, you overkill them by like 50 health, right?
Yeah.
So if heroes have a health pool of 1,000, suddenly 10% is a lot on that damage, so... Absolutely. Yeah, this is not looking great. And I wonder what is Yuma going to do, right? You don't want to go jungle level 3 on Sven. You want to be at least level 5 before you leave the lane, but I don't know if he's going to have that luxury to choose that. And now Kataomi coming through the gate, but they have the ward. They know this move is coming. Nice prep from Heroic will get a punish.
Schofield with the counter rotation here as well. Setting up on the high ground, waiting for Mira to come in. Hits the double stun. A nice setup. Kataomi might just fall to the blood grenade. Does end up going down. Now the tankiness of the heroes. Puro came through the gate. He's going to join in on this action, so Heroic is on the run. Yuma trying to get out of here. Another Shadow Poison stack, and the Earthbind does glide. With all of those stacks, he's definitely dead. Can the other 2 survive, though? King Jungles trying to get back to his tower, being blocked up by Pure. Hex stops him more from the poof damage, but again, King Jungles just contending with too many heroes. Heroic get overwhelmed in their safe lane despite the early setup. Oh, nice. Schofield still operating off of that high ground vision, stops Pure from being able to TP out, cancels his healing salve. Now this feels a lot more awkward for Pure. He doesn't want to be stuck down here, but Schofield is kind of ruining his day. He's going to come in. He's going to try and stop him again. They're just not letting him get back through the gate. Pure is just being stuck here in the Heroic safe lane. They said you wanted to be here. Fine. You're going to stay here until you go back to the fountain. As he gets caught by Analog's rotation, save with the TPO, does manage to make it away before Analog and the rest of Heroic find him.
Yeah, finally Analog arrives. I was looking at that the whole time.
Oh, TPO, that's not going to make it for Devi.
Yeah, GPK will make an early TA move. These are quite unusual for this hero to rotate to the safe lane minute 6, but obviously it was freed up from Meepo moving bottom, and GPK will get up there and get that kill on the Doom. So, yeah, the reason Analog didn't show up earlier to that fight bottom, he just didn't have mana. He's been spending a lot of his mana in mid trying to stay afloat in the lane against TA. So I was checking, when you do that tower dive, Invoker's like the #1 hero in Dota that will rotate for that, right?
Oh, no.
But he just couldn't get there in time. Oh, Kataomi. That is just a flat-out blunder from Heroic.
Dude, he's level 5.5. Kataomi is huge.
How is nobody over there at all? They forgot.
We forgot. Sorry, guys.
I mean...
what happened to my wisdom? We forgot, guys.
It's highly unusual that that rune is on the ground 714.
Yeah.
That is not a thing. So blunder from Heroic there is going to cost them. Sure, you could argue that part of it is them being forced around the map by the aggression from the BetBoom side, but somebody has to get over there and cover.
Divine Llama dying on a TP back.
Yeah.
Right? Because he couldn't TP back out to lane, in which he would have TP'd to the tier 2 and got the Wisdom Rune.
Yep.
The fact that they caught him in the act there, I think, is probably what set Kataomi up to go for that, where he was like, oh, he's not going to be able to TP to the Wisdom Rune. They're all on the other side of the map. I can actually get there.
Yeah, it's very heads-up stuff to go for that play a CM there. Need to have a good read on the situation. Now, here's something nice about TA. Loves herself some stacks. And they, in reality, have 3 stack farmers, actually, on the side of BetBoom. So
Yep.
they can kind of choose where they want to funnel the gold. And the most important thing is just keep making stacks whenever you're capable, because you know that one of your cores will be able to take care of it when it's time.
They've got one of the best stackers in the game, too, right?
Yep, Shadow Demon, for
incredibly
sure.
good at that.
Schofield, this is a really good invis.
Spotting some Meepos that are a little bit low here. Caught one of them. Double stunned up, split damage though. Kataomi is going to drop the freezing field. Now he gets stunned up, but it's enough to force Heroic back here. They kill Kataomi, but surely Heroic, they are going to lose something out of this nice tornado. Analog might have just saved himself with the Earth Spike coming back in. Meepo at half HP. Nero's a little bit low. He has to skewer back underneath the tower. Heroic not feeling quite strong enough to dive the tower, but may be able to go for it on the other side of things. Drop some high ground vision, spot some of these heroes, but it looks like they're too far out. So Heroic instead are just going to try and take the safe lane tower. Take an early tower advantage away from BetBoom. Analog still looking to be able to catch this Meepo.
Big.
Where's the support backup? Can he slow down this Meepo long enough that Schofield can hit the stun? He has to go for the other one instead. And they've got a lot of stuns to lay down. They're going to drop the Doom to make sure this Meepo is not making it out. Divine Llama, the instant chat wheel spam, knowing he's got a guaranteed kill.
That's really surprising to see Devi's net worth as well. I thought this top lane was going way worse for him. All things considered, though, almost top of the charts with this off-lane Doom right now. And Heroic overall look quite a bit healthier than you might have thought when you watched the last couple of skirmishes unfold. So definitely not a bad sign. This is where their lineup would like to keep ramping up the pace as much as possible. Try to take advantage of the fact that TA, Meepo, and Magnus as a tri-core really need space. You can take that away from them early by getting a couple of towers and limiting the map. That pays off massively against this type of lineup, where let's say the TA was an Ember and the lane went okay and you're starting to lose a little bit of map. It feels like you can relatively easily find some sort of good fight and bring yourself back into the game that way. With TA, if you're on the back foot, a lot of the time you kind of just want to farm jungle. But your teammate's already going to be there. So there's only so many creeps on the map, especially when you lose the tier 1s. And Heroic are well aware of this, and I think they will try to get more real estate when they can. Maybe the mid tower would be a nice pick as their next objective.
5 to 6, 11 minutes in. Heroic with a slight net worth lead. We're going to see Divine Llama. He's going to be going for the Shiva's Blink builds. Not too surprising there.
Could have argued for Crimson, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty good Crimson game.
Meepo TA sounds like S-tier Crimson game. I'm actually very surprised now I look at this that he doesn't want to go that route.
I kind of like the Shivas for the Invoker. Like, it helps set up Invoker's magic damage and also helps, like, certain things like the EMP land. But...
And maybe the mindset is the Crimson Guard, while it is good against these heroes, is it going to solve the stage of the game that's the real threat? Because Crimson Guard as an item feels very strong in the mid-game portion.
Sure.
But if the timing that you're worried about is that, well, BetBoom is going to play for ultra late game, or at least late game, then maybe you want to already itemize for late game instead of getting over that mid-game hurdle if you think you can handle it without the Crimson.
yeah, if we're already strong at 20 minutes, what's the need of picking up a Crimson for that 20-minute marker when BetBoom are likely to be trying to dodge us on team fights anyway?
Yeah. That would be I think that would be a relatively fair take, at least, on it. It's just, you know, sometimes you see hero matchup and you just immediately gravitate toward an obvious item against the hero, but it's more important to itemize against the game state and the game plan than individual picks.
Well, it seems like Divine Llama is having that internal dialogue, at least.
Oh, did he put in a quick line out? Yeah, so he's debating
a Crimson S and Y as opposed to the Shiva's Blink.
It's interesting because I feel like it tells a story of what the team comms are like, right? Because when you go for the Crimson, you're effectively saying, in that stage of the game, we want to fight, which means that Sven needs to have a game that's compatible with that idea. And I guess Yuma does have a good enough game that makes sense. So, honestly, I'd be on board with both ideas. I just want to see them play out the correct way, whatever item Devi takes. If he takes the Shiva, you can play slower and greedier. If he takes the Crimson, you need to get something done on the map.
Speaking of getting something done, BetBoom go for a smoke here with the Blink Dagger pickup on Miro. They want to make an early move. We said they don't have the best playmaking potential, and the little that they do is entirely around this pickup. Blink, Magnus, some sort of skewer back into the Crystal Maiden Shadow Demon, but Heroic with their own smokes right now. KJ, he's going to find that his smoke breaks on the enemy smoke. And they certainly do not want to be going for an Ogre, and I lied. They tried to go for an Ogre. Who baits an Ogre? That's probably what Miro's saying right now. Who the hell baits an Ogre Magi? I just got baited, guys. Divine Llama stumbles in a little bit too deep here. BetBoom trying to punish him here, but it is a tanky hero. He's not the easiest to bring down, but a lot of Shadow Poison stacks are building up. Nice dodge there on that last one. It's the Meepo who's in trouble instead. A disruption when he comes back in, though. He's going to find he is underneath an ice wall, and he will die. Yuma threw out the stun, though. The freezing field trying to get away from that one. The ice wall is, though, posing a huge problem. GPK walked through that one, walked back through it again, had his refraction entirely burned out in that window of time. Miro's back into play. Tornado goes out, trying to allow them to retreat successfully, and they do manage to do so for now.
KJ just took like 700 damage from Shadow Poison.
I was about to say, well, how did he lose all his HP?
Well, all said and done, that was a very good...
Still going for it, RP, but a Fire Blast, stopping him from skewer back right away. Still managed to get it on slow ground now. Yuma, with his Warcry, turns and fights as best he can, but the physical damage still overwhelms. Now to buy Llama, costing a Frostbite. GPK using his Templar Assassin very aggressively. Nice use of the Hurricane. Divine Llama gets up to the high ground. Schofield doesn't have that same luxury, though. He'll be caught, and boy, Save is just cooking him on Shadow Poison stacks right now. This man has done so much damage in these long, drawn-out team fights. BetBoom, play it beautifully.
The damage recap of this fight. Shadow Demon did 1,700 damage as a support. For comparison, the Invoker did 1,200, and the TA with the 2.8k, obviously the big damage dealer in that situation. But that looked very promising for Heroic for a while. And then the follow-up RP toward the end of that, and then they choose to... Because they could have sold their Sven, right? They could have been like, all right, they got that kill, but they tried to fight back, and that was the really big loss. They was losing additional casualties and your tower. And now it's starting to get scary. That was a really pivotal moment in the game where potentially Heroic could have just taken their win and run with it. But this team is very, very willing to fight.
Yeah.
They will be looking for trouble. If you're running at them, they will bring the numbers to try to fight back, and that time around just didn't work.
First spike not there to line up the Tornado. Hard to get that timing right, because obviously GPK with its refraction is just going to instantly blink away.
Yeah, and the thing about playing with Invoker is Dota a lot of the time is a game of feel and muscle memory. When you're playing with Invoker, you always need to consider what stage is Invoker on.
Yeah.
How long is this Tornado? It can be a little bit difficult to necessarily nail it down to the 0.1 second, and that's what we're talking. If you want to make sure that blink doesn't go off, it needs to be clean. Jungles will find a D ward after that. But yeah, I gotta say, at this point, BetBoom probably quite comfortable in the game state. All three cores are online. Magnus is having the worst game out of the three of them, but he's the best hero to have the worst game on. So as long as Meepo and TA are happy and they're getting toward their later mid-game timing, I think especially Devi Llama's itemization is going to be absolutely crucial now on that Doom. And he will get the Crimson, so you would expect them to look to fight ASAP.
I think this actually puts Heroic in a position where this next team fight is must win.
I would agree with that.
If they don't win this team fight, then BetBoom's going to take Roshan. Right?
Yeah.
They have Meepo, Templar Assassin.
Oh, yeah.
Really good ways to be able to do Roshan.
The fight might just be forced there.
Yeah. And in which case you have invested in this Crimson Guard to win this next team fight in order to make sure that the enemy team doesn't get Aegis, right? It's both defeating your item timing and giving them what they want in the Aegis, which is just going to guarantee that BetBoom hold probably a larger position on the map, which is very beneficial to them because, as you said, they've got heroes that just want to gobble up so much farm, particularly good at farming stacks.
Yeah.
So, difficult position for Heroic to be in after the last team fight may have killed some of their confidence, swung the net worth to BetBoom's favor by 2K.
And there still is an asterisk on that Crimson Guard, which is Shadow Demon. You can still select a target as BetBoom and just be like, we're killing this guy. And you send your TA on that, you RP that guy, and you purge him, and he's just dying. Like, I think the only line of protection that Heroic truly have against that is some sort of really nice tornado to buy enough time for Demonic Purge to expire so you can maybe walk out. But what are you losing when you get purged? You lose Crimson Guard, Bloodlust, and Warcry.
Warcry.
It's amazing this game to have that Shadow Demon pick and that ult. And I guess it begs the question, how is Save going to use it? Is it just first and easiest target they find to just purge them and get them out of the fight? Or do you actually reserve it for Sven and just make his fight miserable?
Personally, I think you reserve it for Sven because I think even at this stage, you are kind of reliant on the Sven to give you enough damage to win the fight. Right? I think they are kind of going to have a bit of a damage problem.
I could see that, especially with Doom going Crimson.
I always love this pickup, the pack rat, where they pick up the SNY and then put it into their neutral item slot. So now you've got all these Meepos with status resistance, which is pretty broken on a hero that is as slippery as Meepo, right?
Yeah.
Can't feel good that Meepo's able to push.
Wait a second, did I see that detail right? Can you click on Pure again? I want to see this. All right, now click on one of his clones. That's so awesome. When they're clicking on the clone, the player profile is flat.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Pure.
I don't know if that's on purpose, but that's awesome. I love that. All right. Anyway.
Well, it's going to come down to a team fight around Roshan, you said, and that's just what's going to happen. To jump in, meaty Earth Spike. Roshan is low. Can they get inside the pit? Oh, no! Miro with the RP denies them that opportunity, and Roshan will go the way of BetBoom. They'll be able to pick up the Aegis. Can the rest of the team fight, though, still go their way? It looks like Heroic feels like they just cannot take that fight. And they'll back out. They do manage to get the kill onto Miro, so it is a 1-for-2. I'm a little bit surprised that Heroic didn't just try and keep pushing that.
They were in a kind of awkward position after they RP'd up there on the high ground of walking into the pit with no Doom available and with a couple of Invoker spells already expended. I think that was going to be a tough fight, but yeah, can't really say that I'm happy for Heroic with that result. They get a 2-for-1 trade, but they lose the crucial Roche in this game. I would say the next one is probably even more important. Roche number 2 is the one that might just decide the whole game when you play Meepo TA. So perhaps this one we can write off as all right. But they get disruption.
Skewered back. Hurricane trying to rectify some of that positioning problem. Crimson Guard and Drums. They'll get out. But it is concerning, the damage that built up there. So you've got a Templar Assassin. GPK is almost online. It's a classic 3-item timing for Templar Assassin when you start feeling really good, right? You got to go Blink Deso, start getting some fights, but there's potential for turnaround. But once you get that 3rd item, BKB, then TA is ready to go for the rest of the game. She'll always be down to fight. Schofield trying to create some time here for reinforcements to come in. Divine Llama to scare back the rest of BetBoom.
And the thing about the TA here, she didn't go for the Dragon Lance, but she has Grove Bow. So her attack range is already quite decent. And like you said, when you get the BKB on TA and you have that staying power, it's especially powerful against a hero like Sven. Because those refraction stacks are going to be difficult to take off, and Sven just hates this hero-to-hero matchup if refraction is online. You pop BKB on the TA, and suddenly the other heroes need to start, finding the damage and the control enough to break through that shield before Yuma can really feel comfortable in that fight. And that's just the TA we're talking about. He has multiple issues.
Yeah.
He has to kill the Meepo for his team. He also kind of has to deal with the RP, playing around that. Definitely some challenges here. Heroic, this is a big moment for them. If they could find an opening and get that mid tower we talked about 10 minutes ago, that would be good news, but looks like...
Slip behind the tower, trying to get to GPK here. GPK just keeps on running away from them, though. Smoke's gonna break on each other. Manage to get the Hex. No refraction up, but a disruption goes out now. Pure. He puts his body on the line to try and protect his mid laner. A big RP from Nero. Beautiful stuff. 3 cores lined up. They do manage to take down. Wait, no, Meepo managed to get off all the digs. Did not lose his Aegis. Kept that intact. Man, Nero's just coming in hot with some great RPs. Pure somehow putting himself in front of the entirety of Heroic and not actually losing his Aegis. Still has it for another minute 45. Great stuff from BetBoom.
Yeah, I think that fight is the perfect example of the issues that Heroic's lineup faces in this game draft-wise, in my opinion, is how do you access a favorable fight? What's the dream setup? The dream setup usually for this lineup is Doom a core, control them up with Invoker and Lion, and just kill them, and then Sven goes in and cleans house. But there's no good target on the enemy team except Shadow Demon. I think he's the only hero you truly want to go on here. You go on anyone else, they get disrupted. You start clumping up your heroes naturally to get in there with Doom Sven. Get RP, the fight's lost. You can't go on the Meepo because he has Aegis. And the TA Refraction, sure, you actually caught her outside of Refraction, which was quite clean. Oh, yeah, ST was in position, and for my money's worth, when TA got disrupted, that fight was over, actually. I think it was that bad of a situation to be in for Heroic, but I don't know if they could have disengaged, perhaps. Easier to say than do there.
Now up to a 7,000 net worth lead for BetBoom. And they'll get to their mid-game swing of things, which is multiple BKBs. Miro caught here. Schofield protects himself with the Ghost Scepter while they try and bring down Miro quick and clean. Disruption creates a little bit of time, and that's enough for GPK to go to work. He gets the counter kill into the Sven, while Pure, who's trying to dice up the Invoker, still managed to get on top of Hurricane Pike to push him away, trying to get away from these Earth
he got
one of them grabbed him, and that is enough to give the vision for the kill. BetBoom give all their tips to Pure for the +1.
And now this is just going to snowball out of control. This is a Sven that's 9,000 gold down minute 20. Like, this hero just very rarely wins these game states. It's a hero that's meant to play from ahead and stay ahead. You are now 3,000 gold behind Meepo and TA both. And that is just not a recipe for a victory for this type of lineup that the Radiant are running. And I said it earlier in this game, I felt like this was the time of the game that things needed to come together for Heroic. This was when I could see an angle, was if they get stuff started in the first 20 minutes and get things rolling. If they're on the back foot, the road to recovery here is almost impossible to imagine how they're going to string that together. It's only going to get worse now that the Magnus almost has BKB. Then he's just going to blink RP, pop BKB, and they don't even get the counter kill. So then they have to worry about subsequent skewers, the Shockwave Shard causing interruptions in the fight. It's definitely tough times now for the
You've also invested in that Crimson Guard that we talked about. The timing did not pay off, so now he's going to go back for the Shivas. But that's just not going to feel so hot. It's going to be, if Heroic's going to make a way back into this game, yeah, I think they just have to not lose hope, and they just got to keep going for it. They just got to try and keep forcing opportunities for themselves. There's no way they could just sit back and farm their way, you know, for another 20 minutes. A second chance at this game. Bought the Crystal Maiden. It is not the ideal pickup. He wants something else, but Schofield, he's going to pull the trigger.
This is really awkward.
Disruption is there to be able to buy some time. RP goes out on the Sven. Sven's just dead already. GPK does far too much damage for any of these cores to be able to contest with. As you can see here, the misses are the only thing that are keeping Defy Llama alive for now, but he will eventually find that the high ground is no longer an advantage for him. BetBoom swarm in. Take him out. Earthbite lands from long distance. Not even King Jungles is allowed to escape. 4 down the side of Heroic.
They might just be looking to turn into a lane of racks, or at least forcing a buyback if possible. These respawn timers are pretty short. But Meepo TA, talk about fast sieging capabilities. They're pushing 2 lanes at once. Pure is being as greedy as possible. Could have probably got a lane of barracks already mid if he's stuck to 1 lane. And he's also farming bottom at the same time. Okay, I mean, how much do you want? There has to be, surely there has to be limits, but well, they got the 1 lane already.
Nope. Misclick. Says save. Didn't mean to randomly aggro Yuma. Crimson Guard will stall things here, but honestly, I don't think Heroic is strong enough to be able to defend their own barracks, even with certain abilities being on cooldown. Nice Earth Spike. He has gotten a lot of those, but Divine Llama with a Demonic Purge, he's dead. As you said, Demonic Purge, just focus him down. Disruption buys a little bit of time for Miro. He gets off BKB Skewer out. So again,
back and clean disengage.
Did not get the counter kill. BKB saves him. More items rolling in. Daedalus for the Templar Assassin, who was not having any issues with damage, that's for sure.
Yep. I think this game is a cool example if you look at the net worth graphs of really hitting your stride, right? Like this was a game that we were talking about, all right, you see the potential for both sides, and then 20 minutes in, you just flick a switch on the Dire.
Yeah.
And they just won the game in 5 minutes. Like they went from a 2K gold lead to 20K over the course of 8 minutes. And at this point, the win expectancy is like, they're a 19-1 favorite. So, pretty crazy stuff. It can go very quickly. The blink of an eye, you lose 2 fights and you lose all momentum. And Heroic at this point, they kind of have to hang on to hope that they can somehow find a great fight around the second Roche. If BetBoom get the second Age, the game is over. Like, you can't give that away for free. So you have to try to take that initiation and ideally kill Magnus before RP so your Sven gets to play. There's just so many conditions you need to meet. You kind of need to kill Mag. You need to make sure Shadow Demon doesn't free play. And even if you manage that, is that enough? I don't know.
Sounds like to me you need BetBoom to play the team fight where they just occupy a little 300 radius circle. They just all get hit by Earth Spike and Stormhammer and are chain stunned long enough that they can actually kill like 2 heroes before the rest of BetBoom get to do anything.
Killing Meepo will be a tough challenge now. He just picked up the Eye of Scotty, and he's level 22. So look at that health pool.
Man. He's got 3,500 HP. Like, what are the chances he does not get off Aghanim Scepter?
His clones are 3.2k and 28 armor. Like, what are you gonna do? It's tough. Let's see if BetBoom even want to get the Roche. Maybe they just feel invincible, and they're just going to try to finish the game. At least they're posing the threat of wanting to do that now. Of course, this is a natural movement on the map anyway, as Roche is switching sides in 20 seconds. He'll be heading down to that Radiant side, and if BetBoom totally occupy that, they could probably just get it for free. And that's what Heroic need to avoid at all costs.
Well, here comes the big push. Roshan is going to go over the Radiant side. I imagine BetBoom could back up and do that as soon as they force some heroes to show inside of the Radiant base. They're going to smoke across, though, on Heroic. They're not backing up to their base. They want to stay out on the field. I will give it to Heroic. They have not shied away from fights, and I think it is the correct idea. Like, they are playing to win, right? They're not playing passive and just trying to, like, oh, guys, if we just farm up our next round of items, maybe magically the game will change, right? I don't see a way the game changes outside of just pure execution, just the perfect execution in some crazy team fight. And they are at least trying to give themselves that opportunity, but BetBoom seems to be ready for it every single time. Smoke is going to break on the gate. King Jungle's the one spotted up here on the high ground. Pierre was still going to work on him. Schofield trying to find initiation. It doesn't work. The BKB was used by Miro, and he's not finding an immediate jump, but Heroic are putting themselves in a corner here, and it's awkward. Divine Llama, he got off the Doom onto Miro. Buybacks are going to play off the TP place here. Maybe with that, they could do something. Schofield does end up going down. Look at Save's positioning in the corner here. Divine Llama and Yuma, they can't do enough damage to deal with the Meepo. He's going to clean house while GPK delivers sweet justice to the backline. It's an ultra kill for GPK and a closeout of this opening game for Blast.
Well, what do you know? If we were a little bit behind schedule on the first game, BetBoom tried to get us back on it as fast as possible. A 31-minute victory. A very short game for this patch. I believe the average pro game time right now is about 40. So this is well below average for them. And this was, we talked about it, this wasn't even necessarily a lineup that wanted to win at this point. It can, if things go well, but I don't think BetBoom would have been uncomfortable in 10 minutes either. Yeah. But yeah, they just found a couple of good fights back-to-back. They take Roche and quickly sweep this victory and get off to a very nice start. And as we mentioned earlier, if you are just tuning in, this tournament has a very different format. Today has a lot of BO1s, and every best of one you win effectively puts you further into the bracket that begins tomorrow. So more wins means more days without matches for you, and a higher guaranteed placement in the tournament, and you get more tape on the enemies, whereas they don't get it on you. So could argue that a good day one is not only a positional advantage in the bracket, but also just an information advantage going forward.
All right. Well, that wraps up our first game. Talking about cheese heroes for this best of one situation, right? I think Meepo has got to be the #1 like public enemy, right? Like that is the hero that you're gonna be thinking about the most, right? I feel like Huskar isn't quite as strong in this match.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be games for like some sort of sneaky last pick brood maybe could be a thing, but yeah, Meepo definitely up there. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see an overall 10th pick Lone Druid as well. Could be a thing. So
take a look at some of the highlights from the game. I almost feel like I know cheese is like it's a bit of a dying art in Dota. I would say heroes aren't as cheesy as they used to be, where it's just impossible to be able to win a draft. Do you think Broodmother can even be called a cheese hero nowadays?
That's a good question, because the way Brood used to cheese isn't the exact same way it does anymore.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe cheese is the wrong term, but more like a gotcha pick. Let's call it that, where you're like, okay, there's a last pick in the draft that's not solved by the enemy team whatsoever. A last pick mobile hero and they don't have enough stuns, or a last pick summons hero and they don't have enough clear or whatever. In this case, the Meepo was, I would say, not fully unanswered, and it also wasn't the last pick of the draft. It was the 9th pick. The Sven was the ultimate response from Heroic that just, I would argue, just flat out didn't work.
Do you think it was, do you think Heroic, with their lineup, were considering a Meepo for themselves?
Potentially. I think this might have just been BetBoom being one step ahead and taking advantage of that in the draft. And I would also argue there has to have been a better pick than Sven. I know the Meepo matchup is pretty good for Sven, but you look at the rest of the field, you're playing against TA, Mag, SD. I think in their respective positions, they are some of the worst possible heroes for Sven to play against. So sure, you solve this one-to-one hero matchup against the Meepo, but that's just not good enough at this level.
Yeah, fair enough. The unfortunately, especially with the Templar Assassin, GPK, we saw GPK come back into play. You know, he was gone for a little bit, and now standing in for BetBoom. Great opening match
performance,
for him.
yeah. Great.
I feel like it was a classic GPK, right? Mid-TA, flips it up.
Absolutely.
Still playing relatively active.
Fully playing to his comfort. Obviously, he has played with some of these players before in a team as well. 3 out of 4 of them, I believe. I think only Kataomi he hasn't played with, at least not that I can remember. Maybe he played in a previous team years back, but yeah, these guys, they fit together. They know what to do, and can't really put a finger on his performance. Despite him dying before the lane like we talked about, he still owned it up against Invoker, so what more can you ask?
All right, well, after each one of these best of ones, we're going to try and talk to the teams a little bit here, and I do believe we have Rhea, who's got her hands on Pure to talk to.
All right, we're here with Pure, who just won. If you can't tell, I was very excited about your Meepo game, so I really wanted to ask you some questions about it. First of all being, you guys didn't last pick him in the draft. I was curious to get your thoughts more on like how he fit into your draft and why you guys picked him up.
I mean, yesterday on media, some guy asked me, like, when are some, you know, untouchable heroes, where some crazy heroes are gonna come. Here you go, like you asked, I bring it. So, yeah, we just keep going. I think Meepo was good, and we just picked it. Yeah, having fun, what can I say?
Yeah, it was super, it went really well, especially worked well with the TA. One thing I was really interested in was your build. So most Meepo players, they'll go for the more Meepo facet, they'll buy the Diffusal Blade and then into the Ags, but you strayed from that. You went for the facet that gives you the item in your backpack. You got the SNY. Can you tell me more about that build? Is that something that you're just doing on your own, or other people are playing as well?
I mean, I think I haven't seen this build from any pro player, actually. I think Kiyotaka told me about this build. He saw some guy playing SNY Meepo, and we tried it. It's really cool. So I mean, I'm just having fun on Meepo with SNY, and I think it's gonna be meta soon. We'll see.
Yeah, it looked really amazing. Like I was really excited in the green room watching you play it out. So thank you for showing that, and thank you for the game. Thank you, Pure, for the interview. Good luck in your future games.
Thank you. See you.
And thank you, Rhea, for so clearly letting her Meepo bias fly out there. I was like, oh, is she gonna ask about GPK? No. I only want to talk about Meepo right now. But I do like the fact that she asked about the build, because it is something that we have only seen Pure do, right? We saw it do it at Dream League, is I think the first time that we saw him pop that open, and it is really cool. Like nobody else really seems to be doing this, but I do think it is the correct way, or I think it is going to be the future of playing Meepo. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think this is like a, how to say, it's more of a stable approach to the hero right now, where the risk reward is just better. The other build can definitely have its ups and its moments, but this way you're more protected against things going wrong in the game. I think if you die once or twice, this is also more, it has more longevity.
Sure. All right, guys. Well, that closes out our first game of this group stage. But again, we have a lot more matches to get to. We're going to have 10 best of ones on this stream, so 9 more to go. We are going to take a break and come back with our second series of the day. Bam, bam, bam. We are back. I told you it was going to be a fast-paced day. Very little break time. Straight into the next game. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. But soon. Soon we're going to be getting to Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming. Synderin, what is going on with Xtreme?
That's a very broad question. Can you be more specific?
Well, let's talk about the fact that they are missing a certain, people like to call him the uncrowned king,
Right.
It's they've lost Ame.
Yeah.
Mandarin. Is this gonna kill Xtreme Gaming? I don't remember the Guaozhou.
Yeah,
something like that. Is
I'm
the new
not
roster
100%
that's
sure how to pronounce
hot
the
roster.
Yeah. So I think in terms of star power, Xtreme Gaming is now not #1 in China anymore, just with names. But as we've seen plenty of times through the history of the game and also of that region, it's not necessarily the star-studded roster that does the best. It's the one with the best cohesion and the best ideas. This is a roster that I could still easily see do very well, but I definitely think they are going to need to prove themselves, and this will be a very good proving grounds for them, not just because of the player changes, but also, I guess, all in all, Xtreme Gaming as an org didn't have the best year, the best season. So if this team can get a solid result, it speaks volumes to how well they're doing relative to the star team that they had, right? You're not only competing against the field here, you're competing against the year that the org has had. You're like trying to overcome a hurdle that the other team wasn't capable of. And it's going to be a massive challenge. The teams here are really good. And the Chinese region definitely isn't posing as much of a global presence in Dota as it did 5-6 years ago when it was the region. That has been Western Europe for quite some years now.
Sure. Their matchup is going to be against Falcons. That is
one to start on. Yeah.
That's a rough team to start on. Falcons obviously have been the most dominant team of this year and last year. I think the seasons, even if they didn't manage to close it out at TI, right? They were the guys who are always going to be in the finals, right? They are the team to beat for every single tournament. And that has not changed at all. In fact, I would almost say that them not winning TI kind of put them in the position for this next season to be the #1 team again because, you know, one, they didn't have to make any roster changes. That helps. But also the fact that I think they have probably kept their motivation, whereas, you know, say you win a TI, you maybe aren't playing as many pubs after you achieve your lifelong goal of 10, 15 years, right?
So you're saying that despite, or rather because they didn't get a good result at TI, they're still going to be super hungry for every other tournament.
Yeah,
because they didn't get that jewel that they wanted. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair to say. I think, I was just thinking to myself, what do you think their average tournament placement is this year? It's probably like 2.
Yes,
right?
I think it's third or second is probably their average placement.
No, but not the one that they've had the most. I'm saying, like, if you take the array of tournaments they've placed in and you average it out, it might be lower than 2. It might be like 1.8 or something.
Yeah,
their average placement.
It honestly might be.
Like, it's been that crazy of a year. If you have a team and you're playing at this level, it's not like the tournaments Falcons are playing is like they're just playing some like, oh, this one is a gimme, you know, like, oh, Falcons are obviously winning this one. Actually, the tournament this year that they were most favored to win, they didn't get first. That was Wallachia, where they got second against Heroic.
Let's go through it.
But
Dream League first, BetBoom first, Wallachia second, TI fourth, Riyadh Masters third, and then first, second, first. Like 5th, 6th at Kuala Lumpur was one of their worst placements.
But that was last year.
And
that was in December.
Yeah, all the way in the 2023.
That's insane.
A large part of Falcon's success has been around this man right here, right? This is the guy who the roster was built around in the first place, was Amar. I was thinking recently about his time on OG. Right? He was very successful on Creep Wave. He went into OG. They won a major, right? But they had some pretty middling success after that.
Right.
Why do you think that he is so successful on this roster compared to OG?
That's a difficult question to answer because there's so many, how to say, dynamics that come into play. Because it could just be that he could have had a similar run in OG if that team didn't have some sort of like internal issues or communication breakdowns or whatever it could have been. That it's going to be kind of speculation. I will say, I think as a team, what Falcons do as a unit that works so well with Amar is that they have structured their lineup around playing the 3 cores in a specific fashion that allows him to play to his strengths every single game. He is never sacrificial. It's always Amar is... Arguably, Amar is more of a carry in this team than Skitter is, but it's by design. It's not because Skitter can't carry games as position 1, it's because this is how this team thinks it has the highest chances of winning, is by utilizing the offlane in that fashion. So I would say definitely that maybe, if you want to compare it to prior teams he's played on, this is the one that enables him to truly carry the games the absolute most.
That I 100% agree with that. I think that I think it is the 1 and 4 position that are the biggest difference from this Falcons lineup and OG, is just the fact that Skeeter is very much an aggro carry, and I think sets Amar up for success. And I think Crit is, done a lot to set Amar up for success. But let's go ahead and get into the draft of Falcons versus Xtreme. Again, these are all best of 1, so let's get into it. And of course, I think there is also another factor, which is he's got his boy right next to him, Malrine, one of his best friends in Dota, it seems. These two just get along like peas in a pod. And their hero pool is very similar, which really helps a lot when drafting. And you've got a incredibly smart drafter in AUI 2000. If you can give him those extra tools of like, hey, we can rock the, Sand King or whatever, and you could just pick it, and we could decide afterwards whether it's mid or off lane. We can have that sort of flex potential. I think that is also another factor that I did not feel on the old OG roster, right? BZM and MR, it felt like they had different hero pools.
Right, that's very true. Yeah, I think it's also maybe something that is not given enough credit in general in Dota is the impact that coaches have, and I do feel like AUI is, for me, the gold standard of strategic coaching. I think the way he enables them to draft and the way he utilizes the players and brings out the best in them should not be understated. And I think there was a pretty clear display of that. In particular, the reason I gravitate toward that is that the Dream League tournament we just had, AUI was on vacation. And he came back, I want to say it was 3 days before the tournament's conclusion, he was back, and their drafts just leveled up massively. And they just went from having an okay group stage 2 to then going 7-1 in the playoffs and just winning out. So really, really impressive stuff coming out from the coaching staff there as well on the Falcons side. And you were highlighting Amar prior to the game. He's also worth mentioning, I believe Amar is the single most picked player in the Fantasy League.
Yep.
At the very least, he's the most picked within his role. I think almost 50% of players in the Fantasy League picked Amar as their 3, which is crazy in a tournament with 10 teams of this caliber, that one player can get half the votes.
Yeah.
Fantasy team is telling something.
I think that is a big part of he's just got to be a more valuable fantasy player. Not because he's the best offlaner in the world, per se, but because he has also allocated the most farm, right? He's going to be given a position to carry the game, where other offlaners are just not going to be given that same opportunity. So I feel like he's just got to be the most valuable person within his role to take up. If Falcons wins games, very likely Amar is going to be one of the most valuable players, depending on how the fantasy points are allocated. So
it's a good point. It rarely feels like Falcons win a game where it was like they won it despite Amar.
Yeah.
It's either they win it because of Amar or they win it where he is, doing his job. It's never, all right, Amar had a terrible game, but they won anyway. And I think there's been some growth for him as a player there as well, where I would say you go back a year or two, if he somehow got off to a bad laning stage, he would have very quiet games. I think he has matured a lot and found a better understanding of how to contribute from a deficit despite being such a win-more player. And we've seen incredible displays of that as well from a player like Malrine on mid, who in some games has had flat-out impossible matchups where that's been the approach that enemy teams have tried to take to crack the code against Falcons. And then he just leaves lane level 3 and goes and plays on the side lane and kills around the map instead. So they're very creative. They know how to deal with adversity in the game. And it really begs the question, how can Xtreme get a leg up against this team? Like, is it going to be from the draft? Are you targeting a specific player? Do you have some new hero that Falcons are unfamiliar with playing into? It's starting to be an old patch by now, right? Sure, we've had the E patch. There's like letter changes that switch a little bit up, but you're unlikely to really catch them off guard, I think.
I think, as always, with the Xtreme, the X factor comes out of mid. It's in his name. XM. Right?
Yeah.
So, obviously you immediately think of Sniper when you think of XM, but he does have some more unique hero pools.
Viper as well, just got banned.
Yep.
An XM special.
And I think that is the way you're most likely going to stand out and help push you over the edge. I'd also be interested to see how Low does on his opening game with Xtreme Gaming, and he's matched up against the Amar Crit duo, right? That is, just watching the laning phase will be telling to see how good Low is when it comes to in shape for the laning phase in these tough matchups.
They will ban out the Bristleback. Amar has been playing that a lot as of late. Did get nerfed in the E-patch on the hairball cast range, but that's the only thing. So still a very, very powerful hero in the right hands. And they probably make the call that, well, if Viper is banned, maybe our ban here should be the one that suffers the most against break that they just protected, right?
Yeah. You also have the Dragonite on the Falcon side, which I think is one of the better carries to run against Bristleback. So.
Okay. Pugna.
This hero has been really successful, or at least the eye test. I don't know, stats-wise, if it's there, but feels like Decrepify has been insanely valued the last few months.
I also theoretically like these two heroes as a combination because while Doom has incredible anti-carry potential and can in some situations be a good laner, he does not have any way of taking towers. So you're offering that up from a support position that now has a save against physical damage, but also the pushing power. Now that said, you didn't really see anything at the time for the Pugna, so you're not, you're countering potential future picks. Clockwork is a terrible match. That one's going to be rough. And both Dragonite and Razor, despite being carry-type heroes, have magical components, so they can kill through Decrep. You're not like fully locked out of the fight like a TA or a Sven. You still have something to offer. I believe the Eye of the Storm still hits people in Decrepify but doesn't deal damage, but I think it applies minus armor. I could be wrong on that, but I think that still stacks up. So as that Decrepify falls off, the Razor will really be able to obliterate somebody coming out of that. And to me, now these two picks for Xtreme need to win me over. Because I was going to say you've given Falcons all their heroes, but that's going to happen the entire tournament. Because their hero pools are so deep now that they will get their stuff. It's about who can find the solution to the stuff they usually run. Gonna grab the Tusk.
They need some hard lockdown, some catch, right?
Yeah.
I hate it when lineups have Doom and they don't have a way to guarantee that whoever gets Doom is going to stay in the fight and die.
Right.
And you already have Pugna who wants to operate around Netherworld. So I want to see some heroes that keep the enemy in an area. The first hero I always think of mind is Puck, but you're up against Dragonite, so don't love that pick, but those kind of heroes. Toss is definitely one of them. He's got a Shards. He's got a BKB Piercing Disable.
It's a bit of a tall order to pick your mid hero here, right? Because you need to find a mid hero that can lane against Razor and DK.
And those could potentially be both sides. Venomancer. Oh. Okay. I don't know where the hell that came from.
This is...
What?
This feels like an all-in on the fourth pick. This is like, we're going to play fast. And it's either going to work or we're going to lose. And honestly, against Falcons, I don't mind that. I think if you want to beat this team, the best approach is to try to really pressure them to their limits very early on and really try to run the show.
This is XM's hero, right?
I am not going to say with any confidence where this is going. You don't know the matchup for him mid yet either. But I will say, as like an archetype hero together with Pugna, these two, if they get the ball rolling in the first 15 minutes, they can maintain control of the entire map, right? Like they just take the towers, you start building a house with Plague Wards, you have the Tusk to catch people that try to move around them. So there is theory there, but the margin for error, that's my concern here. I feel like if Xtreme slip up even the slightest in the first 15 minutes, I don't think this lineup can recover. I actually think it's that simple. Lose early, it's over. And if you win early, you need to win more. So very all in here.
So XM is an old school Venomancer player. He's a Viper player. I feel like they're usually kind of similar. and he is an old school Venomancer player back when he was on Dawn Gaming. He used to play a lot of mid Venomancer. Since he joined Xtreme, he has only played it once, and that was in the BetBoom Dacha Dubai event, where they played a game against Team Spirit. And
did he win?
Tried to Venomancer, and they did not.
Okay.
They did not win. Part of it was he did get counterpicked, and Laurel played Dazzle against it. That I think is a pretty terrible matchup. So
this pick has really got Falcons thinking. If nothing else, they burnt their entire reserve time in figuring out how to handle this problem, and they end up opting for the Pango. This is a hero that can navigate through Veno wards with the ult. I guess the lane matchup should be kind of tough, though, if he's mid, but he could be offlane. Faramar. This is classic Falcons drafting. They have 2 cores that can go to 3 lanes, and they have 1 core that can go to 2 lanes. And then they will assign them their position once they have all the information they need to make their decision. This is a relatively quick Morphling ban, just standard carry ban against the Razor.
I mean, you did say it's an old patch playing up against Falcons. Do you have a new hero?
Yep, they do.
This is a new hero.
Well, they arguably have an old hero, but it's not played much.
You think he's gonna go the ward build? I assume. It feels like most core Venomancers have been doing the
the one where you can just put wards on allies.
Or yourself, right? Most of the offlane Venomancers were rocking that.
Yeah, I think so. I guess it's like the stronger farming tool, right?
Yeah.
And you're playing core mid Veno. If that's what you're doing, I think you definitely go that route.
I do think it is. I think Veno's ult is particularly interesting, right? Because you have this BKB piercing slow against Razor, which could be very good. I don't know. Does the bounce go through BKB?
I mean, if it spreads to a hero that's BKB'd, if they get hit, I would think they get hit.
Yeah. And I assume that slow still applies and stuff.
It's a good question, though. It's a very likely thing to happen in this game at some point. But my big concern is still for the Xtreme Gaming side. What's your last pick that's going to kill heroes when they're BKB'd? Because you might slow them, but you don't have damage.
All right, so what carries operate best against these BKB run-at-you heroes that doesn't get demolished by Razor?
Yeah.
And
Weaver would have been really good.
Yeah,
love that pick.
Oh, Lina.
Hang on. Who's support?
I assume it's Lina. I assume it's Crit's going to be playing the Lina, is what I think it is.
I think Pango might be 4.
You think it's a Crit Pango?
I don't know if I've ever seen Falcons not play Malrine on Lina.
Yeah, Malrine Lina against mid Venomancer, like that does sound really bad.
Nope, it's Crit Lina. Damn. All right. Interesting. I really wonder what prompted this pick as a support. It's very unusual. Sure, we talked about in the previous game that the shard in this patch got buffed a little bit, but that shouldn't really justify picking this as a 4. So I wonder what the logic was here. Maybe it's just something Crit has been playing recently and feels really good about, and this is new tech.
Yeah.
He will be playing together with the Amar Dragon Knight, so that's obviously a nice, reliable stun setup in that offlane to play in tandem, but yeah, interesting stuff. The Ursa last pick for low. Again, it just fits the bill for all in, right? Now you're playing this early game Veno timing. You want this Ursa to be an aggressive, strong carry that comes online while you have the advantage, and you can kill Roche and you can try to stay ahead. But in a similar vein to Venomancer, this hero can fall off a cliff in the later portions of the game. So I would say Xtreme Gaming need to win me over in the first 20 minutes, or I'm kind of writing them off as more or less doomed in this game, despite having the hero themselves.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. Lock in step. I think you are winning this game in the first 15 minutes. We'll see what a PYW keeps on bouncing back and forth between the tag team facet and the drinking buddies facet. Because it's kind of awkward because you do want to be able to have a save mechanism, but at the same time, you've all in on the first 20 minutes, so need the extra damage from tag team too, right?
Yeah,
so
I think tag team is better here.
That is what he's going to be settling on. Okay, it's going to be all in winning lanes, taking an early Roshan. if you can get to the point that Ursa has Blink Dagger, BKB, Basher, right? In particular, the Basher will help you get that little bit extra control that we were lacking as well. It's a hero that can deal with Razor's damage strain, right? Because while he can't stop the damage drain from happening, at least he's not reliant on his damage per se to get kills. That it's the Fury swipes build up.
Well, as usual, when it comes to teams that need to win the first 20 minutes, it's a matter of do you have favorable lanes? So we're going to have to wait and see if that is even the case as we do get into the game here.
All right.
Let's do a quick rundown of lane by lane, because I really think that's going to tell the story of this game. So Xtreme Gaming, more than likely, it's Veno mid against Pango. I don't know what your take is on this. I think it's slightly Veno favored, but not going to crush it completely.
Yeah, I think that is actually one of the biggest issues with Veno is that I feel like in good matchups, he does not crush the matchup like Viper does.
Yeah.
And that is always a problem for me. But yes, I would agree it's probably slightly favored to the Veno.
So that's the first one. Then the offlane, you're playing Doom Tusk or Doom Pugna against, I mean, we'll see how they set it up. Against supposedly Razor Clock. I think that one is really tough. And then in your safe lane, you have the Ursa plus either Tusk or Pugna against Dragon Knight Lina. I don't know about you, but I think
their side lanes are screwed.
Theoretically speaking, I don't think Xtreme Gaming win either side lane.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, considering what the overall game plan for their lineup is and how the game needs to go, I think they need to just overperform in the side lanes, and that's what's going to snowball this game for them. So we'll see. See if they can pull it off. Going to be a tough challenge. Of course, if you're going to have an off game or where you get a little bit too wacky in the draft and things don't work out the way you want, maybe Falcons is the series you want to do it in, because this was the one you, realistically speaking, had the lowest win rate in.
Yeah.
But let's not write them off until we actually see things play out. But I just, again, want to really emphasize just how volatile the Radiant lineup is and how much can be decided very quickly. So keep your eyes peeled.
So he's going to be stacking the wards on himself. We're going to see XM be pushing in the lane that regard and see how much harassment damage he gets done. Wasn't a great sign that he lost the very first CS. Malrine got a deny on him, but level 2, level 3, those are big levels for this. Did you play much of the core Venomancer when it was kind of meta for like a month or two?
With this facet?
Yeah.
No, not a single game.
Okay.
I think I played a support. I think I played a support with this facet. Maybe I played one offlane game. I'm not going to write that off.
Yes,
but I don't remember using this facet in this fashion, at least, of just cutting waves to farm.
Lost the range creep. So I think that this hero had, I think there was a lot of lost potential, and I think it takes a lot of experience in optimizing. But I think this hero in some ways was like kind of broken, and we never really got to see its full potential off of this exact situation, which is cutting waves, pulling to neutrals, farming both that camp and the neutrals, and just getting bonus farm out of it. I think that is the problem with Venomancer is you win the lane, but you can't like hard crush the enemy core that you're matched up against. But what you can do is accelerate your own farm to a point that you get level 6 before them, and maybe you get a kill off of that.
Still, though, despite pulling the wave and farming that side camp, he is not winning the lane. Malrine is having a completely free time on the Pango, 17-2. And if this is what XM is going to do, if he's going to keep pulling the waves and then get the wave plus the hard camp, he will win this lane, but he won't stop Pango. Oh, he also didn't clear this?
Yes, that. So he missed the range creep. He didn't clear the hard camp. I feel like those are kind of mistakes that you cannot afford. Like this is a very fragile thing that you're doing with this core Venomancer, particularly cutting the wave, which we'll see if there's ever going to be a support rotation to punish him for that.
Yeah, that's true. The hero having to do that is obviously a high risk because you're extremely vulnerable if you get caught against Pango +1. Well, now he's going to start jungling on his own side, and again, just full-on leaving Malrine to his own devices.
Last LAN match where team picked Venomancer and Pugna was in 2019. And I remember that lineup. That was the Eastern European. Who was on that? Who was on that roster? I remember they had that funny name.
Was it with Ramses?
I don't think so. I think it was like all kind of like tier 2 players, if I remember, from Eastern Europe. Oh, nice shards. Wait a minute. Xtreme, they weren't supposed to be able to win this matchup, and they aren't. Oh, sad times.
Yeah. As expected, the 2 side lanes for Xtreme just not going well. The Doom just got, I mean, he wasn't the one to die in the top lane, but he's going to be the one feeling the consequences very soon. And in the bot lane, the Dragon Knight Lina lane's doing quite fine against the Ursa. By no means is it terrible for them, but definitely not the hottest of starts for a lineup that is so dependent on that.
So he's going to get his level 6 soon. Yeah, there it is. Pikachu, Palantimos, Petrushara. Yeah, like,
I see, yeah.
It was like
that's
tier 2 roster.
Right.
That, like, they were pretty legit. They definitely, I think as a team, you know, like the sum of its parts were greater than the, whatever that one is. Whatever that saying goes. All right, XM's got his level 6, but what's he going to do with it? Makes an early rotation to the Razor lane. They see him coming, though. Still going to catch Snake King. Man's very dead. And X
very small
gang tax. I'm going to go ahead and take your full wave here. Sorry, guys.
Not exactly what they were hoping for. They would have loved to get a Razor to boot there, but they get the 1 pick. In the meantime, Pango will push out mid and gain further farm.
He really doesn't TP back. He says that staying out here in the jungle is more farm than this mid wave, which he's probably right about, but it feels so wrong to just let the mid wave go unoccupied at 5 minutes.
The biggest part of this choice is his ability to help other lanes, right?
Yeah.
If he TPs mid to defend the tower, the map is just wide open for Falcons to make the next move. This way you stay off map, sure, and Pango will, yeah, he will do some damage to your tower and he'll free farm, but at the very least you are available. And I think, okay, now I don't get it at all.
He TP'd all the way back to base.
He was worried about the gank from Clock?
Yeah, he knew the Snake King was coming. I'm just surprised he TP'd back to Fountain and not to the mid tower.
Well, PYW is not going to complain. We'll get some space.
Well, he might complain depending on where the power rune goes and what is done with it, because it's definitely guaranteed to go to Falcons. It's going to be regen for Crit. Crit's going to try and use that against Pelosin. And Pelosin does have to Crepify against Pango, which will delay his death, but it is inevitable, I believe. Maybe PYW comes in, they get a counter kill. They will get it on Crit. Pelosin's not dead yet. Wait a minute, Pelosin. Shard blocks him off. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit him just yet. He gets up to the high ground. Malrine's bouncing around with PYW. He's getting a little bit low, though. He can't commit for the kill. They do not get it. Now, they do manage to kill Mew. Mew is not having the best time against this Razor. This matchup is not fun for him, but at least the mid lane team fight seems to go pretty well. They denied the Pugna. He went to neutral, so no kill for Falcons in the mid lane.
Crit pump faked his LSA twice, and then when he committed for it, it was the one time it got juked.
Yeah.
His other 2 casts were going to be clean hits. So yeah.
Oh,
nice
Skeeter. He just took their wisdom rune like that.
He's even going to live, maybe?
Don't let him get away with this. Don't let him get away with this. A blood grenade to slow him down. See if they can get close enough for the Infernal Blade. They do, and it looks like they've got him. I think they got him. Yeah,
Phase boots for the win. I didn't see you had them. That was the saving grace there.
Do you think that was worth it?
Yeah.
For who?
For Falcons.
Okay.
Because, sure, you get the core kill in return, but the amount of resources and time they needed to find that kill after losing their Wisdom Rune.
Snowball pickup. He's going to be very low when he comes back in, but he will get off another blast. And boy, those raindrops are doing some serious work. They get a kill for kill. PYW gets away. Now XM shows up with his urn. And Crit This Lina hasn't been the most fun for early game performance for him.
This hero is not a particularly popular for a reason.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I also think, by the way, Crit, I think he might be bored with the hero pool. Because he was also... Did you see he played Shadow Shaman at Belgrade? Like, who the hell is playing that hero? Well, apparently Crit. Crit tried it for a game.
Trying to find the next big thing.
Yeah. Trying to freshen things up a little bit.
Now, I will say, Lina as a 4 sucks without farm. I actually think this hero is extremely... If you look at 4s, it might be it's probably at least in the top 3 of 4s that need gold the most to function in a pro game.
Sure.
If you have no items, spell casting is extremely difficult. You're very frail, vulnerable to getting counterplayed. One of the best items on this as a 4 is Aether Lens, which very few supports even want to buy, but as a 4, I would say you either need that or Yules in 90% of games. So you need to get to that first item timing to feel that mid-game impact. So if his early game is looking like this and not finding too much success, we were talking about how Xtreme needed to get away with this in the first 20 minutes, and I guess so far so good with a 2K lead.
Nice movement there. Got around the rotation that was coming through, but this is still looking a little dicey. Snowball pickup on the Venomancer. When they come back in, they're getting hit by the Rolling Thunder, and Skeeter's going to focus down XM easily. Still, though, they're getting a counter kill. Looks like the Dragon Knight's going to get burned down. Amar goes down, and low in a position. Couldn't go for Maureen, but he can stick on a Skeeter, perhaps. Nice LSA. Hitting the Urso was crucial there. Low has to turn instead and try to go for crit, but Skeeter's built up too much damage. Too much minus armor. Low has to retreat now. The first rotation from the Venomancer in a little bit, and that was with the freshly picked up vessel. Excuse me, he didn't complete the vessel and showed up to a fight and instantly died. Not the best for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Falcons do string something together there with some solid spell casting, but didn't really win it by a landslide either.
True.
It was relatively even. Now the question is what's going to be the aftermath here. If they can look to this tier 1 tower with the Dragon Knight returning to lane with ult ready, if he wants to pop this to try to complete this push, or if they maybe don't even need it.
Yep.
Looks to be the case. They're just going to concede this one, are the side of Xtreme.
Well, that was a good call, I would say, from Xtreme, because Falcons had 3 cores here and a support down to this bottom lane. They were trying to bait out another defense from Xtreme, and Xtreme did not go for it. Instead, they just kind of efficiently farmed around the map. I think probably the best case scenario for you there. But again, Venomancer, you can't afford too many unsuccessful moves. And I think maybe for Xtreme, the overall outcome was fine, but for this hero, it was not a successful move. Instant illusion is going to clear out, dispel everything, and XM through it. I'm not the greatest situation there. Snaking catches Pelosin. Pelosin prepped by, but he's surrounded by too many heroes. Falcons once again bring 4 to a lane and secure dominance over the area.
Well, overall wasn't too bad for the Radiant side if they can defend the mid tower here, but doesn't look all too promising. They do have Glyph available and the Venom in position, so yeah, maybe they will hold. If they hold, this is not that bad. Ursa is farming a side lane, Doom is farming a side lane. You forced a 4-hero rotation just to kill the Pugna. I'd say probably job well done on that one.
Interesting stat about Falcons and taking the first tower of the game. How much do you think is that a... Do you feel like Falcons are actually trying to take early towers like we saw in this game? Or how often do you think that's more of just Falcons just being a better laning team than most and just naturally winning a lot of the early games?
I think one leads to the other, right?
Okay.
If you do very well in your laning stage, you're going to gravitate more toward an aggressive style.
Yeah.
So I would say, I don't feel like they particularly necessarily draft for tower taking early. The 2 heroes that stand out as the ones they do that with are Dragon Knight and Enchantress.
Yep.
So maybe that just skews the stats that much that they play those heroes as frequently as they do.
Yeah. XM gonna be caught. He has an invis rune, but he cannot get it off.
Nice.
Good smoke move from Falcons. They'll find themselves a Venomancer core as well as a little bit of Ancient Farm.
And now Amar could consider popping his ult and looking toward top if they make a little bit of a more rotation, but they're gonna chill. Not bite over more than they can chew, and I suppose that's fine. They'll find the farm in the top lane with Razor, and it's giving the Lina bottom, I think, is the really big reward here.
Sure.
I still think it's important to highlight just how much crit needs to be on the map compared to what he does.
No! An invis rune and an opportunity to catch Dragonite, but Amar too quick for him.
Because if you think about the role that crit plays for this team, a lot of the time it's being off map and posing a threat.
Yeah.
But with this particular hero, you have to be on the map. It's not going to happen if you don't farm. So he will be showing on lanes, and that in turn, that opens up for other heroes to make those moves, which is why it's very nice for them to have the clockwork. It's why it's nice for them that their mid hero is an aggressive hero like Pango, so that when Lina takes waves, it's not like the enemy team is like, oh, we can do whatever we want. The threat still exists with the foreshowing, which is relatively uncharacteristic for this patch to be showing this much.
Little things like that I think are so funny how consequential they are. The fact that he pulls the hard camp and the wave pushes into his tower means that crit dodges this smoke move, and instead the smoke hits snaking, which I'm sure Falcons are much happier with crit being able to be the one alive and farming. He picks up the Wisdom Rune. New, not going to be going for the same kind of early game build that we saw from Davai Lama's Doom. He goes for Handamitis. Handamitis and looking at Blink BKB. Your thoughts, difference of item build for this game? Do you like this one more for this setup? Oh, you're in trouble. Overlapping the saves a little bit there. Low, I think he knows he's dead. He's just going to farm out the wave. Too many members of Falcons here and no tower for Xtreme to rotate to.
So I think it's very easy to just default to this build on Doom if you're having a good game. You just go Midas drums.
Yeah.
And now he sells the drums for Dagger, I believe. I don't know if it fits this game. Like, that's the problem. Can you actually run Midas here and be successful? Wasn't this the time of the game that you were just meant to run at the enemy team and hopefully win the fight head on? Or do you just recognize, all right, we're actually not strong enough, we have to play for late in a game that you're not favored late?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's such an awkward spot to be in as Doom, but that's kind of what can happen when you first pick this hero against a team that's experts at Doom.
Yeah. I do at least like the drums pickup. I'm not sure how many times I've seen that before. Like, pick up the drums, use all the charges early, and then just sell it off with the Devil's Bargain.
It's very good. For sure. He could buy it again if he wants.
Well, nice pickup of an early Roshan. 16-minute Roshan using the Ursa. So Xtreme feels like they are putting a lot of individual pieces together in the right spots. You know, like the Venomancer has gotten a lot of farm, has picked up that Vessel. The Ursa did get the Roshan. It has managed to keep this game even with Falcons.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. I think Xtreme have played a stable, solid game, but I don't think it's enough. It needs to be
they're
better.
going to need more off of this, and that's why moves like this need to be successful. And I don't think they kill Amar with that. They use Doom and a Vessel, and it's way off. Yikes.
He's tanky. It's going to take more than that.
Well, now they just go right back into it. They say, okay, use your Doom. Falcons thinks they're stronger for the team fight, and they would be absolutely correct. Blosin gets a little bit too close, trying to save his fellow support with the Decrepify. PYW dies anyway. Snaking, spotted by the ward, is not going to hit a hook shot for his team. Well, chill for now. Don't think Falcons really need to do too much. I would say an even net worth game, or in this case, to their favor by 1 or 2K. It's, yeah, totally fine, right?
Arguably, if this game state just continues for another 10 minutes, I would make them like an 80 to 90% favorite to win the game.
Sure.
Because their lineup scales incredibly well. The Radiant lineup does not deal well with BKBs at all. And you have the X factor of Lina as your position 4, and she's actually getting farmed now. So she can become a 4th core. This hero with items becomes a fearsome late gamer as a position 4 that can solo kill enemy carries when she has enough items.
Yeah.
So it's definitely... It felt like Xtreme did a solid job in the first 10 minutes and then weren't able to convert it into more. The game is kind of stalled out.
Oh, that force staff. Pelosin looks the wrong direction there. They have to use the Venom ult to be able to clear out that kill, which now leaves them with fewer resources to contest. Nice snowball pickup, though. Maureen still might be able to hit a Rolling Thunder hit or two. He's actually going to shield crash out of there. Skeeter pushes forward, though. Hit by the Vessel, covered by the LSA. Xtreme Gaming finding it awkward to chase. Still managed to hit the nice shards. Skeeter, you will be caught. Did he use his BKB there? Yeah, he did. Uh-oh. That's not great use of it.
Nice Blink Dagger reveal on the Ursa for that kill.
Yeah. So Xtreme pulling it back into their favor. It was looking like it was beginning to slip away, but they still have 2 minutes left on this Aegis, and they're rushing to a BKB timing for both the Ursa and the Doom, which I think is their, like, one of their biggest peaks, right?
Yeah, for sure. The Ursa BKB is potentially a game winner. If they want any chance of winning this, every single core item from here on out that Ursa gets should convert to a team fight win.
Is under attack.
Yeah, BKB first on the list currently in his quick buy. I think you should buy it before the Basher personally, but you could make the case for the whole win more attitude with Basher here of just trying to snowball and be able to solo kill heroes like Lina when they're out on the map, or solo kill the Clockwork when he's out on the map.
Yeah.
But you do run the risk of, if you get caught by literally anything and you don't have BKB, you're not getting out again. So there's merit to both approaches. Do expect, knowing low, to see the BKB first, though.
I almost feel like it's a shame when you get to this point. It never feels bad taking a free tower, but it does feel like a shame when you use that last bit of the Aegis for just sitting up in this lane and committing to taking this tower, because you know what the enemy's team is doing. They see your carry with his Aegis. You know they're spread out on the other side of the map, and they're getting a lot off of it while you have the Aegis.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Illusion Rune. But a quick punch stops Snaking from being able to pick that one up. Snowball chasing after him. They actually go for the Venomancer, though. And the Veno is exposed heavily. Chain stun. No opportunity to use that Force Staff or use that Illusion Rune in the bottle. Falcons, not only are they getting a lot off the map during this window, but they get a pick off on the enemy mid.
It's so unfamiliar to me. I see a fight like that unfold, and I'm just like, oh, they only got the Veno, because I have it hardwired in my brain that Veno is an expendable hero and not a mid.
Yeah.
So
Snaking, one of the highest assists per 10 minutes in professional Dota 2.
Isn't that funny when you think about how this team has a reputation among the community of being slow and just playing the map and just farming when they're ahead?
Yeah.
I feel like a stat like that is hard to obtain if you're not, fighting.
Yeah.
You need a lot of assists,
I would also say it is what allows the cores to have that kind of setup is the activity of their supports.
Yes.
Right? I think the reason Snaking has that many assists is what allows the Falcons cores to play for their farm game, Where only one or two of them is required at any given time to be an active presence. Who gave him all those salves? Was that his own shovel?
I'm assuming it was Snay who shoveled it up earlier.
Yeah.
And switched to the Luster Stone. I could be wrong. No, he has Royal Jelly.
It must have been his own
It
shovel.
was his own shovel. He's just been hoarding salves all game for this moment.
I like cores who pick up shovel, man. Shovel's such a great team item. I feel like it's underrated how much GPM you get off of just having a shovel or two on your team and just picking up random bounty runs.
Yeah.
And then, obviously the resources that you save off of getting free healing salves and such. BKB complete for low. So he took your approach. He went from having an Aegis to having a BKB. So back-to-back, like, you know, big team fight winning items. Will Xtreme, though, manage to, like, they're getting small wins, but we haven't seen them get that big team fight win yet. And we want to see them make it happen now, if possible. They go for the Dragonite. Vessel on him. He is looking damn screwed. Not a thing he can really do about that one, but they might get the kill and return on to New. Nice use of the 4 staffs, though. Xtreme Gaming, a lot of 4 staffs. Pelosin has one, XM has one. Jump forward PYW, it's gonna catch Skeeter, almost got the stun. Instead, they use the Doom. Skeeter comes back in to Crepify's gonna bail out PYW, and Crit throws out a good play. That didn't do anything to XM.
Skeeter.
He shrugs off the damage. The Skeeter tried to deny himself to Ancients. Instead, he gets burned out by New's Doom. There's the team fight win you're looking for Xtreme.
That's big. It's really big because this game was in that like state of, I don't know if limbo is the right way to put it, but they weren't really progressing the game for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And we did say their team, the 20-minute mark, this is where this team needs to build an advantage and get ahead. And a couple minutes later, they do manage to find an instrumental fight that could put them in the true driver's seat of this game. So if they can continue building on this, Snowball against Snay, he'll get
Oh no, it's not gonna make it in time.
6K lead. An unfamiliar position for Falcons to find themselves in this game state, and also against that mid-Veno that they, you know, we were talking about that in the draft. If you play against this team, maybe get a hero they're not used to playing against very much. This is definitely there.
Yeah.
This is not a hero that Falcons face a lot in their region, especially not as a mid. And the good news for Xtreme is if they do win this game off of mid-Veno, well, guess what? Falcons don't get a rematch.
Yeah.
It's a BO1.
Yep.
So you can't just go into the second game and be like, all right, guys, they caught us by surprise with mid-Veno. Let's just ban that out and we've got their number. Too bad. You're not going to play them until later in the bracket.
Can he get off the Decrepify? He does. 4 staff trying to get him away, back to the rest of his team, and now Low strikes, pops BKB, chases after Dragonite. 4 staffed up to their high ground, not going to work out on the left-hand side. Maureen with a Rolling Thunder and Skeeter with the BKB. The team fight is really drawing out. Venomancer eventually does die. They get a 1 for 2 over there, while Skeeter struggles to be able to keep his hands on the heroes he wanted to. They snowballed up, they blinked away from him, and he's finding that his Eye of the Storm and all the damage he's stolen away can't be put to use. They chase after Low, though. Low, who already uses BKB, turns around with his ultimate and tries to fight where he can, but he doesn't have the supports to help him out. He does manage to get the kill on Snaking before he goes down, but it only adds to the mega kill streak that Skeeter gets off of killing Low. 700 gold for him and 570 to the supports.
Really nice there from Falcons to be able to isolate and kill the Veno first and to separate the fight into 2 instances. I think the Radiant lineup is a lot stronger if the fight is concentrated in one area, so that you can really take advantage of, like you've talked about in the draft, Doom wants to play with heroes that keep the fight anchored. But once it's split up, Neo didn't really get too much value out of his BKB in that fight. He also didn't have Doom, so obviously that was a great time to strike.
Yep.
On the Falcons side. They do stabilize a little bit, but still looking quite healthy for the Radiant side. I have to say, this mid-Veno so far has won me over with this game, and it does feel like there's a lot of room to grow for XM, and that the game in general could have gone better for him.
Yeah.
So shows some promise with that mid-Veno as a potential thing to look out for other teams.
And I think when you have a net worth lead, this Venomancer does not fall off as quickly as people would imagine. Aghanim Scepter done for the Pango, though, before the Venomancer Ags is done. That Venomancer Ags is no joke. If you have the right items with it, the percent damage that you get off of all of these debuffs. Now, one big problem is they changed the fact that Shiva's no longer gives you 3 debuffs, which is what it used to do.
Right.
Which made it insane. Just that item gave you 60% bonus damage. But
how many does it give now?
It just gives you 2, I believe.
Okay.
But right now, he's got Vessel, which is a debuff. If he gets Hurricane Pike, that is also a debuff. If you Hurricane Pike the enemy hero, that actually is a debuff that's applied to them. So
and it's any debuff you apply in any way. Teammates don't count in any way either, right?
No, they do not. Just yourself.
So so what does he have now? He has Vessel, Poison Sting, Noxious Plague.
Noxious Plague, yep.
Gale. So he has 4.
Yep. So 80% damage buff for him and his wards.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's actually so crazy when you say it out loud. All right.
And again, he could. I think Shivas and Hurricane Pike are part of this build for you. Playing for a second Roshan, though. Falcons are not going to contest. They give this one up. Again, trying to just farm efficiently. They're going to go through the gate, though, see if they can find anybody on the other side of things.
That's a level 20 Ursa now. So really, really strong timing here coming in for low. Able to grab himself that Earth Shock, applies Fury Swipes. Talent.
Even faster damage boost.
Yeah, it's really nice against a hero like Dragon Knight, where when you stick on him for a fight, maybe you cast it.
Oh no,
Great
again,
reaction.
Amar is too quick. Blink for blink every single time. He is getting away from the attempted initiations.
He's had a quiet game, though, you have to say.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
his Dragon Knight, a lot of the time, really runs the show. But he's 3, 3, and 5. He's 6th on net worth. Very, very unusual that Amar is the poorest core in the entire game. And look at his itemization. Mage Slayer, Blink, Force Staff into BKB. That is not damage.
No.
Amar likes to be a true carry, but felt like in this game, because of the hero matchups, he had to get creative. The Venom matchup sucks. The Ursa matchup sucks. So he had to buy that Force Staff for himself, and it really slows down the hero's progression by a ton.
I am surprised he did not go for a greedier build where he goes Manta.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just because that Dispel would have been so value against... Because part of the problem is he's getting ulted by XM and he's getting vesseled every single team fight. And it's just like, well, there goes me.
Yeah.
You know? Mage Slayer is a really cool idea, though. I think PYW might be trying a little bit too hard to force this pick off.
He forced Dragon form,
I guess so, yeah. He did do that.
but they lost half their lead. They were up about 7K a moment ago.
And he just is giving Amar his BKB, I believe. So that's certainly going to turn things around for Amar in these team fights, which that'll allow him to maybe stick onto the Venomancer, which changes the dynamic a lot.
Yeah, this
Right,
is
it's-
what we talked about after the draft was over, was that Falcons BKBs will be extremely valuable. And now they're finally getting there on all the cores that want them.
Got a stun onto Amar. He's going to be the person picked off. The rest of Falcons on the run. Do they get anything else off this? They do not. Another jetpack TP away.
Good ward. Set that up.
Yep. Oh, look at... Oh, dude. PYW so aggro. He TP'd onto the enemy outpost in the triangle and got into position to catch Skeeter. What a setup from PYW, and you that finds an extra core kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
All right, I'm buying Midas, guys. Doom is such
Back to the Midas.
Doom is such a special hero.
Yeah.
I don't know. Part of me thinks this facet is one of the coolest ones in the game, and part of me hates it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like kind of weird. It's very... I was going to say it's polarizing, but I can't even decide for myself which side I'm on.
Yeah.
I guess that's even... It's so strange, but it's so unique. This is his second Midas of the game, right? He hasn't bought it-
Yeah.
He only got it 2 times.
I like it because I think it adds to the unique identity of heroes, which
Yeah.
I think is something that is kind of lost in the modernization of Dota. So
Solid damage here, by the way. They can't get the banner.
Nope.
Nobody can hit it right now.
Crit's
The
gonna
final-
try,
Yeah.
and he'll be able to deal with it now, but it's only because they use the glyph. Extreme back off. They say, okay, you popped your glyph. That's fine with us.
Oh, Swift Blink this early. Interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely expected him to go for another item next, such as the Octarine that he has queued up now, or maybe Abyssal, but I feel like Swift Blink in this slot is very unusual. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right about
Generally feels like a 5th item on Ursa, but he's getting it as his, or a 6th, I suppose.
Now, he's got Aegis for 50 seconds, so I don't know if he cares about this initiation, but the backline, they got jumped by snaking and demolished by this Rolling Thunder. PYW, he's eventually going to die here. Skeeter right in the mix of things. Low comes back on his second life, but he's kind of blocked in. His BKB has been wasted. He goes for the TP away and barely makes it.
How cocky are you to not enrage there? Like, what's the point? You're TPing to Fountain, dude. Just enrage before you TP out. My God, he almost died for that mistake. A nice bounce back there from Falcons, taking advantage of the Doom cooldown and just immediately getting in there. And they found a great angle on the backline with Pango, but still only finding a 2-for-1.
Did you get it, though?
Huh?
Did you get it?
Wait, no.
He barely makes it.
Did I get my own joke that I didn't intend to make?
No, I said it.
Did you though?
I said he barely makes it. I really emphasize.
I don't get it.
We're back to explaining jokes to each other.
Please explain.
Our duo is so dysfunctional that we don't ever understand each other's jokes.
No, you don't ever understand my jokes.
Oh, okay.
I always get yours, but I get you to explain them because I like to see you suffer.
I see.
There you go.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say I don't make jokes.
Oh, that's also true.
Lincoln's for XM as his next item. So he's not actually going to go Shivas and try and get more debuffs. He feels like the Lincoln's is too important against the Dragonite and Razor, which I can't argue against. I mean,
you could make the case that the Pike would still be a relatively decent solution against both.
Sure.
But, what do you think he's looking at more with this Lincoln's? Because I don't know if it's the Dragon Tail. I actually think he's looking more at the Static Link.
I think it's more the Static Link.
And you could make the case that, well, against that, are you unable to Force Staff out? Maybe.
I think it's about him applying it to the Ursa. I think he is being selfless and buying this item for Ursa, not for himself.
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, Nullifier.
Wow.
That's pretty early on Pango.
Yeah, Maureen went from an Ags to Nullifier real quick.
Obviously a great solution to Decrepify. This will allow him to isolate and kill supports. And that is the job of Pango this game, is to kill the backline. He wants to kill Pugna. He wants to kill Tusk. He cannot access the cores and take them out, realistically speaking. Because if he doesn't account for the supports, then his cores won't be able to kill the front line anyway. So you have to break the formation first before you really access a good type of fight.
Ooh, XM, really gotta be careful. Oh, the hook shot missed him, and he blinks away before the Dragon Tail stun lands. They chase after him, but he's already too far back. And in fact, he pops his amp damage. New's gonna push forward with the Shiva, see if he can grab anybody here. Doesn't quite get it yet. Cogs pushes them away. Shard. Oh,
wow.
Okay, he's still at jetpack. New. Uh-oh, New's gonna get blown up. Land there from the Rolling Thunder, chains the stuns. Now he pops out with a shield crash, hitting the backline just like he wants, and XM is caught inside the Static Link. Skater's trying to get away from low. He will not be able to make it out, but he does manage to get the kill on the Venomancer first. They get a stun onto the Pango as well, so they will get 2 of these core kills. Xtreme Gaming, I thought they were toast in this one, but they do manage to turn it around, get some rebuttal kills.
I think this Swift Blink shows a ton of experience in the matchup on Low's side. This one fight won me over completely on this purchase. He can stick on Razor because he bought this item. He just he sees Razor in the fight, insta blinks in, pops everything, and ran him down and killed him 100-0.
Yeah.
And Razor has no counterplay. Like, the only way you can get away from this problem as Razor is to have a Force Staff, and that's not on the cards at all for Skitter. So if there's no safe support protecting him, this carry-to-carry matchup is massively favoring Xtreme Gaming. Low
40% phased movement speed. I
for
didn't realize
6
it
seconds.
was that long. Wow.
He has haste and just can run through everything. So the only counterplay that is on the side of the Dire is Cogs.
Yeah.
I think, but even if he's BKB'd, can you run through the Cogs?
Yeah, you could just run through the Cogs.
So even that,
Split.
so you only have Hookshot, actually. That's the one solution you have. That's flat out just not reliable. Now it's Refresher. Oh my God, what is this build? Okay, I don't know. He can support this mono-wise. He's got enough. Ursa's kit is dirt cheap, so this is one of the few carries that can buy Refresher without having a stat item. He doesn't need... On Faceless Void, for example, you need Scotty to get 2 Chronos.
I like that he's collecting Lotuses, though, as well, just to help out his mana pool if it comes to that.
I think he should give them away. I don't see any situation where he gets to shuffle this in. I mean, maybe if he gets to disengage and then pops into Lotus, but highly unlikely.
Now, this is a Roshan the Falcon's going to contest. It's the 3rd Roshan of the game. It means it's an extremely valuable Roshan. Are they going to be able to get there in time? Are they going to be able to win this team fight? They're going into a Venomancer who's going to be able to spot him. Immediately blinks. Oh, he blinks into him. Lincoln's, and he's hit by the Rolling Thunder. Nullified up. He is done for. Xtreme Gaming will get the Roshan. Are they going to be able to get out? Do they want to get out? Some of them are turning and fighting him. Low, you can see he's not sure what to do here. They got the Doom out onto the Razor. Does Low try and pounce on this one? He goes for Maureen. Tries to finish him off, but a swashbuckle down to low ground. Instead, he turns on to the Dragon. I focus on a Force Staff, trying to get him away. Xtreme Gaming is finding themselves being kited now as Low. He's trying to chase after these heroes. He might be able to get him. Wait, Glimmer Cape. That'll help him. A roll back in from PYW will catch crit. That's what they'll get out of it. Buyback from PYW does net them 1 kill.
I love this Tusk Punch so much.
Oh, the jingle bells?
Did I read it right? Does it actually say Merry Christmas every time you punch?
Yeah,
that's so stupid. Oh, man. What a message to send to your opponents. Every time you kill them and ult them with Tusk. Merry Christmas. I like that. Well, all right. That was not the cleanest fight for Xtreme, but it was still good enough. And that was despite losing their Veno first and only getting ulti off on the Dragon Knight and burning the refresher on Ursa without finding a kill. They still won.
Yeah.
That is extremely healthy looking for them. That was the type of fight that you would imagine Falcons could pull ahead in because of the misused abilities, but even that wasn't enough.
Yeah, I thought when XM died, I think that blink was a little sus.
I don't know if blinking in that direction made any sense. I think you broke the smoke, you could just blink to your team.
Yeah, I think it might have been a panic blink.
Possibly, he just had the camera, I have to blink.
Yeah.
He was just looking to the right, and if he doesn't blink, he dies, maybe. This guy has Aegis.
Yeah, he's got Aegis. They've got Nullifier. They get him inside the cogs here and steal a lot of his damage. Now, they are going to find themselves at the receiving end of the Venomancer. He's trying to pull away from this link, but they're all slowed down by the Veno ult. They spot New here, chase after him. BKB goes off. Instead, it's Pelosin's going to die instead. Another hit there. Go for the other support in the toss. No snowball saves, just the core's alive now. Maureen committed. Swashbuckles back. Given a Lincoln's. TP's out. They have the AoE stop from New. That stops him from being able to TP away. He can still maybe get off a Swashbuckle. Bashed up though. And he dies just like that. Drops the big poison out from XM, hitting the 2 supports beautifully. Slow death perhaps, or maybe not a death at all. Snaking's able to get a TP away. Glimmer Cape out from crit. A Force Staff out of the reaches of Low. Finds himself stalled up a little bit by the Dragon Tail. Still chasing though. Hit an LSA, kiting him back once again. Xtreme Gaming are having some issues with this kiting potential. A second round of the link for Skeeter will finish off the Aegis from Low. And Low is in a bad position now. Is he going to be able to get a blink out? He will not. Covered up by spells. They're going to make this delay. Yeah, got him inside the cogs. Beautiful stuff. Low has to turn and fight, but again, kited up. Not finding an opportunity to lay his claws onto anybody here. Tries to go up to the high ground, but he's just not going to make it. There's a little bit of battery assault. Slowed down by the rocket. Wait, no. Oh, there's a hook shot. That'll finally finish him off. Surely, as Low gets kited for 45 seconds straight. Couldn't hit a damn hero. Pelosin joining XM as now XM's trying to get away into the field of Lords. He drains them as they chase after XM, trying to stall it up, and it works. XM does manage to TP out in time. Now Pelosin, he's going to try and make a break for it here. Amar, he has no mana. Okay, no stun.
You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of Dire Tide, of all things. The one where you had to kill the big bad Roche at the end.
Oh, yeah.
As 5.
Yeah.
And they're just like kiting and chain stunning and running around so they don't actually have to fight the boss. You're playing 5v0 effectively is what it felt like. He never got to press a button. Yeah, I mean, if they do manage to get that kiting going, they can definitely take him down, but man, the amount of effort that took. That's a cool stat, by the way.
Yeah.
Low has about half the refresher purchases in the world pre-40 minutes on Ursa. He has 6 out of 14 of all the times that has happened. It's been him. Look at that.
So the question is, does this game get any better for the Ursa? I think it only gets worse from here on out.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. It felt like this Swift Blink timing caught them by surprise and was really instrumental to getting that one pick on Razor that one time. But Skitter is going to reach a point where that is not going to cut it. When he has Satanic and he gets protected a little bit by his supports, Ursa... I mean, I don't want to count the hero out either because I know it can even win late game nowadays, especially with Aegis.
Are scanning.
But it does feel like Falcons did a really good job at overcoming a tough timing. Now, that is worth highlighting, though. The blink Ags on Tusk can be a big difference maker. Well, if Ursa can't get to the targets, how about you bring them to him?
100%.
Just take any core and kick them into the enemy team and burst them instantly with low. This combo is nasty. And to boot, actually, POW has, in my opinion, the best neutral item on Tusk when you're building this is Ogre Seal Totem. Because then when you blink kick someone, you can actually get out again. Usually, Tusks need to buy BKB or Force Staff to reposition when they get the catch. But since you have the Seal Totem, maybe you can even get a reset.
So, Neo is going to buy his third Midas of the game. And I actually think that this is a really good idea. We talked about Devin's bargain. It's super value to rebuy your Midas, blah, blah, blah. But I actually think him getting to level 25, I think he needs the experience right now. He needs that mute because then he can apply it. Okay, there's one less round of Force Staffs and garbage to kite around this Ursa, you know.
Now Ursa has his own nullifier.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't need to worry about that too much.
Not as much.
Opted for that over Abyssal because he just doesn't want heroes to be repositioned. If you have Abyssal, you can blink burst someone, but if they get Force Staff twice, you might not kill them anyway. But with this, should be able to just isolate and lock them down.
You combine that with the mute, that, you know, stopping them from activating BKB and nullify that target.
That's a kill.
Ooh,
That's just a kill unless Clockwork is a god, right? Like, that's literally the only counterplay you have.
And if you get that initiation on the right hero, right? Like, I think if you jump the Razor with that ever, that's a guaranteed team fight. Smoke's gonna break, running into each other, low. Immediately activating his ult and trying to hit Amar, but he is being drained once again by Skeeter. Force Staff managed to break that one, but he uses BKB, as did Mew, who's still trying to get away from snaking right now. Battery Assault slowed him down a little bit. Nullifier goes out, goes after Crit. Double hop forward to be able to finish him off. They got him once.
Oh, that's a good Venom ult.
Going to be used on a beautiful ult from the Venom. It's a could get off the Doom. New finds himself stunned. Now goes Scepter, but no. He cannot get out of that situation. The Nullifier will put him down. If they got off the Doom, then maybe Xtreme is able to press forward and keep that fight going. But instead, between that and the buyback from Crit, it is going to be Xtreme losing the latter half of the team fight. Both Mew and PYW die for it.
Especially getting off that Doom, if they could have forced the target in the direction of the Clock, who was Venom ulti. The reason that Venom ulti was so powerful was that it forced Falcons to Delta split in that situation to not make it spread to all of their cores. But they did a very good job running out the Clockwork and then simultaneously blocking out the Doom. So really heads up play there. And yeah, as is being highlighted here, the 25 talent on Razor, one of the best in the whole game.
Can you see the Roche bait real quick? Roshan's literally going to spawn on the other side, immediately make his run. Oh, wait, sorry. That was the... My bad.
That was the early timing.
That was the early timing. So we are going to be on a guaranteed dire side Roshan here. So Falcons have already set up for that one.
And Falcons just got triple 25s. Ooh. So it's only the Ursa that has one of those big boy talents so far on the Radiant. On Falcons, we're making some major progression here. Need XM to get to his 25 on the Veno.
I'm not gonna lie. The mute is 99% of the time, I think, the better facet. But your matchup against a level 25 Dragonite, that break would feel pretty nice if you're only dooming him.
Yeah.
Unlikely that he goes for it, though.
Yeah,
but
I still think you probably take the mute. And on Veno, I think the Veno 25 on the right is actually really interesting here, right?
I think with the ward build, you always go the left one, though, right?
I'm just looking at the hero matchups in this game and the way the fights are developing, right? The Razor is stealing attack speed. You put Noxious Plague on him and you negate that. And if it spreads, so it says the Noxious Plague aura, right?
Yeah.
How big is that?
That is... I mean, you're not wrong. It is a crazy good talent for this game.
We'll see what he opts for. Should be answered shortly. And Rage has the Aghanims, so can use it during the stun. They're still chasing. They're still okay. That's the limit.
They got to be careful with
further.
that because they have this Tussagonum Scepter. When they push forward like that, there's the potential of just getting kicked deeper and deeper. So a BKB had to be used by Amar. The refresher is back up into play for low for this Roshan fight. And they know BKB is on cooldown. Falcons are setting up around their ward on the high ground here. The smoke is going to break. They're spotted. Falcons waiting to see if they initiate. Snaking trying to make the jump. Dragon Tail meter is going to be used. They go for a mark. Got the nullifier on him. And Grit almost dying to just the Battle Fury hits. Had to jump himself away, but Amar's stuck. Meanwhile, Malreen's disrupting the backline as best as possible. Skeeter is kiting out low as much as possible as well. But can it be combined together to make something happen? They've already lost the two. Malreen no longer having his Rolling Thunder is going to be Merry Fistmisted to death as the shield crash over the cliff, doesn't make it out. That is a gem on the ground. They killed 3, have a gem, and are set up for a Roshan now.
Yeah, that's just perfect from Xtreme. That's so clean. They know the Dragon Knight doesn't have BKB. They break the smoke. They don't get caught. They wait out the right moment. The moment the hookshot misses, they get in there, they isolate the right target, and they stick. Just very cleanly played. And they will reap the big reward here. Another Axe. And this one will be going to...
Okay. He is going to refund himself.
It's not yet. Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah, he just has to sell, right?
And now there's the pike you were talking about. It's his next item after Octarine. He did take the left talent, though. Boo.
Well, just means level 30 is going to be mega valiant.
True. That's a great, that's some good perspective. I think that's also a good way of thinking about taking a 10 talent. Well, when I'm 26, it'll be amazing with the other one.
True.
Or 27, excuse me. Let's get our facts straight.
Dude, he does so much damage if he puts all his debuffs on somebody with the wards. Snaking, stuck inside the shards, and low commits for the kill. Okay. While they were waiting for Malreen and Crit to come back up, Snaking gets picked off. Now it's still a 4 versus 5.
He does have buy.
4 versus 6, but with the buy, could make that 5 versus 6. XM, he could put himself up here if he wants, or they could just slowly try and take Ancients just through the wards. You can't really deal with them. Falcons are going to have to come out and fight. Otherwise, it is going to be Megas. Hurricane Pike pushes low away. The time to initiate is soon. The final building before Megas comes in. Amar, he can't kill these wards fast enough. Low's gonna commit. There goes the glyph. They caught him. Got him inside, drained a good amount of his damage. Skeeter's gonna fight himself. Oh, he managed to keep up. Ursa, the link's not broken just yet. The Ursa, he has a refresh. Oh! He doesn't actually manage to get it off, and now all that damage turned back around onto the Doom as well. Falcons successfully baiting them in, but they still managed to get Megas. Oh, they got it through the wards. The wards will get the Megas anyway after successfully baiting in Xtreme. They still lose the objective they were trying to hold.
It was literally the last shot from the ward. The other wards were out of range of the barracks. So that was one attack that got the Megas in that instance. And they also retained the Aegis, mind you. That was not on the Ursa, it was on the Veno. So if Falcons want to go for a YOLO play mid, XM can buy a good amount of time with just a death here.
Yeah, good luck pushing through Mega Creeps and wards. This is going to be slow.
Yeah.
Whoa, hook shot through. PYW was spotted here with his Shadow Blade at some point in time. He's going to cut the wave. He's going to kill it all. Oh, no. There's a flag bearer. Ogre Seal Totem. He doesn't have his TP yet, but he does have a Shadow Blade. Slips through.
My God.
Past the enemy team trying to catch him.
And that one creep that made it through is definitely not making it through the wall.
Yeah.
So there's already a nice little wall of wards in the mid lane here. And this is going to amount to absolutely nothing for Falcons that they got those couple of core kills.
No buyback to be forced. Xtreme Gaming, they still have a tier 2 mid. They still had so much to go.
And isn't it poetic that Falcons are struggling against the static version of the Super Treants that they were exploiting the crap out of in Nature's Prophet?
Yeah.
These are the big wards that are an absolute menace and really difficult to kill. You have that together with Octarine on the Veno, as well as the Plague Ward cooldown talent on 15. He can put down one every 3 seconds.
Yeah, he can. I think I was experimenting with this. You could stack like 13 wards on yourself or something like that. Each one of them is hitting for 100 damage. Combine that with the Aghanim Scepter buff that you're getting as well. The damage is no joke.
This is actually pretty nutty, I gotta say. This mid-Veno stuff is winning me over. They jump him. He has Aegis still.
Yeah, still 30 seconds left on that one.
This is actually really good for Xtreme, I think.
They're going to be able to slow down these heroes. They have to retreat off this one, I think. Amar's going to stick around. They're just going to try and go for a second kill on XM. Managed to blink away in time, though. New. He intercepted some of them. Lowe's going to go for the commitment. Chasing after Skeeter. Nope, finds himself. He's been kited too much. Does manage to break the link, and they got the slowdown on Skeeter as well. Are Xtreme going to chase after him here? Trying to catch up. PYW doesn't quite get him inside of the shards, though. Inside of his own cogs. He will die. Falcons manage to get that kill and get out. Amar, just too damn tanky, man. He's still level 25, plus he's got overwhelming blink. He's got 5,400 HP, Synderin.
Yep. That's a lot of HP.
With a 74% physical resistance and 48% magic resistance. Synderin.
Do you think Ursa's making the right call going on Razor anymore? I feel like Lowe might be better off pivoting a bit. Because one of two things is going to happen. You blink on the Razor, you don't kill him, and he links you, and you have to disengage. And then you've used your initiation on that. Or you blink, go on another hero, Razor has to find you to drain you, so you're dictating his movement. And then effectively you get the same outcome, but you threaten a hero.
But who does he go on? I feel like you don't want to go on Dragonite. And Maureen's rolling thundering around half the time.
I wouldn't be mad at him just killing Clock. Like, to start out the fight, take off all of his utility. He has 4 utility items that are just countered by Nullifier, right?
Sure.
Just blink Nully the Clock, kill him off. They can't save him. If you can somehow find Lina, that's the S tier target, but I think Kratos had good positioning.
I didn't know Jetpack was dispellable.
Yeah.
He can't even... He could dispel his Jetpack? Come on, man.
Yeah, he can't get out from Nullifier. Lina is especially valuable because she has Wind Waker.
Sure.
So if you just find her and kill her, that would be amazing, of course, but easier said than done. I feel like at this point, Razor might actually be the worst target. Maybe even worse than Dragonite. And I know that sounds ridiculous when he has 5,400 health, like you said, but building up stacks on Amar makes the fight scary for him. The Razor is immediately bullying you out when you go on him. If you go on DK, you can stick until Razor connects on you. You just keep going. And how many Fury Swipes attack do you have now? Still... Alright, I mean overpower attacks. Alright, so he's not 30 yet. When he gets 30, he will have 9 times 2, right? So then he'll have 18 swings.
Yeah.
No matter, like, even if you have 60 armor on DK, you will eventually bleed out to this, so...
Don't forget also that these Fury Swipes are lasting for a bajillion seconds between the bear down facet as well as the talent. So they're lasting something like 40 plus seconds. So you get hit by the Ursa, it's just like, okay, you get that first swing of like 9 hits or whatever. It's like, okay, you have to wait 40 seconds for that to go away.
The default duration right now is 42. Because he has 20% on top of 35, right?
Yeah.
But then I think status resistance works against this.
Yeah.
So DK Sanji and Yasha will cut it down. But, like, we're talking half a minute, even with status resistance. The stacks are going to stick, which, again, is why I think opening on the DK could be an interesting proposition here. But perhaps it's the same logic that he's going for against the Razor. Hey, I'm going to open him. I'm going to get some stacks. If I don't get lucky and bash him, I will just reset out. And if we get around 2, I'm going to kill him on that one.
Yeah.
But he does have the Basher backpacked right now, so he can't really hold... Okay, now he swapped it in for the Battle Fury. He's just using it to farm, and there's the Abyssal. Now I think Razor becomes a much more interesting target now that you have Abyssal. Because now you can stick, but you need someone to force his Lincolns first.
It is...
you could do that with your Nullifier, I suppose, but then they can Glimmer him and stuff, so...
I think it does put it puts Skeeter in a very hard position to operate. Where it's like one misstep when you're trying to chase after the Ursa and all of a sudden he like turns back around and Urshocks on you or something. Like he has to keep his positioning perfect for the team fight if he gets, you know, some of those stacks up. Now, the Butterfly is protecting him from a little bit of that, but also Overpower has that funny interaction with it. Instant ult there. He's got that Aghanim Scepter, so he is not really a good hero to jump on unless you're going to jump on him again in 10 seconds.
Is there a world that Amargo's Orchid?
Yeah, some sort of Bloodthorn build. Just
so he could blink, stun, Orchid him, and then they can pile on him so he can't ult?
It's a possibility.
Is that a thing? I mean, there's still a snowball save that they have to deal with, but a situation like the one you just saw there could have potentially been a kill with an Orchid.
Overwhelming blinks for both the Doom and Venomancer are going to be coming in soon, so they're really just trying to outstat each other at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like we're back to a year ago with the Blade Mail Heart meta.
How many different texts does the Tusk Punch have?
It's a lot. Because the Christmas one, it's Merry Fistmas and Sleigh Bells something.
Seasons something, it said. Seasons. Does it say Seasons Greetings?
Probably. And then there's the ones, I don't know if the Christmas one has it, but when you hit creeps or you hit neutral creeps, like there's a different one.
Right.
For each one of those with the regular Walrus Punch. It's like Fish Punch. I don't remember what some of the other ones were.
I think with the Christmas one, he should have one where you punch and it says Seasons Fistings. What do you think?
They kind of already made that joke with the Merry Fistmas.
Doesn't it actually? Oh, they already. It does say that, right?
Yes, it does say that.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, this is maybe a good start here for Falcons. Refresh, double link, double Eye of the Storm.
Oh, he's caught.
Low is fighting himself, being drained dry here. BKB TP out. Wait a minute, he's just gonna get away. The rest of the team is trying to fight it out without him here. With XM in the middle, BKB, he TPs away after successfully getting the kill on the Clockwork. They killed the two supports and managed to TP out, so it's a 2-for-2 trade-off, but Falcons, they're the ones stuck in their base, needing to defend their tier 4s.
That was pretty much the ideal situation where the Razor gets to stick on Ursa the whole time and he has to leave.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, still getting a 2-for-2 trade on the Radiant side, I think is a pretty good result, all things considered.
30 seconds, Synderen.
The Aegis as well. Oh, yeah.
Tier 5s, I think it's better for Xtreme, because I think Mirror Shield destroys Razor.
Yep. It also destroys Doom. But
I feel like Razor's static links are more important than almost any other spell.
It's the most important spell in this game. So yeah, I agree with that. And the worst thing is, if he messes it up, he gets linked by the Ursa.
Yeah.
And then you're just screwed.
Yeah.
Then you actually have to reset and run away instead of sticking on your target. So yeah, that is absolutely going to be massive. If he finds it, we'll see. Low is already getting to work here. And will be rewarded with...
I mean, if Mirror Shield is on that list, I feel like it's an instant take.
Yeah, so he doesn't have it.
I don't think he has it. Oh, that makes things
That's
a little
also
different.
good.
Yeah.
Now he has a boot slot. And he has a reliable way of disconnecting from the Razor with the Force Boots himself.
Okay, maybe it's mass Force Boots for them, because
That's
XM
not
took
bad.
his as well.
Yeah. Obviously, these can be cast on allies, lest we forget.
Yep.
And it pushes you a bit further than Force Staff, right?
Yes, it does.
750, and Force Staff is how much? 6? I guess more.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that?
Giants ring for PYW.
Wait, why are you laughing?
I was laughing because Shiva just came online on Steam and her name is #1 OD Pixel fan.
Uh-oh.
Shout out to them.
Oh, that's good.
I just thought it was very cute.
I think love is cringe.
There's definitely somebody in chat who's thinking that.
Yeah, so Force Staff is a 600 distance push.
Yep.
And Force Boots is 750. And the cast range is also 750. So actually, Force Boots have shorter cast range. Because Force Staff has 775. but they push you further. There's a mirror shield, but it's on the dragon now.
Seer Stone for the Pugna, so he could play a little bit farther back in trying to get these Decrepify saves. Oh boy.
Okay.
Xtreme Gaming trying to scout things, trying to see PYW get an opportunity to get the kick, and he does manage to get onto a Clockwork. They nullify him, and he's just gone. He's dead instantly. The drains are going out, but they're not going to be able to stay on the Ursa this time around. Skeeter is going to find himself. His own high ground is blocking him from being able to chase in. Maureen is chased after him. He put Nullifier. They do manage to kill both the supports, though. XM trying to get away, puts himself low back in, goes for the Razor, trying to finish up Skeeter. Can he get a bash? No, the Glimmer Cape, and he got away. Skeeter has guided back. Now they try. Oh, he ended up on the high ground. Quick refresh, jump down. Maureen, with his own second Rolling Thunder, is stuck on XM, trying to stun him up. PYW trying to get to the Lina here, finds he's not able to do so right wide away. XM, he got healed up for a decent amount with the Doom. That's going to be a dieback on the Clockwork. Kicked back into his Doom. He'll just watch as Pelosin sucks his enemies back to full HP. His allies, rather. 30 seconds left on the Aegis for XM. And into the base they go. A 4 versus 5 with Skeeter running out of resources now. He has to play for the Fountain. He needs to be able to get back to that Fountain. May not be able to do so. Barely makes it. Oh, Lowe's in the Fountain. He's going for the kill, and he got him. A quick buyback there from Skeeter, but Lowe is already out and away. A hit and run from the carry on carry as BYW with the Doom onto looks like
Skeeter again.
He's just dead again. Meanwhile, Skeeter half HP. Low isn't able to try and finish him off. He calls it quits here. Resets a little bit. Maureen is the one in trouble. He's gonna die as well. Thrown exposed. Low waits for his opportunity, pounces once again, and the damage just racked up. Their Fury swipes had stacked up, couldn't get away from him. He dies again, and it is all over for Xtreme now, as they've got this one in the bag. They know they killed the enemy carrying. Without that one, without the Razor, there's nothing. Stop Low on his rampage through hero after hero, building after building. Fountain is not even enough to stop this man. Low, the new carry for Xtreme Gaming, will hold out and bring a closure to this game over Falcons. Gets the victory for Xtreme. What a way to start this tournament. What a way for this lineup, this new lineup of Xtreme, to kick things off.
And they won in a way that we did not expect, right? We did not think this lineup had the longevity to win at this point in time. We got to an hour, and the Ursa carry and the mid-Veno are still able to win. You know, that's the fascinating thing about Dota, is that you're always going to... Your frame of reference for what's going to work and what isn't is experience that you've had and stuff you've already seen, right?
Yep.
So my perspective on a game like this is going to be shaped by what I've seen in the past couple of years, and this is just fresh. Like, I'm not used to seeing this kind of execution. I'm not used to seeing these hero pairings, the mid-Veno scaling in this fashion and doing what it did. And it was clear in the draft that Falcons, when this Veno was picked, they spent like 2 minutes trying to figure out what they wanted to do about solving it. And I think the solutions were quite good. I was looking at this draft and I thought, all right, the game stayed at 20 minutes. Falcons are going to end up taking this with BKBs, but they could still kite the fights out on both sides, really, until they were favored.
It's a little bit cheating. Venomancer, he's like, I feel like in some ways he's like a Zeus Light or something like that, with all the free ward damage he gets in his ult. But he did do 74,000 hero damage, which beat out Low's Ursa by a solid 20k. I mean, the Venomancer, it did some work in this game. It got them in a position for a lot of the early game to be in an even matchup against Falcons. Eventually broke them on a team fight that gave them the advantage and pushed it late game, where he was still a huge force. But there's Low's Ursa.
It's also, we didn't talk about this during that game, but I think it's his absolute best hero.
Yes.
I think he is a master of Ursa. I think he has a claim to be the best player in the world on that specific hero, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think his performances on Ursa are always stellar, and some games he doesn't get off the ground because the laning stage goes poorly or because the draft doesn't work, but when he has good conditions, he always delivers on this hero. And I mean, this is about as tough as the competition can get. You're playing against Falcons in a BO1, and he did his job and more. So very well done.
Quite the upset from Xtreme, getting the victory over Falcons. It's time to have a listen in with them. As we've got Nat T with Pelosin.
I'm here joined with Pelosin. First of all, congratulations, you guys taking this game off of Falcons. I think something that stumped them a lot was this Veno pick coming out. So talk to me exactly why you picked it up and why you think it worked out so well in this game.
First of all, thank you. I think Veno is always has been a hero up SM's sleeve. he goes the hero, and he mentioned we were thinking about between Lina and Veno. So he prefers Veno because it's his best hero. So yeah.
Yeah, well, the fact that you guys were tossing up between the Lina as well, we then saw Falcons pick it up. That was their last pick, and you had to lean against it. How is coming up against a position for Lina? Because you did so much work. You picked up those raindrops early and were able to rotate and survive and do so much.
To be honest, I didn't think that they will pick Lina. We thought it would be mid against the, what you call that? Against the Veno. But yeah, I think even Lina bottom, it would work out fine for me because Pugna against this kind of magic heroes, you always have the advantage over. Okay. Yeah.
And finally, Low as well on the Ursa. He did so much there. Were you a little bit worried around the 40 to 50-minute mark where it felt like Falcons might have found some answers? Or did you know going into that late game Low was going to be able to carry on the Ursa?
I think as long as we do our things right, the game will always be okay because I think we make quite a number of mistakes in the game, which give them like a chance to come back. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, Paulson, look, congratulations again, and thank you so much for joining me.
Love that attitude, and recognizing the mistakes that were made in the game, but still holding true to the overall game plan. Seemed like they're very confident, Cinderin.
Yeah, I wonder what type of experience and what type of practice they've had with a lineup like this that makes them, confident. I think maybe a lot of other players or a lot of other teams would be like, oh, this is getting too late. We kind of need to rush it and kind of need to finish. They just seemed very composed the whole time, even when we got to the very late stages of the game. So seems like they just have figured something out with this. We'll see if they can get to run it back later.
And while we knew there was a history with Venomancer's, XM's Venomancer rather, having it described as his best hero, considering, again, it's a hero that we've only seen him play one time for Xtreme, is an interesting wrinkle when I think most people would have said, oh, of course, Sniper is his best hero.
Or Viper.
Yeah, or Viper, right? And it seems like the entire time he's had something else in his back pocket and something perhaps now is the right time to unleash upon the world. But we have plenty more matches to go. We are going to go to a break, but when we come back, we will have Heroic versus PARIVISION. Welcome back, everybody. We are in our third best of one of the day. That last one went so long that I've lost track of where we're at, but fortunately, I know what teams are matched up against each other. We are in the lobby as Heroic versus PARIVISION. Cinderin, take us away. Tell us about this matchup.
Yeah, so Heroic just played an hour ago-ish, a bit more, an hour and a half, I suppose, at this point.
Yep.
And it looked okay for a bit in that game, like they were going to be able to hold a candle to BetBoom, but then they kind of got overwhelmed in the mid-game and ended up losing in a matter of, I think it was 31-30. It was a very short game for this patch in general. Winning at 30 minutes is not the norm. It's generally 40-ish average game time, maybe even longer. So I don't know if I want to take too much away from that series in Heroic's overall level. It was one single game against one of the best teams in the world in BetBoom.
Yep.
However, PARIVISION was one of the teams at Dream League that was also on not necessarily BetBoom's level, but kind of close. They were a top 4 team in that tournament as well, which had all of the world's best teams more or less participating. So definitely should be coming in as favorites in this one. And for Heroic, we'll see if they can bounce back after that first.
I think what's really interesting is the return to true Tier 1 Dota for 3 of these players, right? DM, No One, Crystallis all had their individual moments where they were on a top-tier team. I think DM's window was probably the smallest. No One, obviously the oldest player, was on one of the most dominant rosters in Dota's history, in that Virtus Pro roster. And then we have Crystallis, who, despite the community sentiment about him, was an extremely good player on Secret and helped bring that roster to a grand final at a TI. And I think people have been actually enjoying seeing him on PARIVISION. And in particular, his style that I think has become a little bit more mainstream. I think he was one of those carries that tended to be a bit more aggressive. And that was before the time of Dyrachyo, right? Who I think was probably the person who made it the most acceptable and mainstream. And
the most popular, yeah.
Obviously had the most targets on his back from the community's point of view. But
I will say, though, about Crystallis, I think a star like his is really nice because it is a great showcase of how important the team dynamic is to a player's success.
Yeah.
The best player in the world can look mediocre on a poor team. I'm not saying Crystallis is the best player in the world, but
sure,
really talented, really skilled individual players can...
You're talking about Miracle, I understand.
I mean, yeah, of course, it's just Miracle, and he's been held back for years now. But it's just fascinating in a game like this how good individual players are, but how much the dynamic really matters.
Yep.
And if you found a team that you fit with in terms of style, it's going to elevate everyone, including yourself, in the performances you're able to output. So I think clearly, for me, Crystallis is playing the best Dota he has in a year with this team.
He looks really good. The team looks really good, and it all comes down with the starting step of the draft. And we have that draft ready to go between PARIVISION and Heroic. We are entering into the first few bands. There's all the same names. Look at the Crystallis focus here. Monkey King and Razor, 2 really big Crystallis heroes, and then Dragonite, just a staple of the meta for sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was Terrorblade banned in the other 2 games or just one of them? Because he was first phase banned in another game, and it might also have been against Heroic. So perhaps this is like a Devai Lama response that BetBoom also went for. At least I'm pretty sure I saw a TP first phase.
If I had to be 100% honest with you, Cinderin, which relationships are built on trust, so I will attempt to be honest with you. I don't pay attention to the first bans a lot.
Okay. That's fair.
I find this part of the draft just, it's a blur of OP heroes, you know?
Right. But there are sometimes, you know, individual heroes that stand out. You immediately identified the target on Crystallis here, for example. You know, like, there's sometimes a story to be told.
True.
And if the Terrorblade ban, we'll see, we've only had so few games now, but if it's not meta to ban this hero first phase, if that's not standard that all the teams are doing, then it's targeted at something, right?
All right, I got a list for you here. I'll even include the Stream B games. OG, ban Terrorblade. Falcons, ban Terrorblade. Spirit, ban Terrorblade.
Okay, so he's just first
phase. BetBoom versus Heroic did not feature a Terrorblade.
Oh, so it was the other game then. It was only the next game. Really?
And the very first game of Stream B, OG versus Tundra. So BetBoom versus Heroic and OG versus Tundra, they did not ban Terrorblade. OG ended up picking Terrorblade in the game that wasn't banned. But so there was only one game so far where it was not banned or picked. Every other game it has been banned or picked.
Understood. So pretty standard then. It's not necessarily targeted at anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so Magnus, PARIVISION, going to be their overall first pick. We saw that as the second pick of BetBoom earlier today, rating this hero very highly as the region. I think Shadow Demon was BetBoom's first pick in that draft, if I remember correctly, but they did rate it as a worthwhile first pick of the second phase.
Wait, they didn't nerf Terrorblade in this patch?
They did.
They did? The wrong patch?
Or I think you're looking at D.
Yeah.
They gave him 1 less second cooldown reduction on the 10 talent of Reflection. And what was the other thing? There was one more thing, I think. He got 2 nerfs.
Mana cost and a Reflection.
Mana cost, that's what it was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, those are not, I mean, it's a double nerf, but it doesn't feel like it's significant enough to, put him in a different position draft-wise. So, okay.
It's fascinating how a hero can be a carry for like 95% of its lifespan, and then for 2% it's a support, and for 3% it's an offlaner. And it just comes out of nowhere. It's just somebody got an idea, and it worked, and then it spreads. So pretty cool stuff. It's definitely, it's one of those things where you can understand why it wasn't discovered, because it's not obvious that is good enough to run TB offlane.
Yeah.
And
you know what I bet it was? I bet it was some team, or so I guess it started in pubs first.
Probably.
But some person was like, TB theoretically fits this meta, right? Luna was being run everywhere, Reflection's so good against that hero, but they just couldn't get TB carry to actually work, you know? And they're just like, okay, can I play it somewhere else? And that somewhere else ended up being offlane.
But then my question is, if you can run Terrorblade offlane, can't you run it position 4 and then run a different offlaner that's a good laner? And then he gets the priority on the farm, and all the TB has to get is just level 10.
Yeah, but
like, what's
high base armor hero plus magic resistance syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. Just, it's an interesting one, and clearly not obvious, so. Batrider has been one of 9 classes dream for a while.
It's at this point an Eastern European staple, right?
Yeah.
With the way that at Dream League Save jammed the Batrider 4 games in a row in the finals.
Yep, won one of them.
Yeah.
As a little side note. But he stuck to it. He believed in himself. And now today he didn't pick it, so maybe
it's lost faith.
He picked Shadow Demon, which has been...
Holy cow, that's a disruptor.
All right, well, this is a very aggressive lane gyro disruptor, but you don't know your matchup at all. Like, the Batrider could even technically be position 5 or be moved to that lane if they want to avoid this for any reason.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a lot of lanes in Dota that beat disruptor gyro, but you could try to take advantage of this information that you've been given with... debating whether the Magnus wants to play this lane or if you just want to put it in a different position than the off lane. Do PARIVISION play it on all 3 cores? I don't think I've seen Crystallis play Mag.
I bet it
That's
is.
probably no one or DM. And I think every game I've seen them play it has been DM.
Okay, so does both... So Kinetic Fence blocks Skewer.
I'm pretty sure the field does too.
Does Field do it as well?
I think so.
So is that part of the thinking here? Like, why... I mean, it's kind of good versus Batrider. If it's kind of good against... I don't know. I'm not really a disruptor... I think the hero is pretty cool, and I think the Kinetic Fence is underutilized. But I just don't feel like it's worth the pickup yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I find kinetic fence so difficult to implement at a pro level, though. I was thinking the same when it came out. It's like, oh, this is cool. I wonder what combos we're going to see this run with. But in reality, you're just anti-synergying your own hero. So in order to take fence and be successful, it needs to compensate for the fact that you make your ulti worse the entire game.
Sure.
So your teammates really need to use the fence well. I think if the fence was curved instead of being a straight line, so it's like a half circle, then and then wider than the regular one or whatever, then maybe that could be interesting. But I think the current version is just not that strong.
Oh, I guess they have Doom Disruptor, right? That's classic. You doom somebody, they're going to try and run away. They can't run away. They get...
Yeah.
I guess that's good enough.
But you could make the case that BKB counters that combo entirely, right?
Yeah, it does. That is true. That combo is a lot worse than it used to be.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I guess it's also a matter of just player comfort. Like, if what Heroic go into this game with the mindset of is we need to be stable in lanes and we need to be able to get Yuma off to a good start, if they have this combination, because Disruptor Gyro is really strong, but I think Disruptor could have been a ton of different supports because Gyro is just strong, right? You could have run Disruptor, you could have run a Clockwork instead, you could have run a Tusk instead. You had options, but maybe they think this is the single 5 they have that lanes the best against Bat, which I could understand, because I think this hero is actually very good against Bat Rider in lane. If you ever try to dive, you have the glimpse back, you have the slow that you can put on them, you have decent damage to kill with the Gyro, and when they start running away from the homing missile, guess what? You pull them back in. So I could see that dynamic being the reason. Otherwise, I'm not really sold on any other reason. I don't think Disruptor is good against Mag, for example, in particular. It's like, okay, you can glimpse people back when they skewer, but you're not stopping RP. Mag wants to buy BKB anyway. I don't know. If he RP skewers and then you glimpse him back, he's kind of done his job already, right?
Yeah.
Don't know. Maybe I'm missing something that makes this better. So the Drow response, what do you make of that?
I like Drow right now. I think since they buffed up the multi-shot movement deal, I think the hero is a lot more effective with that facet. Now that the facet is viable, feels pretty nice. I think it's an interesting idea against Gyrocopter. Obviously, any one of these agility carries who's not naturally going to buy any bonus armor, Drow's going to probably dumpster them. I have just always found that ever since the new big map, it is harder to play these squishy backline right-clickers. And, like, Sniper solved that problem by just not being squishy. You know, Sniper's just like, yeah, you think of me as a 1500 HP hero. No, actually, I'm a 3000 HP hero.
Right.
You know, but Drow Ranger is still that. Drow Ranger is still that hero that is quite squishy, has relatively low HP, loses, you know, some of her armor off of the lost agility when people get close to her, you know. So I don't know how to fix that, because I feel like with the bigger map, it's easier to get on top of these heroes. There's more ways to get around and circle around and catch them. I think just like the lanes, right? Just literally the safe lane and the enemy carry going through the gate is a great example, right? You are literally being pincered just straight up off the laning phase.
Right. But I guess the upside here is that the lane matchup against Doom should be a pretty good one, right? In theory, that's probably why they felt comfortable picking it here despite not knowing the 4, was that, well, the Doom is 3, and Tusk Drow together should be able to handle Doom plus anything. And especially now. I think now Drow's just free farming. Like, this lane is designed to try to pull the wave back so that Doom can hit creeps.
Yep.
But you're not stopping Drow. This becomes a matter of clever plays with wave manipulation, with pulling camps, with stacking, all of this to try to offset what the heroic side are going to try to do down here, which is flat out just not fight you with Doom Shaker, if that is indeed what they set up to be, which I don't see what alternatives they have. I think that's the only... They could technically play Shaker, Gyro top. I just think then you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? Then you're making Bat Rider's game really good for no reason. So just play the Shaker with the Doom and make make it manage. But I can't say I'm sold on the Shaker, though. Like, I love this hero to death, but I don't know if that was the right approach to this particular game. I don't think Shaker is great against Drow. She's often far enough behind the fight that Echo doesn't really affect her.
Yeah.
You're giving her a better laning stage when, as you pointed out, she's an exploitable hero in the sense that she doesn't like being run down, which Doom can do with the right pairing and with the gate plays. So we'll see if Schofield can put my concern to shame here.
I don't like it either. I'm
Think
with
of the last pick, Tiny, though. It is a mid, no one Tiny.
think it is good enough. I don't think I really cared too much about PARIVISION's last pick.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's some sort of frontliner and does not lose lane against Ember Spirit, I was okay with it.
Yep.
You know?
Fair enough. I think the lane against Ember is pretty even, but there were heroes in the pool that flat out stomp Ember. If you wanted that, that was available.
Yeah.
There was Dazzle, obviously, that no one has played historically. There was Necrophos, but he's against Doom, so maybe... I think Necro will make some appearances this tournament. I think teams are starting to appreciate that hero more because certain aspects of why he was weaker are getting, like, step by step. The way the meta is developing with tanky heroes and whatnot can really help him out. For Tiny, Kondo was nerfed this patch. It was the literal only item in Dota changed in the E version. It does less damage, but it's slightly cheaper. But still, I think Tiny one of the heroes that gets hit the most by that change because it is a percentage of your attack damage, and your attack damage is very high.
Right.
So he probably gets hit second hardest after Morph by that change, and then I guess Luna is third place.
I guess Luna just got hit harder off of like the talent changes and stuff. Right?
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're off to the races. So currently, I believe PARIVISION, so Heroic are 0-1. What are PARIVISION? This can't be their first game. This has to be.
Yeah, it is, because we're doing all of Stream A, right?
Wait, how do they play 5 games today if they start third? Then they have to do 2 games back-to-back, right? I thought they were alternating.
Not sure.
I mean, you're probably right. Maybe they just have 2 back-to-back games at some point, or my math is terrible. Can they do 3, 5, 7, and 9? There's no 11 through, so they would have to play 2 back-to-back then to get 5 games in today.
Sounds right.
I'm having a look as we speak, Cap. I don't want to mislead the audience. Let's see. So current standings, PARIVISION are 0-0. That is correct. So this is their first game. Wait, what am I saying? That it would be mathematically impossible. You have 5 teams in a group. They can't all play 1 game. Yeah, so somebody has to do doubles.
Somebody has to take the L.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is that big of a deal since you're only playing best of ones anyway. You're used to playing back-to-back games. I guess the one problem is like maybe you feel like you don't get as much time to prep for that second series as that team gets to prep against you. But
Cap,
yes, sir.
I have to announce 2 things. First of all, the Vailama is dead. Second of all, I'm stupid. That's my second announcement. I finally come around to realizing it.
Syndrin, I think
it's a 5-team group. So each team plays 4 times, not 5.
Yes,
so
that is true.
You can start on 3rd and then play 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th. So the 11th series that I was looking for the 5th series is irrelevant because that game doesn't exist, Cap. That's why. So we're good. Welcome to PARIVISION. This is their first game of the tournament, and it actually makes total sense from a design standpoint. So good job.
I'm not gonna lie, Cinder. I was just waiting for you to come to a conclusion there of the whole scheduling thing. I was like, I don't care. I just don't care.
You're a good friend. you let me talk. That's all I ask. I'm not asking you to care, Cap. I'm just asking you to listen. Okay?
Oh, whoa!
Hello.
Panther's getting some. He's getting some shards, man. Got that one in the river. Now he's got this one on Schofield's. All right, so this is the matchup that we're talking about where we're going to be Fisher blocking to bring the creep wave back so Doom can actually get some farming. But it's going to be Chrysalis should be largely free farming in this matchup. The Tiny versus Ember Spirit is definitely going to be an important one. And then our top lane, I think that's where you could also see some action. Batrider, Mag versus Gyrocopter, Disruptor. There's a lot of fighting power on both sides.
Yeah. Still already a 1K lead for the Radiant off that first blood and just raw laning. Is a very nice start for the side of PARIVISION. Oh, if no one could somehow also turn this into a kill, it's really amping up pressure here onto Analog.
Even if he doesn't kill him, right? He's just going to zone him out with his bottle advantage. Ooh, this is going to be rough. He's going to maybe get some of the CS. Oh, Schofield ends up dying, and Divine Llama's in trouble as well. Oh, they saw Heartbeat creep. They're like, bro, come here. We got to get this Heartbeat creep. And PARIVISION do try and defend it as best as they can. They get a kill for it. They don't kill the Doom, but they do a lot of damage to him. Is there any creep you're happier to see than the Heartbeat creep when you're playing Doom?
Sometimes when is it you can devour the Soul Stealer? Or Mind Stealer?
I think it requires level 2.
Is that level 2 devour?
I think. Could be wrong on that. Crystal has got another kill on Schofield. Glimpse back on DM, though. Want to make sure that Yuma's going to be okay.
All right, I got you, Cap. I'm looking through the jungles to find one. There it is. Satyr Mind Stealer is level 4, so you can use it on level 1 Devour.
Oh, wow.
So I think in the right lanes, that is probably just better than the Harpy.
Sure.
It's like if the mana burn and the mana regen for your teammate in the lane is that good, then. But yeah, one of those two. Probably the ones you want. So a 2K lead already, and now King Jungle.
Oh, it's about to be
trouble.
more. KJ, he has his passive proc on DM, pushing him away. Still almost takes out. But just lacking the other hero in this lane is not going to put the Gyrocopter in a great position.
Doom is having a terrible time. But I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, you chose Shaker with this.
You did.
If you're playing Shaker with this, you better get the pulls or the fissure blocks right consistently. And obviously, Tusk has done a very good job at shutting down Schofield in that regard, but I can't help but feel like they could have probably done a better job with the first fissures of getting the lane into a better place so that Devi could really get off to a start, because being 9-1 right now against the 16-9 Drow, who now just kills you as well. I mean, this is only going to get worse.
A massacre out here.
Because with these levels on Tusk and the Drow facet with the sidestep, you can just chase the Doom.
Yep.
And Doom with this trash of a laning stage, his recovery is not great. So this is very concerning. Keep in mind, the Doom was the overall first pick of the draft.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we do kind of know what Heroic's plan was with this bottom lane, but it did not come out. Do you think, I haven't noticed, but has he so you Fissure block the wave, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Panto? Did he ever counter Shard?
Oh, if he sharded to match?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I didn't see. That could have been what happened if Schofield double fissured the bot wave. I mean, it's kind of a mind game because there's different things that can happen, right? If Shaker goes to fissure, then Tusk needs to match, but he doesn't know if Shaker went to fissure.
True.
Right? So because it's all happening in the fog around the lane. The other thing Shaker can do is go and fissure the enemy wave, so that your wave pushes into tower, and then they push back toward you. And I don't know which one of them he did, and in which way Panto counterplayed it. But ultimately, regardless of what happened, it did not go well enough for what that lane should have happened. Yeah.
DM
some random chuckles today, Cap.
DM's having a giggle, man.
All right.
He keeps on doing the Magnus laugh. 6-minute power runes coming up. Oh, caught the Ember Spirit before level 6. A rotation from 9 class. Blood Grenade to slow him down, and they still had an avalanche on top of all of that. They kill the mid. They kill the forward position. Chrysalis is relentless in his aggression in the bottom lane.
Bad. This is not looking great. Drow is 4-0 minute 6. This is notoriously not a good laner, but you get the Doom matchup and you get the icing on the cake of the Shaker being the pairing, and you get off to this hot of a start. Crystallis is going to have an insane time now. And the only way you catch and kill him for the Dire is Ember, but he just lost his lane. So it feels a little bit like a checkmate situation that you really need to get creative to solve with the supports. But Shaker doesn't offer much in that regard until he has some more levels. It's rough out there in the Dota streets.
Them streets is cold. Especially with the Drow Rangers.
If 9 class steals this rune, man, I don't know. If they don't get a wisdom as well, this early game is just flat out screwed for the side of Heroic. They have to get this rune.
Oh no, Divine Llama. He sees what's coming. Is it too late for him, though? Okay, got a courier. It is too late for him. No TP rotations. They're fighting on the rune on the other side.
Okay, Schofield caught that one.
Schofield bails it out. With a well-timed Fisher, stops DM, picks it up. He will possibly die for this. Let's see if 9 class is able to catch up. Flame break in 5 seconds. Blocked out by the kinetic field, so Schofield able to get away, but Divine Llama, a surprise rotation from no one catches him as by surprise behind his tier 1 tower.
Uh-oh. This is funny because Schofield has the ward, so he keeps fogging 9 class constantly.
But can he fog both of them? Apparently he can. Ooh, he's too fast, man.
Slick.
Uh-oh, wait a minute, turnaround. Yuma, he joins in on this fight. He doesn't have level 6. It is going to be RP. They toss combo him through all of that, and Chris's joined. He actually even things out to the favor of PARIVISION with a 4,000 net worth lead. You know this fight is just not going to end up going well for Heroic. They are too far down. They got to make a retreat here. Blocked in by the shards. Panto, perfect repositioning, comes in from behind, blocks him out with the shards, and helps get the kill on Analog.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll tell you one thing, Cap.
Yeah.
So far today, we've had 2 games. One was 31 minutes, and the other was 63.
Uh-huh.
Heroic are really trying to get us back on schedule, is my
They
conclusion. So the first game had a bit of a delay on the start, so we got off on the wrong foot, but they pull us back. And now...
I mean, at this rate, they're trying to get to the airport as quick as possible.
Well, unfortunately for them, nobody gets knocked out of groups here. So
True.
If that's what they wanted, they shouldn't have showed up. Okay? Just arrive in the airport and stay there.
Yeah. Who did they play against in the first round?
BetBoom. I mean, all jokes, it's strong teams, right? So all jokes aside, but I will say in this game more so than the first one, I feel like this is something they've largely brought upon themselves. I think this was a risk they took when they drafted this way, and on top of that, it's just been completely clean from PARIVISION with their hero movements. Done a very good job. The Batrider gank mid was very nice. The early kill at the runes was nice. The kills on bottom lane to get crystals
lane.
Nice.
Get a little fight here. It looks like DM
finally
will be caught by a rotation, stuck in place by the disruptor.
Finally, Heroic get on the board here. They're going to need more than this stuff. This start is flat out one of the worst I've seen them have in a very long time to a game. And as a team that likes to play aggressive, if they need to start playing slow catch-up, that's just not their style.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're going to execute that to the level of a team like Falcons because they don't have that much experience playing like that, and it doesn't fit their players. So I think if they find a way back into this game, it's through fighting.
Dire are scanning.
And, well, fight is what they'll get. Bottom rune.
Trying to secure it for Analog, and he does. Puts his body on the line. He dies for it, but Analog got an illusion rune.
Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, I'm sure he's like, Schofield's like, come on, man.
Schofield, can you get me a better rune next time when you die for me?
Yeah, like...
That's nice against Gust.
Schofield's probably like, I would have been willing to die for an amp damage or a regen, but no. Divine Llama tossed Panto upon him, and down he goes. On the other side of things, a lasso trying to stall some of this damage, but 9 class is very much caught out. 4-man rotation from Heroic up to this top lane. They're trying to bring numbers to ensure that the Disruptor glimpse can actually work out and they can chase down some heroes, but it does lose a bit of efficiency as DM is farming up the triangle and PARIVISION are taking a tower on the other side of the map.
All right, I just see a pause and divide type screen, and my mind just immediately goes to he slammed his table or punched the monitor, and it felt like I don't know if I've ever seen a player pause and type screen. That's generally it's something like door or lag or hotkeys.
Yep.
Or phone call, bathroom. Forgot my pizza in the oven.
My fish is drowning.
Yep. That one is less common, but it happens. Probably more common than screen. All right.
Uh-oh.
He's replacing the monitor. It's happening. It's happening, guys.
Oh, no, he punched the monitor.
Oh, no.
All right.
Well, to be fair, he is dead, right?
Yeah.
So... He's back.
Panto's talking about his fist. Yeah. 6,000 net worth lead for PARIVISION. What do you think their win percent is with a 6,000 net worth lead at 11 minutes?
In this game, these heroes?
Yep.
I don't know why I just said that. That was obviously implied. 90%?
I was thinking about the same.
90-10?
I think it's somewhere in that 90, 85. It's not that bad. It's
70-30. Damn.
You know what? Gabe's like, yeah, this Drow Ranger hero is trash, boys. It's trash.
Yeah, I was just looking at this game, and I'm like, this is a good Drow game. This is a good Drow game, and she got through the worst hurdle for the hero, which is the first 10 minutes, as the top net worth by far. So...
Drow Rangers, which are 5-0 at 10 minutes, have historically gone 15-3.
What's that win rate? That's what the graph should be. 15 out of 18. What's that? Let me see.
It's 1 out of...
what are the settings on this keyboard? 15 divided by 18.
1 out of 7?
83%. That's close to what we said. You said 85, right?
Yeah.
That's good. You got the stats to back you up.
Yeah.
I call bullshit on the Dota Plus graph. They don't know the game. We know the game. We have the stats.
Yeah.
They don't have the stats.
They have mystery stats. That you know what? They talk about sample size.
Yeah.
That is the opposite problem.
Yeah.
The sample, we're taking too big of a sample. It's muddied the waters by a bunch of players who don't now know how to play Drow Ranger at a professional level.
That's fair. That is actually a very fair take on the net worth graph.
Because I do think that's hero you have to play very well.
Yes.
Right.
And I also think Valve have never disclosed how the win expectancy graph works at all.
No.
It could literally just be pulling Herald games as the only source, and we've been talking about this in Pro Dota for like 5 years, and nobody knows.
Hey, they actually give Gabe Newell a pad, and he just draws on it. And then whatever kind of hills he draws, that's what determines the win probability.
It's Gabe's response to a Rorschach test. Like, oh, that looks like a Drow game. Okay.
He's doing it all from his yacht, his mega yacht.
Which one?
They're up 13 levels.
Wait, what?
They have a 13 level advantage?
Holy shit, they are. What?
I mean, yeah, like their supports are 1 level above, but it's the Drow Ranger and the Tiny are level 9.
No, they're not 13 levels up. Is this right?
So Tiny's 2 levels above the Ember. That's 2.
Yeah.
The Drow is 2 levels above the Gyro. That's another 2. That's 4. The Mag is
1 level over.
1 level. That's 5. The supports are 1 level above. That's 7.
How's that 13?
Yeah. What the hell? I think it's total XP levels. Well, that's kind of a useless stat. What?
Wait. What?
Why?
So what levels then? What is that levels based on?
He says total XP levels, which I actually don't know what that.
Oh, so it adds like if a hero is halfway to the next level,
right?
Then it's 2.5 levels ahead.
Yeah.
So the Gyro has barely cracked 7. Yeah,
but we said they were up 7 levels.
Yeah, that can't make 13.
Yeah, that's not possible. You could at most put all of their together to have, they're all like, oh, they're super close. That adds up to 4.
Yeah, the absolute cap, if every hero is just cracked a level on the one team and on the other team they're just about to level up, would be 12.
Yeah, it would be 12 if you're rounding up. Yeah. So, what?
All right, so if that graph is wrong, is the win
whole
expectancy
thing is questionable.
actually a drawing?
How much is level 1 to 2 if it's based on that?
Level 1 to 2 is 200 XP, right? 200 something.
All I know is this stat is a useless. Here's a better stat. Copium. This is actually the first LAN game where Drow has been 5-0 at 10 minutes. Drow's been 4-0 6 times. Only loss was K1 Hector at Lima Major 2023.
Damn. If that doesn't tell you a story, I don't know what does. This hero does not get this many kills in lane. It just doesn't.
It just doesn't.
And until it does. Now, here's the thing about the stat. It said at 10 minutes. Was she 5-0 at 10 minutes? Because it's 10:51. When was her last kill?
Well, we could look at the bottom there. What are those 2 green dots? It is Tiny killing Doom and Tiny killing Earthshaker. So,
was she 5-0 at 6 minutes?
Yeah, she was 5-0.
Are you
really
kidding me? One.
That was lame. This is gonna sting.
This is gonna sting.
No, she got her 5th kill at about 8 minutes.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Wow. So she was 5-0 at 8 minutes. How about that for a stat, huh? How many times has Drow been 5-0 at 8 minutes when she's been at 0 times at 10 minutes, huh? That doesn't necessarily mean the same thing, because she could be 5-0 at 8 minutes in one game and then die before 10.
That's true.
Then she would not be 5-0 at 10 minutes ever, but she could have been 5-0 at 8 minutes 10 times. You know? This is why stats need context, Cap. You always need You always need to dig deep.
And this is why these experience stats need
just hear Knoxville sweating.
Need to be
it's
better.
Like, oh my God, I didn't check all the variables. Should I press the red or the blue button?
Press them both.
Yeah.
What happened to this man's screen? Somebody get Nat-T or Rhea on the line. We need an investigation. Time for, that's what we need. You know, these interviewers.
We need some.
How about we do some actual journalism?
Investigative journalism during games. G, they're ready.
Okay.
All right. He's back. The screen has been
back again.
Replaced.
Goodbye, Llama's back.
Well, he's not going to come back to his lane right away, because that would be trouble. There will actually not be a tower for him to return to.
Nope. Which maybe that's good for him. It means the lane he'll be close to his tier 2 tower. Surely they don't kill him when he's next to his tier 2 tower. Right?
They would never.
You wouldn't hit a man underneath his tier 2 tower, would you?
Oh my God, don't. Oh, he's alone. It's just bait. He's trying to force TPs here. It's just in his head, but they didn't respond.
He's just messing with your mind.
Yep. Schofield will find level 6 on the Shaker. Okay, let's start thinking of avenues for Heroic to solve this problem. Because we know they're in...
Oh, hey, hold up. I think that graph was bugged, by the way, because now the graph thing says 6 levels. Now that makes... I think it was just bugging out.
It was just bugged in the...
It was just
it was because Doom was dead.
Oh!
Then maybe he isn't counted. Maybe it doesn't count dead heroes. It looks at what heroes are alive. That would be really dumb if that's what it is, but he was level 6.
Tossed up, punched up, snowballed up.
Close call.
Gets up and out. Oh!
Nice fissure.
How did he get through that kinetic field? He didn't drop a branch.
He walked, Cap.
Wasn't it up?
It was in the river. He went underwater to swim.
Oh, that's cool.
Sorry to break it to you this way, but Dota has always had an underwater level. The Vi. He got off the Doom. Echo? Okay.
That by itself isn't going to be enough damage. Snowball, pick him up. Maybe he's still... Oh, he snowballed him over to the creep wave. Smart from Panto. Very smart. And no one. Now the Doom is gone. He's ready with spells again. He'll stop Yuma's TP. Heroic, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think this game might be a little dunzo.
All right, so as I was about to say before, let's look at avenues for Heroic to come back in this.
Okay.
The decision-making tree that I had for them just narrowed down massively.
Okay.
I think you need Shaker Blink, and I think there's nothing else that's going to do it here. And even then, how do you set up a good Echo for your team in this situation? I guess you kind of have to try to find an Ember Smoke where you open on the Drow, and therefore the enemy team responds in numbers, and then you get a Blink Echo. I genuinely think we're looking at some extremely specific condition that is very unlikely to happen. But if you don't do that, then you're working with very little. Panto being cute here.
Good job. King Jungle's going to clear this out. He's going to find Panto. No Wisdom Rune steal.
Well,
right?
Don't count your runes before they pick, as they say.
Yes. Common Dota 2 phrase, of course.
He had to do that.
Got him.
He actually had to Static Storm. Because otherwise the Snowball would have stolen it.
Drag it back over. DM is now able to close the gap. Misses the Shockwave. Awkward. Panto on the run on the other side of the map after trying to steal the Wisdom Rune. They are still working to get this kill. And by golly, it'll take a while, but they got him.
No one is waiting, but there's an Obs on top of him, so they're not going to walk that way. But Devi is still going to get caught, despite him being on vision the whole time.
Toss back to the Drow Ranger, goes for a TP away, pushes him out. The multi-shot, it does enough damage. Oh, that was nifty, by the way. The fact he pushed him away in order to get his marksmanship back.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was a nice move from Chrysalis. Oh!
All right, 9 Class was trying to be cute and get the tower with Arsonist. Gets punished for it, but he almost did get the tower.
And that is Schofield's Blink Dagger and his Echo Slam being used, but... I mean, when you're up by this much, or down by this much, rather, good stun. Chrysalis, can they run him down? They're not strong enough. Oh, they're really not strong enough. Oh, they're very weak. They're so weak right now.
I mean, Drow getting piped at 15 minutes by the Mag, right? Like, what
yeah.
The Dire lineup doesn't have damage to pierce this. I think if they had 3 or 4 heroes on top of her and she gets piped, she might still live.
Divine Llama, despite being underneath his tier 2 tower, will indeed die. We were so close, Syndrin.
2.
322, 420, take your pick.
Oh,
they were
the
both
meme
there.
numbers. Yeah.
We just slid right between the 2 meme numbers.
Wait, did we not have 420?
No, because I don't think so. I think they got that kill. Oh, maybe they did.
Might have had a brief moment of 420.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, we can take a look at all the items that PARIVISION has and all the items that Heroic doesn't.
That would be an interesting graphic right now. Items they're supposed to have at this game time. And then what's missing in the inventories.
You just have like a grayed out BKB thing on somebody.
Oh, no.
The pickoffs continue. The pain train continues.
Beyond Godlike Drow, minute 16.
Yeah, how many times has Beyond Godlike Drow Ranger ever lost a game, Knoxville?
Yeah. Get on it.
Work faster, stats man.
We need to know immediately. How is this not ready already? I ordered it 4 seconds ago.
Your stats are getting cold.
My stats are There's just something about talking to someone, asking them for help, and then you make fun of them because they can't talk back. It's just so satisfying.
It's so satisfying.
Like, you're asking them a favor.
It's the commentator.
And then you're blaming them at the same time.
Oh, nice jump. Catches the 2 supports, takes one of them down. The other one will fall into time, and Yuma is left with no supporting cast. We've already seen this matchup with the Drow Ranger and Gyrocopter and how it goes. It's not fun for Yuma. how much longer until you think they call GG?
Are we in that range now where we do game time?
Yeah, I think we're predicting game time now.
All right, I'll say 22 minutes. I actually think this game is going to be a complete stomp in the sense that they go Roche and end it right after. I think they might just go straight high ground.
So they're gonna end it within this Aegis time.
Yeah, that's my guess. I mean, it's 27-4, and Heroic understand the game state. They're not unaware of where this game's at. Drow, look at her inventory. 18 minutes. Yasha, Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance, Treads, BKB.
And there's like
18
no
minutes.
Heroic doesn't even have any good like high ground tools really. Of like if the Ember was more farmed, like slightest fist spamming. But I'm thinking like, you know, the repositioning tool that lets you offset, you know, a 10,000 net worth advantage that the enemy has. They don't have that kind of tool.
No, on the flip side, the enemy team have 3 displacement abilities. They have Blink Lasso, they have Toss, and they have Skewer. So they definitely have ways of getting you outside of your base. DM almost has Dagger, then that play comes alive. Yeah. I mean, it's honestly, this upcoming fight is probably a full-on Hail Mary from Heroic, where if it doesn't go well, they kind of just tap out. And it's a shame. This is a team that was doing really well, obviously, and won PJ Wallachia, which was a major upset for many, and it was a really great profiling of the team. And since then, their other results have just, unfortunately, been a very quick fall from grace, and we're hoping that they could get back to form in this tournament. So far, not the case. The BetBoom series was pretty one-sided, and this one is even worse to boot.
And they still have Falcons to play against.
Yeah.
They still have Xtreme to play against to beat Falcons.
Beat Falcons, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was like one of the matchups you would think, oh, maybe Heroic has the advantage there, but Xtreme came to play. So we will see the outer towers fall one by one, and PARIVISION will no doubt make a play for the high ground at some point in time. I think that is inevitable with this Aegis.
This is such a perfect timing. They just got Sanjay and Yasha draw on Blink Mag. If no one also finds a pickup here, he does. Oh, they lassoed that. That was very unnecessary, but...
Quick reactions and immediate buyback. They're going to try and fight for this one. They know the Drow Ranger and the Mag are on the other side of the map, but they're closing in fast. If they want to win this fight, they have to jump now. It's Schofield. 3-man Echo interrupted, though, by the Gus as Chrysalis comes in. He gets glimpsed backwards, though. They do manage to get 2 of the kills, and a third one on 9 class might. No, blink away. Now RP straight up, a 1-man Ember Spirit. They know they cannot fight into the Drow Ranger, even with a numbers advantage for Heroic. As soon as Chrysalis enters the team fight, they have to back away, and Chrysalis is going to push up to the high ground with 3 heroes.
And that was about as good as it was going to get, right? Because you got the fight so separated. This basically started out as like a 4-on-2. Disruptor dies, he buys back. So...
1-0 with the 10-0 score.
And the 11-0 with the asterisk is this game.
Yeah.
So this would be the first game that draws 11-0 at that minute. I'm making Dota history here, courtesy of both teams.
It's true. It's a team effort.
Yep. I think if nothing else, if this game goes the way it is looking for Heroic, they can take pride in making history here. I think it's going to make them feel really good when they go to have lunch, that they're like, well, guys, we got owned, but at the very least, we gave Chrysalis the best game of his life. And this, as we've established before, Dota is a zero-sum game in terms of mood. One team must suffer as much as the other one finds joy. And I think Chrysalis is really happy right now. So soon we should expect another scream pause.
Wait, so are you saying that if I manage to upset that system by, say, when I lose a game because my teammate played bad, and I say, I'm happy we lost, so you lose MMR, do you think I'm bringing net happiness into the world by being happy that we lost?
No, because you're not actually happy. You just say that.
No.
But if
no.
Saying that means you're unhappy. You cannot say that and actually be happy. That's not possible.
That's not true.
It's just full-on cope.
That's true.
All right, we're past the 22-minute mark, Cap. I'm afraid I lost, and you didn't make a prediction.
I won.
That's not how this works.
Woo! I did it again. I mean, I predicted they would go high ground with the Aegis, and they haven't really.
Oh.
Still 40 seconds left. They're going to go for it now.
Arsonist going to work, and here
Oh, they got the jump on the gyrocopter. Oh, good golly, Miss
No
Molly.
buyback.
Yep. I guess I spoke a little too soon.
Oh,
They,
22 wasn't far off.
Yeah.
Because they are definitely getting 2 sets here minimum. And I don't know if Heroic choose to take one last fight here or just call a spade, failed experiment. Game did not go according to plan at all in any of their lanes.
I mean, they haven't even taken a tower yet.
No.
They're losing 2 lanes of barracks, and Lama still can't, like, you know, take that tower that's there.
He's got a BKB now.
He does have a BKB. Analog cuts the creep wave. He's almost got a maelstrom. Yikes.
That's a good way to say it. It's like you realized halfway through your sentence, oh.
Oh, no.
The positive was, in fact, another negative. I almost have an item I was supposed to have 7 minutes ago.
Guys, I'm ready to start.
All right, there it is. The full-on Hail Mary.
Knife blast breaks the smoke, gets the lasso onto Schofield. His team is not ready to jump immediately, but no one does hit a nice avalanche combination. Brings down the Disruptor. Now it's Divine Llama. This BKB, he doesn't last long against Chrysalis's physical damage, and Echo Slam that lands and does no damage. That's the game, folks. That is all she wrote. As Yuma will manage to make it back to the fountain, but PARIVISION have the full base open to their disposal. GG. For Parker, says DM at the end of the game. Just in case you missed it. DM throwing a little salt in the wounds there.
Well, that was, dare I say, probably going to be the most one-sided game of the entire tournament. Like that one's hard to beat. It was, the game concludes at 25 minutes, and this is a extremely fast game for the patch and for Dota in general. But it's not just the speed with which they lost, it was the fashion. It just felt hopeless from minutes 5? Like that game was just an absolute smackdown, and there was nothing really to write home about for Heroic, unfortunately. It brings forth some questions about the form of this team now, right? Because first game against BetBoom, all right, it's BetBoom. They're a really good team. You lost pretty convincingly, but there were signs of life. This game, you got flat out just completely pummeled. You have 3 BO1s left today. Can you turn this around, or will you have to run the entire gauntlet? And if you do, what positives do you have to bring into the bracket, right, is what we might be asking ourselves later today, unless they can turn it.
I've got an age-old cope for you, send her in. Our group is just the better group.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And when you get to the playoff bracket, you're going to be playing against the teams from the other group. Easy. That's an easy way all the way through. I think you don't match up against the other group until the finals. Right?
That sounds right.
Yeah, because you just end up matching up against, you know, the 5th best Group B team, the 4th best Group B team. So you don't face anybody from your group after beating, you know, 5 other opponents.
Check out.
Well, say it does.
Well, if all the B teams go in the top half, then if any of the B teams win, they would face a B team again. So the team that could do the whole gauntlet of only playing the other group would be the last place team from Group A, only playing B teams. But if they ever lose, then a B team will play a B team.
Yes. Let's take a look at the group standings. Here's Heroic are 0-2. And Falcons received their first loss. In case you were just now joining us, you missed the previous 60-minute match between Falcons and Xtreme. On the other side of the groups, which we haven't seen at all, but maybe some of you guys have, Tundra, Gaming Gladiators, and Liquid have yet to lose a game. OG have lost 2 of them. And Spirit. Who did Spirit play up against? Is a good question. I wonder who they lost in that pack of the top 3 European teams. As Gaming, thank you very much, production. Gaming Gladiators. Okay, Gaming Gladiators managed to get a little back into form enough to take down Team Spirit in, I guess, a 1-game series, but still.
Yeah, it's a start, right? And we're painting this picture of gaming as just screwed, which is just not true, right? Teams go through ups and downs in terms of form, and I personally definitely believe that gaming can right the ship and figure things out. Maybe this is step number one.
All right, we've got Nat, who I believe has an interview with Chrysalis.
I'm here with Chrysalis. Congratulations on your win. Picking up Drow Ranger, it's been a while since we've seen her in the meta. What exactly is finally potentially making her viable and the chance to see her more in tournaments?
I think it's just because other carry heroes got nerfed, like Shadow Fiends and other Lunas. All the ranged carry heroes are like kind of down in value, and then there's more Flings that are coming back and all these heroes, and Drow is just naturally good against them. So I'm going back to the secret era from 2 years ago, where I'm picking Drow every game in TI.
Yeah, I was wondering because it's been like 8 months since you had played it professionally.
Yep.
So a bit of time there. One thing that did change up, though, for you was the build that you went onto this Drow Ranger. We see a lot of people go the same thing over and over again, but for you, you picked up the Yasha. Normally, it's then built into the Manta, but this time around, you decided to go into the S and Y. Why exactly is that, and why this game?
I mean, honestly, I was just winging it. I don't have like a super good reason, but if I have to make up something, it's like, oh, Shaker cannot perma-stun me out of Aqua. It's like harder for him. So I have S&Y, I can press BKB, and then they don't kill me. Okay. Yeah.
That's a pretty good reason, though, to not get changed.
It's a decent one. I came up with a pretty good reason on the spot, I think. Yeah. Pretty decent.
It was good. And the last thing is you guys having a stand-in here for your position 5. Does that impact you a little bit when it comes to the laning phase, or he slotted in quite well?
I mean, I played with Pontamem like a month ago in Wallach as well, so I already feel like pretty comfortable with him. Of course, Shannon is always like a bit different, but I feel like both of like Duka and Pontamem are very good fives, so it doesn't feel like a massive difference to me.
Awesome. Well, Chrysalis, thank you so much. I won't keep you too much longer, but thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I love how honest Chrysalis is. You know, he just straight up says, yeah, I was just kind of winging it. Because I totally would have been, oh, yeah, of course, he's getting the status resistance, so when Earthshaker jumps him, he's only going to get 1 stun, and then he's going to get gusted. That sounds really, really smart.
Yeah.
And he's just like, yeah, I was just kind of winging it, but yeah, it seems like a decent reason to do it.
I think he could have bought Dagon there if he wanted. So, you know, everything would have been fine. But if there is one takeaway from that, perhaps it is the thing we've talked about quite a lot, that Dota is a game of feel. And he just felt like, all right, for whatever reason, Sanjin Yasha feels good here. Just keep ramping, running the momentum, and then, oh, it turns out it was good.
Yeah.
But, you know, if he bought a Manta, I don't think he would have regretted it and been like, man, I should have bought S&Y. Why didn't I see it, you know?
Well, Chrysalis feels good. I feel good. You feel good? Heroic doesn't feel good. But
we don't
everybody
know
else.
That. We don't technically know that. But
well, you said the whole Sub-Zero.
Don't lie to the audience. We have not asked Heroic. We do not know if they're feeling
That's true. Nat, get on it. Have an interview with a loser's interview with Heroic after one of these games. We are going to go to a break because, again, we are just keeping the games going. Do not go anywhere because we have a very short break, and then we'll be back with another matchup. This one is going to be Cinderin.
BetBoom versus
Xtreme Gaming. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are into our next one-game series. I don't know why I mess with that so much. Welcome, everybody. It's BetBoom versus Xtreme. I'm just so used to talking about best-of-3 series. But no, you get one shot and one shot only against each one of the teams in your group. And you may never have a chance to play them again, Cinderin.
This is true.
See on our screen, we got Pure and the rest of the BetBoom boys. Were you, when this roster was announced, Cinderin, were you a fan? Did you like the change that BetBoom made?
As in when they got Kataomi and Kiyotaka?
Yeah, and
or
basically Save was like, all right, me and Pure are gonna carry this shit.
Was that what he said?
Yeah, he said, all right, it doesn't matter who everybody else is.
I think I was indifferent in the sense that I wasn't sure whether it was going to be better or worse than the prior iteration.
Okay.
So I wasn't like, oh, this is definitely an upgrade or this is definitely a downgrade. It was, I think this could absolutely work, but I could also see it being worse than the previous team. And I think so far, I don't know if I want to draw conclusions yet. I think it's kind of on par, maybe a bit better. Because the previous team also had a lot of really good results, right?
Yes.
Not championships, and this one also hasn't had that yet.
I feel like Dota 2 as an esport puts a lot of pressure on being first, right? Because TI is such a monolith of the scene, right? And now we have Riyadh, that it's first or nothing. And
I've always hated that mentality.
Yes, and I think in other sports and other esports, the mentality of just being a very consistent top-tier team, you know, BetBoom would have been totally fine to keep that roster. But because Dota 2 is the way it is, it's like you had to change something. Because these guys, obviously, like, something was wrong, and they just could not seem to get first place, and that is the only place that matters. So, we'll see whether or not they can get first place in this matchup against Xtreme as we head into the draft. Because, Cinderin, it's first or second.
I was just going to say, I'll promise you one thing, Cap. They are getting on the podium in this game.
That is true.
They will. If they somehow manage to get third, I don't know what that would look like. That is GGing in the draft, I guess.
I believe that getting third would mean that you got disqualified by an admin. So the admin got second, and you got third. You got beat by the admin.
That's actually the best way to get third.
All right, we'll see if the Terrorblade makes a reappearance in the first 4 bans.
Worth noting here, Xtreme banning 2 of the heroes that BetBoom rated the absolute highest in their just played series. They played Shadow Demon and Magnus as their first 2 picks. They are now the first 2 bans, so very much targeting with recency here on the side of Xtreme.
Yeah.
Whereas BetBoom, this is more general stuff. None of this was played by Xtreme in the previous series. It was unavailable. I think banning Beastmaster against New is just a given. The guy's a beast on this hero, no pun intended. And the Alchemist for low, one of his best. I definitely think you keep his Ursa in mind when you get later down the line in the draft. We just saw him being clearly warmed up on the hero in his first game against Falcons. And they will also ban the Doom. So that was the one hero that Xtreme did play in their last series. And now they take away the Pugna that Xtreme also played. So very targeted on this first game.
That makes the Bristleback not as inviting to pick up. It makes the Terrorblade less inviting to pick up.
Yep.
What other heroes do you feel like Pugna is really good against in the current meta?
5 seconds.
TA.
Sure.
I don't know if Xtreme want that for low, and they wouldn't first pick it. So, like, first picks, there's not that many more, I guess. This is one that deals well with Pugna. You can always attack decrepit targets because of your innate. And it is also, the added benefit of picking this here is that now you don't have to worry about save playing it later in the draft, because this Pugna could easily be played by Kataomi. I'm not going to say that Pugna Muerta is a good support duo necessarily, but with the right core cast around them, they can work, and save can carry games as Muerta. So don't mind this at all.
BB teams turn to battle.
How good is PYW at Muerta? Because we've seen a couple of Western European players and Eastern European players alike really shine on this hero. Players like Boxy and Save stand out as examples of players that have just kind of been a fourth core in some of their games and truly won the game for their team. But there's no, I can't think of a standout Chinese team that had like an insane Muerta performance that just is in fresh memory at least. But it could be that PYW could be that guy. And
I tried to look it up, but it's not working.
I'm definitely not going to doubt Xtreme's ability as a team after beating Falcons. I know it was just one game, but the way in which they won that game and the way in which they drafted was quite refreshing to see. If they could also win against BetBoom, I think it makes them favorites in the group, just flat out. If you beat both of those teams, even in one game, you could just wipe the group.
I could tell you has a 60% win rate in pubs on the hero.
PYW?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Unless it's 5 games, in which case it really doesn't matter.
It was a lot of games. He's played a lot of it.
All right. Well, I look forward to it.
For some reason, I can't access his esports profile. What's going on, man?
Well, maybe Knoxville can get us that stat.
I believe.
They are going to ban away the melee heroes that work best with Muerta. I feel like with both of these heroes, both Pugna and Muerta, you want a melee support with some stuns and some catch. But I will say, Muerta is such a good answer to Tusk that I'm glad they banned that, at least on the side of BetBoom. Like, I don't think you want Tusk.
Yeah.
And you don't want it to go to Xtreme.
Oh, Lena ban. Interesting. Okay. Less interesting now. Because they just don't want XM to play against GPK Lena mid.
Perspective-wise, Sniper is a girthy boy.
That's a big sniper.
God damn, he's just dwarfs that poor little Muerta.
Sniper of the Colossus kind of thing going on here, and then
Giant's rings.
Little Muerta.
Sniper.
Pugna also deceptively big. This is a very small hero. That's good. You get to... I was going to say you get equal representation, but then why is Sniper so big? I guess for the other heroes, it's equal. Sniper is just really...
It's opposite representation. The smaller you are, the bigger you are on the draft screen.
That's actually true.
They're going to pick Primal Beast, and he's going to be the smallest boy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at me. I'm a beast.
Invoker is the man. You like that matchup? Invoker as the hero. You had so many different mids you could have picked against Sniper.
I can't...
10 seconds remaining.
Is that good?
I don't think it is. I mean, and I'm sure it's fine-ish, but it's certainly not a winning matchup.
I mean, if they opt to pick it here for GPK, he has to feel comfortable in the matchup, or they would never rate it high enough to pick it now, right?
Yeah.
If you're picking your mid into Sniper at this point, it's because you're, first of all, either convinced Sniper is mid, or you're thinking that in case he does go mid, you'll be fine, and you think there's still flex. And you just want Invoker because he can play against anything. In case that this... Let's say there was a better counter pick against Sniper that gets bodied by Huskar, right? Then you don't want to run the risk of, oh, now I have to deal with that. But I would say Invoker gets bodied by Huskar. So
Sure.
You're probably not considering that a factor at all here. And maybe you're happy if XM picks Huskar, because I think that was one of his worst performances I've seen all year, was when he played Huskar.
Xtreme Gaming's turn.
Your favorite.
Ogre Magi! Why is that my favorite?
Because
I like doing the voice?
Because at Dream League, you wouldn't stop doing the voice the entirety of...
You never said it annoyed you, so I didn't stop.
I know, I
You egged me on. You were actually in the green room 5 times a day. You're like, Sin, do the voice.
Do the voice in.
Yeah, that definitely happened.
Remaining.
Yay!
Ogre is so big, he's actually off the box with his head.
Blending in with the blue.
Actually, Sniper is a bit too. That's just his headgear. But Ogre, yeah, he's kind of disappearing.
Xtreme Gaming's turn.
Mars.
All right.
Okay, new Mars.
This is a
He's
really
good
good
at the
pick.
hero.
So this is a great way of anchoring the fight for Sniper and Muerta to constrain it in an area.
Oh, you throw in some Elder Titan on the mix too?
Double
Anybody's
down.
inside the arena is done for.
I think the reason that Xtreme can take this angle is that BetBoom picked Invoker. If they didn't, this kind of lineup is extremely vulnerable to Spirit-type heroes mid.
For sure.
That can just ignore the fact that you have this big AoE and you just jump around. I think this would have been an insane game for GPK Storm.
Elder Titan also got buffed, right? Yeah, they buffed Deconstruction, one of its big problems is that that facet, you left the spirit on them, and they start losing their stuff. But the moment they get a force staff or get outside the AoE, it's just boom, it's all gone. Right. Now they made it so the same effect that the same amount of time it takes to stack it on them, it takes to unstack it on them, which I think is a pretty massive buff for that facet. I would not be surprised, particularly with this Mars, if they go that fast.
Yeah, that's true. Do we like TA here? I think the matchup against Sniper is a bit iffy, and I mean, you do have Bloodlust and Alacrity, which is going to make any carry insane, right? But you're picking it willingly into Arena, which can block out your shots. You're picking it willingly into Sniper, who outranges you. And I would say TA actually doesn't really fare very well against the calling either. So...
Yeah, I think it is good for the matchup against Mars.
In lane.
In lane, right? I actually almost would have preferred if they took the hero that they banned there, the Morphling. Well, okay, not against Elder Titan. Cut that. Never mind.
Cut.
Sorry, forgot that hero was in there.
Yeah.
I guess it's one of the carries that is less affected by ET being on the field.
You know what I would have liked? I would have liked Pures to play carry Invoker and then pick Storm mid. I actually think that would have been dope.
That sounds insane.
Carry Invoker with Bloodlust can actually really carry. And I'm looking at it from the angle of, are you playing into Extreme's hand, and how do you break what they're trying to do with the strategy, right? They're proposing an extremely straightforward strategy here. We are going to play inside this arena with our ET. We're going to play team fights, and we're going to have the long-range artillery of Muerta and Sniper behind. The moment they lose formation on a lineup like this, it falls apart. So like a classic, that's why one of the classic counterpicks to Sniper is Lycan, because the moment he gets separated off from his team and gets bullied out, the structure that you're building the lineup off around falls apart. And that's what a similar logic to what Storm could do here. And the reason he came to mind immediately is that it's GPK's best hero.
Yeah, sure.
But maybe he doesn't feel like he can run it without Coddle at this level anymore. Maybe that's the case.
Does Pure play Invoker?
That's the other thing. Maybe just doesn't. Or maybe they didn't get the idea. You know, whatever.
I mean, we've only seen a couple of those right-click Invokers. I'm not sure if I've ever seen it carry. Have you?
I think so. I think I saw it carry a couple of times. I'm not going to say... So, I'm not advocating for Invoker carry being good. I'm advocating for it being worth it because of how insane of a Storm giver could be. So like it's like a sacrifice in a way.
Yeah. Is this off-lane Tiny for Miro? It's got to be, right?
Or it's 4 Invoker and 3 Ogre.
And mid Pugna?
And mid Tiny. And 5 Pugna.
Oh, 5, yeah.
4 Invoker is a thing. If they downgrade him to 4, it should be because they don't feel like the core potential is valuable enough. But I would say it is when you don't go the other route that I was talking about.
I don't think we've ever seen Save play 4 Invoker, so...
He's more than likely playing Pugna. He's a beast on Pugna. I guess it's just 3 Tiny. I mean, Tiny Pugna is a solid lane. The problem is they don't know their matchup.
About to find out. Lifestealer! Xtreme Gaming pulling out all the weirdo heroes. All right.
It's actually pretty good, this game. It's okay.
Well, it's against Pugna.
It's so-so. So the Pugna matchup is not great, but you're good against Invoker. You're good against Tiny.
You're not good against
Ogre.
TA.
The TA matchup is actually double-edged because you're one of the carriers that can buy Radiant's Manta, and the matchup becomes special because Lifestealer can go an itemization path that unlocks the ability to fight TA. I think that mindset of Lifestealer loses to TA, I would have agreed with 2 years ago, but I think after Lifestealer Axe has been becoming better, after you can go that the Manta Radiance route, perhaps that is... I don't even know if he's going to do it.
What do you think about... I mean, I'm down if you go that build. The Radiance Heaven's Halberd.
Halberd could also be a choice, yeah.
Where you were just basically stacking evasion and miss percentage, and then you get the Heaven's Halberd, then you get the Aghanim Scepter, you're double disarming him.
And I think the most important thing about all of this in this game for Lifestealer is that he is not the only carry. Because I think this hero suffers a lot. If it's the true and only carry of the game and you're playing bad matchups and get kited, you can't realize your net worth. But here, if he plays some sort of an in-your-face, drag attention away from the sniper kind of thing, then Sniper and Wertz can carry the fights, and he's just there as disruption, essentially.
Yeah.
Just in the face of the TA, in the face of the Tiny, making their lives miserable. He might kill them down to half, but he doesn't need to kill them fully, because the real damage is what's behind.
Prepare for battle.
All right, time to get into it. XM doing a little bit of a boots trick there. Buys early boots, runs out to lane so he can place that ward just a little bit sooner. He'll sell the boots for the full amount of golds because you have that 35-second window or whatever to sell. So he's just trying to get the early vision out.
Do you think that should be removed?
I
mean, it's the same for all heroes, right? So you could just be like, whatever, you know?
It is equally available. I think those kind of mechanics are kind of what make Dota what it is. So I'm okay with it. If they took it out, I wouldn't be upset.
Right.
But. And he did take deconstruction. Very cool.
Yep.
I like this.
So just to refresh the text here, every second natural order is on the target, they lose 1 armor and 1 magic resist, up to 20. So that could be 20 minus armor.
Yep.
But you're obviously not next to the spirit for 20 seconds. But let's say you're next to the spirit for like 5 seconds.
Yep.
Minus 5 armor in an AoE is free net worth for Sniper, essentially. If you look at it that way. Gonna be interesting to see. BetBoom's draft more standard. Let's see if Pure gets this rune. He definitely does.
Gonna get melded.
Oh,
big damage. Spear back. But he is slowed down. Is it enough for Pure to get this final hit in? He needs a meld hit to be able to finish him off, and he will not be able to get it.
Still good, though. Getting him back to base is very nice here for Pure.
Damage is done, and BetBoom did not miss a bounty rune for it. In fact, did they just get all 4? They did indeed.
Oh, boy. That is a great start for them.
Need to drop that ogre line. How'd that happen? What the? Yeah, that one.
Yep. Who do you think is the sick fuck at Valve that made the quick sound on the Sniper?
Valve is really good at knowing how to get under people's skins, right? Like, it's the same guy who came up with the tipping system, right? Like, the same guy. They just...
Oh, here's one for you.
Uh-huh.
How big a percentage of tips do you think are used for teammates, and how big a percentage is used for opponents?
Oh, I think it's like 30% is for allies.
30%.
I think it is far more the majority that are offensive tips.
Out of the 30% used for allies, how many of them do you think are genuine, and how many do you think are you fucked up?
Yeah, I think, yeah, at that point in time, you're talking about like 15% of tips are good-natured.
Okay, so half the tips to allies are negative.
Yeah.
Out of the 70% to enemies, how many are you made a good play?
Like 5%.
Okay. Nice.
I think
all right, working as intended, I guess.
Yeah. I'd like, you know, that Valve employee, that guy went in to interview at Valve, and they're like, what makes you good enough to work at Valve? And it's just, I'm really good at getting under people's skin.
That's a 6 stat, by the way.
Yeah.
4 bounty runes equates to a 75% win rate. That's, or it's, no, not 75. It's like 70, I guess. 28 and 9. Something in that ballpark. That's...
How much do you think of that is just the better team is much more likely to get 4 bounty runes?
Yeah, obviously that's definitely a part of it, but at that level,
yeah,
you're expected to, the majority of the time, even as the clearly inferior team, get at least 1 rune, right? So, what was it again? Was it 28 and 9?
Yeah.
That is actually over 75%. That's crazy.
I mean, that also probably includes, nobody's getting 4 bounty runes for free, right? That usually includes,
right,
that's some sort of smoke at the start of the game where they won a fight and they got first blood or multiple kills.
Yeah, that's true.
But it does go to show how much, you know, those first interactions at the very start of the game can set you up for success.
That's a good cold snap with the creep wave onto XM here. Decent poke.
But XM is going to stand his ground. Who doesn't stand their ground? PYW.
All right, that was not a kill I had on my bingo card. That ogre was going to run down Huerta off to the side of the map.
Yeah, didn't see that coming.
Quite surprising kill there.
He got his learning curve and hit him with the level 2 ignite. Yeah. Ran him down, I guess. 693 damage. Half of it physical, half of it magic.
That must have been a long chase. It takes Ogre a while to deal 700 damage.
Yeah. Is Blood Grenade physical damage?
It's magical, right? Pretty sure. Does it not say on there? It actually doesn't say what
it's magic damage.
Okay. All right.
That's
on there, yeah, but on the item it actually doesn't say what damage type it is.
Yes, I was thinking about that. I was like,
That's
I don't think I've
surprising.
ever noticed.
Oh, nice ignite. Gets the double hit on both of them.
Has to use the calling just to try and keep them away. Slaying's not been super fun. So far, the Templar Assassin is paying out. Winning the CS battle against the Mars. They got the kill on the Muerta. The Sniper Invoker matchup, though, that is not working for GPK.
It's pretty even, right? I think neither lane has been a disaster for either team.
Sure.
Like, Mars is still 17-3, which isn't the greatest, but it's playable. This hero doesn't need to have an insane start to function. I would argue this early game is obviously, I mean, without a doubt, infinitely better than the Doom from last game that we saw get pummeled by the Drow.
Yeah.
So even if he barely gets any CS the next 2 minutes or gets only a few, he can still perform his function in the game. Whereas if he stopped farming now as Doom, I would be way more concerned. But Mars can get things done with relatively little sometimes. He has a really good cast to play with. And on the flip side, Invoker, yeah, I mean, he's breaking even with Sniper. I think that's good enough. As a matter of fact, GPK is a bit ahead on Deny, so gets the earlier level 6. Obviously not as big of a deal breaker for Invoker as it is for other heroes, but
This is one of those special effects, right? That Low has.
Oh,
it's one of those like highly priced gems that he's put in.
Yeah, where he's walking around with traces of fire.
Yeah.
I think it's a perfect world only item.
It's funny how a cosmetic is has more of effect than Ignite does.
Yeah.
Ignite, you could barely tell he's on fire. Meanwhile, this lifestealer's running around just like blazing inferno.
It's the scare factor.
Bring in the 27 games and an 80% win rate. Oh Lord.
This guy's good. So is Sumail apparently. I guess Sumail's games may become with a little bit of an asterisk in terms of quality of opposition, though.
I didn't want to disrespect the king,
but I will say some of the games that I've seen him play Sniper was also against strong opposition, and he just was owning. So
yeah,
he's a good Sniper player, and it's one of those heroes that really accentuates players that are exceptionally good at lane mechanics. Yeah, because of how exploitative it can be, and Sumail is
trying to steal their Wisdom Rune. Xtreme Gaming are set up to defend this at least a little bit. Oh, nice dead shot!
I still got it!
He pushed Kataomi away with the dead shot and allowing you enough time to be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune. It was almost an utter disaster for BetBoom. They did manage to TP out in time for the Templar Assassin. If they had lost the Templar Assassin and failed to get that Wisdom Rune, what a win it could have been.
Yeah. But they end up trading 1 for 1 with BetBoom getting their own Wisdom on save.
Nice read by Xtreme. You know, like recognizing that push was going to come in, and a special shout out to PYW for that dead shot.
Yeah, it was clutch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pushing it in the lane. XM trying to set it up for 8-minute power rune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it's going to be a regen for Pelosi.
Tower is under attack.
XM, meanwhile, will start chipping away at that mid tower. Not much GPK can do about it.
Well, he can call on reinforcements, and they can try to turn it into a play, but as it looks, BetBoom are happy to just take the bot tower themselves, and this mid tower is only half. Sniper doesn't push very fast. He may do it from a safe distance, but it does take a while. And now the reinforcements can arrive with the Ogre coming in.
That early tower kill, Miro's in a pretty decent spot net worth-wise.
Yep.
It's right there next to Lifestealer. He'll have a Blink Dagger and just 1,000 gold.
Why do you think they picked Tiny with the heroes they saw at the time? Is it just a solution for Sniper, I'm guessing? Because, like, Miero plays Summons heroes. There was a potential. I think Lycan was in the pool, right?
But Lycan's bad against Mars.
He's bad against
right?
Mars, so maybe that's just enough to dissuade him.
Yeah, I think it is.
And then you're just picking the offlaner that you feel like can get the Sniper out of position. Maybe it's that simple.
Yeah, I think it is that simple, honestly.
Nice smoke break from Paulson. It's going to cost him his life.
GBK tries to get more.
It's not going to cost him his life?
Yeah, they split focus here. They got greedy on that one. Pelosi does eventually die. XM's the one perhaps getting a little bit greedy. Bunch of shrapnel. And damage amping up a little bit here. Oh, New's going to come in. Got GPK inside the arena. Pins him back. A dead shot. Put him in the grave. Miro actually does maybe just get a toss combo there onto XM. And then TP's away successfully.
Radiant's top tower.
In the meantime, the one hero not involved in this situation for the side of BetBoom will take a tier 1 tower. So Pure ramping up really fast. And this will be, I think, the biggest challenge of the game for the side of Xtreme is solving this TA, who is without a doubt now going to get absolutely massive. We've seen Pure recover from 0-3 laning stages and still hard carry the game as TA. This one, he's top net worth by a lot, minute 10. And should just keep ramping up. He will have that bloodlust. He will have that alacrity. See what the solution is going to be for Xtreme. It's going to be the Radiance Rush from Lifestealer, unsurprisingly, first. Wonder what it's going to do after. And also wonder if maybe my mindset about Lifestealer against TA is outdated after the new refraction. Because the Radiance ticks don't remove a stack.
Right.
You need to tick twice, I think, to take a layer. So the Radiance itself will be slower to burn off the refraction charges. But the Manta should still be quite decent. Although that will also hit for less damage than a shield. Whereas the old Radiance Manta Lifestealer would just break the shield almost instantly.
Dude, this is terrible. Templar Assassin carry, taking your offlane tower and then getting into your triangle, your ancient area.
Yeah.
That is super efficient for BetBoom. Currently up 3K net worth. Blink Dagger now done for Miro. And ready to go on the hunt. PYW. Miro's not needed for this kill, it seems. But he is needed for this one. Gets a toss back onto Pelosin. Into the Fire Blast stun. Throws a tree at him. The Ignite will probably tick him down.
Yeah, he's done.
Pelosin tries to get a stomp off, but clubbed to death by Kataomi.
This is very quickly getting out of hand. And stemming the bleeding feels like it exclusively can come from Neo. I think without the arenas, I don't know if Xtreme have much to bring to the table in the way of fighting right now.
Yeah. They get a reaction out of them, then Pure TP's back to the safe lane. He's got a Blink Dagger already, so he's... When you already have this kind of control and you have more map, the Blink Dagger just adds to that, right? He's able to push in that top lane more aggressively because he's got a Blink Dagger. He can move around the map more efficiently with it. They really need to stop what this guy's doing right here. They're going to bait out Neo. Bait it out. See if the Templar Assassin pushes forward. He does not. So they'll have to content themselves on a Kataomi kill and perhaps try and take this safe lane tower away from BetBoom.
It's going to be a tall order. If BetBoom wants to defend, I feel like they can defend every single tower for quite a while. Lifestealer doesn't offer much in the way of aggression. Invoker can combo break your initiation. Or you can just make your own move, which is arguably even better. You're just taking the mid tower instead. And then you can still defend. They'll do both.
Oh, Miro could get a big jump here. Goes forward, goes for the tiny, gets silenced. pinned as well. He is very tanky, but a beautiful dead shot. Hit the Templars to the back line. Templar Assassin still blinks forward, goes for New. Stick keeps him alive for now. Now an Infest, give him the extra HP. Pure runs out of damage. Now Pure gets pinned, but Xtreme Gaming are low enough that they do have to back away. GPK, he is coming out here. He's going to chase after them. Not sure what that Pierce the Veil was exactly for PYW, but they're going to get caught in this corner. Trying to defend themselves. Spear goes out, doesn't land. GPK still trying to find his entrance, coming in from behind. PYW is going to be blasted down. XM still trying to hold his ground, but now GPK hits the tornado. EMP on 2. They're trying to all in on the Pure. Deafening Blast stalls up some of the damage. Pure in trouble. Pure dead. GPK trying to finish off XM. Does manage to get that kill before he ghost walks away. It's Low, the old survivor of this team fight, trying to run away with the rage. He'll be good for now. Pelosin came back into the team fight at some point in time, wasn't able to get a kill. Low. Tornadoed, wait a minute. Sunstrike, not gonna land, stick charge up in a second. He's gonna be okay now. In fact, save. He's gotta be careful. It's gonna be a steal of the, no, denied. PYW denies that Wisdom Rune.
No.
Meanwhile, Low does manage to survive. Wait, GPK, he managed to get it before the deny came out. Now he gets the kill on the Muerta. Pelosin, he's chasing after him, but New, he's coming in a bit too late to things. Spear on 2. They're both so low, but they will get neither of them. Oh, what a disaster for Xtreme.
Was that a same server tick thing?
Yeah, it was.
I think he got the experience. It also shows up first in the log, right? So he picked up the rune as it was denied. I think it might also show the denied text if the projectile is midair.
I think it does, yeah.
So it's not server tick, it's just based on the projectile.
Still got GPK inside the arena on a second part of the team fight. What a beautiful stomp on top of that one. GPK. Oh, no, the life drain. Save kills himself to keep GPK alive. He said, my old teammate, I'll do this one for you.
The biggest winner in all of this is TA, just completely freely farming.
Yeah.
This is starting to look very problematic for Xtreme.
They are just, the heroes are too tanky. Miro, GPK, like they're going into these fights, even Kataomi, and it feels like Xtreme just can't kill these heroes fast enough. Or sometimes at all.
Yeah, they're definitely very item dependent. They need this Lifestealer to get something going so that he is a threat in the fight and not only the sniper, because for the time being, Lifestealer is kind of just there. XM.
He's there.
Until he is.
Now he's gone.
Yeah.
Well, that Radiance is going to be picked up here in a second, so...
They gotta put it to use more or less immediately. I think if you just chill here, you're playing a losing battle.
Yeah.
Because BetBoom are not gonna take their foot off the gas. They'll just keep going.
Keep forcing you around the map. So either you take your own initiative and make some move happen, or you show up in numbers to fight them back, and maybe the Radiants can push it over the edge now. The problem is, whenever you make item progression, BetBoom probably do as well. Now they're gonna have the Pavis. Find PYW, dispels the ignite.
Yeah, that's probably what that Pierce the Veil was earlier. Trying to juke it around, and he's doing a good job of it. Unfortunately, there's nowhere for you to run to. So, running alongside the Meteor, not good for your health. Pelosin will burn up, and the Radiance fails to find a timing window here for them to be effective. 9,000 net worth lead for BetBoom.
Is it time to worry yet that we've taken a time machine to TI cap?
How so? Which part?
If this goes the trajectory it is right now, that's 3 games today that are very one-sided.
Yeah.
And at 20 minutes feel like a team has just got the game in a complete iron grip.
I would say that that is mostly Heroic. That's mostly Heroic's fault.
Okay.
And I think for this matchup, Xtreme took down Falcons, but I think Xtreme has always had a good matchup against Falcons. I don't know what their record is.
Right.
But I would say that Falcons is the better team, but stylistically, it's one of the better matches for Xtreme, right?
Right.
I would rather have Xtreme play Falcons any day of the week than Team Liquid or Gaming Gladiators.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think BetBoom is one of those faster teams. They have always been a very lane dominant team, and I think that is not good for Xtreme.
Right.
So I don't want to jump the gun too quickly.
Makes sense to me, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Xtreme want to try to get something done now with their Radiance, so they're going to infest smoke. With Mars leading the charge.
Just don't run into the ogre.
Doesn't look like anything is going to come from it, though.
Well, yeah, if they don't take the ogre, they may not find anything else, so they'll finally go for it. That's two more HP for the Lifestealer.
Nice.
Nice.
Doesn't he get more than 2 for a hero kill?
I don't remember.
He gets like 10 or something, 20?
Oh, there's too much text.
Oh, God. You can't see it?
I can't read all that.
He gets...
Can you describe it to me in pictures?
Radiant are scared.
15 for a hero kill.
15.
And 1 for a creep.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I think it used to be 5 for a hero creep, and then we laughed at it. Or a hero kill. When it just came out, I think it was 1 per creep and 5 per hero. And we were just like, why are you getting 5 for killing a hero? Right?
Wasn't it 2 per creep? Wasn't that the old...
Yeah, so the very original one was 2, and then he just got that as a passive component of Feast, right? And then the Facets came out, and he got 1 and 5.
Oh, okay.
So it was considered a nerf because 2 per creep is obviously way better than 1 per creep and 5 per creep. And then they buffed the hero component.
Losing their first tower this late into the game has got to feel great for BetBoom.
Yep. Boom.
BetBoom. You know that old POD song? Here comes the boom.
Yeah.
He's gonna go armlet. Next item. Okay. Would have been down for the Manta. Would have been down for the Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah,
Armlet is a very efficient item, but
I don't know if this is the one.
I mean, either way, you.
Maybe he's gonna need to rely on toggle. Maybe he's like, I need to make heroic plays, not team heroic plays. That would not work today. But put in some extra effort to pull.
Making a jump on a low, in some trouble. Toggle it out.
See ya.
Infest away.
A successful escape, and all it cost them was a Roshan.
Yeah, never a great sign when the enemy team is able to make plays and do Roshan at the same time. Like, that's how confident they are in the state of things. Does make for a rather slow Roshan for a Templar Assassin, but they get there eventually.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Do it. Sunstrike the Tormentor. Sunstrike one of the heroes. Oh!
What?
Yeah.
Did he have any? Oh,
He did,
Okay.
he did,
Okay.
he did,
I
he
was
did.
like, what?
Yeah.
I didn't see the ward, and I was just in disbelief that he hit that. I mean, it was still a sick hit.
It was.
To be fair. But if he had done that fully blind, that would have been wild.
Maybe he was. Maybe he closed his eyes. Toss back in some trouble. XM cannot get back to the safety of the arena. Miro is deep here underneath the tier 3 after that arena, but he is tanky enough to survive where XM was not. XM with the buyback does manage to shoot down the Aegis. Can they get a spear back on that? Oh no, he's gonna be silenced. Oh no, New. He tried to take advantage of the situation. After all, they bought back on XM. You gotta get something for that, but they do not. And all he does is give away his own life instead.
I think going for a Blink Spear on the TA Aegis respawn there is really good, but he didn't time it at all.
Yeah,
so it didn't look like he was going for the TA. It looked like he was trying to get Invoker, and then he changed his mind, and then it was too late. And then the TA play didn't exist anymore either.
Trying to blow up low. That is a bold move. Saved by the Decrepify, though. Miro's able to make those kind of plays. After all, he's got level 2 grow. He's got a ton of armor. He's got the save from save.
Yeah.
You could just keep on poking like that, knowing that there isn't much that Xtreme can do in return.
All right. They have...
Okay, I hope they're ready with the dust. Oh! They spot him. He has BKB. Wow.
Not great. You would have liked to get some sort of a setup with a Blink Arena there, but instead, all you get is a BKB forced.
Miro is
Miro
maybe going to show himself or not. He's heading to his ward. He's going to sit on this vision.
All right, what's his end game here? What is he planning?
Like, you know,
That's Conda.
A support kill, a sniper that shows up.
Can he kill sniper?
I think
Conda?
he can.
Maybe? 1500?
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Yeah, I think he can kill sniper. So he TP's away.
It's too bad. Another 30 seconds, he would have found a kill.
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under
15-6 as we hit the 25-minute marker, a 12,000 net worth lead for BetBoom. They're just waiting for one opportunity, one pickoff. Take the high ground, and it's off this ward right here. The trees regrow. That limits some of their vision. And Plosin is refusing to show himself.
Nice try there.
Off the Sunstrike.
Yeah, that's nice to try to fish a toss.
Pure pushing forward. Pinned immediately. They do have some saves. New, he's going to be the one to die instead. Pure still has his BKB, activates it, turns around, throws some damage back at low. I'll take the full lane of barracks. And they'll be relatively full on resources as they do it. They take a lane of barracks, and they still have that second Roshan timing. I feel like is usually so devastating for any TA lineup.
Yeah.
So they don't even have to like try and push things here. They can chill if they want.
And if they wanted to, I think they take top tier 2, and then they can try to fish for the play that they just made bot with Sunstrike into tossbacks. And then if they execute that correctly, they can also save with the Decrepify afterwards on the way out for the Tiny. As you mentioned, it's not a requirement. I mean, you're running the whole game, so you can just keep playing the map, wait for second Rosh, and then try to close it out. The likely choice for them to make here. There is, you see, Low queuing up the Yasha into Nullifier. And it's understandable that he feels like the team is going to need Nullifier against the Pugna, but...
Ah, got him. GPK continues to play a pretty nasty Invoker.
Yep. Oh,
Uh-oh, silenced and dead. Low getting picked off. All these other pickoffs, you know, small potatoes. But the carry now being dead means BetBoom don't have to wait for that second Roshan. They can just go straight up to the high ground knowing there is nothing to stop Pure now. So that'll very likely be a second lane of barracks. Unless the spam from Sniper and Elder Titan can somehow stall them enough. It's not looking good. Wait. Backdoor protection, even being up for a few seconds, might be enough here. 10 more seconds to the Lifestealer.
But they can't set anything up as the heroes are respawning. The guy who needs to initiate it is the Mars. So BetBoom don't need to be scared with the 3-second respawn timer.
Calling goes out. No opportunity for Miro to get the toss away. But again, his innate tankiness proves to be a problem. Still, though, New. Oh, man, he got silenced right as he jumps in and nothing goes off. They saw him coming off the Sunstrike. They're well prepared off the Templar Assassin, and Miro pounces immediately. The Infest will not bail out XM this time around. Earth Splitter, this has to be huge. Hits on 2, not too bad, but they're having a hard time doing the damage here. The BKB to walk away. Now return fire from BetBoom. This game, Synderen is looking all over.
Yeah. I mean, what can you really say?
Oh.
There's just nothing good happening for Xtreme in this game. And keep in mind, this is as we saw in the stats, this is an 80% win rate sniper for Xtreme. And BetBoom just came prepared and absolutely crushed it. This game not even remotely close. I have to say, I'm not in general the biggest Lifestealer enjoyer. I understand what they're trying to do with the pick here, but I think Lifestealer plus Sniper is not it for me. I think that duo is too slow and puts way too much pressure on your offlane to provide the conditions to win the game. And he was picked into a losing matchup, right? So it's like there's just very little to work with. Neo has to nail everything correctly. You run into damage issues, and ultimately BetBoom just run the entire show. That was a very, very great game from them. I think, you know, in classic BetBoom fashion, high pace, strong lanes, run the game over nice and quick, and made it pretty clear that the Heroic one wasn't a one-off. It wasn't just because Heroic were showing up poorly today. BetBoom are just in shape. That's for sure.
Yeah, and if anything, some of the other teams are going to have to worry about BetBoom. I think the BetBoom versus Falcons matchup later today, that one will be pretty interesting, just to see how Falcons is able to contest with the speed that BetBoom is bringing to the table. That also calls into question the strength of Falcons in general. Xtreme taking down Falcons, but then Xtreme being beaten by BetBoom. Obviously, transit property doesn't always work in Dota, but it's not the best sign for things right now.
Right.
Yeah, interesting developments here in Group A.
Now, that puts BetBoom at 2-0.
Yep.
And Heroic at 0-2.
Yep.
And Xtreme at 1-1. And PARIVISION 1-0 is the current state of things, I believe.
Yeah.
So, obviously, I was going to say everything's still up for grabs, but that's the thing. Every single game matters. So whether you get 4th or 5th, there's a difference. Whether you get 3rd or 4th, et cetera, et cetera. So you want to play it out till the bitter end and get every single W that you can. And of course, one of these 2 teams, or excuse me, one of these 5 teams in this group will make it all the way to the semis today with a 4-0 score.
Wonder how many other weird heroes Xtreme has up their sleeve, right? Because they picked up the Venomancer mid. Now we had a carry Lifestealer, which for the meta, not a hero that's being picked up very often.
Right.
It feels like they maybe have just done a lot of workshopping on some new heroes to draft for themselves. With
It's
the
also
addition of
about
Low as well, right? That adds a hero pool.
Right. It's about comfort, I would say, because Low's best heroes in my mind are Lifestealer and Ursa, but the games were just night and day in what conditions he had to play with. So I think in this one, it was just, you can put the best Lifestealer performance and player in the world in this game. He cannot solve this. It's just not possible.
Well, BetBoom's 2-0. Let's have a talk with Miro and Nat.
I'm joined here with Miro. Congratulations, another win for you guys. Now 2-0 out of your 4 games. Want to talk about Tiny because I was going through a profile. You got a lot of games on him in pub games, but only 10 in competitive. So what is it about this hero that unfortunately you don't get to play it too often in the off lane?
I think this hero was pretty buffed in 2019, and I was playing off lane. This is my first hero I played on offlane when I switched role from carry to post 3, and I think that's my favorite hero. But on offlane, the more heroes are a little bit OP than Tiny, so that's why.
So then why exactly did you pick him up for this game? What made him finally work instead of some of the other OP offlaners?
I guess this Tanya is pretty strong if you can play on him very perfect. So without his mistakes, so it can be worked, I think.
Yeah, well, you played that one without mistakes. You guys are pulling out a lot of stuff when it comes to drafts. You're having that fun, and I know you've said that all in the past as well, that that's what you want to do on BetBoom. But the one that's sticking out right now is the TA, the Templar Assassin. It's got a little bit of flex. Is that to do with GPK coming back as a stand-in, or you think it's going to kind of shine this tournament and in this meta?
I think we just have the best players on this hero in the world now, so it's flex TA on 2 roles, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Miro, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Well, he's got his specialty in the Tiny, and they have their specialty in the Templar Assassin. Feels like they just had a really comfortable draft, Syndrin.
Yeah, I like interviews with Miro in how he's always it's like very concise and it's very straightly to the point. It's like, yeah, these heroes are imba, so I pick them instead. Yeah, this game, it can be good if you play perfect.
I played perfect.
I played a good game this game, so that was all we needed. Yeah, we're flexing TA because we have the 2 best players in the world in this hero. The end. I was like, okay, you know, I mean, can't argue with that, right? If that's what they think, every step of the way makes sense, and the results are there to back it up so far. So, sure, nobody can complain on that team.
All right. That wraps up this little game, but we have another game that is just around the corner. We're already getting into the lobby for it. We have Falcons versus PARIVISION. This is a creep wave grudge match between Amar and Crystallis. It means there's going to be some all chat, so you don't want to miss that. We're going to go to a break, then come right back with that game. Welcome back to Blast Slam. We got Team Falcons versus PARIVISION as our next matchup. And as I alluded to, this is a creep wave matchup. We've got Amar versus Crystallis. Both of them were creep wave members. Both of them are going to be doing a lot of ult chatting in this next game. I can almost guarantee.
Well, one of them is going to be doing ult chatting.
They look like they're both carries. Amar's stats just look like we're doing a carry versus carry matchup, which we kind of are.
Yeah, in a way.
His GPM and XPM are not that different from the enemy's carry.
Now, I wonder what his numbers are compared to Skeeter.
Yeah.
Amar and Skeeter compared, and then comparing like Crystallis to DM and in other teams as well, right?
Yeah.
That would be kind of an interesting stat to break down further down the line. Because I will say, my gut tells me that Amar is the offlane player in the world that takes the most farm relative to his carry.
Number one, for sure.
He has
Absolutely.
to be.
So there's a matchup between Skeeter and Amar. So we could see that Skeeter actually somehow gets a decent amount more GPM and XPM, but I think that's mostly just because they're a winning team.
I mean, the heroes he plays will farm faster, right? The thing that's interesting is the percentage-based relative difference between Amar versus Skeeter, where it's 602 versus 702. So he has like, what's that, 85% of Skitter's GPM? In other teams, I bet you the offlaner does not have 85% of his carry.
Right.
On average, across an entire patch, right? Like DM will not have 85% of Crystallis, for example. I just don't think so.
No.
And this might be the closest that a 3 is to the 1, which is by design. But I would be curious to see if that's actually true, or if we just have this perception, because you can easily get an idea of something based on selective memory of, oh yeah, Amar have had pop-off games. He's just carrying so hard. And then you forget the games where he's maybe a bit quieter, or there are games where he just does a lot with less.
Yeah.
You have the impression that he's very farmed, even though he's just pressing the couple of buttons he has perfectly.
Well, I think Knoxville is in the green room right now, but we might be able to ask him for a net worth distribution percent-wise of Falcons versus PARIVISION. But we do have our draft coming up just around the corner. It would be interesting heroes. Any heroes you should look out for, Cinderin?
For this series in particular, how much overlap do these teams actually have? Razor.
Amar and Crystallis share the Razor.
Razor will definitely be number 1. I guess the Terrorblade's just getting banned. I want to say Magnus. We've seen Malrine play at mid. DM, one of his absolute best.
True.
So I think Mag and Razor are my 2.
Okay, well, let's see if you're correct about that as we head into the draft for this game. Keep wanting to say game 1. I could just game 1. Game 1 of 1.
I'll spoil you guys a little bit and let you know that so far none of them... Oh, now it's not a spoiler anymore, but whatever. None of those are banned yet. Of course, we forgot to mention the Monkey King, which will always be a factor between these two teams, because for Falcons, it is played, I would say, primarily by Malrine, but Skeeter also plays it.
Yep.
But on the side of PARIVISION, it's Crystallis. It's his bread and butter, Monkey King and Razor. So now, what is interesting here is there's a mind game going on now, because... when Falcons played PARIVISION last time, they let PARIVISION have Razor, and they insta-counterpicked it with Viper first phase.
Yep.
And ruined Crystallis' game as much as they possibly could.
Yep.
So they might just do the exact same thing here of just letting them have it.
And
but
they have
the last ban, so they could ban the Viper.
They've also memed a lot about Crystallis Morphling, which is pretty funny. Which is the last time they matched up against each other, that was the last pick, and before the pick even came out for Crystallis, they were telling him, bro, just pick the Morphling already. We know you're going to do it. And he didn't.
Yeah.
And then later on, they're talking about, oh, we're just going to ban the Crystallis Morphling, and Crystallis responded, yeah, well, I mean, if you're banning my Morphling, I've already won. You know? Which apparently back on Creep Wave used to be, they would meme his Morphling all the time. Is not his best hero, but he's gotten good with it.
Man on your screen. Well, there's a lot of men on your screen, but
many men.
The guy on the right side of your screen, there's also more of those. The guy who is okay, let's just say Snaking then.
Snaking.
So there's no confusion.
Okay.
Has won 20 games in a row on Enchantress.
Yes.
It has been bodied this patch. So now teams don't even need to ban it anymore. Now they have a ban for his Chen. And then they can pick Magnus.
How hard did it get bodied?
It got nerfed really hard. So Enchant's mana cost level 1 went from 40 to 70. And the healing attendance, or Nature's attendance, went from 10 seconds to 7, scaling plus 1%.
Wow. Okay.
Both of the skills that made Ench a strong hero in lane got absolutely obliterated comparatively to other heroes that got nerfed. I think this was probably the single most nerfed hero of the entire patch.
I feel like that straight up takes like a few percentage points off of Falcons win rate. I would
agree with that.
I think their Enchantress was the scariest hero to give them in the draft.
I agree.
I think Amar has too many heroes at this point. You know, but Snake King, his Enchantress compared to any of the other heroes he played, I feel like Enchantress brought something different that you just honestly couldn't stop.
I thought all of Falcons' more or less exclusively all of their best draft had either Ench or Chen.
Yeah.
Like all of the best games they played where they felt the most dominant. And now if you don't have to ban one of them and you can ban the other, all of a sudden the playing field is leveled a bit more. Because this was something you as a team needed to overcome unless you were equally good with Chen and Ench, which basically like one team maybe was, right?
Yeah.
I would say Whitemon was extremely good at both, for example, for Tundra, which made that matchup interesting. But now that you can do it this way, things could be changing up quite a bit. And I agree with what you said about Amar. Like, he has too many good heroes, and he's always going to find some hero to have major impact on. But the thing is, it's about the relative difference and the way it impacts the overall flow of the game. When Snake King was playing Ench and Chen, he would win his lane, he would help them kill Roche, and he would play offensively on the map and die for his team and be a lightning rod. So he would perform like, it would be like the dream package for what a 5 can do in the game. A lot of the time, you're happy to pick a 5 that wins the lane. You're like, this is your job this game. Win the lane, and then you do whatever after, right? But when he had those heroes, he could do literally all the things. So it's definitely... I think Falcons got nerfed the most in this patch, specifically with those 2 lines of text.
Yeah. PARIVISION banning away the DK.
Yep.
So they must have something else in mind for the matchup against Bristleback. I think Pugna's. I really like the Pugna or Muertas when you give the enemy team Bristleback.
Yep.
I think it is so valuable to have supports that do not die when Bristleback gets on top of them, at least not right away.
Interesting. This is not a characteristic Falcons pick, ironically, because it's a bird, but they don't play this hero very often. I'm assuming it's snaking and never crit for this team with how their team dynamic works, but this is clearly something new for them. An adjustment to the patch with what heroes have been banned and the changes, so that'll be interesting to see. I would also say it's a decent targeted hero against Magnus. When you go into your ult, Mag will struggle to find an RP, and you can also cast Sunray on people that get RP to try to keep them alive. It's a long distance, like, major heal. And now Techie's coming out for 9 class. This is going to be interesting.
Where is Techies coming from? Techies didn't get buffed in the patch.
The heroes got nerfed. That's all it takes.
I guess so. I mean, we saw Ari was playing it for OG on the other stream. That obviously has not gone well for them. Since OG was 0-2 the last time we checked in on them. But Ari's a smart guy. He's picking it for a reason.
9 class is a beast on this hero. Curious about the Bristle. I agree with you that Pugna seemed like an obvious choice. I guess the Phoenix is a like pseudo block for that.
Yeah.
Because you have so much overwhelming magic damage against the Decrep. But what do we make in general of Bristle first pick for into bans for Falcons? They used to do this last patch in the D version. But now that the meta is developing and hero dynamics have changed a bit, Bristle got nerfed a bit. I don't know if Bristle should be rated here.
Personally, I think it's fine.
Okay.
Because I think there are so many heroes that get banned away in the first ban phase, and then you have a pick, and then you get the second ban phase. Like, I feel like you can address most of the heroes, and you only have to ban 1 or 2 heroes, I feel like, for most picks nowadays. There are other counters in the game, but usually you can itemize your way out of those counters. So I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's okay to put a threat on the board and say, deal with it.
Right. And I guess so far, PARIVISION haven't dealt with it that much.
Not really, no.
Sinister Gaze is interesting, though, because I think it turns you around.
Yes, it does.
So that's something.
And you have the Frost Shield, which is going to help a lot.
And you can isolate him and displace him with Mag. So they do have some tools. But man, this is... If you showed me this Radiant draft and you took away the team name, I don't think I would have guessed Falcons as one of my first 3 guesses. I think I would have guessed, like, Xtreme.
Sure.
Because mainly this support duo is so un-Falcons-like that I'm very curious to see how this is going to work with them playing the Rubik Phoenix. This takes me... I don't think this team has played this duo yet. Have they? Since their formation of the team, I don't know if they've played Rubik Phoenix a single game as a support duo. It doesn't come to mind, at least, as something they would run. The Sand King, definitely. That's Malrine on mid.
Yes.
But...
yes, I'm with you. It's the cores is fine for Falcons, but it's the supports that are definitely unusual, and this is probably... I take this as a sign of encouragement. I think this is what will allow Falcons to stay on top. They need more heroes for their support pool because the Enchantress got nerfed away, because there isn't as many melee hero 4 positions being run that Crit can play. So if they can bring back and show that Rubik is good again, that the Phoenix is a good 5 position for Snake King to play, you know, that is gonna make them, you know, that #1 threat that they have been in previous patches.
Do you think they would have picked the Rubik if not for Mag?
No, I think I don't think Rubik is good enough.
Hoodwink is in, right? And they chose Rubik over it specifically because of Mag, is what it feels like. Because
I think Jackie's is also good.
Yeah.
Right? You have good steals, and it's another hero that telekinesis is very good against, right? Because you can grab midair, stop the blast off. But I think it's more about the Magnus.
Yeah. I guess the steals against Lich are also really good.
Yeah.
Giving Frost Shield to Bristleback is insane. Stealing Chain Frost.
That Frost Shield steal is going to be particularly nasty now that there's a Drow Ranger pickup, right?
Drow is one of the carries that can cut through Bristle the best. And we heard in the interview from Crystalis that he's happy to play Drow now, that other ranged carries got nerfed. So they rate this one higher. Now the question is, what do Falcons propose as a solution? Spectre's banned. That would have been the obvious one for Skeeter. What carries are good against Drow? PA historically, but I think she just suffers so hard in lane depending on matchups. Like, if the matchup's good, sure. I guess you could play PA against Mag Techies. It's not out of the question, but PA...
Oh, that sounds nasty.
PA really likes playing with some sort of amp, right? Like anything that gives minus armor or makes her stronger, whatever, and they don't have that, so they need a more self-sufficient carry.
Phantom Lancer is another classic one.
Historically, PL...
That hero is gone, dead.
I think Skeeter can play Lycan, which is a historical counter to Drow.
Sure.
And also technically a good hero against Lich and Techies.
Chaos Knight was another old one.
CK.
Another hero that has been out of the meta for a while. Yeah, there's a lot of counters, traditional counters that are not meta.
CK might actually be the most likely pick, but I don't know if he likes the Earth Spirit and Mag matchups that well. This is a tough carry pick, I think.
Any chance that there's a better offlaner? We have Carry Bristle instead.
I just don't like Carry Bristle here either. I think upgrading it to Carry is not a good way of distributing your gold.
Okay, that's fair.
Again, for me, if you do that, it would be to run an offlane Lycan that you think is going to win the game, right? But I don't think that wins the game. You could pick Mars for Amara against Drow, but you don't have... I mean, you have Mars Phoenix, which is nice. Sand King with Mars is... honestly, Mars is fine, I think. And Bristle carry. I could be on board with that, but I do think they're looking for Skitter's hero.
Wraith King! They bring back the Skeeter Wraith King. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. And also, what does Wraith King go nowadays? Does he still do the skeleton build? Does he do the right-click crit build?
I think he still, most of the time, will go Radiance into Manta or...
sorry, with the facets.
Oh, just strictly facet?
Yeah, well, like...
hang on. I mean, this hero hasn't been played much in Pro Dota. Let me see. So, for this game... All right, this was very annoying to look at. Oh, here we go. So, either he gets the Skeletons or the Spectral Blade. I'm guessing Skeletons are better here just for the farming speed, right? It's still the faster farming facet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think he goes Bone Guard and just uses it to farm, would be my guess, but... Yeah, I don't think Spectral Blade has enough to justify it here.
Okay.
And he needs to get farmed. Like... An underfarmed Wraith King is just a bad hero. I think it's really that simple. So if you take the other facet, it's because you see a potential, like, window to really exploit a weakness in the enemy draft. And I don't see that one, so... It looks like Skitter doesn't see it either. He's holding on to Bone Guard. He's had it covered from the start. And now, interestingly, Malrine is going back for the Dust Devil. We saw Sandshroud being played by basically everyone in the D patch. And now Sandshroud also got nerfed. So in the beginning, everybody played Dust Devil. Then Dust Devil got nerfed. Then everybody played Sandshroud. Then Sandshroud got nerfed. And now we're back on Dust Devil.
We're back to Dust Devil. Yeah. Saw a bit of it at Dream League. I just feel like even when Sandshroud was good, I always thinking to myself in the back of my head, like, yeah, but running around from jungle camp to jungle camp with your Sandstorm just feels so good.
Yeah.
Hard to not take that option.
I think the thing was with when Sandshroud was the best, the cooldown of Sandstorm was actually so low that you would have it enough of the time anyway.
Yeah.
Which I think was why players did. If the cooldown of Sandstorm was increased by like 5 seconds, I think they would have all gone to Dust Devil.
Go.
Oh boy, that is a stat and a half. So really bad win rate this pitch together, Phoenix Rubik.
It's funny because it's such a classic combination of older Dota.
Dota has definitely changed. There's your all chat. There you go.
Yeah, they already were tipping each other. And the first bit of all chat has already started.
I was hoping we could get a stat on whether Crit and Snaking have ever played the support duo together. Yes. In any patch.
Also, Knoxville, we were hoping to get a net worth percentage breakdown of Falcons compared to PARIVISION. You know, what percent Amar takes compared to the rest of his team, and the breakdown of PARIVISION. Knoxville told me, said, ask for crazy stats. So we'll start with that. And then we'll start asking how many squirrels are on the map.
Knoxville, I would like to know. Okay, let's give him time for the first two, shall we?
Yeah.
I think. Let's not overload the poor man.
Kitchen's working. Orders up.
The battle begins.
And looks like a 2-for-2 split? Yeah. All right.
Did you ever work in a restaurant or anything like that?
No. That was lyrical.
I guess you went straight from school to professional Dota, huh?
Well, technically, after I finished high school, I had 1 year before I went to university.
Oh,
and in
okay.
that year, I mainly did Dota, and then I did a little bit of teaching.
Oh.
And when I was in university, I was what's that called? An assistant teacher for a course as well. So that's the one quote-unquote normal job I've ever had, was teaching.
Gotcha.
You wouldn't want to have me around a kitchen, I think. It's not a good call. I'm good at doing dishes, though. I'm an S-tier dishwasher. Nice. I have a lifetime of experience, so if you need someone, just hit me up.
I'll keep that in mind.
If you'll fly me out and you'll pay my accommodation.
Pay my day rate. Yeah. I will wash dishes.
I will wash dishes for my Dota day rate. You have my word.
That has always been my rule with tournaments. I tell them, if you hire my day rate, you want me to do something, I mean, you hired me for the day, whatever. You want me to do play-by-play, that's fine. You want me to host a desk, that's fine. I'll do whatever.
Might be the most expensive plumber they've ever hired.
Not a very good one either. All right, let's see it. So lane-wise, Lich Drow versus Amar, Bristleback, and Crit Rubik. Who wins that matchup? Probably Drow?
I would think so. I mean, Rubik is just not a strong laner anymore.
Yeah.
He had his phase where when Fate Bolt used to deal flat damage reduction, it was so much better. And since it was changed to percentage, then it was still all right, and then it got nerfed to be 5% level 1, which is completely insignificant amounts, like 2 damage on most heroes. So yeah, the Fate Bolt is not that significant, and I would expect the Lich Drow to pull ahead at least slightly here off of that, just putting overall pressure of playing double ranged into Bristle plus weak support.
And then we've got the mid matchup, Sand King versus Earth Spirit, which Sand King against other melee heroes has been doing really well. Hard to beat Sandstorm plus Stinger, both anti-melee sort of deals.
And you always have the luxury of doing this. Just, you know, just pull the wave and farm it with a camp, right?
Yeah.
So you're just gonna, you have the luxury when you're playing a melee matchup of choosing, do I want to pressure in the lane or do I just want to win by default by not playing the lane? So.
And then we have the Wraith King Phoenix versus Techie's Mag, which I think is also favored to PARIVISION.
I like Techie's Mag in this for sure.
Oh, we got the Lotus.
Yeah, he hesitated on the blast off because he feels like if he blasts off in the Wraith King there, he might actually get in trouble.
Yeah.
The Phoenix, even though Phoenix is all the way off to the left, can connect to that play with Icarus Dive, and even if you get the Lotus and you survive, then if you're TPing, that also sucks, so.
Pull just the Flag Bearer.
Oh, this is some big damage.
Yeah, Crit's going to take a lot. So does Panto, though. He's got 10 stick charges, does still have his Frost Shield, turns around, tries to get the kill onto Crit. Crit still has a Lotus, though. He's baiting him out. He's not going to die. It's Mar who gets first blood.
That's really good news for Falcons up here, because this lane is definitely not easy. But a bit of an outplay there, baiting them in long enough to get multiple Quill stacks up.
Oh,
Not as much of an outplay. I mean, I guess that was also an outplay, but probably not in the way we would like to see it.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, Crystal is quickly recognizing an opportunity there. Always got to keep in mind that Drow has some different playmaking potential in the lane with that facet.
Yep.
Being able to walk with the multi-shot is very, very useful.
I would also add that the Lich can also snowball lanes right off of the fact that getting kills gives you mana.
Yep.
You get any hero kills in lane. So as low as Crit and Amar got at some point in time, right, if they managed to PARIVISION place the lane a little bit better or Falcons place the lane a little bit worse, it could have snowballed really heavily against them by Lich getting kills and getting that reinforcement of mana, just continue to throw spells around. But as it is, they stabilize it in just the smallest way by being able to get first blood for Amar, bring some extra regen. But look at this rotation that's coming out. 9 class. They're going to try and sneak a kill here onto Amar, spotted by the Rubik. Telekinesis throw away, and the result is not good for PARIVISION. They really don't get much out of this, and the Earth Spirit does roll in, kicks back Amar. Maybe they will get something out of this.
Well, okay.
I guess if you bring 4 heroes to the side lane, it can't work out for you.
What's this version of if you can't beat them, join them?
Yeah.
If they can't beat them, you join them, so you can beat them together? That's what that was. I was going to say that sounded better in my head, but I also didn't say it out loud in my head. Also, you can't say things out loud in your head. Shut up, Cap.
Listen, just stick to the if it's an alchemist game.
keep it as simple as possible, okay?
Stacking, obviously.
I think I explained it fine. I think you just didn't get it.
Sure.
Oh, nice blast off.
Press 1 if you knew what Cinderin was talking about. Press 2 if you didn't. Maureen is going to die here. No one does not die in return. Has some bottle charges. Has his frost armor on him. Really good kill, especially with the Glip going off. They keep the siege wagon alive.
They're getting
this mid tower is gonna die.
Oh, there's double bounty runes as well, so he can actually get a full bottle refill here.
Wow.
Or rather, he can get to full health more or less, and then maybe look for a play. A bit surprising he didn't stick around and hit the tower a couple more times, but maybe was afraid of the counter rotations coming in from Falcons. But generally, standing there with an amp damage rune and hitting the tower feels really good when you have the siege wave coming in. He has other plans. Now, those plans involve Amar.
Kick on him to slow him down. The Drown Ranger is coming in soon. And Amar is dead. All right, no one's Earth Spirit. Finding a lot of early momentum in this game. They will lose their safe lane tower, but they'll get a deny on it. So, nice pickup.
This is now the second game in a row that we've seen from Falcons. The first one was against Xtreme, where Amar is 6th on net worth at this point in time.
Yeah.
And it's very uncharacteristic, so I wonder how Falcons are going to adjust to this problem that seems to be happening recently, whether it's about drafting or if Amar is just having a little bit of a slow start here. But this is... I've seen it. I mean, it's not like he's never 6th. I feel like 2 games in a row is quite rare that this lane, this has been the bread and butter for Falcons, is Crit and Amar just don't lose. Like, even in unfavored matchups, they would sometimes even come out and win the lane.
Yep.
So far, not the case here.
Chasing after Malrine. No one gonna kick him into the Magnus for the immediate RP. The Magnetize stacking up. Malrine. No burnout.
Beautiful combo.
They are willing to drop whatever ults they have to get some of these kills. As a result, 5-1 to the favor of PARIVISION. They're not actually up that much in net worth, but they're getting a lot done in the kills department.
And it's what it's also you got to look at is not just the gold, it's how's that gold going to play, right? Because if you have a rich Wraith King, his net worth doesn't really do much until he reaches certain, like, breaking points, right?
Yeah.
So right now, his net worth is pointless until the armlet is complete, and then that converts into fighting power. And after that, I'm assuming maybe he wants Radiance, maybe he wants something else, we'll see. But he has, like, these spikes. I think Drow's transition in farming is a little bit more fluid, so to speak, and she's also showing up to fights, right? You've seen Crystal is be part of moves, so his net worth is being put to more use.
Yep.
So,
well, Malrine.
It's a nice stack.
Yeah, it does mean that Amar is going to stay poor. Snaking managed to get a dive away from 9 class and DM. 9 class. He was able to keep himself alive there off of the reactive taser.
What have we here?
Very useful against Wraith King, that's for sure. But yeah, it just means Amar isn't the one to get those stacks, which I'm sure he's not super happy about.
Speaking of Amar, I love this player profile picture of him.
He looks so happy.
He looks like there's something about this picture that's like he looks content and like proud. He looks accomplished, you know? Something good just happened in his life when he took this photo.
Oh,
nice.
The Burrow Strike!
Oh.
3-man stun, stops the blast off, gets 2 kill. Malrine has his revenge.
Oh, that is so clean. Perfect. That was mid blast off as well, right? So he couldn't cast it again.
Yeah, he tips 9 class. Says you're too late on the blast off, friend.
And that's going to be the tower. There's your net worth breakdown.
Oh, there you go. So Mar 23% compared to 22% of DM.
So in Falcons, it's 23 to 26.2, and it's 22.3 to 27.7. So a pretty big difference, right?
Yeah.
When you compare the 2 teams inside them or to themselves, right? The 3 to the 1 within the team. So at least in that instance, we were correct. But
true.
I would argue that was by less than I thought.
Yes.
I think it was a 2 percentage points difference.
Do you think that a team that wins more often, does winning skew your metrics a certain way? do you think?
As in, does the offlaner benefit more from that, or the carry benefit more from that if you're winning?
Or even just like, do supports pick up a larger percent of the pool in a winning
that's
game?
true.
Or do carries pick up more of a... do cores pick up because they have more of the map to farm in a winning game, and therefore they're probably, you know...
I think in a winning game, the biggest difference between the winning and the losing team in a winning game, if both teams are just farming, is the supports. I think the winning supports win more relative to the winning cores compared to the opposing team. But I don't know if I would say with confidence whether among the or inside the winning team, if it's the carry or the offlaner that benefits more from winning.
Sure. RP goes out, Skewer back onto the Rubik. Stole Skewer,
oh my God,
got away.
Kill him. That looked like a clean 2-man RP. How did that not hit 2?
I don't know, but...
am I seeing things? Wasn't there a second hero? That's really great for Falcons. That's just flat-out power play now. You don't have to worry about this ability. You could look for a smoke and invade the enemy triangle, perhaps, or try to catch the Drow up top, knowing that if Mag TP's in, there's not going to be an RP. And Skitter, his next choice, weapon of choice will be the Blink Dagger after the Armlet. So with this in mind, probably no Radiance at all this game. I think if you go Armlet Blink, the Radiance timing's gone. Then you go something else. You go like Deso BK or AC. AC against Drow, obviously a wonderful item to have. A lot of plus armor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
Is there a world where you can go harpoon on this hero?
Wraith King?
Yeah. Is that a thing? I don't think I've really seen it. I'm just thinking of tools against Drow that you can buy, right? As a melee carry. That's one of the best.
Yeah.
You get a nice double hit. You obviously only get a crit on the first swing. Get a little bit of a slot. I mean, maybe it's not good enough. I was just thinking out loud. Rubik, big damage.
Double stun into the mines going off. Really nicely set up by PARIVISION. The execution this time was not the issue. Straight to the Aghanim Scepter for Crystallis in this game on the Drow Ranger. Very valuable against the strength boys of Falcons, that's for sure.
Dude, that's also a great photo of snaking. They did a really good job with the photos. Like, the photographer must have been a very jolly fella to get these smiles out of the boys.
Nine class. He doesn't quite tick out. The RP going to be used on the Sand King. There's a supernova, but they're going to pull the whole fight. Oh, wait. Oh, no. He pulled up to 9 class, and Maureen gets the stinger just before he goes down. Obviously, still good for PARIVISION. Core for support. And they got an Arcane Rune into no one's bottle. So the next fight, they will have an advantage as well.
Tons of space for Amar, though, while all this is happening. His game is recovered on that bristle. So when he has a really good game,
yeah,
you can't look at the picture anymore now without laughing, or what?
No, I'm laughing at the fact that you said tons of space for Amar and not tons of space for Crystallis, which I think is just like funny because it's a way to like think about the game. You know,
oh
like,
yeah.
Who do you think it's more impactful for to have the free space?
Right. So
Amar or Crystallis?
The reason I'm focusing on Amar is that he was the one with a bad start that needed to recover.
Sure.
And he has effectively, from a losing lane, is now ahead of the Drow. So I feel like he's getting more out of the space.
Yeah.
Because he was significantly behind just 5 minutes ago. And this is definitely not up to par with what Amar gets in a good Bristle game. When he has a great game, he will have this Ags at about 13 minutes.
Yep.
So he's still behind his S-tier curve, but it's still passable for sure.
Oh, can he be bailed out by a Frost Shield? He will. And in fact, the Chain Frost.
That's an unlucky Chain Frost. That could have got really scary for the Rubik. Jumped off to the right, though.
He'll deal with the ward as well. Really good setup. Panto might. Oh, whoa. Where's that skewer going? Trying to skewer him to the Drow Ranger. Missed.
Oops.
Awkward.
I think skewering him to the tower would have been better.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I thought he was going to do.
Just skewer him to the tower, contain him there with an Earth Spirit stun, get the reincarnation out and kill him again.
9 class trying to run for it. Epicenter only does so much damage, but he's got enough, I guess, in the end. The Wraith King loses his first life here. Supernova's going to be put down. Crystallis can't really get away from the Bristleback, who's in here with the stolen Frost Shield. Crit found the spell he was looking for, that's for sure.
He
This
might
is gonna
just
be a
keep
sick
this until
pickup.
it expires.
Yeah.
It is so good against this Mag plus Drow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Especially considering Crit is rocking the Blink as his first item on the Rubik, so he can always just Blink save people.
Here's your stat.
Yeah, there you go. All right, makes sense. I just felt like I hadn't seen it before, so.
Don't forget he also gets the facet, I believe, right? So he's got the growing cold facet, so the chain, or excuse me, the frost shield lasting longer as the hero gets creep kills or hero kills.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, so Rubik has the lower mana cost. If he had the bigger AoE one, then that would have also been cool, but
that would have been cool.
He doesn't have that, right? But yeah, that's such a cheap frost shield. 66 mana.
Yeah.
For that spell. Wow, what a bargain.
Falcons now up by 6,000 net worth, so they feel comfortable, I would say. You're getting to the Axe on Bristleback, you're getting the Bloodstone on Sand King. Next, it could be Radiance for Skeeter. So they've hit their first timing, and they are well on their way to their second timing.
Yeah.
And if they get Roshan, it feels like they're just guaranteed to kind of be dominating the game for the next 10 minutes. 188, 99 wins.
So this would be his 100th. I think is what he's trying to
Yes,
say.
exactly. It'll be his 100th win.
I think if you're PARIVISION here, you chill and you wait for Drow eggs. I think it's going to be a requirement to solve this tanky hero problem of Sand King and Bristle. And Wraith King for that matter. It's also good against him. And Chrysalis is, what's that, a point booster away? So that's about 1,000 gold to go. And then you are flat out, you just need better execution, right? Like, it's fair to say that PARIVISION have missed a couple spells here and there.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
missed
they
some
have.
timings, missed the Skewer. The Malrine triple burrow that they let him have there in mid was obviously a really big turnaround point for Falcons in this game.
Yeah,
so DM needs to hit some good Blink Skewers to solve this tank. But that's the thing, you definitely have the solutions for the type of lineup that Falcons have, because the moment you displace a hero like Bristle, you can actually deal with him. You push him into... You want to push him toward Drow, but not next to her. So she can be very comfortably behind the entire fight, but still hit the Bristle. Now with the Aegis, that's not an interesting play at all. You're probably just going to wait for this to expire, and the unfortunate result of that will probably be a full BKB as a consequence, making the play I just talked about a lot harder to pull off.
Radiant's top tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Don't know if they noticed that. Can you hear if the mines get triggered by a smoke hero if it doesn't explode on the techies team?
I've been trying to think about that,
Radiant's top tower is under
and I'm
attack.
not sure.
Dire's middle
Right.
tower
Despite being a techie
The important thing is that you've been trying.
Thank you.
9 class will be assassinated by an epicenter.
Maureen has definitely had his number, that's for sure. He's been chasing down 9 class all over the map. Oh, this is not going to be good. And I'm not talking about those mines, though I'm sure Amar is annoyed by them. They are setting up to take your Wisdom Rune and Tormentor.
Yeah,
PARIVISION,
they are going to defend this.
They have to fight this, I feel like. They do have BKB on no one, so they have somewhat of a timing, and they hit Staking. What a great hero to be able to find. They'll kill him nice and quick. Now Amar may find that his early Aegis is going to be forfeited, and he's on the low ground, I believe. Oh,
yeah, he is.
This is going to be bad. He is directly underneath the tier 2 tower with Chrysalis in a fantastic position to punish him, and they stop the Wraith King TP away.
And the pin won't last long enough.
Falcons. They have just given up their lead in its entirety, Synderen.
Yep. Great play call from PARIVISION. I feel like Falcons felt comfortable there because they had the Aegis specifically, but finding snaking was the absolutely best possible scenario there. He had nothing. I mean, I guess he TP'd to the outpost, but just didn't have a good angle. And they also had Epicenter on cooldown, which they knew because he just killed the techies with it. So the advantages that PARIVISION needed were provided to them. And they got everything out of that.
So a 6,000 net worth lead, is that what it was before?
Down to nothing.
Nothing. Nada.
Yep.
Back to an even game. More BKBs. DM's gonna get his.
And what do what do you do on Wraith King now? He's going Radiance, really?
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You disagree?
I mean, we talked about it earlier. I said I definitely don't think he goes Radiance if he goes Blink Armlet first too, because then I think the item has run half of its course, right?
Sure.
Like part of what makes the Radiance a good build on Wraith King is that when you buy it early, you use it to fight, you have this like damaging aura, it increases your farming speed. But if he goes and gets it now, the damaging aura is kind of irrelevant. The Drow is generally going to be on range and only struggle with your evasion, not the blind. So,
counterpoint. You can break that Radiance apart for a Nullifier, which you will need later.
That's true. I guess if he has the disassembling in mind, then that's... But what is
some sort of like Nullifier Heaven's Halberd build or something?
But
I'm kind of with you. I think I would have liked to see, what, Deso?
Yeah, or AC maybe?
Yeah.
But like maybe it's just a problem if you don't have the relic component item to get your crits to be scary enough. Like maybe it's just a necessity to either get the Radiance for now, as you said, and use it for farming and have a bit more teamfight presence, and then you split it apart into the quote-unquote actual item that you want later, and you're using it to bridge this stage of the game. And I would assume after this Radiance he goes either BKB or AC, right, and then splits it. It's interesting, though. I was not expecting this after the dagger. But maybe it's standard. I mean, we don't have a great reference for Wraith King from the last half year. You know, this hero's barely touched.
Yeah.
And when he has been picked, the games that I can remember, it was Radiance Rush. So then it was just, you know, standard. So this is definitely a little bit off-brand for the hero.
No one. Got to be careful here. Maureen is sitting behind this Wraith King. He's going to try and hit him with the Epicenter Pro Strike. Chain stun. BKB is going to be activated. No one doesn't quite die. And if anything, Skeeter almost loses. If he dies there and has to reincarnate, he might not be able to make it out on his second life. PARIVISION were bringing the full swing of heroes. But instead, he does manage to get out, and he will have a Radiance now.
There's a big item on Drow, the Pike. Always a mega feels-good item on this hero. A lot of potential damage against Bristle.
C9 class is set up shop. Mar greets DM.
Nice bait from DM, baiting out the BKB with pump faking the skewer.
And he uses that skewer later on to get away from the bristleback, so BKB on cooldown. Meanwhile, 9 class killed Snake King off of mines, I believe. Those mines that we were looking at, I believe Snake King stumbled into those.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just died straight up only mines.
2,000 damage.
I wonder if he did a dive. Did a dive and ended up like...
Landed on them? Because if you dive through them, you don't get hit, right?
Yeah, he would have had to stop it.
That would have been really unfortunate if that's what... But his dive is not on cooldown, so I think that can't have been it. I think he just walked into them and was looking somewhere else on the map.
Yes.
Is my guess.
Oh, maybe he sunrayed.
And flew into them?
Yeah, it was like trying to sunray to help out something, and he...
I didn't see it. I genuinely think he just walked in. Wait, can we see that again? Wasn't that over multiple seconds? It took 5 seconds. He just took 1 mine at a time and died. What? Is it one of those things where you're in like disbelief? All right, there can't be one more.
No way.
That's a weird kill recount there. Huh.
All right, well, we are getting to a Silver Edge very soon for Chrysalis.
Yep. He's progressing his build very quickly.
And he's got level 3 of his ultimate.
Yep. And he has some power. Let's not forget that. Drow has pretty decent base damage from all that agility. So Empower is a nice little extra benefit. How much damage is it giving her right now? 78 damage from Empower.
This is the 163rd slowest Radiance.
Okay. That is a stat that might need a little bit of context with how slow this is for the 3rd item Radiance. But I don't know if we have stats for that, right? Like, because then what are you comparing? Apples and oranges, right?
Yeah.
But obviously this is going to be in the very slow portion because it's not a 1st item or a 2nd item Radiance. But I would say even among this build, it's probably in the lower half, if I had to guess.
Sure.
Although, I mean, it's one of those things where this build on this hero is probably, like, let's say it's 5 years old. 5 years ago in Dota, you couldn't have this much gold. So you would have naturally had it later.
Yeah.
The game is ever evolving. Amar is also trying to evolve into a better Pokemon here on his Bristleback. Is still the base form, though. We need more evolution-based hero. We only have Tiny.
So is that like... They spot the Draw Ranger, go for the techies, though. Do manage to get him, that's for sure.
Oh, this is awkward.
Yeah, this is not great. They've called a full retreat on the side of PARIVISION.
No one's BKB made a lot of sense. The Amar one, he's definitely respecting something here. Didn't feel like a necessary BKB to me, but maybe he felt the threat of Mag.
Yeah, some sort of skewer back.
It's just you
coming his way.
You gotta trust yourself to be able to react to that at this level, right?
Sure.
Like, just hold the BKB, and then if Mag blink skewers you, you pop BKB instantly when you get blinked on. Anyway, first boot did TP away, and this is still not guaranteed for Falcons, I think.
Yeah, I thought PARIVISION was going to fight for it, but it seems like they have chosen not to.
Really?
You?
Falcons think they are contesting them because they're off map.
Well, as soon as Earth Spirit shows mid, surely they're going to make the... Well, maybe he doesn't.
Now it's going to cost them a Wisdom Rune.
Oh, yeah. And a Courier.
Nah. They saw him, though.
Fair enough. Oh, he's going to cut the wave, too. Man, this is a lot of wasted time for Falcons. Just the lack of knowledge there, of just knowing that PARIVISION wasn't going to fight like we knew, obviously, with our perspective. And fortunately, wasted a good amount of time. PARIVISION got a lot off the map during that window. But why do you think PARIVISION chose not to contest that? Falcons obviously felt like it was a possibility. Felt like PARIVISION was strong enough to do so.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe they feel like without any sort of intel up there, it's just a too high-risk play for the game overall, that you're fighting into Sand King Phoenix in the pit when they have the initial control.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
He lost.
It is indeed a pretty uncommon build, right? Because we saw there was like, was it 1,400 Raid King games on record?
Yeah.
And this is the 20th of the builds, so that's like a 1% build almost. Quite rare.
I think it's about Silver Edge. I think that they view this Bristleback as too much of a threat. They don't want this guy to be able to just frontline for free in team fights. And if they have Silver Edge, there's a threat that they can put on them, right? At any point in time, they can RP, skewer him back, and then like just chain stun him with a break, and he's dead.
Another thing they might have considered is how close they were to multiple items, right? They almost had Silver, they almost had AC, and they almost had Solar.
Yeah.
So if they have 3 items on the docket, then they know for a fact they have a lot of dead net worth. And they might have felt like Falcons were just hitting a stronger timing overall because they might have gone to Roche with completed items.
That's wild, though. You said AC. I was just like, huh?
Yep. DM is pretty farmed.
Wow.
That's what Magnus does, even as an offlaner. In quiet games, having cleave turns out to be a good mechanic.
BKB TP out instead of a roll away.
Yeah, doesn't need to take the risk. If that was what he wanted to do anyway, might as well do it straight away. Drow can solo this?
Apparently.
Wow, I had no idea. Did you think Drow could solo Torment?
I think it's just because she has such high armor, she's only returning physical damage to herself. So, it is pretty interesting. I did not know that.
I was not expecting her to be on the list of carries that solos this, because usually the carries that do it have some sort of damage block, right? Like TA, Ursa, Bristleback.
It is a Mag Techies combo. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Do not forget.
And snaking, if you find the first mine, it's probably more where that came from.
It's so annoying because they can cut waves with multi-shot.
Yeah.
So it's not even like you could just push down the mid-wave and force them out of this hole. They are entrenched in their position right now. And it would not be wise, I believe, to try and dig them out of it. You gotta just
it's so
go
awkward.
somewhere
I mean,
else.
Skeeter is kind of semi-baiting them there to try and blink skewer him, and they're just not doing it.
Aegis for another minute and a half. I mean, at this point, at best, they could just get this bottom tier 2. And that's it. They're really not going to accomplish too much with this Aegis. So maybe that's another thought for PARIVISION. They give up the Roshan. They say, well, they're not really going to get a ton done with it anyway. You can't go high ground. Not against Mag. Not against Mag Techies. I think Falcons, in some ways, can never go high ground against 5.
Yeah.
I feel like this is one of those games where you just have to play it really slow and just look for the pickoffs. He does not dive away. Instead, he dies away. 9 class. Pick up the last hit.
Oh, they might find more.
Anto finds Skeeter. With his shard, they'll get a lot of damage out of this Chain Frost, and Skeeter's first life, it's gone. Maureen is still a ways away. He does have BKB, immediately going to be RP'd. Where's the Drow Ranger? Drow only just now getting here to pump some damage. Skeeter does end up going down. Maureen is backed away. They cannot save Skeeter from this one. Skeeter can't even get the kill on the Lich. Meanwhile, Aegis will expire. Nightclap's going to try and put some damage on him as the Aegis expires. Couldn't quite get there. That's okay. Good attempt. Yeah, he cleared out some of those mines.
Some of them.
Some of them. Still a lot
There's a
left.
few remaining. Now, do Falcons want to go for a move of their own? There's no RP. Although, find no one here.
They go for it. Telekinesis, he will have a chance to get off his BKB. Instead, he turns himself to stone, kicks himself away, rolls out, and keeps his BKB intact.
So Falcons will at least protect their wisdom and get their Tormentor now. But doesn't seem like they'll be able to take any advantage of the cooldown on RP. Not able to force a fight. Now Skitter is respawning. They have 45 seconds to get something done if they want. Reincarnation is same cooldown as RP, so it's kind of awkward for him too.
Yeah. Did you know the shard added? Oh. Its Mortal Strike deals 50% bonus damage when in Wraith form.
I did not know that.
That's a random thing they added to that shard. I mean, I get it. The shard, the no mana cost by itself wasn't amazing. So I get the fact that they felt like they needed to add a little bit more. Just, it's pretty random.
It is pretty random for sure.
And Amar's gonna work his way through these mines. Bit by bit, the Drow Ranger got caught. He has BKB. He doesn't have to use it though. Skeeter actually was not that threatening.
Amar just took 2,500 damage from mines and then TP'd to base. Like, what is this? Felt like he needed to get that area sweeped out so they can start playing this part of the map. But
dude, they have Earth Spirit and Magnus with the techies. They have two different ways to isolate one person and push them into mines.
Yeah, what you're saying is absolutely disgusting. Dirty, dirty lineup.
I wish I was playing techies this game. This looks sick.
You would.
I would. I'm a techies player.
Yeah, you would. Did you like old techies as well? Or just the new one?
I grew to like it towards the end of the phase.
Oh. Alreen. Lotus TP out.
It's because we had a couple of pro players that were playing old techies. Zayats, right, was one of them.
Right.
And I thought there was real potential that the hero was actually legit. And so I started playing it to prove that fact. And I feel like I proved it to myself.
But nobody wanted to listen.
But nobody wanted to listen.
Good on them.
In fact, half my teammates didn't even want to play the game with me.
Shocker. They wanted to play Dota. There's other games for old techies players than Dota.
Yeah, there's now Minesweeper inside of the game.
There you go.
All right, well, good luck to Falcons in contesting this next Roshan.
Yeah.
Because PARIVISION are already setting up some mines, and
holy shit, that first shot.
Woo! That's some damage right there, boy. Stone form, man, no one. They just really cannot seem to do much about him being on the front lines here. The first life of Skeeter is already gone. Crystal is now focusing on the second. BKB going to be activated. Managing to get a stun onto DM. DM does not RP him. He has to back away from the Supernova. Reset. Amar, meanwhile, found 9 class who was setting up all those mines from earlier.
When all is said and done there, they are the ones to get a kill. And the Wraith King ulti is pretty important, but still, I felt like that could have been more for PARIVISION than what they got. But yeah, I think what DM is trying to do is pump fake the RP to bait the Rubik to steal nothing. But Crit is just holding the spell steal the whole time. Still apparently has the Frost Shield, which is nice, yeah. Absolutely. Malrine scouting.
Blinks in with the Shivas, gets some vision inside of the pit, knowing that PARIVISION is strong enough to do this Roshan without their techies. But in this little window where the techies still dead for 3 seconds, Falcons try and find them in the pit. It doesn't work. And now we're back to it. The minefield grows, and Falcons will find that their smoke is already partially detected by running into one of those mines. Spotting Malrine. Malrine having a burrow strike away. Is that enough for PARIVISION to commit for doing the Roshan now? Looks like they're going to try to. Amar trying to get some vision inside the pit. No one. Rolling in and then rolling out. He just stopped any initiation that was going to come out from... Oh, Falcons managed to get an RP skewer back onto the Rubik. No chance to be able to steal this RP this time around. He's going to be the first one down. Now Amar putting himself on the front lines. He's broken for now. Bloodstone turns around. BKB activated. Chrysalis trying to force Staff away while the Techie's quick to die. DM also in trouble. A big epicenter from Malrine with the Bloodstone. He's staying alive. And Chain Frost that's going to bounce around but doesn't stick onto the heroes. DM pulling back Skeeter, trying to get his skewer back onto him. Skeeter's in some trouble. Forced into some mines. Malrine's going to chase after him. First life, second life. Now for Skeeter. BKB activated from Chris is going to try and deal with the egg and then see if he can get out. Staff doesn't get up to the high ground and no TP away. Falcons outplay PARIVISION.
That was, what a weird sequence, right? Like PARIVISION just get the Roche really well played, setting up the whole area with mines, controlling it, no one rolling in, kicking himself out. They get the Roche scot-free. And then they just force jump this Rubik. And I don't think they had to do anything. I think they already got what they came for. They could get a better position. And if they want to fight, find a fight, fair. But I don't know if just Blink RPing the solo Rubik is the way you want to start that off. You're effectively giving Falcons free reign on their other cores to take advantage of that being on cooldown. And a bit of a costly mistake here. It's going to make them look somewhat vulnerable on their own high ground. Don't think buildings will be taken, but maybe.
I mean, they just keep on blowing up this tankies early on in these fights, though it's going to cost Malrina's life. So maybe it wasn't worth it, especially as another BKB going to be used, this time by Skeeter. Oh, we stole mines.
Oh, that's really good. These mines do so much damage. How much damage do they do? They do scale your spell amp, right?
Yeah.
26% plus. Actually, it's almost 1,000 per.
For some reason, I feel like they don't. Yeah, he's showing the ult damage.
It's not fully trustworthy, the ult damage, necessarily. I think sometimes that tooltip can be misleading.
Really? I didn't know that.
At least in the past. There's been instances where it showed like something scaled with spell amp when it didn't. I'm 100% sure that has happened before. But let's assume it works. Then each mine is about 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
And Rubik obviously has the luxury of casting them from really far away too, which is awesome.
Yeah. And
so easy.
A lot easier to cast a lot of them when you have that mana facet.
Yeah, they're super cheap, and they stay when you die as well. Even if, or if you lose the spell. I believe the mines do not despawn until triggered, so. It's a nice grab. It could play a big role if he gets to keep it and set up for the next Roche. Crit could technically start making a minefield in the top half of the map right now in anticipation of the next Roshan spawning at nighttime. But for the time being, he's just building a little bit of a house at the river. Speaking of, is 9 class? Wait. What did 9 class buy the point booster for? Oh, he was going Ags, but then he got it for free from Roche. Has there been 3 Roches? Did he just buy 2 point boosters? There's been 3.
Yeah, that was the third Roche.
So he got the third free Roche for the minefield sign, and then he was building minefield sign, and then he just has a point booster. Okay.
Right. I guess because you have Earth Spirit and you have in particular Skewer.
Yeah.
Minefield side is actually really valuable. Normally I would say like just give it to the Earth Spirit and like give him the extra money, but I could see it with the synergy that they have.
Yeah. You could have also made a case for Horn Toss. But
oh yeah. Yeah.
It is a really significant damage tool, and it does. We were already talking about high grounding being hard. Like, good luck. You know, it's just gonna be too much damage.
Maybe the real good luck is good luck to PARIVISION getting out on the map when you have your own mines to deal with.
Yeah.
Explosions everywhere. They're just trying to get the D ward on the high ground, but no one's not going to let him do it. Not too easily anyway. Pops his BKB as he rolls in and gets a magnetize onto 3. Now, a lot of these heroes are getting away from him here. Doesn't want to roll into the mines, though. Stones himself up. Wasn't able. He didn't have a kick up ready to go. The Wraith King's going to lose his life with that reincarnation. Oh, he refreshes, and now he stones himself up and kicks himself away. Malrine with this epicenter does manage to help kill the Lich and scare back many of these PARIVISION heroes, including Chrysalis, whose BKB is now on cooldown. It's
No.
Chrysalis is not in vision, so he is able to get away, kicked up to the high ground by no one.
Oof.
But that was almost a breaking moment there where Falcons could have had a high ground. Shit lasts forever. It does indeed. They're talking about the Frost Shield.
Yeah. Or he had really bad breakfast.
Need more fiber.
One or the other. Take your pick. What do you think is more likely? Oh, they have found him again. 9 class. Stinger to death.
And damage was not particularly impressive.
No, if you don't stay in there, it doesn't do much. Otherwise, it would be kind of crazy if the mines followed you. Oh, up to the high ground we go. No buybacks on PARIVISION's side. And of course, DM. Oh, that
Can't get the Wraith King. It's a whole... Oh, they tried to go for a skewer off of that one. BKB immediately activated, though, by Skeeter. And that's maybe bad for his first life. He's going to quick refresh. Skewer back in. Oh, but Amar got him inside of the fountain. The man just put himself up on the high ground of the fountain, turned his back, and said, eat it.
Dude, that was actually just flat out dirty. What the
All right, Omar.
Dire's middle tower is under
That's one way to use the fountain to your advantage. And finally, the high ground is broken. Falcons will get probably 2 lanes of barracks. Maybe Amar's made the call. Let's just hit tier 4s.
I mean, there's no buy on Drow. The game is probably just flat out over, right?
Yeah,
How are
I mean,
you
they
possibly
have
gonna fight
Frost Shield
this?
to slow things down. Looks like they're going to buy back. On to no one. No one comes in. Instantly pops his BKB. Shiva's magnetized. Just AoE damage all over the place. But Falcons, as soon as the magnetize is down, are they going to be willing to go high ground again? 60 seconds left on the Drow Ranger. Seems like there's not too many reasons not to consider it, but they do have Roshan to go back and do.
And they might also not know for a fact this is on cooldown. In the midst of all this chaos, they might not have tracked the exact Aegis or buyback timer for Drow.
Sure, it's only on cooldown for another minute.
Yeah, a lot of the times you're gonna have like a gut feel, but not necessarily down to the second, right?
Yeah.
So they might be like, she bought back a while ago, she might just have it, and they'll take this instead. So yeah, the game will not complete just yet, but now they're starting to have a really, really strong position.
Swift blink for the Wraith King.
Is that Axe for Phoenix?
Axe for Phoenix.
No, for Sand King. Okay.
I kind of would have been down with the Axe on Phoenix.
Yeah, I think it would have been decent against the Drow. You saw in a couple of fights ago that she used basically her full BKB to try to kill the egg.
Yep.
So. If you egg a Wraith King that has ult, and the egg dies, does that proc reincarnation or does he die?
I'm going to assume that procs reincarnation. I'm going to assume that things inside the egg die.
Yeah.
Which means he'll just come out as Wraith. And do 50% bonus damage on his Mortal Strike.
And then he'll get his second life.
And then he'll get a second.
But the first time you die, you are not a Wraith. Then you're just a tombstone. The Wraith is when you do your final death. So when he comes out of the egg, he would be a tombstone.
Yeah, I was thinking of Skeeter in his last death, but that was just because he had a refresher.
Right, okay.
Speaking of the race, though, he is going to get an Aghanim Center.
Yeah.
So
pretty standard in the end, right? When you have nothing else to...
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what Amar's going to do with that. If he knows he can dive the fountain, and even if he dies, he'll still have a few more seconds to throw quills around.
Maybe he'll bloodstone up so much that he'll come back to life. If you overheal 2 times your health bar while dead, you just respawn.
That sounds reasonable.
Would be a very Dota-like mechanic. Just arbitrarily do that. Okay.
The Lich is a really good pickoff. Don't have to worry about that Frost Shield anymore. Stone Form onto the Bristleback. Put him into the mines. Put him into the minefield. Fine, and he dies. Still have the Aegis. They're going to roll on him on the second life. They hit him with the skewer back as well, a Wind Waker, but they save the RP for the second life, or the second round rather, as Amar, he will end up going down.
Oh my God, the
comes in big. He managed to do so much damage with that Aghanim Scepter, but not enough to kill the Drow Ranger. He's going to go for a second round. They're trying to stop him from getting up to the high ground. He's getting closer and closer. They killed him, but he kills them. A triple kill from Malrine. He got the Drow Ranger in the air. A Sandy for the victory indeed. Skeeter, now without the Drow Ranger, he jumps forward to kill no one. No one, Forsaft up to the high ground. Lives for now, but not for long. Surrounded by heroes. Wait, gotta roll away. He's out, he's clean. Skeeter, though, will keep pushing for Megas.
Malrine did,
Tasered, doesn't live.
Malrine did 14,000 damage.
Did he really? Holy. I told you that Aghanim Scepter goes bonkers.
Actually, so wild. All right. This game definitely had some moments, though. My goodness.
It was. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yeah. Yeah. No one. All he can do is just stone form himself. It's the only way. It's the only counterplay they have.
All right, well, we were unsure about whether the first pick Bristle was going to work. It definitely did. Despite not having a good laning stage, they still put things together and made it look great. The support duo, the Phoenix Rubik that Falcons have never played in an official, also worked, and it didn't have a great win rate in this patch either. But despite all of these factors, Falcons still come out victorious after a couple of good sequences of team fights. I think especially for me, one of the really big moments was the jump on Rubik with Magnus up at the Roche pit. After they secured the Aegis, they kind of chose to force that fight with Mag RPing the Rubik, and they end up losing their Aegis, they lose the fight, they lose control of the game. Definitely felt like a game that could have gone either way when we were half an hour in, 40 minutes. And then Falcons just crushed like 3 fights in a row, kind of finished the deal. So
pulled some classic Falcons stuff. Just out team fighting you in the late game as they do to so many other teams, and it shows that Falcons have not lost their edge either. They may have lost that game against Xtreme, but they still pull out the victory over PARIVISION. Good win. I think that pulls them back into 1-1 category. How many, I guess it's just dependent on the performance of other teams, but can I assume that 2 losses means you're not going to get top placement?
Yeah, I think
probably
first place is going to be 4-0 or 3-1, right?
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
2 losses is probably 3rd, and then 4th and 5th will be 3 and... Yeah, probably maybe 3 losses.
But 1 loss, you could probably still end up with maybe a tie against another team that also goes 4-1, right? Or 3-1. So...
That was a great game, though. I also think for PARIVISION, this wasn't a bad showing. Like there were moments in that game that could have gone better, but it didn't feel like they were outclassed. It didn't feel like they didn't stand a chance. I think if anything, a decent part of this victory for Falcons was PARIVISION's own doing. Because I think a lot of the things they did in this game were great, and then a couple of slip-ups in the late game are going to cost you a lot. But it wasn't just Falcons like just rolling you.
Yeah. Dude, I just think about that kill on Malrine that they should have had. Instead, he gets a triple kill on them off the 3-man.
That's one example.
Yeah. What a difference it could have been with just that little play. But speaking of the man, Malrine, we've got Rhea with the winner's interview with him.
Hello, I'm here with Malrine after their win. Congratulations. I have a couple questions for you. First of all being, what do you think is the impact of mid laners in the current meta? Or what should their impact be?
I mean, thing is, players kind of similar, doing the similar things. I would say it's like some about rotations, and it's just about who gonna miss more rotations. Less rotations. So nowadays, it's hard to track of like best players in the mid. So it's just about the mistakes. If you're doing less on mid, like about rotations, you will be better than others.
Okay, that's interesting. And I noticed that game that you guys got like 3 blink daggers around like 14, 15 minutes. I was wondering if that was intentional by your team, like, oh, we're going to get these and we're going to group up and go together?
I don't know even how exactly to answer. I would say just like, we like blink daggers. Blink daggers is good item.
Very fair. And final question from me is, obviously that was a very long game with a lot of techies going on. How do you as a team deal with that and the area denial that he has, and how to just play around it and get to the places you need to be?
Thing is, we had idea. I mean, not idea, but we have like a plan that we need to somehow like get the area while mines, like how to say it in English, like, you know, get it out of mines, and then we're like, how exactly we're gonna do this? Because someone need to tank the mines, and we was about to send Skitter and just, you know, we have second life. Just go ahead, do it.
All right, well, it was a really fun game, so thank you very much for your time, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We did see a couple different strategies by them in trying to clear out the mines, including that one from Amar, where he just took 2,000 damage and had to TP home while the rest
And the one
of the
from
team was
Snaking,
fighting.
where he just took 5 in a row and died.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was also a strat that is not advisable at home.
No.
But, you know, somebody got. I mean, that's the thing, right? You're in this game state, and I think that's something that plays in Falcons' favor. Is if the game is a little bit slow when you're playing around this stuff, you get time to plan, right? It's like, okay, they have mines here. What are we gonna do? And while you're planning that, you're not just getting blink RP skewered and then your plan is over, right? It felt like PARIVISION maybe could have pushed them a little bit more instead of playing that far back.
Yeah.
But it's always tough to say. It's easier to say with the vision that we have while observing the game. But it was always going to be a challenge either way.
All right, it has been a fun day of fast-paced best of ones between these between these many teams. We still have 5 more to go. Now, that is going to close out the broadcast for me and Synderen for today, but we're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Owen and Fong to do the next 5 best of ones. So don't go anywhere. We have many more matches to go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Blast Slam. I'm Only Pixel here with Lacoste, and we're going to be ready to take you through the remainder of today of the groups here in Group A. Lacoste, how you doing?
Doing good. You know, this is we have very exciting tournament, a very exciting format as well, which I'm really looking forward to see. We saw some good games so far as well. We saw some stomps. This is how Dota works.
It is, yeah. We've had some quick ones. We've also had some long ones, some over 60-minute games. One of them actually involved one of the teams that we're about to follow in this next best of one. But before we get there, let's actually give you a bit of a recap of what's happened so far today and have a look at the group standings. So, Lacoste, Group A from the morning's games. Anything that sort of stands out to you there from the early results?
BetBoom kind of expected this team. They looked really good. They looked really good in the last Dream League as well. They failed to win it. Falcons, they lost to Xtreme Gaming. It was a long game, 60-plus minute game. This is how Xtreme Gaming kind of plays. But yeah, Heroic, I would say this one is expected. After losing Parker, who seems like one of the best carries right now, these are some big shoes to fill.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll see if they're able to pick it up as the day goes on. We will be seeing them in this upcoming series, of course. But before we get there, let's have a look at Group B. Just to see what's been going on the other sides of things. And as a reminder, of course, you can also catch that action over on the other Twitch channel where we are currently running through those games right now. I believe they're right in the middle of one right at this moment. So make sure you get that open on your second monitor. But yeah, Group B standing from these games, Lacoste, what sort of surprises you or doesn't surprise you from this?
I didn't know what to expect from Spirit because they looked also okay during one of the Dream Leagues. OG, they're still a team that is experimenting a lot. They still need to find their own groove. Tundra, again, this is the team that I think, at least for me, I did expect them to do well in the groups. Liquid as well, after winning the recent tournament. Gaming Gladiators, there was an interview with Quinn where he talked about dynamics of the team and how things didn't really work out well for them so far, and he didn't put any blame on Watson, instead talking about other teams, other team members. But yeah, Spirit is a big question mark for me, not winning a single game so far.
And talking about gaming, we just heard, spoiler warning, just in case you wanted to catch the games going on the your channel. Gaming Gladiators, as we've just had, in fact, updated live on the scoreboard. Look at that.
Big bunker moment for OG. 0-3.
That's not great. Well, I guess the good news for OG, of course, just to remind you, lads and ladies at home, on the format, it doesn't matter if you lose every game in the groups. You will still get to move on. Nobody's getting knocked out in this one-day group stage. Everybody will get to play in the knockout format of the next stage going on tomorrow. Obviously, you'll be in a situation where you're going to have to play the first series on the first day, I believe, if you end up at the bottom of the group, if you're OG in this case. Of course, they could still redeem it, maybe, but it's not looking great for them. But yeah, they'll get to play on throughout from the next stage. And, OG, as an org, we've seen in the past, they do pretty well when it comes to these kind of crazy runs in lower brackets. They've made some pretty historical ones. So maybe with this roster, they can do it.
It's a lot of copium, Owen. It is.
You don't see it happening.
I don't know if they're going to be able to, bounce back, but the team definitely has potential. I just think they need to sharpen up some of the things. When it comes down to the drafts, things didn't look too well. Also in the previous tournaments, in the qualifiers that they played, they were kind of, I would say, very experimenting a lot. This is something that I don't want to see too much, even though we're seeing some new picks as well so far here at Blast Slam. But yeah, they need to find their own playstyle. And the problem is when you're not playing, like when you're losing, all your ideas, everything you think about the game, you just start to question everything.
That's true. Yeah, you have a lot to think about when you have as many losses as unfortunately they have had so far today, with that just being the third of one. Anyway, back to the action that we're going to be following on this stream with Group A. We're going to be pretty much ready to get into the next series. We'll have a look at the teams. We've got Heroic coming up next. I mean, as you say, this team we've seen so far today, a couple of losses. But in terms of sort of teams finding their footing, whilst four of the players do stay the same, we've also got Yuma coming in instead of Parker. So changes have been made. And I guess you could make the argument that for Heroic, they're also trying to find kind of their identity now with this new carry.
Yeah, because it's a completely different style. You had Parker, who was pretty much a driving force of the team. He was the one who made all the weird itemization. He's gonna be the one picking up gem 15-20 minutes into the game when he's playing carry Monkey King, stuff like that, where he is really explosive as a carry compared to Yuma. So they need to find dynamic for the team, because the rest of the team did work out really well, especially from the mid lane. I've been really impressed by Analog, his transitioning from mid lane. If we go back a year or so, this guy was just a standard mid laner, nothing too impressive, but he's been impressing me the most, one of the most improved players in this year for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, has had some great runs so far. And Xtreme Gaming coming in on the other side of things. Now, they won so far, and one of those wins Definitely something to write home about, right? They had that crazy series earlier, that best of one against Falcons. I think it was a 63-minute game. They got the win against Falcons, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, this team still plays the same Dota. No matter the roster, this is the team that is going to lose early game and try to beat you later, which I think it's slightly outdated as a way to play Dota. But interesting team after seeing Ame leave. Now you have Low as a carry.
Yep.
Neo as well. He's one of my favorite players. If we go back 2 TIs before, he was one of the most impressive players. He was one of the best offlaners when it comes down to pretty much top 3 in all the records. This guy is a beast. He slowed down a little bit, didn't find too much success after PSG LGD disbanded, but yeah, I think this guy still has it, but really looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do, because right now both of these teams, I don't think they're on pair with all the top dogs.
True. Overall, you would say, probably looking at Group A, you would imagine these are the 2 teams that are going to be fighting the hardest to get away from the bottom 2 spots of this group.
Most likely, I would say so. Because Heroic, after losing Parker, there's going to be a lot of Parker memes. Parker was right or was he wrong? But he did play really good Dota. This is like one of the most impressive things that I've seen in a long time. The way he was joining fights, how aggressive he is, really pushing the limits on the hero. Yuma, again, as we said, he's not the same type of a carry. He's been more stable when he first joined the team that also disbanded when he was joining Nouns. He looked good. He has a couple of these niche hero picks that he likes to play as well, but I want to see some more stability from the team, because right now they also feel like, this is a bit of a downgrade in terms of like just like
for the moment. Maybe it could get better.
In a let's say 2-3 weeks, maybe a month, there's going to be a different scenario. But for now, it feels like they lost a big chunk of their team.
No, for sure, especially as you say, in terms of what we saw them being able to achieve with Parker at previous tournaments, kind of in the run-up to this one. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the draft has begun, so we'll be able to get that up on your screens here, getting into this best of one between Heroic and Xtreme Gaming. And here we have both teams getting ready to go, and we'll get to have a look at what they're going to be taking away from each other.
I was worried there for a second.
It took a bit of time, right? That Naga Siren
getting... Naga Siren, she's out. This is one of the most contested hero, pretty much 100% in the last 4 or 5 tournaments. Hero is insane. Reel in, doesn't cost mana, have status resistance reduction. You can shout out the waves, strong laner, just best teamfight reset in the world. And Heroic, they will open up with Doom. They did play Doom in their last series, I believe, when they were playing against PARIVISION. They paired it up with Shaker, and that lane didn't find too much success. Double melee lane. Also, you don't put too much pressure onto the lane, which was a bit of a question mark for me, because I saw the draft and I'm like, yeah, this lane's just gonna straight up lose.
Sure. I imagine that's going to be one of those things, though, that they tried it, and I imagine they're going to take away from it similar things that you took away, and they're unlikely to try and make it work again here, right? They'll go for something different to combo with the Doom.
Most likely. I would love to see some range position 4, some hoodwink, some snapfires, and for Xtreme Gaming, straight up Dragonite.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it was saying earlier, right? This hero, for some reason, they don't seem to want to nerf it, Lacoste.
Yeah, because everything is fine with the hero. We don't have to touch it. Now, the Dragonite has a built-in cleave. Dragonite is pretty much Sven plus Terrorblade combined into one hero. Does way too much. You have a free Battle Fury, so it's kind of difficult to match his farm. Plus, you also have great scaling, one of the best heroes in the late game to be able to just, like, you have stun, you have damage reduction, you have tankiness, blink initiation, you have pretty much everything. This is the other hero that, from position 4/5, Pugna, stocks has been on the rise. I really love, like, whenever I see Pugna on the team, I'm like, okay, this draft looks much better if it was compared to any other hero out there. Just what he brings to the table.
It does feel rather rare to sort of see a Pugna pick and feel bad about it.
Yeah, you can still suck on this hero and still be really good at it.
There we go.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Well, let's see what their final ban is going to be coming into this next phase from Heroic. I mean, from seeing, Xtreme play the multiple times that we have, is there any hero you want to be taking away that's going to be specifically targeted against this lineup, against some of the heroes? I mean, which player are you looking at the most, really, if you're drafting against XG?
I would say New. Maybe I'm a little biased here because Low, he has relatively big hero pool. But he also will play meta heroes. most likely this is going to be Dragonite from the safe lane, even though China does love to play some Dragonite historically from the mid lane. If it's a good matchup for it, I think it's a bit of a waste of a hero the way you played from the mid lane because you need to itemize differently. So Neo, what he loves to play are his primal beasts. He's playing a lot of Mars, and they're going to respect ban, of course, XM Sniper. No matter Tank Cardell, no matter who you're playing against, it's always going to be XM Sniper on the rise. Like this guy...
Yeah, we've seen teams not ban it and very quickly regret it. You know.
They played it against BetBoom earlier today, and they did lose that game.
Okay, well, BetBoom did not regret it. But I think it was so back at Dream Leagues and stuff, there were games where it would just be that kind of fifth pick hero that they were sometimes getting a little too often, Xtreme. And if they get a fifth pick in a lot of situations, it can be pretty devastating. And now let's see, Heroic, do they want to show their partner for the Doom lane? Or do they want to try and get themselves a nice...
I would love to see some Batrider potentially that could come out. Something that can fly over the cogs. For now, it's just going to be Ogre. Ogre has...
This hero's been great, right?
It looked awesome. I believe during the Dream League, his win rate was like 80%.
And he was played a lot. You know, this was off, sort of statistic-wise, out of a pool of a lot of games. Like, this hero, something about it in pro games, it pops off.
Something. Bloodlust, learning curve, you build into Solar Crest. No Midas. I think that might be the key difference.
But why he's getting such a high win rate. And as you look at some of the Midases bought on Ogre and pubs
it's like
compared to Ogre
probably
and pros.
99%. His favorite item.
And there's your bat. So you're much more happy with this sort of setup with the Bat Doom as opposed to the Doom Shaker they tried in their earlier game.
For sure. I mentioned Bat immediately because I thought they were going to snatch Bat and maybe think about the other pick, but it was the other way around because Ogre is just a stable 5. It doesn't say anything. We're going to buff up our carry, but that's about it. They do have a lot of stuns. They have good catch. They have a lot of slow as well. Damage over time is going to be insane if you run them down with some... This is a fire lineup. Maybe they're going for the Teemo. And
that's true. What else do we need to see? We need to see Lina. And who are you throwing in as the carry?
Ooh, maybe some Wraith King.
Well, I guess you have the Wraith Fire. It's a type of fire. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Xtreme. I talk about the fire. They're getting onto it themselves as well. They're Xtreme. We'll get the Phoenix coming out. Definitely one of the
there's a lot of fire on the one side and a lot on the other. Breathe fire.
A lot of... Oh, that's true, actually. They've got a fair bit of fire themselves. They've got the jetpack as well. That's got fire coming out of it. This guy, he doesn't do a lot of fire, though. Terrorblade is going to be the character.
I don't know. Whoever plays Terrorblade is going to get fired from the off lane. I'm not believing.
So he's going to get fired. So the fire continues because Terrorblade. I mean, I always talk about this with Fog. Every game we cast Terrorblade, this hero always loses. Look.
Yeah,
I mean, what's your sort of status on the Terrorblade character?
Me and Fog, we share a lot of the same thoughts because we spend 8 hours a day playing together. But okay. That's what we said. They have a couple of these niche heroes. We saw Meepo earlier today being picked by BetBoom, and Yuma is that kind of a guy. Maybe it is time to switch. I mean, this Terrorblade is going to be offlane no matter. I mean, maybe there is a chance for it.
Yeah, that's true. Because it could be carry DK, sorry, mid DK and carry TB, right? But you don't think you would rather just see this TB as the offlane and get something else as your mid carry. Otherwise, you'd be
I just
worried.
don't like TB. Like, that doesn't matter from position 3, from position 1.
You don't like
this hero just doesn't do as well. The reason why he's played from the off lane, a lot of these carries that were popular, these Lunas and stuff, Reflection just does so much. You become tanky, you get like 1 bracer, maybe 2 bracers, rate band, power treads, then you build into pipe, which allows you to stay in the fight for a really long time. And a lot of times you would see Terrorblade like dealing quite a lot of damage because of his sustainability.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's what, you know, we've been seeing Terrorblade at least being attempted.
Ah, there she is.
They're banning out the fire. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're seeing the fire. They don't want any more fire to deal with, so they're going to fire the Lina.
It would be a good Lina game.
I would have liked Lina.
We were trolling a little bit, but
like Lina,
she kills the egg.
And the Terrorblade.
And the Terrorblade, Magic Lina. She's been buffed. Shard on Lina now deals insane amount of damage if you're going for the Spellcaster, which you should from the mid lane. It deals like 500, 600 damage on Dragon Slave later on. You pick up Aghanim Scepter. You're one-shotting heroes. You have the attack speed. You have stun. You're also prepping for maybe there's going to be a Dragonite in the mid lane, which is not that bad for Lina. Queen of Pain ban.
Okay. Yeah, banning out these heavy damage nukes against the Terrorblade. But yeah, the Terrorblade, teams, or some teams, like to run it because they feel it is a counter to the Doom, of course, being able to use that Sunder to save, or at least momentarily save the Doom targets. I feel like in a lot of the games where we've seen teams draft this, when it's put into practice, it's pretty underwhelming. Yeah, they get that HP back, but they're still doomed. They're still in a lot of trouble. So yeah, interested to see if the Terrorblade will work out. And the final picks, what are we looking for then from Heroic side of things? What's still left in for the mid pool?
Something elusive from the mid lane, because right now, like, sure, there is Dragonite, there's Hookshot, but I see Phoenix, I see Terrorblade. These heroes can be killed relatively easy, I would say. A lot of the elusive ones are already gone. This Earth Spirit, Puck, Queen of Pain also banned, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Storm Spirit, considering that there is a Puck ban on the Heroic side. There is also no Queen of Pain.
Let's see, what do they want to take away from Xtreme's mid pool? It's going to be the Viper, and they'll indeed get themselves the Storm.
Yeah, you want to have that jump. Like, if you're laning into this Dragonite in the mid lane, you also don't care too much. Storms, well, you have a pick.
I've got to jump because the fire. There's an Ember Spirit available. We could have more fire in this draft.
Teams have been using Ember Spirit as a counter to Storm because you're playing off your chain.
I guess it's kind of bad against Meepo.
Against Meepo, I'm not sure you want to pick that here.
Yeah.
There is a lot of things.
What do you want to pick?
All right, give me a second, Owen. I'm just thinking. It needs to be some, because this is XM Viper. That's why they banned it. This guy plays different hero. It might be. You know what? It might be against Meepo. It's a hard pick.
What can he pick that's going to help him against this Meepo? Because this still looks like a draft where this Meepo is going to be a huge issue. He's going to go with a Pango. It's not a bad option, right, against the old Meepo. You can kind of use his numbers against you with the shield crash buff benefit you're going to get. You've got a good kind of AoE of damage that you're firing out in the middle of a fight. I don't mind the overall pick. I'm still just overall concerned because there's a Terrorblade on one side, the cost, and I don't know
what Pango doesn't like to play into? Root mechanic. He does not love to play. I mean, you can buy Shard. That's one way to try to counter it, but I don't know. I'm really not feeling this. I really love what Heroic drafted for themselves. They have a really good catch. They have insane amount of jump. You have Batrider, you have Meepo, you have Storm Spirit, so supports and TB, like even Pango, you get the jump. There is no real save. Maybe you can have some Sunder. Pipe is going to be a big one, I think, from the offlane Terrorblade, because Neo's going to play that. I don't know, man. What does Dota become? Like, seeing Neo play hero like Terrorblade from the offlane just doesn't strike me as right. But he has a big smile. He always does.
I've got to look. I mean, we've got a stat guy. And we've got
we don't have to do it ourselves.
Can we look up actually what's New's win rate on Terrorblade? We can look at his pubs, look at his progress. I just want to see, is this working for them? Because I feel like it's not working for a lot of people. I know in kind of high tier pubs there was a period where offlane Terrorblade was kind of popping off. It was doing very well at that level.
Everybody was playing it.
Yeah, it was kind of the
pubs,
thing.
It was in a lot of scrims. It was a lot of professional games that people do see on their TVs and mobile phones. But I'm just not feeling the hero. A lot of the times it feels so underwhelming, especially if you're getting run at by certain heroes. Like, you have Meepo, who's going to come online super quickly. You have Storm Spirit, Batrider. There's a lot of magic damage. So Pipe, I think this is just the way that you need to play the hero. You need to tank up, buy a Pipe, try to delay as much as possible for your heroes to come online. Because, I mean, they also picked Meepo into Dragonite. You know what Dragonite does have? Cleave.
But he's got a little bit of cleave.
Yeah.
He does. He does. So if he's able to sort of sit back and free hit in the fight slow, he could provide a bit of a threat to the Meepo. But if Yuma hits his timings, and gets these early stats up on the Meepo, you're going to need a lot of damage, even coming out for the Dragonite, to be able to kind of burst through him. And this Meepo could definitely become quite the threat this game. And we'll see how well Xtreme's set up to deal with this. As I said, they've already had and managed to succeed against a very tough opponent today, taking a game against Falcons. And now, up against Heroic, a team that's yet to find a win, you would expect Xtreme to be coming in with the upper hand. But can they do it with this draft? So what do we have? XM has an average draft position of, so normally the third out of the 20 games. Yeah, but okay.
But what about TB?
Yeah, we want to know about the TB. Who cares about the Pango? We want to get some new TB stats to see if this is something that's been working on a pub level or on a pro level.
It looked good. I'm also looking at Meepo, what he wants to buy. in his quick buy. He's been toying, and I just had to double check if this is some like new meta.
Oh, yeah, what do you have?
Apparently it is, because he
SNY
has SNY queued up on his Meepo. Pack Rat, all Meepos can use item.
Pop in the neutral.
Yeah.
I see he's trying to find some maybe early action with the smoke, but XM set up in position on the high ground. Won't be able to catch them by surprise.
Earlier today when Pure played Meepo, he did go for more standard build. He did go for Dragonlance Blink and then pick up Aghanim Scepter Scotty, and then later he picked up SNY. But Yuma, being a hero specialist as well, always a treat to watch. These Meepo players...
He's got a lot of games on this hero. Hey, there we go. So he's not bought out in pro, but indeed he's had the pub effect. He's been smashing pubs with it. 11-3 in his last week of pub play. So he's warmed up. But as we'll see, because there's a lot of heroes that do very well in pubs, even the high-tier pubs.
Not against professional e-gamers.
It's completely different, right? Yeah. We're talking about some heroes, like Lich, right? This hero, pretty crazy in pubs. You bring it into a pro game. I mean, most teams not even bringing it in at all.
Lost the last game. Lich looked good. Suddenly, he doesn't anymore. Sometimes, you know what I was thinking when we were talking about the heroes, what they could potentially bang out some against Meepo, some ET.
I was wondering if they could slip in like an ET last pick, but
he's not fire, so they did not want to go.
Hey, that's true. I don't know how they would have fitted it in. They'd have to do some kind of weird change up, run some ET carry. I mean, honestly, if you had someone who could play the ET, I could see it being kind of cool.
Oh,
Start off
three bounties.
There you go. Getting a little bit of an edge to start this one off. And Schofield's just to be able to mess with low a little bit on the way to the lane. Dragon Tails at the ready. Still going to continue to mess with him, though. Schofield making sure that Low doesn't have the easy time getting to the lane. They've been able to block the creeps off as well. So that first wave going to be in a bit of an awkward spot for Low, as the wave will push out in Heroic's favor.
Yeah, they're fine with that because you have Doom in the lane. You have Batrider can put some pressure, but they also want lane to bounce back so they can get it closer to their tower. This is going to be an interesting lane. Clock TB. A lot of the times you would see this lane being played from the safe lane. Terrorblade carry, Clockwork 5. You trap them.
Back in the day, yeah.
With meta, but we shifted a lot. Oh, big bounce.
Oh, that's some beautiful bounces there from PYW, getting the triple on King Jungles. But this lane, I'd imagine once Ogre's hit his level, he's got kind of the 2 points ignite. That's not going to be easy for the TB to lane against, right? They should be able to harass Xtreme pretty nicely. Or do you see it going another way?
Yeah, I think so, but the problem is, will you have enough mana? Level 1 mana burn is not that much, but PYW already hit him like 5 times with Hogs.
And then the mid matchup. XM, of course, got the chance to pick into Analog Storm. Settles with the Pango. So we'll see how well he's able to play this matchup in the mid lane. Can certainly get a little bit spooky against these Remnants. Analog's going to be able to sending his way.
Still being played with Thunderbolt Facet, even though it got nerfed, the speed on which you can turn. It was pretty stupid. Because you could stun lock people going in circles. Now it feels much more balanced, I would say. But I don't know if you have tried to play Pango with the other Facet. It feels like you're not moving at all.
Sure, like on a slow mo.
Crash talent. Yeah. By talent, I mean Facet. Analog dropping relatively low here.
Doing very well in the CS, though, getting that slight edge against XM. And able to hold the wave in a very good spot here around the first spawn of the water runes. So good start here on the Storm.
Did I see that correctly? Did he just stun creep? That extra damage.
Hey, gotta get that CS.
Gotta get that CS.
You know what I mean? Why not?
It's buff. Back in the days, back in my days, though, and that was 25 damage.
Oh, yeah, well, if you got a CS with that, you know, hats off to you. Getting it with a 25 damage nuke. If you can even call it a nuke. This lane. So you imagine that with this lane, are they going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Low? These two with the sort of Doom bat setup between Davai and Schofield?
No, I don't think Low's going to be in trouble.
No.
It's going to be more about Poloson potentially dying here, because I don't know if they're going to even be able to get the trade kill in this lane, because the damage is not that high, and they're playing into Doom Batrider. These heroes do buy into a lot of stats early on, and they become super tanky. Very action-packed game.
Oh, might have someone here. Schofield. Fire Spirit from Paulson, not going to quite catch him.
He's
stick down very low, but indeed he's fine.
As Lotus as well.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Getting
He's out of it.
CS for him in the bottom lane as well, stealing it away from Doom.
So far in the top lane, very even in farm between the two of them. Meepo and the Terrorblade getting just the same amount out of this. We'll see both supports heading over towards the mid as the 4-minute water rune comes into play. Trying to contest it for each of their mid laners. And King Jungles is going to be able to hold this off. No, he's not going to be able to stop PIW from grabbing that one. So Analog is going to miss out on the water rune this time round. XM able to hold the wave and head down to secure the bottom one as well. And then that chance to catch up a little bit in this matchup. Still lagging slightly behind that of the Storm. Dive forward on the bottom from Polison. And this time round, is it going to be enough? Dodging the spirits nicely. Schofield will be able to survive back up top. New and PYW get first blood, taking King Jungles down. But Yuma is going to try and fight back. The Earthbind in onto New, but doesn't have enough damage on his own really to take these out. With Analog's back up, might be able to finish off the job. Jumps back over towards New. They'll get the kill, but Analog will die as XM comes across. Yuma in trouble as well as XM makes sure that Xtreme come out on top of the trade.
That was a pretty early move. Like, they kind of followed them. They also have an observer ward right there, so they scouted when he was trying to go for the stack. And just killed him. Also joining both mid laners, joining pre-level 6, something that usually you don't see. Not a good trade for Heroic by any means.
Bottom lane, as you expected. They have low, continue to farm pretty freely. Davai Lama's going to come in with a movement. Underneath the tower, though, don't quite have the damage to truly threaten the Dragon Knight. Maybe with the backup of Yuma. Comes in with the Earthbind and the poof damage. TPs are coming in. Lowe's got this one charge, and he's still surviving for this. Schofield's dying under the tower, and indeed Lowe survives. Even with Yuma turning up as well, they just don't have enough to kill this Dragon Knight. He's able to survive and just continue to last hit under the tower as if nothing ever happened.
That's what we mentioned. These heroes for Heroic, they have pretty static, like it's damage over time, so you always have time to react because you're playing with Doom. He needs to run in, you need all the fire. Same goes for the Batrider in jungles. In jungle right now, dealing with the illusions, but good start for Xtreme Gaming.
Absolutely a comfortable lead here, 6 minutes in, 2k up.
At least Yuma didn't die.
True, yeah, that could have got pretty messy if he tried to make that play under the tier 1 bottom. And didn't get out of there safely, but he's going to be able to continue to farm. But as it's been the laning stage causing no issues for that offlane Terrorblade. New farming perfectly fine up top. Bottom lane, they'll try for the setup underneath the tower. They've got PYW coming in with a wraparound. Davai Lama is going to get TP backup coming in.
They're going the wrong way.
But not soon enough to save him. He's gone. Analog's in with a haste rune. He's trying to find at least Polison. Polison will get left behind, so they'll get one of them in return. But can they get something else? They'll get the drag back onto PYW. Quick stun and a rotation from XM, though, means that XG end up picking up a second kill, and now with the Rolling Thunder up, XM's ready to set up for more, closes the gap onto the two of them. Low and PYW, they'll surround King Jungles, another excellent bounce with the Rolling Thunder, trapping off the escape. King Jungles, he'll fall. Xtreme Gaming continuing to come out on top of these early skirmishes. Heroic, they'll look towards Low with the two cores, Davai Lama and Analog, but again, they just don't have the means to take this Dragon Knight down.
They don't have the damage. Like, they need to bring at least 3 heroes to be able to kill him. And PYW is going to take enemy Wisdom Rune while Leo picked it up on his side of the map. And now you have a big difference between two offlaners. Doom only level 4, while you have Terrorblade getting closer to his level 7.
Yeah, these early moves, these attempted sort of TP reactions coming out from Heroic have not paid off.
Considering that he has such a good game on Terrorblade, he doesn't need to like rush pipe, something that we've seen. So he's going for Orchid. It's gonna be an item that's gonna ruin Storm and even Meepo. Like, Meepo can't use his abilities. Something that Meepo likes to do is pick up early shard so that he can dig, but you can focus down one Meepo. He can't use his spells. Davai Lama.
This bottom lane's getting pretty rough now. Battery assault from PYW to chase him down. Set up a kill for Low, now dominating on the safe lane. DK. Got the sun on Apollo, but he's already level 6, so there's no way they can make a move on him whilst he has the threat of the Supernova. This early game starting to get a bit out of control. Heroic, they're going to have to try and find some way to slow this down to allow Yuma to have the chance to have a game on his Meepo.
Xtreme Gaming will hit pretty much a critical timing in the next few minutes because XM is having a great time. He's a recipe away from his Diffusal Blade, 600 gold. You also have Dragon Knight, who's about to finish his Armlet. And we also talked about like damage over time. Armlet is really good against that because they don't have that explosive damage. You're playing against Bat, Doom, Ogre as well. Most of the damage is magical. Back in the days, if you were buying Armlet into Doom, you're dead. Like, you're just straight up gonna kill yourself. But now that you can use items, it's much better.
Yeah. Still give you that chance. Hunting with the two of them. I mean, they do have the ultimates. Not gonna quite go for the play, just making space for you to push on, take that tier 1 tower down top. XM getting a good amount of damage done on the mid. This is going to be some sort of crazy Orchid Rush timing from you with this approach with the build. Xtreme just taking over the map, really kind of shutting down the areas that Heroic have open to try and make some sort of move. They'll find the chance to just slam down the Doom here on towards XM. We'll get them the kill. They've got the root set up on a Paulison. Vortex drag back to stop any chance of a supernova. They'll find the Phoenix as well. So this time round, Heroic able to respond to the aggressive positioning of Xtreme.
And this observer ward near the crystals where TB's farming right now gave them vision, so they got a good pick off first Doom usage. They get a pretty big kill out of it, killing XM, delaying his diffusal blade.
And this is the thing as well, even though they do sort of have this early lead, I guess the question is, where do you go now with this? Do you imagine, are we going to see Low kind of leave the lane, start to also help out with the pressure in the mid? Or is he fine to just continue to sit down here and let the rest of the team continue the aggressive moves as the four of them?
Usually what you want to do with Dragonite is you want to farm your armlet, maybe join a fight here and there with some like TP rotation, or if the fight is brought to you, you're definitely going to take it. The White Llama is going to get killed because this is your damage item, but once you get to Mask of Madness, this is where you want to join. Like you are the hero in the game that deals most amount of damage. I don't know if they can defend this tower. It feels really bad losing Doom, and there's also no Doom available, so Heroic will need to give up on this one.
Yeah, no chance of holding this one. So yeah, 10 minutes in, a second tower taken. Also pressure being applied on the bottom as well by Xtreme. Gonna come back in with the TP from Davai Lama. Not quite got the Doom back up yet. We'll start to try and hold off on the defense. Threaten with them, but I mean, no PYW. They just go straight for the kill. He steps up. He TP'd into this one. He's having a rough one now, Lacoste.
Good thing is his TP is going to be on cooldown.
He can't do it again.
So he can do it again. Exactly. But they're going to lose another tower. They're already invaded enemy triangle, so they have an angle to go from, like, defend the Dragonite. But, yeah, it seems like Heroic, they're not fight ready yet. We talked about item timing. You have XM, who just finished off his Diffusal Blade. Neo going for Orchid. Relatively close to it. Needs another 500-600 gold to finish it.
Analog. Not got a lot of mana to play with here. That's going to be the last bit of it. It's seemingly just enough to get far enough away that Xtreme aren't tempted to dive.
I look at where PYW is farming. Never mind.
He'll have something to say about it.
He got one.
That's my wave. Get away from that.
That was a surprising one. That's why I mentioned. Like, usually you don't see Clockwork there. Somebody else gets priority. Doom, he needs to get back into the game. They pop Bloodlust on him so that he can get more farm. Still yet to finish his first item. 12 minutes in.
Drums. Slow one.
Yeah, it's been really slow for him.
See if they can finally get rid of this pesky Clockwork. They've got the full 5-man here. Looking to find PYW. They'll get it. It takes a full team effort. Finally, the Clockwork's gone.
I always wonder what PYW stands for, and now after seeing what he did in the mid lane, push your waves.
There we go.
If you're not going to do it, he's going to do it for you.
I like that one. We'll see if you got any more of those coming up with the PYW name explanations. Because I feel there's a few you could do with it.
Oh, most definitely. I'll try to think of something. Divide Llama. Smoke. Doom available.
Oh, Paulison. He's going to pop the 8 here straight away. They're going to try and take it down, and they'll succeed. XM tries to back him up, but the Supernova already put to an end by Heroic. XM's going to have to roll away. So, again, you know, Heroic, even though they're down 3 to 4K, they're making these moves as 5. They're getting the chance to get some kills. They're getting Yuma involved now, after he's managed to get that first item, the SNY done. Slapped, of course, with the neutral slot, so the Meepos can get the benefit from it. And they can start getting a bit of a push going themselves here, 30 minutes in, trying to take their first tier 1.
Having SNY as your neutral item might upgrade it to Trident, which was...
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
Back in the days.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we removed it. I kind of liked it.
Yeah, it wasn't even that crazy, right? With people picking Trident. No, I would just pick Mirror Shield like they still do now in 60 minutes.
are scanning.
Maybe we removed it because it was that bad. I can't remember the numbers. Scan did connect for a second.
Uh-oh, Heroic. Are they ready for this? XM.
Oh, beautiful.
And a lovely swashbuckle to start it. The Cogs catching the turn, and King Jungles is gone. They're kind of underneath the tower here, diving in. Yuma's going to get the chance to turn and take down PYW. And now with the lasso, they're going to be able to drag low underneath the tier 2 tower. He doesn't seem to care too much, though. He's pretty tanky. They've dropped the Doom down on towards XM on the back lines, but he's able to separate himself away from the rest of the team. And Davai Lama, he's the one to fall.
He's out of mana.
He's out completely now. Is it enough to keep him far enough away from the dragon? It is. We'll be able to stay out of the range of Lowe's dragon tail. Still, they lose 2. And Heroic on that attempt for a fight. They only get PYW.
They are still respecting Meepo, because this hero can do quite a lot, especially if you're diving underneath the tower. A couple of nets, a couple of poofs as well. Having 3 Meepos already. Low decided to skip Mask of Madness on Dragonite, going for status resistance straight away, playing against Meepo, Storm, Doom.
I mean, how do you feel about that? Because I feel like
he could still... I wouldn't mind seeing it. Maybe he thinks, oh, I'm going to get doomed anyway, so I'm not going to get that lifesteal.
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah, it could definitely be the Doom factor. There we go, top tower. They're going to look to try and push down next Xtreme. Back on track, building that gold lead. Davai Lama is going to hold off the wave, but still just over a minute until he's going to be prepared to step up to a fight and slam down a Doom.
5 deaths on Doom. He dies every 3 minutes on average, which as an offlaner, you know you're having that bad of a game, and SNY seems to be the item of a choice for pretty much every hero.
Okay.
It's that good. I mean, we did nerf some of the other items. Do you miss the old times when we had SNY with Satanic status resistance?
Yeah, that's right. You used to have other ways of getting that status resistance. You have to do some crazy maths. Yeah, no, absolutely.
It was pretty ridiculous.
If you throw a stun on someone, they're not stunned at all. Oh, here we go, jump in the mid. They get the grab onto X, and they're going to try and burst through the Pango, the silence, then the follow-up. Can they quite finish him? They can't. He's able to get the shield crash and the swashbuckle off the Sunder as well. XM will live, and now he's ready to turn. Comes crashing back through with the Rolling Thunder over Yuma. Yuma will be dealt with, and XM, he's going to see if he can try and catch even more to follow up. Yuma's trying to fight back against New, but New will survive. They both fall. Well, in fact, that's 3 of them as well.
Going for Pango. Hold that extra. Like, he had really 600 plus shield crash damage mitigation.
Yeah.
Playing against Meepo, it's going to be pretty good. Had a cold bracelet, some extra magic resistance on top of that. And then New comes in with the Sunder.
They were so close. They were so close to getting him. And if they did, it would have been a whole different story.
I think they're so close. You know what? They're so close to maybe even calling the GG. They lose rough. 2 more fights. I think this game's pretty over. Because what Xtreme Gaming wants to do, you want to steal Aegis from Meepo lineup. That's for sure. You do not want to give him this momentum. With SNY, he still does a lot, but Dragonite with Cleave is way too good. And speaking of SNY, look what New is going for.
He wants one as well. They're trying to get the jump on you, talking about him. But the backup comes in from PYW, holds back Analog. Giving a little bit of space for New to escape, but the chase will continue from Heroic. Is there anyone else ready to save New? There isn't. I don't know, nearly dies in that effort to take him down. He won't, he will live. So they get the job done, take out the Terrorblade. Again, pretty much taking the entirety of Heroic to make these sort of moves. Not going to be able to catch him there with a rocket flare. So, nice little attempt by PYW, but slightly off the mark.
Yeah. I like that PYW is also maxing out his rocket. Cogs, they're great, burning mana, especially if you can pair it up with something else, any kind of mana burn. If you have Lion, they do have the Fusel Blade in this game, but he is very farmed. He's the most farmed support in the game, because he's, you know, as we've seen him farm some extra waves, and he's also de-pushing if necessary, but allows him to get quite a lot of farm when he maxes out the rocket.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
A little bit of calm once again there for Heroic. Yuma.
Yeah, it's been
he's keeping up,
rotating,
you know, throughout the struggles.
Calm, panic, calm for Heroic.
See when the panic sets in once again. But yeah, Yuma on the Meepo. He's getting that farm. Still not quite, well, not really that close at all to sort of the position he'd want to be in when they sort of draft the Meepo in this sort of case. Yeah, being nearly 2k behind that of Lowe's Dragon Knight. It's not a fun spot to be in as early as 18 minutes into the game. Would have loved to be ahead, kind of dictating the pace as the Meepo. Hasn't happened here.
And Low going straight for the damage. He just picked up Crystallis, wants to be able to burst the target, kill Meepo before he can try to dig, maybe surprise him with some big crit. Right now the crits aren't too big, but I assume he's just gonna straight up pick up that Daedalus. Afterwards, 400 crits coming out.
They're getting dangerously close to just being able to force the tier 2s and approach the high ground. We'll see how much they can achieve with this Aegis now picked up on Low. With their eyes on the tier 2 top first. Heroic, what do they want to do about this? Do they have any interest in defending or doing something else? I mean, it looks like XG might see if they can even get a pick off around this area. Davai Lama has been caught a fair few
not
times.
again.
And they're going to find him once more. PYW not missing the hook shots this game at all.
And I wish we could see the Vi Lama on camera right now, because he's very, like...
Very animated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Great
like,
reactions. Yeah. Not right now.
Nah, yeah,
That's a still picture.
He looks very dead. That's why he's not moving. But this is going to be another tower taken by Xtreme Gaming. 8k gold lead, 20 minutes into the game. Haven't really felt Schofield. Like, he has Naked, Blink Dagger, has 2,000 gold saved up as well. But we haven't seen those initiations. Let's see who gets the shard. Good. If Schofield got it, that's GG.
Yeah.
Like, you do not want to have it on Battlefield. At least with Ogre's Shard, you have something. Low continues to farm up. I believe his courier is delivering something.
He's going for the Master
He's
Madness.
going
So
for the
goes
Master
back
Madness.
I mean, because the item in concept, right, for how much it gives you for the value, damage and attack speed, it's insane. And lifesteal. Oh. Well, Schofield is in a bit of a cheeky spot trying to find some farm. We'll see if he can play his way out of this.
Flag Bearer creep. Griefing, blocking Dragonite.
You see if they try for the hook shot. You got to give it a shot, surely. He tries to sort of scout out the situation with a rocket flare. Doesn't go for the blind attempt. So Schofield makes it back safely. Has his item complete. Does now have the Yules, at least, to protect himself. Attention to set up.
Mega Meepo is online. It is ready.
Okay. Can Yuma carry this? It's a difficult one with the state that the game's currently in.
Maybe not against the Silence. This Orchid is gonna ruin that. I mean, they also have good amount of stuns with Clockwork, Pango, and now with the Dragonite as well, so they could potentially stun lock him. There is
PYW.
no real save, PYW.
He's going to be able to walk into the smoke. Low, he's ready to just walk straight in. He's going to get caught by the Fire Blast. At the side, New's been caught by the lasso. Can they burst for the Terrorblade? They can. They'll take New down. Rolling Thunder coming in onto the two of them. Yuma and Davai Lama have to be careful. Davai Lama popping the early BKB pulse and dives in.
Egg.
Uses his last bit of health to get the egg
They're
off,
going
but
for the
Analog
egg.
zips across to make sure they can shut the egg down.
Analog's out of mana. He needs a little bit of a help. Dragonite stun in 2 seconds.
He's going to be able to find his target. He'll settle for King Jungles. Turns towards the Ogre. They'll be able to take him out underneath the tier 2 tower. No chance of saving him, as a second will fall on Heroic. A 2 for 2. Still, XG, the ones coming out on top with the fact that Low still stands with the Aegis. Schofield's considering trying to make another jump into this. It's risky.
They don't have Lasso. They don't have Doom. I'm not sure if they should be taking this fight. Low has no mana.
He's
half
poking at
HP.
this Schofield. As you say, even without the Lasso, they're trying to make it. Analog Zip, he's used all his mana!
Oh no!
I mean, if he's able to walk away from this, fair play, but that was...
Hookshot's ready.
It is.
Oh, he used battery. Doesn't have much mana now.
Okay, I mean, both... I don't know what's going on there. There's Ball Lightning gone wrong and then a hookshot opportunity being missed. But somehow he gets out of that alive, Analog. If you're on Heroic and you're seeing your Storm zip down with all his mana used, you're like, oh my goodness. But he lives.
Oh, this is so risky. Also, doesn't seem like it was good, very well calculated by Analog, but he should be pretty happy about getting out of this fight without losing his life. Going for a BKB next. Orchid plus Shard. Pretty, like, Orchid is not a standard on Storm by any means, but he wants to be able to kill Pango because they need something. They need some extra protection, and like I like that they also jumped Doom in the previous fight because Neo, if they are going for the other target, this is pretty much offlane Centaur when you're playing against Doom, because if you don't Doom Centaur, he's going to be using Stampede. Same can apply to Terrorblade, who will pop the Sunder and just screw up your Doom.
Low's ready to go here once more with the Dragon form. Still has a little bit of time left with his Aegis. We want to be on the hunt for King Jungles. Didn't quite catch him with the rocket flare vision.
I don't know why he calls himself King Jungles. Like, he reveals where he's gonna be. It's like King Roshan. Like, you can find him easily.
And just look at the scoreboard, read the name, you know where to go.
Yeah, they want to go for the high ground. Probably maybe try to poke a little bit. Ogre's dead.
I mean, they're very
20 seconds.
With this tower as well, Lowe's going to be able to get that BKB shipped out and replace the Aegis. And, oh, yeah, there it is. Very close to level 18 as well on the Dragon Knight.
I thought they might poke, see what happens.
Mid-Scofield, trying to cut some creeps, finding some farm pretty deep out on the lane. Won't be alive for long.
Heroic, they're not on the same page. Like, we haven't seen some big lasso into Doom, followed up by Meepo or Storm Spirit. They're struggling throughout the whole game.
Analog just trying to find farm wherever he can. That's deep on the stream side of the map. Not going to want to show whilst New's around, though. That's New, pretty untouchable. He's going to be getting that Lincoln's up next. A long way away from it, but once that's there, it's not going to be quite the easy target to jump as they did get away with in the last team fight, Heroic.
I like that both supports also on Xtreme Gaming did pick up Philosopher's Stone, so that's extra gold. Poloson is so farmed. He has full Solar Crest and about to finish Lotus Orb, which is great against Doom, great against Bat. I think once they finish that item, they don't necessarily need to rush anything. They could wait potentially for the next Roche to respawn, which is going to respawn in like 2 minutes potentially, and then siege the high ground with Aegis, with Lotus Orb. But I'm also fine with them taking a fight because this Lotus is such a huge pickup.
So around the mid, PYW. Gonna go for the setup. It's got XMN with the follow to make the jump on the Davai Lama, but he's able to get the BKB off between the stuns, and out he goes back up the safe to the high ground. They won't be able to get any further catch upon it. That's what they want to do on the defense in Arrow, because Low is in with the push. Tier 3 starting to fall pretty fast. It's gone. They're onto the barracks Xtreme. Heroic. What's the plan here on the defense? They're bringing the further TPs back. I mean, their melee racks are gone. They're not able to make any sort of jump at all. Yuma's now turned up. But XG, they're already pulling back.
This is pretty big. That's why I said this Lotus timing is so crucial. We don't see that item too much, maybe at the later stages of the game, but Polozone having that extra farm, extra gold from Philosopher's Stone, Solar Crest, Lotus Orb, level 14. Eggs haven't been great. Eggs did get killed in 2 or 3 fights, but yeah, itemization. All you'd have to do is pretty much use that Lotus Orb on your Dragon Knight.
Yuma trying to get that butterfly done. So he has that sort of opportunity to just have some sort of favorable damage when he's trying to stand his ground and fight back against these increasingly tanky heroes on Xtreme. It's not going to be easy to fight still, though, with the fact that his other 2 cores were really lagging behind this game. Both Davai Lama and Analog have not had an easy one here.
Butterfly done.
Okay, we'll see how much of a difference it makes, how much Yuma can do in these team fights. Or if he's going to be controlled and dealt with by...
They need to contest Roche. Like, they need to smoke and run into Roshan blindly. Problem is, Roshan is going to respawn in minute and 50. So even if they win this fight, they're still not going to be able to kill Roshan. And it seems like Xtreme Gaming, they are well aware, PYW, making sure that they're not doing Roshan, scouting things out. Let's see. Bango knows. Smoke broke.
There's the jump. They're going to get the immediate jump in over towards the Phoenix. Can they burst through Polison? They can't.
He got the egg, but still going to die.
Doesn't matter, though. They kill the egg off immediately. They'll have the jump forward here with PIW in the hook shot. And in fact, what a crit coming out. There's a massive hit there from Low. Destroys Analog. He gets caught by the stun, taken out. There's another hit there. Low with the damage on this Dragon Knight, tearing through all of the cores as he now turns towards Yuma. He's going to be able to clean him up as well. Triple kill for Low as he kills the 3 cores. And as a whole, the team, they kill everybody. They get the
I think
team
this
wipe.
just might be it. I think Heroic could potentially GG out. Looking at all the green lights, like, Doom didn't use his ulti, Ogre, like, not the biggest one, of course. Then you have Meepo as well, but Doom is the biggest one. Like, they need to be able to get the target and try to kill it. Problem is, they're so far behind that even if they kill a target, that target could just buy back, and they're gonna win the fight off of that. So they lost another side. Mid lane, they still have a range barracks, but this Roshan now belongs to Xtreme Gaming. Low, having pretty much a perfect game. Didn't die a single time. 10-0 and 6.
It's been a crazy game for him, and just sort of the state of the game as well, right? This is a first big hero when it comes to the draft, the cost, and with the fact that this hero just never really gets touched in terms of nerfs, I don't think it's really going anywhere anytime soon for some of these teams. They'll keep first picking this.
For sure.
Like, what are you going to do? They've literally first picked in this game, and it's what are you going to do? And apparently it's nothing. Heroic, they've not been able to touch it.
It has not been answered. Like, sure, you have Doom, you have some magic damage, but you gave him a complete free farm in the lane. He was on killing spree 5 minutes into the game, which is something that you don't want to see. So his item timing was way too good. And now Roshan did the roar. Roshan.
Oh, there you go.
Which means absolutely nothing for Heroic because they do not want to contest it.
No, they can't do anything with that information. They're just going to have to hold back and prepare for the next push that's likely going to be coming in pretty soon from Xtreme. Yeah, just once again on low. They're going to come through this. They're going to try and set up
they
for
might
this
kill
one.
him here.
They do indeed manage to take down the two of them. But there's going to be a buyback straight away from Paulson as he wants to return to the fight. They've dropped the Doom down onto low. Can they even kill him the once? They can. He's going to fall the first time. Can they deal with him a second time around? They're trying to set up for this. Yuma in position. They're going to look over towards you. They get the Earthbind control on towards him. You trying to walk away, but they'll get him. Can they deal with you and this Supernova? They can. That's going to be the egg down. Yuma trying to keep this game alive here for Heroic as he turns now.
Alive.
They've got the control with the Vortex. Yuma with the micro as well, being able to trade the Meepos in one by one and take him out. Heroic. They set up around the Twin Gate, and it works big time. Aegis or not, it doesn't matter. They take him down twice.
What did Neve Sunder? Because he used it, then Dragonite didn't gain any HP. Did he misclick and use it on the illusion?
I think he must have.
Oh, looking at the damage from Meepo.
Yeah,
13,000 in the previous fight. Like Dragonite did 14,000, but yeah, I would love to see that one again to see if he actually sundered the illusion. Would make a lot of difference because Dragonite did have Dragon Form on and then lost it.
Yeah, the Meepo, Yuma just played the fight perfectly, splitting up the Meepos in a way that didn't allow sort of this huge AoE, the kind of the cleave effect of the Dragonite to cause issues for him.
Man, these professional E-gamers, they can control more than one unit.
Yeah, they know how to micro, these lads. Great moves there from Yuma, keeping that fight and the game alive. They're still down 10k, but quite the shake-up there for Xtreme after going through that Twin Gate. And honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if they went through that Twin Gate in a manner where they were kind of feeling that even if Heroic were there, they probably felt they could take that fight.
Yeah, for sure. Like they had Aegis, they were not expecting this type of a play. This is something that Heroic, even though when they played with Parker, had like really good decision making. I think a lot of that came also from Parker, but you can still see that they know how to make some like really big plays, and they're gonna smoke up once again. Divine Llama. Doom is ready in 10 seconds.
Let's have a look here. There's the jump. Yuma straight in onto Paulson. The Phoenix is gone. That's him out for a long time. No buyback, so he's dead for 50 seconds. They're going to try and make the jump under the tier 1.
Doom.
They're looking towards though.
No blink.
Dragon Form. See if they get the hook shot on Analog. They've got the catch into the silence. Analog's out. See the Rolling Thunder as well. XM controlling both Yuma and King Jungles. Pushing back up to the rest of his team, XM. It doesn't mean that King Jungles is going to get a little bit of space to run, but the Swashbuckle catches him on the retreat. Yuma out with the TP. The rest of Heroic back off. Get the 1 kill, but lose the 2 themselves. Both Analog.
Completely different fight. Xtreme Gaming holding hands, going together this time around. They are the ones who counter-initiate after Phoenix has been jumped with the Rolling Thunder. And the fight is going to be much different now that Low has MKB. This is like the most damage you can have. Daedalus plus MKB. He's fully 6-slotted. Doom is available. TB, Thunder ready.
They're trying to make some sort of surprise play. Scofiel's going to go for it. They get the jump. They're going to try and burst through low. They get the Doom drop down on towards him. Buyback comes into play. They close the gap here with Analog looking straight towards him. Can they finish the Dragonite? He's getting away. He'll survive. They'll lose New, though, as Heroic are just able to turn their attention towards the rest of Xtreme. They get a Fire Blast set up on towards Paulson. Paulson will dive away. The jump's there. They'll get him. There'll be a TP back for low.
That was
Supernova. They might have to cut this out. They're going to try and finish off the egg before it pops, and they'll find it. Heroic pushing back Xtreme once again. They don't get low this time round, but they do get 2 other big kills, and they keep this game alive.
Double buyback, 1 from KJ, 1 from Analog. Analog is the big one. He had to buy back. Also a bit of an unfortunate there, because Scofield jumped in with Batrider's Lasso, Aghanim Scepter, and he catches onto TB Illusion. So he finds 1 target only. This is the item that Batriders have been buying quite frequently in the last couple of months, and it works really well because you want to go greedy. A lot of the times you would see some, BKB, maybe Octarine, but the impact that you have with Aghanim Scepter is way too good. Yuma, as Meepo, will kill another Tormentor solo, and that's his Scotty finish.
That is.
Healing from Phoenix, healing coming out from Dragonite is not going to be as much.
These Meepo moves in the team fight have been quite a terror for Xtreme. They'll smoke up once again, Xtreme.
Knowing that Doom is on cooldown for another 40 seconds, they want to use this window, try to get a pick off.
Already in the river. They're going to find one another. Schofield, he tried to make the jump to see what was going on. They were prepared for him. That's going to be Schofield out, no buyback. The bat dead for nearly 50 seconds.
He needs 50 gold. Somebody needs to pick up that bounty rune on top that is sitting. There is one available. Let's see who's going to be. Yuma. That's going to give him the buyback. Much necessary. Doom is coming off cooldown.
See if they can force it out of him. Looks like Xtreme, they're not going to be too hasty with the push. They're going to try and maintain control around the triangle of Heroic. Yuma just doing his best to maximize the farm. Continue to try and do what he can to be this unstoppable force in the team fights. It's not been easy for Xtreme to tackle the Meepo in the last few team fights. Xtreme being much more careful about how they go around pushing the high ground. The last few attempts have not been too successful, and they're going to feel it themselves, even though they do still have this lead right now. Another failed attempt at a push could push this game into a pretty even state.
Seems like they don't want to risk it. Next Roshan, potentially in 2 minutes. Oh, we're looking in Lincoln's department, because I saw New was thinking about getting one. He finished Scotty. PYW, he's just going for scaling items. This guy is involved in every single kill on Clockwork. 30 out of 30 kills, 100%.
Yeah, that's wild. You don't see that a lot.
It's easy because you have a little bit of a global presence
and
with that rocket,
true.
but still,
True.
100% is always impressive.
Yeah. He's been having a great game, PYW. They're gonna give it another shot at the high ground by the looks of it. They're trying to enter the base from the top side. Maybe see if they could get the surprise jump onto Yuma or something. It's a hard call to make, though, as I say. If this goes wrong for Xtreme, that lead will be lost. Maybe just sort of maintaining the position and waiting for the next rush will be the safer call to make here for Xtreme.
If they can get some kind of a pick off, if Heroic leaves the base on one of the heroes, even on Ogre, who doesn't have buyback available, could be pretty big. I'm sure they would try to take the fight 4v5. Because you have Lincolns, you have Lotus. Problem is you're playing against the Batrider, so he can go for other hero and still catch you, and then they can try to kill you. Doom going for Aghanim Scepter. Sorry, he's not going for the Aghanim Scepter, actually going for Refresher. Also wouldn't mind seeing Ags, but he's very far away from anything. Having only 400 gold right now.
Still very much Dabai and her analog having to play the catch-up game. They've not had an easy time. Yuma very much holding the team together with his play. Just damage that he's able to do as the Meepo in these last few fights. PYW! And a bit of a cheeky spot here. He's able to get the contact. Tries to hook shot away, but he's not going to find a target. They'll get him.
Still alive. Not for long, though. Dead for 69 seconds. Yuma, unstoppable. Yuma having a pretty good game. Like, he's switching between SNY and Butterfly because the Pack Rat. He wanted to have evasion, but then after seeing MKB has been finished, now put some extra status resistance on his Meepo, and he's also getting closer to his level 25.
Xtreme. We're going to have 50 seconds until we're going to see Roshan back up, and that likely is going to be a point of the map where the way things have been going, I don't think Heroic's going to be too scared about heading out and trying to contest around the Roshan with how strong Yuma is. Just keeping huddled together here, Heroic. They know that they can't afford to get picked off. Bolus is going to have more of a chance to get the ults off now with the Eon Disc done on Phoenix. Not quite as easy for them to make that jump onto him as they have been able to do the last few times, Heroic.
he gets the egg in a lot of these situations, but the egg still dies. You're playing into Bloodlust, you're playing into Meepo. Quite hard, actually, to not... And they also don't have too much protection with the egg. There's no, like, big AoE spells other than Rolling Thunder, but most of the time you would see him going for the backlines and going for a different target rather than protecting the egg.
Roshan back up. Xtreme straight in there. Heroic doesn't look like they're making any sort of quick moves to try and take the fight out here. Looks like they just want to let this go the way of Xtreme and just put all their stock in just trying to hold on the high ground. So he gets his Aghanims on Xtreme. Who's sort of top of the board for taking that
Probably
one?
Dragonite.
Yeah, get some money.
You want that BBD. You want to be able to have Big Black Dragon. Also closing out on his 25. Let's see if Meepo did hit his 25. He did go for the Poof Cast duration. The other talent feels underwhelming, like 350 on Meepo, it's different, but on other heroes, let's say 350 would be some level 15 talent, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. And just, with these good players, right, having that pretty much instant poof is pretty nasty to play against. You know, one moment you see the Meepo, you think you got him, next he's just disappeared and somewhere completely different entirely. Makes him incredibly slippery and very quick for Yuma to just be able to bring in the Meepo army on top of the backline target, or whoever he's managed to get that sort of gap closed on. And as we've seen, once he's in on top of you, he's dishing out a crazy amount of damage. That's proving to be a little too difficult, really, for XG's cause to trade back against. Have to be so careful when it comes to dealing with the Meepo in these team fights.
This time around, Terrorblade will be the one picking up Aegis, so they also want to siege with his meta. So you'll have Dragonite, you'll have TB.
Let's have a look. All right, what have they got? Schofield, he's looking for the jump, and he's going to be able to get the lasso in onto the turret. They drop the Doom down on the wall slow. They're trying to burn through this DK.
Egg is not dying this time.
He's going to try and retreat, and indeed they can't stop the egg, so Polis is successful with the Supernova. They are both dead, but they do both have buyback, Schofield and Down by Llama. If they're going to feel pressure to use it, that Wisdom jumping in there with the ultimates, with the Doom, with the lasso, they didn't get any sort of kill.
It was a good jump, but no real follow-up, and perfectly placed Egg plus Sunray. Also, this level 25 talent on Dragonite. A lot of the times you would see a different one, but you're playing against Meepo, so you want to stun everything. Banner has been planted. It's going to die.
Coming with the buyback. Now by Llama jumping in aggressively. He's got no Doom to play with, and Lo just turns straight towards him. They'll be able to force him back to safety. Just in time, getting him up to the high ground. I got the tower here. Xtreme, but Heroic will manage to maintain their barracks for now.
They didn't lose anything. Dragonite form is going to be back up in 40 seconds. Aegis still up and running.
Analog.
Another 2 and 40.
Trying to close the gap on towards them, using a fair bit of mana to get on towards this. Going to force out the Rolling Thunder from XM. XM's going to turn straight back towards them and find Schofield. He's out for good. No buyback for him. As the 4 remaining members of Heroic retreat back to the base. And now XG, they've got the freedom to push him 5 versus 4. No threat of a lasso.
Without lasso, they just don't have enough. Like, they don't have enough control. Storm Spirit doesn't have enough money to buy his Aghanim Scepter. He's getting close. I think maybe he can try to sell his Null Talisman, spend the gold on the enemy secret shop. Because you need that. You need that AoE control.
The range rack's gone. Low. Yuma having to step back immediately. So Low just getting the freedom to take down the final set of barracks. The Mega Creeps are out. Heroic, can they find one more fight in them whilst they don't have Schofield? The tier 4s are falling. As Xtreme on the verge of closing up this best of 1.
They have to go.
The Ancient's exposed. He's got the damage humor. He's picked up the Daedalus. He's going to try and get in. They're going to go straight up towards
picked up the axe. Let's see.
The Supernova's there, though, and Yuma just gets completely burnt to pieces here by the Sunray. He's dead. He'll buy back. They'll jump in with a Vortex, but the 8th is already gone. GG is called as Xtreme Gaming will take this matchup here today against Heroic.
It was a nice attempt from Storm. Analog did go to the enemy secret shop. I thought he might send the courier. He bought the point booster, TP'd back, but didn't have much mana, so he didn't get the immediate jump. But I also gotta say, I've been impressed the way Heroic managed to hold the game for good 15, even 20 minutes.
They did.
But
They
it
kept
was
it
it was
alive.
not enough because the game looked pretty over. They took mid barracks and they also took top barracks, and then they made a huge comeback on that twin gate play.
And overall, Xtreme, I mean, they absolutely made it work. We saw, as we said on the stats, New he's been crushing it with the Terrorblade in the pubs. This is the first game where he's bringing it into the pro play. And it looked fantastic, right? The laning stage, he had no issues at all, was super strong in that regard. And then the build, you know, great to see something that we haven't really seen, I feel like, from other offlane Terrorblades, at least people that are trying to bring it in on this pro level, getting away with this Orchid Rush first, and then just getting the build for himself. They didn't need the auras, as it seemed, this game. He gets to go this SNY BKB Skadi as the offlane Terrorblade.
Pretty much playing carry from the off lane, except for having that Orchid that you mentioned. It was mostly to shut down Storm Spirit and also to shut down Meepo, because he was also going for the Ags. But really happy that we're seeing more of like these new heroes.
Yeah,
seeing
and
Meepo,
working out.
Offlane Terrorblade finally got a dub because he didn't buy these weird items, I gotta say. And also, excellent performance coming out from PYW.
Yeah.
He's
His clock.
Is it? He's still involved in all.
No,
yeah, he is.
was
100%. 36 out of 36 kills.
Yeah, that's quite something. Yeah, his clock will look fantastic. And Low did die though once at the end of it all. But yeah, that first pick Dragon Knight definitely going to be something to consider for other teams when they're playing against Extremers. Yeah, with that, they continue to have quite a good day. They got the win against Falcons earlier, a big one. And of course, against Heroic, a team that on their side of things, the suffering is continuing for them. They're still yet to find a win so far in this group. But Xtreme showing that they can do it with a bit of a sort of a different draft, bringing in this offlane Terrorblade, making it work. I believe after the back of this win, we're actually going to get to have some words from the Phoenix player from Paulison. So we'll head over to him, tell you what he has to say about this win against Heroic.
I'm here with Paulison after their win. Congratulations. I had a few questions. First of all, being you guys are a very new team, I was wondering, did you have any expectations for this tournament? How does it feel so far taking all of these wins?
First of all, thank you. I don't think we have any expectations for this tournament. We just want to play the best Dota that we can. Yeah. What was the second question again?
It was mostly just how do the wins feel? Did you have expectations?
Oh, the wins definitely felt good, but I think like we was very disappointed with ourselves in the second game. Yeah.
Okay. Well, speaking of the game just played, during the draft, obviously Yuma took his signature Meepo. Was that ever a worry for you in the draft, or did you guys feel like you had everything answered?
It was always at the back of our mind because we knew he's a Meepo player, but we thought that our lineup is good enough to handle Meepo. So yeah.
Okay. And obviously you guys took the offlane Terrorblade. It's quite an interesting pick in this meta. What do you guys think the strengths of it are right now?
I think it's his laning and also like he counters a lot of the carry heroes. He also pushes the lane really fast, so I think it's a amazing hero. And Neil doesn't goes on this hero in pubs. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Good stuff there from Paulison. Indeed, he's not wrong. As we said, we looked at the stats. It's like a 76% win rate or something from you on his pub play on Terrorblade. And coming in with a clean sheet now, 100% win rate in pro for this first one. We'll probably see him bring more of that
most
into
likely.
games.
Most definitely. Not a Neo hero when we think about it. It's more about him being Blink Initiator, but you also got to be able to adapt, especially in this meta, because a lot of the offlaners, they did get nerfed quite hard. So you need to find some new ideas, and seems like Terrorblade has been working out amazingly for him.
Absolutely, yeah, he's the guy to do it. Well, we'll see how their journey continues in this group, and as for the journeys that we're going to be following in Group A coming up next, we're going to be seeing what's going to happen between BetBoom and PARIVISION. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, then myself and Lacoste will be back for the next series, BetBoom versus PARIVISION. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the group stage here at Blast Slam. I'm OD Pixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ready for our next best of one. It's going to be up between BetBoom and PARIVISION. Two teams so far, but we've got one of them on 2-0, BetBoom. PARIVISION, they're 1-1, but the game they lost was against Falcons, so, you know, what can you do? Both teams, they look pretty strong, right, Lacoste? We have in front of us BetBoom. This one, arguably the stronger of the two. Would you agree?
I would say so. I've been really impressed the way they play. They looked unstoppable during the Dream League until they met Falcons, but this is the team that different vibes. What they had before, you could see the team smiling on camera. This is the team that needed a roster change because you would see them like having good results, but they never won a tournament. They still didn't win a tournament as a squad, but GPK is back.
He's back.
As a temporary stand-in, but Kiyotaka was unable to make it. Still, he looks good. Like GPK, you know, the guy grinds. Whenever we talked about BetBoom, this is the team that had like highest MMR team. They're not the highest MMR team right now by any means, but they look so stable and they have these new fresh ideas coming into play, which I really like.
Absolutely, yeah. They're on to a hot start so far for this group stage. And then as I said, on the other side, I think PARIVISION, they're 1-1, but the one loss was against Falcons. So as I say, what can you do? This team also just showing a lot of great promise, right? Where some of these players coming back in, you know, Crystalis, I think some people kind of criticize him obviously during his time as Secret, but here with PARIVISION, he's looking fantastic. And then No One, yeah, he's back and he's bigger than ever before, right? His play in the mid lane, it's looking to be honestly better than his peak in some of the games.
Yeah, this guy just owns every single time I watch him play. He's doing so much, and we can have Crystalis against Crystalis.
Well, there we go.
Crystalis won when it comes down to having better XPM, having better GPM. But we probably...
Okay, with that to be... Okay, we're looking at his play in match 1 and match 2.
Yeah,
So, okay, so we... You know, it might look weird to you guys, but we're showing you guys what he did in his first game today and in his second game today.
Crystalis looked much better. Like, I would say that a lot of the times you would see certain player be stuck in a team and they're not doing too well, and he needs a new environment to be able to shine.
Yeah.
And he's playing... Like, this is the guy that got second place at TI.
Pretty good.
Pretty damn good. Was unable to replicate that, but the way he plays right now kind of reminds me of his run at TI, where he got the same.
I think so, yeah. He's been looking fantastic with this current roster of PARIVISION. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to keep you holding and waiting any longer. The draft has begun as we'll get into this game between BetBoom and PARIVISION. Here we have PARIVISION at the ready. The draft has begun. Early bans, of course, nothing too surprising from either of the sides. As, yep, it continues to be what we'd expect to see. Pugna not going to be very likely to get through many of the drafts here today.
The hero gives you way too much. Too many heals, too many saves. A lot of, like, just reducing physical damage as well. You're not getting any nullifier runes this hero, but we're not in meta where a lot of people would still pick up nullifier. Maybe you'll see, you know, some alchemists disassemble radiance and stuff later on. But if you have good positioning, like, he's a strong laner, the speediest hero in the game, always pressures the lane, has a relatively good scaling, like, not in terms of damage, but what he brings to the team fight. And also the interesting one is PARIVISION banning out Templar Assassin. This is something that BetBoom did play in their last game when they played against Xtreme Gaming. He looked so comfortable, and they rounded up their draft. That was TA on 18, which kind of is the most important pick in the draft. A lot of the times like, for a long time, last pick was like, oh, we're gonna get you with the last pick. Yeah,
especially in like best of one situations.
Yeah,
right?
But nowadays 18th pick is just way too valuable because you already have a good draft until that point, and you also have like 2 bans to protect your pick.
Yeah, just I guess in terms of what balance nowadays, like, how many heroes are there really that you would still consider that can be drafted in that last pick in situations where it is like, well, we lost? Like, are Brood and Huskar still sort of like the terrors of the past when it comes to that last pick?
I think teams got better over time. Maybe there's some, I would say, like, when it's a free puck game, when it's like free razor game, sometimes you forget about some of these things. But yeah, it's not been as impactful as it was throughout the Dota history. So Nagasarin banned up, not really a surprise there. And both teams removing one of the offlaners that have a big impact when it comes to the team fight, removing Magnus, removing Enigma as well. BetBoom Team, a lot of the times they like to open up with the support. Most of the time it is Batrider, but this time around PARIVISION seems like they got a good read on it, because Save plays a mean Batrider, and Save also plays a really mean Muerta.
Oh, he does.
He's, I think,
the angles he hits with his dead shot
it's insane. This hero is like very hard to master. It is a skill shot, like both your spells are skill shots, and if you misuse any of them, you're going to look pretty bad. You're not going to be as impactful. Also, before you get to that level 10 talent with extra 250 range on dead shot, sorry, it feels you need to be so close to a fight. You're close, like you get close to a fight, you get bounced back by Batrider, you're going to die. So positioning is the key for Muerta.
Let's see what they want to take away from BetBoom here. PARIVISION, two teams that know each other pretty well. And BetBoom, with the success that they have had consistently recent through tournaments, there's just so many heroes that you really have to bear in mind against them. Very flexible team. One of the teams that's showing off the most back at Dream League with just not just the heroes they can throw in, but the positions they can play in. You know, your Mags, your Dawns, they'll play them on all three positions.
Dawn, Magnus, and they also had Shadowfin Morphling flex throughout the Dream League, which was pretty insane. I gotta double check if GPK, because Kiyotaka was the one playing Morphling in the mid lane.
Maybe they don't have that same dynamic.
I want to see if they
GPK
have that potential flex coming out from GPK, if he was able maybe to replicate what Kiyotaka has been doing.
I'd love to see a GPK Magnus. I feel that'd be quite entertaining. But we're probably not going to get that.
Well,
we're definitely not going to get that with a ban. We're definitely not getting that with a ban.
No, GPK has not been playing Morphling from the mid lane.
Okay. That would be fun as well. I'd love to see a good old GPK morph. That would give us some entertaining times. Because it's going to really go either way. It's going to be amazing, or it's just going to be
something about GPK. In the mid lane. He has that aura.
Yeah. There we go. Primal's going to be the ban from PARIVISION and BetBoom. What do they have on their radar that they feel is not going to be too nice to play against if it gets into the hands of PARIVISION? Well, PARIVISION, as we've seen, Christus, he's been running the Drow today, right?
Yeah,
he's been loving the Drow. It is there.
Maybe.
Do you think they're going to try and make the Drow draft happen
again? Looking at the bans, Drow doesn't like to play. Like, into Primal Beast, you will get a point in Gust, maybe even level 2. Level 3, you want to have some kind of a protection, but these are the jumpers, like repositioning tools with Magnus. I want to see what Miero is going to play. I'm not sure if they want to pick his hero like straight away. They probably will need to, but they will see one more hero. I'm just thinking if there's a potential Drow Ranger that could come out. Something that Miero plays really well is Centaur, so you have like a whole team. I'm a big fan of Centaur plus Muerta in the lane. It's not the most popular hero right now, but I could see it being picked if it's a good game for it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're considering here, just overall from BetBoom's side of things, just what heroes are left in the off-lane pool. They'll take up the Timber, and they'll instantly pick themselves up the Alchemist to run here as the carry today for Pure.
Where is Donald? I think this has been a hero that had a lot of success in the laning stage against Alchemist, because you can bounce him back. You have a good amount of damage when paired up with Batrider to try to kill him. And having a save, like you have... Okay, for now it's just going to be Chen.
That's always a nice one to get through. Doesn't always get let through the draft.
Something that Muerta doesn't like to play into early on is some kind of a mana burn. She needs quite a lot of mana for her spells, and you do go for mana burn creep on Chen nowadays, so they might want to ruin Muerta that way.
I'm still kind of feeling that the Drow could be a direction they want to go. They'll go with the DK. So probably not the Drow this time, switching that up for Crystalis. It's going to be running the good old DK safe lane this time round. And still obviously a little bit of flexibility if they want to do it in the mid. No on DK was definitely quite the thing of the past, and wouldn't put it past him to play it again here.
It is a lot of pressure. Both of these carries come online super quickly. I mean, basically 14 minutes. You have Dragonite Armlet, Mask of Madness. You have Radiance, maybe even Blink on Alchemist, depending how much farm he has. So
I mean, Would you like it if they say kind of old school, if they did have just no one play the DK and then still got the Drow, and then you have Drow DK Chen lineup? Is that good nowadays, or?
I wouldn't mind. There is potential flex from BetBoom because Kataomi does play Alchemist from position 5 if necessary.
He can.
It is a bit of a flex.
That'd be some greedy supports though, right? Muerta and out support duo.
It is, but ooh, this is an interesting one. Picking up that profit.
That's what likely going to be in the off lane, I would imagine, right? I think they're saving the mid for last and they're putting this on the off lane.
Yeah, but
against
then,
the DK lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, you can play double melee. A lot of the times you want to pair up DP off lane with some kind of a stun. That also means... I mean, they have a flex with both supports. They also have flex between their heroes/players because Kataomi did transition from position 4. He was playing a lot of Tusk. He can also play Tusk from the off lane if necessary.
Also, is there the flex? Would you go as far as say for BetBoom to say, hey, well, you know what? If this is going to be a DK carry, he's got a whole lot of armor. Let's get our carry on the Muerta. And
it is
the
a
ult
possibility.
to shred through the DK.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You're not looking at this now and saying, well, you know what? They could switch it up. And because we talk about BetBoom having flexibility, I think this is one of those lineups where there is a lot they can do with these.
They could. If it's a bad game, like you could potentially play Alchemist from the mid lane as well. Like there's been a couple of situations where you were picking Alchemist against Puck in the mid lane because he doesn't have much armor. Against Invoker could be a bit of a different thing, but I like what PARIVISION is going for them. You're gonna have this gigantic Dragonite. I'm getting some TI 2024 flashbacks because you have Alacrity, you have potential Vlads, you have maybe even Solar Crest that can be bought to buff up Dragonite. So for Protect 1, I would say until Invoker comes online as well. Invoker does play greedy for himself with double rate band power treads, this type of a build. But I also wouldn't mind seeing, I mean, it's hard nowadays to switch that item build on Invoker, but it's a good Spirit Vessel game. You're playing against Alchemist, you're playing against Death Prophet. You will need to reduce that healing. I don't see anybody else buying the item because Batrider, he wants to pick up his Blink Dagger.
Is there something that you can find for the offlane that would offer those sort of capabilities? I mean, so many offlaners getting banned out this draft. I mean, who's even left? I guess the one that sticks out is the one you mentioned earlier. Centaur is still a possibility. But outside the Centaur, what else are you really looking at that's left in the game here?
There's still Sanking available. Some teams are still picking it. The hero got nerfed pretty hard in the last patch, but I could also... Like, Dawnbreaker's out there. I feel like Dawn could be really good.
That's true. Yeah, you mentioned the Dawn. Yeah, Dawn or Centaur are the two big names that still stand.
Miero has a pretty big hero pool when we talk about him. Like, he's going to play different things. He's a Mars player. He's going to be playing Timbersaw. It's a good game. Maybe some Visage as well.
Okay.
Was there one Necrophos during Dream League, or did I dream about that?
You're absolutely right. And you know it was DM.
Oh, yes.
He picked it. He went against like a Timber game.
They won that game.
And they did. He crushed it.
Spirit Vessel, Boot of Travel, I believe. He was very greedy.
So
and that's the Spirit Vessel buyer.
This is absolutely, and DM, he smashed that game. So they've sort of identified a chance to get it through again, and you like this.
Yeah, looks pretty good. I mean, look at the sustain that they have. You have Dragonite, Necro, and Chen. So that's going to be quite a lot of healing coming out. And Keeper of the Light. So they also wanted Spirit Vessel for themselves. GPK, he's the Coddle player. That also means GPK gonna play Coddle. It's in the name.
It really is. He's had some crazy games on this, and yeah, both teams basically saying, yeah, we got to deal with this high regen, high sustainability coming out from some of these cores on both sides. And indeed, yeah, with that sort of wrap up at the end of the draft from BetBoom, it will be Miro taking the Death Prophet to the offlane, and Pure will be the one to run the Alchemist. So Core Alchemist and indeed the support duo of Kataomi, Tusk, and Saves Muerta. There's some exciting stuff, honestly, with both drafts. Both teams, no, I guess we see a few people play the Coddle, but the ones that stick out really, right, the Death Prophet on one side and the Necrophos on the other. A long time, definitely, since we've had a game where these two offlaners have been the two offlaners. You know, it's rare enough seeing them individually being put into the offlane position in this day and age. Now we're getting them both in the same game. Who do you think's more of a solid bet when it comes to an offlane hero in this patch? Are you trusting the Necro offlane or the DP offlane?
We haven't seen these heroes being played from the offlane. I think some people try to toy with that Prophet from the mid lane once or twice, a couple of times from the offlane. Didn't look too good, but both teams wanted the same thing. They wanted some Spirit Vessel buyer. Both of the heroes provide you with quite a lot of healing. Like, we might see some fights where nobody's gonna die for a really long time. You have Alchemist, Death Prophet, and Keeper of the Light blasting from far away. We expected, the way the format works in this tournament, playing BO1s, that we're gonna be seeing some interesting picks, but I didn't expect to see these picks that they're just so crazy.
Yeah. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to see as we get into the action here. Tips flying out from both sides to start things off. And it does feel like it's going to be the race to the Spirit Vessel. You know, which side can get that online first? And when it comes to these sort of early clashes.
You know who's going to rush it? It's going to be Keeper of the Light. This is the item that you buy between 6 and 8 minutes, depending how good of a game you're having.
Yeah, you can get it quick.
Yeah. Especially on Coddle. Also want to see if they're going to be able to block some of the camps potentially for Keeper of the Light, because you know how this hero wants to play. You might want to block the big camp on his side in the mid lane so that he can't get that, and might even want to block the small camp close to it.
Talking about...
By small camp, I mean medium camp. Anything, anything
one.
smaller than big for me is small.
Oh, there we go. Let's have a look. And obviously on the other side of the mid lane, no one on his Invoker. And we talk about kind of no one at his prime. And as I say, that recently he's been back up there at the same level. His Invoker are definitely a thing to keep your eye on. One of the more flashy Invoker players. So we can see represented there by that Grandmaster tier. He is on the hero.
Look at the build on Alchemist. Like, you watch his... Like, you watch what he has in his inventory, you're like, something's wrong. Like, did somebody buy item for him? But it's a lot of stats. Like, this is the most stats that you can get.
Yeah, turning up to the lane feels pretty good when you got that extra cash to spend as the Alch.
He got slightly nerfed when it comes down to mana cost on his Acid Spray. And also, his second ability, cooldown, has been increased by 2 seconds.
Here we go. I mean, they're not afraid of a fight here, PARIVISION, but BetBoom are pretty well set up for it. Around this area. They're likely just going to be able to get the 2-for-2s on the bounty rune. Neither team able to get any sort of setup. Well, I said that 9 class, they will sneak around, and in fact, to manage just to make sure that they'll get the lion's share of the bounties here, PARIVISION. 3 for 1.
It's not 4 bounties. We had some cool stats for 4 bounties when they're picked up on the same team.
And that's true. You know what? We should get some stats for the 3 bounties. Oh, we can get Nox working on it. What's the stat? Let's see if we can get that up. The stats on win rate for teams that get 3 bounties. Yeah, you're saying with 4, it's pretty insane.
It's insane. Like, what was it? Like 25 and
29 and 5. I think.
29 and 5. Yeah. So basically, if you're playing a pub and you pick up 4 bounties, the reason why it's so strong is a lot of the times you would also see a fight happening because you don't get 4 bounties. So maybe it's a First Blood plus 4 bounties, and then you bring extra stats, extra region to the lane. It's very difficult to play into that. So Pure going to be playing Alchemist. Save, as I said, they're going to be switching, even though he is position 4. Kataomi not being... Like, he's familiar with playing position 4.
Yeah.
Because that's what is his role. It was a bit of a weird one, if you're asking me, because he looked really, really good. Save.
Trying to make moves on him, but 9 class has to be careful with the concoction being threatened by Pure, so hold back and hide in the tree line.
By weird move, I meant that I was really impressed the way Kataomi played as position 4. I wanted him to keep playing position 4, but maybe he thought he needed a bit of a change, so a bit of a different one. Still, he's not going to get farm priority, I would say. Save, you want to get that Atos onward as soon as possible. It's going to be slightly delayed playing from the safe lane, which means you need to invest in more region for your carry. You need to invest in some sentries.
Bottom lane, they've got the Blood Grenade at the ready. Pure's a little too low to chase this down. Save's going to try and finish off the job himself, and he'll succeed. Gets that first blood, shooting down 9 class. And So good news there for BetBoom overall as well, as we saw in the stats. When you get the 3 bounties, it's only a 51.4% win rate, so a pretty negligible difference there. So 3 bounties, who cares? Is what BetBoom will be able to say.
As soon as they got level 2 in the bottom lane, they were still level 1 on PARIVISION. They immediately started to play aggressive. This is the combo and the reason why the hero is super strong. You use calling, slow them down, throw in a blood grenade, and if you have like acid spray in the middle of it, it's going to be very difficult for them to take fights in certain areas on side of PARIVISION.
Looking at this top lane, I mean, we saw in the previous series a Dragon Knight low get completely free farm and very little pressure applied to him. Is Chrysalis going to be as happy this game, or can these 2 heroes actually cause it?
Oh, they could definitely cause some problems, like Tusk being one of them, having tag team. As long as you bring in numbers, you can kill anything. Another good dead shot from Save.
Yeah,
they want to be able to secure Lotus for themselves. Pure, a little low on HP.
He is, but if anything, I feel like we're just sort of seeing how much he trusts Save. You know, he knows that he can stick around, hover around the lane as low as he is, because he knows that Save, he's not going to miss those dead shots when it comes to PARIVISION trying to close in on the Alchemist.
Save also used Healing Salve in bottom. Something that we don't see. That was so stupid back in the days when you when you were playing 5, you had to bring in like 5.
DM.
Oh, DM.
Pure, he's going to have him. And they're getting kills down here. I mean, this safe lane duo of Pure and Save, I mean, a big part of it right now in terms of the active movements is Save indeed, just with these hits and dead shots. You're seeing why these guys pick this Muerta first. I know when you're drafting against Save, there's a lot you have to consider, but his Muerta just seems to consistently find these opportunities.
You just can't ban him out because he's going to play Pugna, he's going to play Muerta.
Yeah.
He's a mean Batrider player as well. Miro, they just hit level 3. Tusk is level 3, saving a point for now. If they want to play slightly more aggressive, I wouldn't mind seeing tag team, but something that you also want to have in a lane with Dead Prophet off lane is a stun. A lot of the times, like back when Thunder were playing the off-lane duo of Sox and 33, which they're back together, but they played a lot of Tiny, a lot of Monkey King, so you need some kind of a setup for Dead Prophet off-lane to be viable.
Mid lane so far, no one been doing a great job with kind of holding the wave and getting quite a lot of denies.
A lot of deny. That's what you want to have on an Invoker. Getting that extra 25% XP.
Oh, Katsomi, he's got the 1 charges. And again, just knows that he can get away with these sort of aggressive moves, and that PARIVISION won't have quite enough to punish him each time he tries for this. He's doing what they can to try and slow down the DK's farm. So far, though, Chrysalis is doing perfectly fine, but same to be said for Miro. Not too far behind in how much he's getting out of that top lane as the Death Prophet.
9 Class is in a bit of a pickle, having only 1 CS on Batrider, not what you want to see. I mean, he did die once. Usually you want to pressure slightly more. I'm just waiting for mid-game fights. Like, I want to see how it's going to be played out, considering how much sustain both of these teams do have. Kataomi, in the end, opted to go for a second point in tag team. Should be enough. If they find Chen, he's going to die. Level 4 on DP right now, but I'm also looking at... holding that thought. I don't think Dragon Knight dies.
No, it's looking unlikely. And Chrysalis, I feel like he knows that, standing... slashing back at Kataomi. Still with each of those moves, that Miro able to stay up with enough HP to continue to stay in the lane and not get pressured out himself. The
Divine Favor is a really good counter in lane against Tusk because his damage is physical and you get extra, like even with 1 point in Divine Favor is 5 armor. DP coming in. No one making his first rotation.
Let's have a look. Just zooming down the lane. It's got eyes on Pure. Pure trying to get the concoction cooked up and thrown out. Get it down on a no one, and he's got the 1 charges as well. He's into the trees, Pure, but no one continues to dive in. Tornado at the ready. They'll get the job done. Or will they the salve? It's a good effort to try and stay alive, but he won't live. And at the same time up top, PARIVISION, they make the move up there with the 2 of them as Panto gets the double kill as him and Chrysalis are able to push and chase down Miro and Kataomi. PARIVISION firing on both of the side lanes.
we usually don't see that happening, getting multiple kills at the same time. Maybe I didn't see what was happening in the top lane. Maybe they try to make some kind of a, maybe TP rotation to try to save the bottom, because Pure is very vocal as a player, understood that he needs some kind of help, almost survived there. He had his raindrop proc, had a healing salve that he brought in 6 minutes into the game, understood that there's going to be a lot of, let's see, that shot. Not going to be able to cast it.
Oh, she still gets the angle. Got to get the Ghost Shroud off, but GPK is in with the extra damage. DM's going to go for the TP out, but the acid spray and the right clicks, it's enough to take him out. Broken successfully escapes, so BetBoom. This time round, GPK able to make the moves and get some action going. Still overall, though, no one with that very impactful play down bottom and the CS advantage in mid. He's continuing to just storm ahead here as this Invoker having an incredible start for the mid lane.
Massive difference. Especially in terms of levels. He's about to crack level 8. Keeper of the Light to just hit level 7. Benign class in a triangle. Gonna die.
Save's gonna be able to find him. Have to be careful anywhere close
That's
towards
gonna be a lot of pressure on the tower. They have a catapult. They have both heroes. Since DM died, trying to TP out. Wasn't able to come back to the lane. Damage has already been done.
TP coming in on the mid. So they can try and play around with Katomi. They've got the Cold Snap and the Firefly.
He's tanky.
And he's got backup. Having a snowball over towards the creeps. Actually, no, he hasn't got backup. It's no one in 9 class with a backup. GPK just wasn't quite close enough to help out. Another kill to be found here by no one. Bottom lane, Save.
Oh, what a dead shot.
Again, Save just with these sort of setups, it leaves DM no chance to survive.
Dusk was very tanky in the mid lane because of that Invis rune that he picked up, having damage mitigation, damage reduction, but Save, level 6 on Huerta, 8 minutes 30 as a position 5. I don't think it gets better than this.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff from him. And as we said, we see this every time from him. I can't remember the last time we saw him have a bad game on the hero.
Could we pull up the stats of his professional dubs, professional score on Huerta? Because I feel like every single time he plays the hero, it feels really good, and he's just owning another rotation from no one.
He's owning on the other side of things, right? This mid play from no one. This is some of the more firing, explosive opening games, sort of opening starts to a game on an Invoker that we've seen. He is up and down the map, making moves everywhere. Bottom lane, another move to be made onto DM. Save. The dead shot into the silence. Have they got enough damage? Not quite. This time around, DM's able to get the heals off, and backup's inbound for no one. Comes in with the EMP combo. Connects onto Pure and will be able to hold them back and get the safety for DM to retreat.
GPK slightly underfarmed for this stage of the game. Doesn't have Spirit Vessel available. If they have Vessel, he's definitely dead. Removing that extra healing, but they will remove the Observer Ward. Katomi try to connect with the team. Still level 5 on this Tusk.
And no one's got his eyes on him. No one's got Save to help from the side. No one's going to check that out as well. In fact, he might feel the temptation to go for Save instead. He'll get caught by the silence, but he's ready to turn the Cold Snap. Save. Upon the ultimate, this time the dead shot is going to miss. Save. He'll get outnumbered by the 4 of them. As this time, Save will fall. PARIVISION are prepared, and no one just continuing to successfully hunt out action for the team.
BetBoom needs to relieve some pressure in the next few minutes. I think these type of deaths are definitely fine. You want to be able to give Pure a chance to farm his Radiance. He is getting close, though. He has almost 3k gold saved up, just found a neutral item, and will fall back to his jungle. The most important thing is that they didn't lose this tower. Like both, a lot of the times, 10 minutes in, you would see both tier 1 towers falling because they're making moves, but we saw a lot of like weird stuff happening because right now, PARIVISION, they don't have a bottom tower to TP to, and it also opens up the map for BetBoom, which allowed them to place this deep Observer Ward and also invade enemy triangle and try to get stuff done. 9 class is the one who's like really struggling. Same goes for Katomi. Katomi doesn't have much, and he seems like to be rushing for the Blink Dagger. At least 9 class will get some farm from those stacks that he made in a triangle.
Looking around the mid, BetBoom. They want to make plays here with the smoke, get themselves a charge up on the Spirit Vessel for GPK. Katomi leads the way. They'll take whatever they can get. You know, it's support kill, that's fine if they can get a charge up. Crystalis. They're gonna know something's up. They've hit this with the scan. Panto has stepped forward, so the setup's going to be there for Kataomi. I'll be able to find the kill and get the charge up here for GPK. So can now start to look to get the snowball going as the call. Top lane Chrysalis, he's out of it. Doesn't want to try and put together a defense with any potential backup. He'll abandon the tower. They'll get away with the push around the exorcism of Miro.
Not a bad kill. Panto is very farmed. Like, look at the difference between 2 position 5s in this game. Even though safe played in the safe lane, he's still going to be playing position 4. He's 2,000 gold ahead, so a good amount of gold, good amount of XP coming BetBoom's way.
Now looking towards the bottom tier one themselves, PARIVISION. They'll try for the trade. Dragon forms out. Likewise, unlikely that BetBoom will look to try and hold on to their tower either. Teams are going to have this pretty hefty push early on in the game. PARIVISION around their Elder Dragon form and BetBoom around the exorcism of Miro. So some great objective taking. So it's going to be exciting to see which team kind of turns up and tries to put a stop to the other team's pressure first.
PARIVISION, they're waiting for Dragonite to pick up his big item. That's going to be Mask of Madness, we said. But they're still playing as a team. Dragon form running for another good 15 seconds. They're going to bring in Chen, who did go for Drum, so getting that extra attack speed. And no one wants to finish off the tower. Save, getting bounced back.
Trying to get some sort of catch onto no one, but it's difficult.
And they need to bail.
This tower's gone. Save will be able to get the deny. Tier 1 taken off the map. Opening up space for PARIVISION to continue to secure good solid spots for Chrysalis to keep the farm up. She's going to need if he wants to try and stay on level with Pure once this Radiance is complete. And yeah, there it is. So Pure's farm likely to skyrocket now as the Alchemist.
Big stacks in a triangle for him. GPK is going to help. Try to steal some of the CS. But no, never mind. He goes back to the mid lane, respects Pure. This is the guy that takes quite a lot of farm as a carry. If we could just... oh, for the blast, TV fantasy player.
Oh, here we go. So who's the player to have right now? Chrysalis.
First of carry.
Top carry. I mean, probably down to the fact he had that Drow game where I think we saw in the stats earlier, he went 16-0. So had a crazy game on his Drow Ranger earlier today, Chrysalis. And GPK coming in second. I mean, not too surprising there. In the lands where we did see GPK turn up. Sure, they had some rough games as a team with BetBoom. But when he pops off, he pops off. This game, a bit of a slower one, as he's kind of still lagging behind the progress of no one on the other side of things on the Invoker. But yeah, GPK, when he pops off, he really does.
Having a great game.
Yeah, still yet
on
to
side
die.
of Invoker, rushing Hurricane Pike. Wants to have a little bit more protection, knowing that they have no real catch. Like, they have no Blink Initiator from the off lane, something that Miro most of the time will play. So with this Hurricane Pike, he's going to be able to survive. I'd like no one. He's 2-0-2. The game is a bit on the slower side, but he's the one who made all those rotations happen. Going to be quite difficult to catch and bring down.
They want to go through the twin gate here. BetBoom, maybe see if they can find DM down on the bottom side of the map as the Necrophos. Same time, though, PARIVISION sort of set up for a move themselves as they move into the jungle of BetBoom. Can BetBoom find the catch here with the remainder of the smoke? Sweeping over towards the mid. They know the likelihood of PARIVISION being in this spot. Difficult to get the catch, especially into now a smoke that's come out from PARIVISION themselves. This is not as easy as a move as BetBoom set out for.
9 class, at least he has a Blink Dagger, so he can be the initiator. Kataomi removing that Observe Ward. If they can get the jump, Kataomi still doesn't have his Blink Dagger. He's very far away from it.
Miro pushing up pretty far on his own. Doesn't look like he was prepared for this smoke to hit him.
This is a big kill. It's going to give them some good damage onto tier 2 towers if GPK... oh, GPK needs to be careful. If they catch him...
BetBoom. It looks like they're not afraid of trying to take a fight here, 4 versus 5. They're going to roll in over towards 9 class. Pure's in with the concoction. He's ready to join the action as they take down 9 class. They'll try and turn now over towards Christmas. He's going to go for the armlet, toggle into a TP out. He'll escape this. As I get the DK out safely. They're trying to see if they could chase DM here as well. And they have a concoction. DM forced to the side, but he can't escape as the dead shot from Save comes flying in, shoots him down.
Oof, if they got to jump on GPK, it was a nice reaction from Save, using the silence immediately, but he was also, like, I don't think he blinked far enough to be able to grab him with Lasso. This fight would be completely different. You would remove Spirit Vessel. We talked about the importance of the Spirit Vessel in this game. Necro, something that when DM played in that game during the Dream League, he did go for it. He kind of rushed it. This time around, he opted to go for more of a defensive, like, Blade Mail, which I'm not sure if I'm liking it too much.
I was going to say, yeah, but why do you think he's done this and not...
Because he has such a bad laning stage
Okay.
that he feels like it might be too late, but still, I feel like they definitely need the item.
Yeah, I guess we're just always the concern at this point when you're playing from behind that by the time he gets
it might be
Vessel,
too
there are
late,
BKBs that have Dispels, but... Yeah,
Because if you didn't kill Alchemist,
yeah,
he gets his Manta Style, he gets his BKB, then you have that Prophet with the BKB, Yules, whatever she's going to buy in this game, she's buying a BKB, so we'll have a Dispel mechanic. It might be too late. And now, they are the one who are controlling, and they're going in to control the enemy jungle, while Pure is going to take the mid tower. So if they get another jump, they could potentially turn this into Roche. Exorcism still level 1, but you need a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, it's getting pretty scary now. The fact that Pure's able to involve himself so easily and still stay as ahead as he is on the farm. Yeah, the Alk really starting to kind of hit his stride now. Gonna have a tough time slowing him down, PARIVISION.
Something that Alk struggles with is keeping his mana up. A lot of the times you would see like Orchid build. This time around, I think he can go for something different. Even though it's a great build for Alchemist, since you have Keeper of the Light. So reducing cooldown, giving him mana is gonna feel really nice.
Fine pass.
Problem with the initiation on side of PARIVISION is you initiate with Blink Lasso. What's the follow-up? You might need to pop some like Meteor into Reaper Sight, but then again, Kataomi, he's getting closer to his Blink Dagger, which means that Reaper Sight is not going to be as effective.
Easy grab in the mid lane here, Pure.
Oh, that Observer Ward just gave them 2 kills. At least they know this time around.
BetBoom, likely to start really getting that gold lead going in their favor pretty drastically if this continues.
Necro's having no impact. He has 4 deaths. This hero doesn't play well from behind. You also need to have some kind of explosive damage for his ulti to be viable. Save. Atos done. Going into drums. What I like about Save when he plays Muerta, he's not greedy.
He's not going for the...
he
doesn't
he's
rush
not
Glide.
going for Glippity
He doesn't do that,
Gloppity
no.
immediately. He is going for drums. He's going for Force Staff. Then he turns that into Pike. Sometimes you will see him buy Bongo Boots immediately after, just so that you can be slowed down. Gives you another way to reset in a team fight just for a couple of seconds.
PARIVISION, do they have intent to smoke themselves? It's been a while since we've seen them try for another sort of move around their Invoker, around no one. After he had such a hot start, coming into this game 2-0-3, but things slowing down a little bit. Now the smoke's out there. They want to try and get things back on track and see if they can catch BetBoom by surprise, but it's not going to be easy trying to find to BetBoom, and of course Pure having this BKB. They have the BKB themselves now, and Chrysalis' DK, so they feel strong, PARIVISION. Let's see if they can get the catch.
BKB was the crucial one. No one. He is building into Manta style for now. It's just casual Yasha. If he gets away with this one,
they'll find Miro. Not a bad grab. Miro won't have any chance against the jump. Could this be enough for them to move into Roche?
Yeah, most definitely, because they're playing on a different side of the map. I thought that BetBoom might want to play for Roche, considering you have that Prophet on the team. Miro, dead for 30 seconds. That's more than enough time.
Yeah, getting this sort of opening to make a play walk into Roche. Now, this is a very necessary bit of progress here for PARIVISION's game plan. They get this Aegis, they can look to start approaching some of these tier 2s and continue to try and find that fight that's going to be able to slam down some of that lead that BetBoom's began to grow against them.
All right, this puts game in an interesting spot because you have Crystallis. Oh, they didn't give it to Crystallis. Never mind. They gave it to Invoker. I was about to mention that, you know, Dragonite, he's a transformation hero. A lot of the times you don't care too much about them picking it up, but a lot of the times it's safe because you want to siege the high ground, but they want to have some extra. No one having pretty good game. Deals quite a lot of damage with this build. This has been like standard build on Invoker nowadays. Ooh, Unto needed to use ulti just to survive. Mech was on cooldown. That's why he got it. He committed the most out of all heroes.
He did. He gets
That's how it works.
He made the biggest sacrifice. See PARIVISION.
Yeah, Necro in a triangle farming with the blade mail. Do you miss Necro farming triangle?
Yeah, with the cliff farming.
Yeah. When there were 3 camps.
Back in
with
the day.
Aura.
I never did it myself. Did you ever do it yourself?
No, I was never a fan of those. Somebody's gonna find it on my profile that I played like 15 games in a row. Maybe I tested it once, okay? You don't need to check it, guys.
PARIVISION. How much can they get done with this Aegis on no one? I guess, yeah, him picking it up, he wants to be the one to get into the front of the fight, set stuff up with the tornado combo. That's making it a bit more difficult for BetBoom to make the correct call on how they want to put a stop to it and how they want to commit on towards the Invoker. Pure's farm, though, it's quite something. This out has been having a beautiful time, already smashing the 800 GPM here, 23 minutes in. It's not going to be easy to battle against him.
It's 5,000 ahead of the enemy carry. It's basically S and Y plus some extra gold. No one.
Look at the angle.
Save. They do have enough control.
Yeah, they're going to have him knocked back into the Meteor save. Cannot survive. That should be enough to at least allow PARIVISION to push on for the tier 2 bottom.
Necro ulti will be saved. Like, they used it earlier to get some kills on Death Prophet, but now, starting now, I think it needs to be exclusively used on Alchemist when you know that Snowball is not ready. But I also feel that Kataomi is going to keep his distance, try to go for that Snowball play, because you want to be able to give as good of a game to Alchemist as you possibly can. Level 18.
Oh, Pure. He's ready to go. He's in straight away. They're going to look for the easy kill. Look to move over towards the chair. And there'll be the Tornado coming in, interrupting Pure for now, but it doesn't matter. Still able to take Panto down. Force up to the high ground. No one will get away. BetBoom will try and chase on. Now, let's see with the lasso. They're looking to put him up on the cliff there. 9 class. He will manage to put Pure up there, but Pure is still able to throw the concoction down. And the snowball is going to be there for Kataomi to take Pure off the cliff. Punch up as well. Kataomi keeping this fight in a very good spot here for BetBoom as they take Crystallis out.
That was such a beautiful play.
He was more than ready to sort of rectify the situation there, Kataomi, and not only save him, but just set up for them to find the big one, take Crystallis down.
Walrus Punch was also available. Back in the days, this ability was on relatively long cooldown. It got hugely upgraded. I believe a year ago, it went down from like 30 seconds down to 16 at level 1, which made heroes super viable. So you have a BKB piercing ability, which was very helpful in this one. So even with them holding the Aegis, they still gonna have it. It's BetBoom who are controlling the fights, blinking in. I also like that Kataomi blinked in, followed Pure in. They wanted to kill Chen immediately because he is their sustain. He didn't get the ulti off. I'm not sure if he got the Greaves off, but it is a lot of healing.
Kataomi, I don't think he's getting out of this one. Tried to play his way up on the top lane, get a bit of farm, but they're ready with that one, even with the blink back. Pure, he wants to make the jump though. He's going to move in onto 9 class. 9 class is going to use the lasso to just sort of hold Pure back and buy time for himself to get forced up. He'll live. He'll get 9 class back to safety. Pure not going to get the kill here today.
SNY coming in clutch. That extra status resistance. And going into AC next, knowing that he needs to tank up his team against Dragonite, which is mostly physical damage. He's going to have it in the next 30 seconds or so.
Getting more and more difficult to sort of see the situations in which PARIVISION will be able to find the damage to take down this out.
They need Daedalus. Crystallis needs his big brother to be finished. It's getting close. Needs another 1,500 gold, but that's going to be the big DiMaggio coming out from him. Alacrity on top of it, maybe pop some drums. Problem is Necro isn't really dealing much damage. He's like more providing you with the sustain because he's playing off of his heal. He does have pipe going into Lotus, so he's not necessarily gonna scale. It's not one of those Necrophos that is having that good of a game where he has some like Shiva's Guard, Aghanim, Scepter, Shard. He's more about the sustain because they understand that this type of a lineup is 4 Protect 1. Pretty much. Invoker can't scale. Like, he deals quite a lot of right clicks, but he also needs to be able to get those right clicks in. If he has any of these heroes on top of him, if he gets, like, punched by Tusk, if he has Dead Prophet, he needs to run away.
There we go. Smoke time from BetBoom once again. Now that they have this AC, they are that massive on Pure's Alchemist. They can look for any fight that they want. PARIVISION, at best, they've got to avoid it. Already heading through the twin gate to get out of this position. Is Katsomi going to find anyone in time? Panto, ooh, he's not going to make it out. Katsomi gets the catch. Panto won't be able to follow the rest.
Yeah, with this type of a lead, BetBoom should be in control of the next Roche, which is potentially going to spawn in a minute and a half. XP room.
No one.
Okay, we'll pick it up.
A little bit of a close one there. Safe. And they're getting vision of him. I mean, they're just having to avoid them completely at this moment.
Yeah, they don't seem fight ready. That's why Pure has chef in his name. Because he likes to cook.
Oh, there we go.
He's been cooking on the Alchemist in this game. 23,000 net worth on him compared to Dragonite's 15. Even though, like, imagine if this Dragonite didn't have Cleave. If he, if
That's
it was
true.
all Dragonite.
Yeah, he'd be easily double the net worth. This Alchemist of the DK then. It's, yeah, just goes to show how incredibly farmed Pure is.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
PARIVISION, they had some good moves in the early game, but they just haven't seemingly been able to do enough to shut down this out. They're going to look towards him now. No one's got the setup. Pure, he's going to get caught by the lasso. He gets the BKB off first. He'll get the concoction off. Jump forward from Katsomi. Pure, he's going to opt to try and step out of the fight. He's on the retreat. We'll see if he wants to get back in because Miro and Katsomi, they're leading in over towards no one. Pipe's been popped. Pure and make the jump forward, but the Lotus was out in time from DM. They turn back over towards him, bursting him low with the Sunstrike, but they can't quite finish him off. Pure's able to escape. Miro, he will die. So PARIVISION, they'll get the kills. They'll get a couple of them. Katsomi and Miro. And also save.
Much two-shotted.
Not a bad fight there whatsoever from PARIVISION. They don't quite get the big cause, but they still get 3 others.
Yeah, you could see that what they were going for in this fight. They wanted Dragonite. He pops Alacrity. When Dragonites flap his wings funny, you know that damage is going to come out. Alacrity, you pop the drums, throw in Lotus Orb on top of him. He also found a good neutral item for himself, that extra attack speed, and look at him go.
Look at that. I'm surprised he's not just sort of rising into the, you know, beyond the atmosphere with how fast he's flapping his wings there. So you just expect to sort of see him just ascend off the screen like a dead courier. So holding his position, taking out the tower.
We could replicate that with Tiny in-game.
That's true. That would look pretty fantastic. You get him at Alacrity flapping and then you throw him in. Would look fantastically cinematic.
I'm not feeling this Dead Prophet. I feel like both offlaners are not having that much of an impact. And this is what we expected in the draft after seeing both drafted. The fights are going to last for so long, and they are. Like, nobody on side of PARIVISION did die, even though they heavily committed. Alchemist, he's pretty much 6-slotted. Like, he can upgrade his Blink, buy Moonshard, but I'm not going to say this is his peak, but you kind of are very close to it.
Now, this should be the timing in which they can settle for getting the Roshan. But I say settle for it. I think PARIVISION are certainly going to try and give them a run for their money around the pit.
Oh, for sure.
They're going to be looking for this fight. And if PARIVISION can take this fight, get the Roche, they'll have reclaimed control of this game.
9 class. He's ready to scout things out. Has Gem picked up.
Scan's been hit. They know that someone's up there on the high ground. At BetBoom, they have the ward advantage. Sunstrike to set things up. They've got eyes on Save. It's going to be enough for the lasso opening. They get the jump on a Save. He's gone. Does have buyback available if he wants to commit in for the fight. He's holding off on it for now. Pure going to turn towards him. There'll be the buyback coming out now from Save. They want to put everything into this fight. Pure is pretty much entirely out of mana, though, with the EMP coming into play from no one.
He does have Coddle with it, so that's going to give him some extra mana.
Wants to get back in once more.
Oh, Kataomi. That was a very risky
Pure's
play.
in. He's in pretty deep, though. He's going to get tripped up by the Tornado. He's trying to go for Panther, but he's not able to find him. And now Chrysalis is drowning with the damage. Save. He's caught in the piece so low. They're trying to find no one. No one. He's sliding out of the map. He's caught by the stump, but Pure has to BKB TP out. And he'll get away, but nobody else will on the team. They lose 4 heroes. Roshan is theirs. And PARIVISION, they didn't lose anybody.
They haven't lost anybody in the last couple of fights. Look at this Dragonite go. I want to see damage dealt by Dragonite.
Crazy numbers coming out from
12,000.
Look, this in the mid, no one. I mean, Pure, he does not expect this.
Oh, definitely.
How did he even get here? There's an Invoker in the mid lane. There was no way that Pure expected to see him. I mean, he should be able to live, but still getting quite the scare here from no one.
They took the outpost, so he tried to backstab him. And now, this time around, Crystallis will have Aegis, and they're going for the high ground.
Well, look at this. Things have heated up massively here for PARIVISION. They're now up 7k gold.
A lot of that gold is concentrated around Alchemist, and if he can't deal the damage, that was also really clutch play. This is something that BetBoom did in the last game that they played, where they had also Invoker. When they played against the Heroic, they played one more game against Xtreme Gaming. So you show things up. If you have a Blink Initiator, Sunstrike on high ground or behind the enemy lines gives you just enough vision to get the jump.
Save. Trying to get the setup here on towards Crystallis. They've got the drag back, though. It's going to be the jump with the lasso over towards the call. They've caught GPK. He's out. No buyback. He's out of the game for good. Doesn't have the money.
This just might be it, Owen.
The push continues here around Crystallis. The rest of BetBoom trying to hold it back with the 4 of them. Miro get caught in the combo, able to pop the BKB, but still has to keep his distance as Crystallis just with the physical damage. He's going to be able to take him out. Miro's gone. He also shot a buyback. Pure getting comboed out by no one. It's over. GG's called. PARIVISION will take the game.
Oh man, they were unable to kill a hero for the good 10, maybe even more, maybe even 15 minutes. The sustain coming out from Chen, coming out from this Dragonite and Necro. Like, Necro didn't have much impact in terms of him going pretty ham, you know, getting some huge stacks on his Reaper site early on, but he built the right items. He did go for the pipe, but they tanked up, and using a Lacry, look at him, how happy they are on camera.
Yeah.
Man, Dragonite, I can't believe that this hero has not been touched in the previous patch.
No, absolutely. Yeah, Crystallis showing off on it today. And in a game where, yeah, for the entirety of that mid-game, when it came to the carry matchups, Pure, he was very far ahead. He was smashing his timings, but when it came to those last few moves, I guess sort of outside of him, the other two cores, GPK and Miro, they just weren't quite able to really have the game that they needed. A lot was resting on Pure. He trips up in the fight, and suddenly PARIVISION just completely overtaking them. No one on his mid Invoker. He popped off at the start. Things slowed down in the mid game, but he never died. He never fed. 5-0-12, and then right up until the end, those last few plays from him. I mean, as I said, no one's been looking better than ever on the mid, and bringing in the Invoker once more. This is something you got to watch out from on. He is, as I said before the game, one of the more flashier Invoker players. We saw it this game from him.
Oh, that's for sure. He owned like some of these early rotations, did give them good advantage early on, but then again, this Alchemist popped off completely. His net worth was through the roof, but I think Miro needs to play different heroes. Like this, a lot of the times I'm not feeling that Prophet as a pick. I want to see him on something that has a stun. This time around, they didn't have anything to start a fight with. Like you would see Alchemist blink in, but that was about it. Maybe they needed Snowball as well, plus the punch. In that one fight, it looked good, but you don't have a reliable way of initiating a fight. Later, GPK did pick up a Hex, but he was also getting initiated on, didn't have any defensive tools for himself, which also means that they could just jump him and straight up kill him from 100 to 0.
No, it really did feel like just a huge amount of weight that game was on Pure's shoulders.
Yeah.
You know, he was having a great game on the Alch, had all the farm in the world, but he really did have to do everything, from initiating to the cleanup.
And it's hard. If you don't have heroes to keep you in place, Alchemist can't really deal damage.
No, and we saw the kiting, especially that last fight around the Roshan pit, excellently done by PARIVISION. Even with the jump from Pure, he's not able to kind of get his get his sort of hands onto any of the cores and take down these kills. PARIVISION, fantastic play at the start, slowed down in the mid game, but they close it up in style with the end of this game, getting the victory here today against BetBoom. And to hear more about that victory, we're going to be able to head over to DM to get some words after this victory.
I've got DM here joining me. Congratulations. It was a really good win for you, especially with the fact that you had Necro there. Look, I'm just saying, not a lot of people are picking him up. This competitive year, we've only seen you play him. So what gave you the confidence to pick him up here, and are you hoping to potentially pick him up a little bit more?
I think this hero pick was very good. I was practicing at a lot of pubs, and I consider this hero giving good into Alchemist, because Alchemist is like physical damage hero, and my second spell protects me from full physical. But lane didn't went as planned, because they also swapped Muerta to position 5. We expected it, but I thought this hero is like just worse. But Muerta hero is really good. He fucked me up. Also, I fucked up the lane a little bit. So yeah, it went harder than it should be, but we managed to recover because we're strong mental.
I feel like you knew everything I was going to ask because you kind of already answered it there. That game was really back and forth in the earlier parts of it. So what exactly swung it in your favor so quickly that, you guys weren't even losing team fights towards the end there?
I think, in my opinion, we have really good heroes in terms of team fighting them. Like, let's say when we get to timings, I have Pipe, I have Lotus. Lotus is like anti-Kotl hero for me, because you just remove Vessel, you remove his slow, and then he's not doing really much damage, and it's hard to do a damage when hero's running away from you, right? What about Alk? Alk had a really good game, but I feel like he has no damage. He has no damage to kill a hero. We have Pipe, we have Chen Spell, we have Heal, my heal, Lotuses, I know everything, and he cannot like 1v9 the game. So we just managed to get to our timings, and then our Dragonite killing everyone. We just stay around him and watching, like, cool guy, cool Dragonite.
Hey, it's sometimes if you can have a carry that 1v9's like that, that's good. Last question is, how many different sort of builds can you bring out on that Necro? Because you talked about it, the Lotus for you, that was a big timing, the Pipe as well. Do you want to be building into these more sacrificial items where you want to protect the carry, or do you think you can also play Necro in a way that you're building for damage, you're building to be the one that carries?
Yes, I was doing selfish builds every pub, but here I got like a rough laning stage, and then I just recognized that, all right, my game is hard, but like DP game is hard, but my Dragonite is like super free game. All I just need to like buy normal items to protect him from like enemies going on him. So I just buy Lotus Pipe, click on him, Remco just kill them all. Nice.
Perfect. Well, DM, thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you guys. Have a nice day.
Well, there we go. DM, understandably pumped up after that Necrophos game. As we said, we saw him bring it in Dream League. He's brought in it here at Blast Slam. I think he's going to be continuing to look for ways to get the Necrophos into the draft.
Oh, yeah. I remember during Dream League, he talked about that he's been playing the same heroes for a really long time. That's why he was playing Necrophos, he was playing Tidehunter, heroes that others did not want to touch. He kind of got bored, and this time, like, you could see what they were going for, and as he said in an interview, they lost the lane, but in theory, it's good because you are playing into physical damage, and also when this hero drops low, you have something to kill him, so he doesn't get that region off. But I like how he says just nice in the end. We're watching Dragonite 1v5 pretty much, and this is something that Dragonite is really about. The hero looks insanely strong, and yeah, I don't think this, I think this might be, if you don't want to pick it, this hero might need to be banned.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing Dragonite consistently pop off today in the hands of many of the carries. Well, we're going to keep things moving on. Of course, here for this group stage, still many a game to get through here, and lots of exciting Dota to witness. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after the break with the next best of one, which is going to be up between Heroic and Team Falcons. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more action here at Blast Slam. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ready for the next best of one of the day. It could be an interesting one. We've got Falcons up against Heroic. Heroic, they've not had a hot day so far today.
No. Doesn't look too good for them, but I think it's also going to be about maybe wanting some revenge. PGL Wallachia Season 2. This is where Heroic did beat them 3-1. They lost later 2-0 at the Dream League, but Falcons, they are a proud team, and this is like one of the best Dota that I've seen. Great grand finals when it comes down to PGL Wallachia Season 2. Heroic, something's not clicking with the team. They have a couple of these niche picks up their sleeves. As we said, Yuma just pulled out Meepo. Looked good. Problem was
his Meepo play was pretty good.
Offlane's not working out. Like, they tried Doom with the Earthshaker. That didn't work. Then they tried Doom with the Batrider. It looks slightly better, but maybe stay away from this Doom, because it doesn't seem to be the pick.
I did have a rough time in that game, Davai Lama. Well, we'll see how they want to change things up, as that was their first pick coming to the draft previously. We'll see. Tough day so far for them, and up against someone like Falcons, unlikely to get any easier. We have seen, though, today, Falcons, they can fall. They lost a game earlier against Xtreme Gaming, so they can be beaten at this tournament, Lacoste.
They can, yes, but this is also a team that has been so good for so long. Like, we are getting these, I keep saying this, we're getting these small patches, but map doesn't change. Like, Dota doesn't change. It's just the heroes, and this is the best team in the world to play the map. They know how to utilize everything. A lot of the times you would see them, like the last series that they played, like you would see them kind of be even, and they just outfarm the opponents for the good 10, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes if necessary, and close out the game.
Absolutely. When we talk about sort of outfarming the opponents, one man comes to mind, indeed, Amar on also the offlane, one of the more greedier offlaners, and has been already able today for sort of carry games on his own back. We saw in the Bristol game, a game in which Skeeter was on the Wraith King. I mean, we're watching ourselves. We're like, well, how much is this Wraith King going to be able to carry against the Drow? Not a lot, but it didn't matter, because you had Amar turning up on sort of his bristles. He can kind of just close out games himself. It doesn't matter what the other cores are doing. It feels sometimes the cost.
Yeah, something that he talks a lot about is him not going, like, he's super greedy as a player. He's not going for these team fighting items. He's not buying pipes. He's like always playing for himself. He wants to be able to scale. Takes a lot of farm when it comes down to whole map, and I like this type of a style. Like, a lot of the times he will say, I don't care about for the next 5 minutes, we're gonna play this game for another 20, and I'm gonna deliver just because I'm gonna be farming for the next 5 or 10. Like, if you remember the game that he just played on Bristleback, he had a atrocious lane. He was playing as Bristleback into Lich and Drow Ranger, a lot of slow. He was unable to do much, and then he bought double Bracer plus Null Talisman. So always finds a way to come back to the game.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Doesn't matter how tough a start you give him at the beginning of this one. And yeah, we'll see sort of how things go in the draft. We've seen some teams, of course, try to target Amar pretty heavily in the draft phase. But it doesn't always work out to their favor. He's just a little bit too flexible nowadays. There's a lot of things that Amar can pull out and play top-tier Dota 2 with. As from Heroic, obviously we've seen them struggle to find a win so far here in this group stage. I mean, from what we have seen from them, what do you think are their highlights? What should they try and play toward? What are the strong points that they can find with this lineup?
I don't know what's going on with the offlane, Owen, to be honest, because Schofield is also, Parker looked like the best player on the team without a doubt. This guy was just insanely mechanically skilled. Now they lost him, but also Schofield, like, this guy is one of the best position fours, always delivers, and something is just not clicking. I think it also comes down, as I mentioned, with the heroes that they've been playing from the offlane. They are 0-3 so far, and all 3 games he had to lane with Doom, a hero that doesn't put much pressure onto the enemy safe laner. I want to see something more aggressive. Where's Dawnbreaker? Where's Beastmaster? I want to see something that can pressure enemy carry, pair it up with some strong position 4. Give me Muerta, give me, Schofield, a Clockwork, a Lion, whatever is necessary just to be able to pressure the enemy carry. And I'm not seeing that so far.
We'll see if they're able to find a way this game to get any sort of pressure onto Skeeter. But yeah, almost certainly going to have to take a bit of a different setup from the two of them when it comes to hero picks in that off-lane duo. Falcons, I mean, obviously a team that's very much used to success after success. I imagine they're probably going to be thinking back a little bit today about that loss that they did have against Xtreme. You know, say something that we don't see a lot from them. It was a long game. It was a pretty crazy game, about a 63-minute matchup. I mean, looking at that one, do you think there's anything that sort of sticks out? I guess the thing that sort of does stick out is one of those rare games where a Dragon Knight actually lost.
Yeah, it's one of the few ones. Dragon Knight as a hero is highly contested so far in the tournament. I believe we're sitting at the 93% on Dragon Knight. For a good reason. Same contest rate as Naga Siren.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. And how's that going in terms of the bans, right? There's a lot less bans. There was 6 and 8 pick bans on DK compared to, Naga Siren, which has just only been able to get through the once. Only had that one pick.
Yeah, that's the only loss on Dragon Knight. Because he...
Yeah, that's true, actually, right. Yeah, 5 wins.
5 out of 6.
Yeah. It's quite something. I mean, a reason to believe that they will just pick it again here, even though they lost the game today with it, Falcons. I don't see any reason why they... like anyone else would just not continue to pick it up first, which leads to the question, as you were mentioning earlier, will the teams just ban it?
When Falcons found the success as a team when they were formed, they were also playing Dragon Knight from 3 different roles. They don't have that flex anymore, I would say, because like as an offlaner, sure, you can still play it, but I wouldn't call it being as good as it was from the mid lane as well. But the one thing I like is how they play with the safe lane Dragon Knight. Skeeter, he's not going for the item build that everybody else is going for.
I guess that blink.
He likes his blink dagger. He likes to jump in. He likes to hit the right timings. And it just shows you that Dota can be played in like multiple ways and you can still be correct about it. Don't quote me on this one next time you try to argue with some player in your pubs, but it just shows the strength of a team as well, because they have their own ideas, completely different than the others, and they make it work.
Yeah. And it's going to take everything from Heroic to really make sure that Falcons can't make it work here again in this series. They need to do something. I believe at the moment they could still kind of battle their way out of the 2 bottom spots on the group, Heroic, if they only win the games going out from this point onwards for the rest of the day, and depending on the results of the other
they're
teams.
going to need some magic.
But they need a win. If they get a loss here, they're going to be guaranteed in the bottom 2, and that, of course, will mean that they'll be set up to play in the first round of the knockout stage, which you don't want to be in, because, of course, with this very brutal format, you lose that series, you're going home. There's no second chances here when it comes to the real meat of the tournament. And looking at, actually, just to keep you guys and girls up to date with what's been going on, of course, on the other stream, OG very much in a similar spot to that of Heroic. They have not been able to find themselves a single win as of yet. And outside of that, I guess I'd say what a little surprising, the fact that Gaming Gladiators and Tundra kind of are doing a little better than Liquid and Spirit. I think out of those 4 teams, I would have said straight up that Liquid and Spirit coming into this would have been the stronger sides. But so far with the results, Tundra in particular, 3 wins, not yet to lose a game.
Yeah, a strong team, that's for sure. Something was just not clicking as well for them during the Dream League. They were forcing a lot of different things, I would say. But yeah, they are the team that, I mean, this team has 33. Eventually, if you have any kind of a problem, you're going to fix it relatively quickly. So, yeah, they fixed the problems, and it really shows, and I believe the draft is ready.
We do. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our next best of 1. It's Heroic versus Team Falcons. Let's get the draft up. Here we have it. So, I think, as I say, things we're going to be looking for in these bans, maybe outside of the normal ones, is going to be whether or not Dragon Knight gets respected. Naga Siren, of course, no change there. Even though both sort of heroes at similar contest rate, that is one that we will see just religiously banned out every series, every game, apart from the one that he got through. But Dragon Knight, he gets let in. He gets let in quite a bit. 6 games he's slipped through so far in the draft.
I just don't like. First of all, Chen. This is the hero that Heroic had a lot of success with. KJ, he plays it really well. I talked about Schofield's heroes. Something that he plays extremely well are, these like melee force that he plays, like Tiny's, he plays Nyx Assassin. I want to see him on something that has a huge impact, but I also want to see Davai Lama on a completely different hero. I do not want to see Doom for the rest of the tournament, no matter how long is it going to be for them.
So far, this would be this fourth ban would be where we maybe see something a little bit different from the norm, respected by Falcons. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be the Invoker. So shifting that up in priority against Heroics. A bit of respect for Analog.
10 seconds remaining.
Shadow Demon has been nerfed, but I'm also still very fine with picking that hero, so... Oh, not again.
They want to stick with it.
No.
I think what you really feel just after that last game, you know, even if you're the Davai Lama in this sort of situation, you've had such a rough time in the lane. I'd say, if anything, it's probably surprising that he even wants to play again. It's just going to feel rough.
If I was in the team, it has to be him, because if my captain's asking me, like, do you want to play Doom after having 0 and 3 in the same day? I would probably say no. Like, don't pick me the hero. Like, I just want to play something different.
Yeah, it's just going to have bad vibes.
Pretty much.
It's going to feel rough.
I watched 2 out of 3 games, and in those 2 games, I'm not sure what happened in the first one, but 2 games he looked completely. They lost the laning stage pretty heavily. He was level 4, like 7 minutes into the game on Doom. Yeah, look at the Dragonite, 5 and 1.
Are they just going to pick it? Now they'll go with the Wraith King. Saw this earlier from them. They did manage to get the win around it.
2 armor, it's all it takes. People like to meme about heroes getting 1 armor, like the massive buffs, but for Wraith King, it really does matter.
Yeah, and it's the all-time sort of answer, right, to Doom. Right, you see the Doom, you're like, okay, I'll play a hero that doesn't care if I get Doom.
It doesn't necessarily need it to be like first phase, because maybe there's...
Yeah, actually, no, ain't nobody banning Wraith. Well, I did play earlier today, so maybe Heroic would consider banning it if they saw, you know, Falcons hadn't picked up the carry until later on. But I guess it's also sort of a pick that doesn't give her too much. They don't care. They're like, we'll pick this, and they're going to reserve one of those later spots in the draft for Amar to get something crazy.
Well, there's a possibility that Amar plays the hero as well. Like,
I mean, I'd like to see it, but...
Wraith King was an offlaner.
Yeah?
Amar, he expanded his hero puddle when he first entered the scene, had a couple of heroes that he played really well. But now, he has a massive hero pool that he can choose from, and, you know, him being one of the best players in the world, pretty sure he can play Wraith King with blinking in and using a stun, and not double-clicking your ulti to kill yourself. I've never seen that happen, but it's a possibility.
Am I imagining a period of time that never happened? But was there a period of time where you could play Wraith King support?
Yeah.
You could. There was,
you could.
right?
Yeah.
There was a little bit of...
You could do anything in Dota if you're
Oh, you can. That is true. No, we're not going to stop you. Falcons. What are the solid supports still in on this one? There is, I mean, Shadow Demon, as you say, something that's been banned out a lot. It is there. It never feels bad to grab. Pugner as well. They're the ones that stick out. The SD, the Pugner, they're both available.
Maybe they don't want to go with Pugna because you're playing into Doom. You're not going to get the value. But I've also seen teams pick up Pugna because they feel they have enough to maybe survive the Doom. And like you don't have AoE Doom until you pick up Aghanim Scepter, which is like very late. So you can still play the hero. It just feels slightly bad. I mean, they also picked another healer, which is Phoenix. I would love to see some Schofield Snapfire. I know the hero is not the most popular. This is also fine. Switching things around, so you have Muerta, which is good in terms of killing the egg. You also have Earth Spirit, quite a lot of magic damage. You have a good chase. This is something that you need to have when you have Doom. So low cooldown spells, especially on Earth Spirit. You Doom a guy, you're ready to go in, chase him.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is sort of that combo of the Magnetize and the Doom means that yeah, you're probably going to die. But that's why they got a Wraith King. He's ready to die. Doesn't mind if he ticks out during the Doom. He's going to be ready for round 2.
Ooh.
What are you thinking?
I'm just thinking for Malrine, what he wants to play into this Earth Spirit. Could be Magnus for him.
It could be.
It could be. I'm fine with picking up another support here, but I was thinking maybe pick up some Earthshaker because it's a good way to disengage against Doom. It works really well in the lane against the Earth Spirit, but
there it is.
It makes more sense to pick up, keep the flex open, Shadow Demon, and Phoenix.
Yeah, it says not every day you get the chance to pick up Shadow Demon as your 4th pick.
This gives me some Xtreme Gaming vibe. Xtreme Gaming from a couple of months ago, they really love to pick up these two heroes paired up together. They lose laning stage. They lost laning stage quite a lot, but it's a good Morphling game. You're going to be turning into Magnus, getting in power for yourself. They have no silences. They have no reliable stuns. Sure, you can initiate with Blink Dagger on Magnus, maybe follow it up. Damage is also pretty static, and most of the damage is physical on their side, other than Phoenix, so it feels like a really good Morphling game.
Let's have a look here. Final bans. Are they considering this mag to be the mid or to be the off lane? I think more likely to be the mid, right?
I don't know if they can get enough control from the off lane for Amar. It could be... maybe, I'm just thinking, what can he pick from the off lane to be able to pressure Morphling in the lane, and also to get... maybe I'm thinking wrong, but I would love to see Malrine pick up a different hero for himself. Like, I said Shaker, but then again, you're giving Morphling Shaker. This is not the time, if you're playing mid Earth Shaker, to leave Totem level 1, but you're gonna have to give him something. This is a hero that builds into Orchid.
Yep.
I was just scrolling through Amar's heroes, what he likes to play. Could be... I mean... I'm thinking Pango, Mana Burn, but then again, you're giving relatively free lane to Morphling. So maybe I would love something different from the mid lane. If you want to go... What did I mention? I said for Malrine, Shaker. I still think that's fine.
A bit of Shaker.
Yeah, just to have that instant lockdown against Morphling. Or if you want to go route, maybe he wants to pick up... it's an okay Storm game. Nothing too crazy. You're playing into Doom, but yeah, matchup against Storm Spirit versus Earth Spirit. It can be, like you lose the lane, not heavily, but you're also good against Storm in the game.
10 seconds.
Final ban. Looking at those supports, they'll take out the Ogre, one of the top ones.
5 seconds remaining.
What else are they worried about themselves? Maybe even from their side of things, looking to remove any sort of instant catch so they can ensure that the game doesn't get too difficult for some of these heroes like the Phoenix and the Magnus to be able to initiate, get their combos off.
There's another hero that can potentially try to fix the issue, picking up some Tiny, having a burst damage, but I've not been a big fan of Tiny.
No. The Bat's the one to go. Again, something that would have offered them that solid sort of catch potential, and something that we've seen obviously Heroic like to run, especially in combo with the Doom lane. I'll have to look for something different this time. Heroic. See if they can throw out another ban. Likely the way of Amar's hero pool.
Broodmother could have been good. Like, you with pressure, they don't have any AoE whatsoever. Builds into Orchid, you can push Morphling out of the lane, rotate supports, but the problem is, like, your big play is, like, it's Falcon, so they think differently about the game in terms of, like, oh, we don't have X thing that we need to have. Like, they're still gonna find a way around it with the good itemization. It's just that it looks so good for Morphling this game.
Got a fair bit of time to just consider what's going to kind of give Yuma the most amount of struggle throughout the game. Obviously, the chances are that Falcons, they're definitely going to have a few heroes at the ready to drop down. Can Heroic at least take out one of the ones they've got in mind?
Right now, I'm seeing like much improvement from Heroic, what they've been doing so far, today at least. Even though they picked Doom again, this time around, I like the Earth Spirit from the mid lane. I like the Muerta as well. it feels like they're not going to be lacking things, and that's what I want to see. In some of their drafts, it felt like they're going to fall short when it comes down to some of the mid-game fights, sometimes in the laning stage. So removing Beastmaster, which would give them, like, this is how Falcons played. Ever since they created a team, 3 unkillable cores, a lot of the times you would see Timber flex, you would see Dragonite flex. Now you have Wraith King with 2 lives, you have 2 supports with a lot of save, and you also have like Magnus. He's not a strength hero anymore, but he gets super tanky, especially with the itemization.
Running right down on the reserve time, Heroic.
Falcons turn to
Gonna be the Undying, not the 5th pick you see every day.
It's a strong lane. Undying, Morphling. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to punch back in that lane. No matter what they pick here, it sounds super strong. They have a lot of team fight. They don't have that much control other than Earth Spirit and some dead shots, but they do have a lot of damage, especially magic damage. So looks good for Heroic so far.
I mean, what do you reckon here then? Is it definitely going to be an Amar? Is there still a sort of a world where they do switch it up and do something crazy with the Amar Wraith King and get something else for Skeeter?
Any kind of... Okay.
So it looks like it's just going to be, what, Amar taking the Magnus?
Yeah, I thought they were going to go that way, where they're going to be finding a way to play. You have Magnus, who can farm the jungle. You have SD and Phoenix. These heroes are going to be stacking a lot. And Lina, we talked about this hero being super strong when it comes down to playing against these carries that don't have much HP, so they can be easily bursted. And it's also another specialty. When we talk about Malrine, he's level 30 on Lina.
All right. And of course, it's going to be one of those nice ways as well to be able to quickly deal with the tombstone in the fights and have that heavy burst that could catch Yuma by surprise. Yuma, even in the losses, certainly putting a great fight as his Meepo in the previous series we saw from them here today. See if he can, he sort of has what it takes to be able to carry as the Morph against a pretty terrifying lineup in that of Team Falcons. As they need this win, all right? A loss here pretty much will guarantee them to have to start off in that first round of the next stage of the tournament.
They need to win this one. This is the best draft that they had so far in the tournament. But looking in Falcon's side, not too much control until they get some like timings on their items. Mag with the Blink Dagger. I also want to see what he's going to build. If it's going to be, again, slightly greedier on Amar's side. If he wants to pick up some Echo Saber into Blink Dagger. It's going to depend how the game's going to develop, because we've seen Skeeter play Wraith King, where he did pick up Armlet into Blink again, and then went back for Radiance. But yeah, both teams, I think they... What I like about this format is we're seeing BO1s. BO1s are different. It also means, because every game matters so much, that you are going to be seeing much more cheese. That's why we're seeing these Meepos come out, why we're seeing some different heroes. We saw, Death Prophet and Necro in the previous game.
Yeah, we're seeing some fun stuff. Now, I think the fun continuing here. I mean, Undying, that's not a hero that a lot of people are playing, right? But is still very much a hero, as you say, that can have a very, very strong impact.
Yeah. Are you an Undying player?
Not at all.
Never played it?
It's too wishy-washy. It doesn't have any stuns, you know. It's just like...
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? It's all about the build-up of the stealing the strength and the putting down a tombstone, but you don't have any bang. You know, you want to bam. You want to stun as a support. You don't do that.
That's true. But I wanted to ask you about Ceaseless Dirge. Did it happen to you where you respawn and you forget about it and you're sitting in a fountain for a good like 30, 40 seconds?
That happened to a lot of people. When that got added to the game, you'd see your teammates sitting there. Or the classic one, of course, when it got added to the game, you get the teammates asking, bro, why did you buy back?
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, I didn't buy back. It's the innate.
You get a report for having
wasting buyback.
Yeah.
I didn't use buyback. There we go. Let's see what he can do. 5th pick, Undying. Going to be fun to see here from King Jungles. If indeed that lane can be set up in a manner that's not going to be fun for Team Falcons to lane into. Llama. Pressure on him, really. He's had a rough game or two on the Doom. Needs to be able to show us what he's made of this time round.
I like the stubbornness. 4 out of 4 times I'm gonna be playing this Doom, even though we were not successful with it. But they did get 3 bounty runes.
I mean, how's the lane this time round, would you say, for the two of them up top? Do you like sort of, it is the Doom and a ranged hero combo.
I could see them, like I want to see them play slightly more aggressive, maybe like get some trade kills instead, get that Doom, like Schofield dies, Doom gets some extra level, you get level 6 faster than them, you get a kill on enemy carry, try to shut him down. This is going to be an interesting matchup. In the mid lane, Malrine.
Yeah, he's playing this first wave very nicely.
It's a difficult one for any melee hero, pretty much.
It's too easy, really, to sort of trade the damage, and Marion's been playing with the aggro very nicely here on the first wave or so. But this bottom lane, for this should be set up in a fashion that allows Yuma to free farm.
In theory, yes, but I also want to see how they're going to play the lane. Like right now, they're not getting double decayed, which is what matters. They also have like stacking potential, which we talked about, for Magnus to come back into the game. But also, they have some skewer. Like if the lane pushes in, they could skewer with the disruption combo. Like you don't want to use that on Morphling, but if Undying's out of position, they could definitely grab a kill there. And now lane is pushing in pretty heavily. Magnus having a good time, already sitting at 6 CS. The lane is going to bounce back afterwards, so they could potentially go for that play that I talked about.
Mid lane, not getting any easier here for Analog. 10 and 4 on Malorine against the 6 and 1. Tough time indeed. As top lane goes so far, Davai Lama and Skeeter finding the same amount from this lane. The most important thing to sort of keep an eye on is just that Davai Lama doesn't die in the laning stage. He's had quite a few early deaths in the game so far today.
Average 1 death per 3 minutes, which is not great from the off lane. Still keeping a point. Brett will get a courier. So that's the first item that Yuma tried to deliver. Band of Elven Skin will remove some of the attack speed and some extra damage.
Trying to push the aggression here between the two of them, Yuma and King Jungles. Make sure that the lane is held in a safe spot for Yuma. Amar tries for the drag back. Not going to get it this time. Skeeter is going to look for the Lotus grab. Dead shots at the ready. Schofield, make sure to secure that. 5-4, they're going to look for Schofield.
Nice read from Schofield. Immediately EP's out. Knew that the dive is going to come in with the potential blood grenade. Would definitely get him killed there. But he did pick up the Lotus. There's the skewer back immediately after wave, but not close enough.
Nice mid lane. It continues to get tougher and tougher. Malorine 21 and 11 against the 10 and 2. They have, of course, seen Spirits in a bad matchup be able to kind of rotate and battle their way back in with
That's the
good
power
ganks
of that hero.
Yeah.
If you're can't lane, same goes for the Primal Beast from the mid lane. Pick up the rune, go for any kind of a plate, maybe even TP rotate if you find an opportunity to do so. But Morphling is completely free farming in the bottom lane, strong lane. Like there's a reason he even gets the Lotus. Will finally get to use his courier again. Because they don't have any explosive damage, they don't have stuns, they don't have silences, so Yuma is pretty happy about it. Doesn't have to worry about getting stunned. Can always get the shift off. And Malrine continues to put that pressure. 15 denies.
Bottom. They're going to get aggressive here around the tombstone. They're going to get the kill eventually, but not before Amar was able to claim the first blood himself. Crit's able to finish off the tombstone. Yuma seeing if he can find some sort of angle to get back in towards Crit or get his courier. They get the 1-for-1, but Amar getting the first blood on his way down.
He's pretty happy about that one because the lane pushed in. They did go for the play, and then they got the XP. He died, gonna respawn. And let's see the unique heroes. 4 unique heroes, 9 Yuma Analog, Davai Lama playing 1 hero, 1 Doom. to rule them all. Or to lose them all.
That's the thing, yet to find a win with it. It's been tough for him. I mean, it's not going to feel good, you know, when you sort of have a day where you play the same hero over and over again and you suffer.
I could understand if they were winning, you know, just keep picking the hero. Nothing wrong. You don't have to fix it. Analog is still level 5. Malrine getting closer to his level 6, but that's the difference with the hero. They get that dead shot, he's dead.
Oh, I mean, Snake is sort of just toying with them. Schofield, can he get the kill? He will. They'll be able to find the kill this time here with the 2. Same time down bottom, Amar just able to run over King Jungles with the skewer.
Malrine just got his level 6. And there's the rotation we talked about. Analog, he can't lane anymore, so we'll try to make a move and kill Skeeter. But they know something is wrong. Skeeter's not showing. Snake will refill the bottle and maybe try to secure the rune for Malrine, knowing that if you steal away rune from Earth Spirit, who's already having a bad time, it's just gonna deny it. That's pretty big.
Yeah, the suffering just continuing for Analog in this mid lane. Not a fun place to be, though. To pop the fortification here as Marion starts getting the pressure going.
Keeping the catapult alive. They want to keep the pressure. Phoenix is here, so is Shadow Demon.
They're trying to get the roll forward. It's a good kickback onto Marion. He just turns and blows up Schofield, though, with the Laguna Blade. They're trying to kill him off. And they actually finish off the job, though. They can't.
Ooh, 1 HP.
Oh, that's close. Was it actually 1?
It was 1.
What the... All right, Maureen gets away.
He stayed.
1 HP.
He could have easily TP'd out as well, but he wanted to stay and try to battle it even more. No points in stun. I like this, but with Shadow Demon, like level 8, you're gonna get it. For now, he just continues to farm up. Big difference. 1100 ahead of the enemy mid laner. Going into bots as his first item. That tells you the story about the game, how well he's doing.
Oh, that's crazy. They needed that kill. They needed that kill. They needed to slow Maureen down somehow. Top lane. Making the moves onto Skeeter. He's going to get TP backup coming in. They're on forward here from Analog. He'll get the kick. The Sunray heal coming in, but that's not going to save him. Skeeter's gone.
Heavy commitment. Using first Magnetize, throwing in Blood Grenade, bringing in numbers. And if you're looking at the mid lane, Malrine, he is pumping in the damage. He's also trying to farm the camp on the side. Wants to find a neutral item for himself.
Analog's going to return over here, but it's getting increasingly more and more difficult to try and hold on to this tower against the pressure of the Lina. Maureen going to play for the bottom. 8-minute power rune. Is he going to get lucky? Yes, he is. Illusion rune for him. Top lane again. Looking for Skeeter. And they've got the rotation coming in from Yuma as well. So back to the lane, Skeeter. They'll be able to take him very quickly out once more.
That's what I wanted to see. I did say try to get some extra levels on that Doom. Get him to level 6 before Wraith King gets his. So you get the kill him again, and shut him down completely. He's still doing better than Doom, but Malrine is the big one. They're going to need to shut him down. He's about to finish Boots of Travel. That's going to be pre-10 minutes.
This is, you know, they've sort of got away with those plays twice before that timing, but yeah, once that timing's there, Maureen will certainly be looking at to turn up and be a part of the action.
I'm looking at what ATF has in his quick buy. Drums. He has double null bracer already purchased.
Okay.
He's 6 slotted for now. Can sell the bracer, of course, but I don't think he's going to go for drums.
I mean, we'll see. You know, he's a bit of an innovator, so going for a, you know, a build that we see on offlaners, but not necessarily the mag offlane.
I'm just thinking why it would be so good here. Like, sure, you can disengage. Again, it's like good against Tombstone, getting that extra attack speed for the team. But I like, you're gonna run out of slots pretty early on, so you're gonna need to sell something. I think it's a bit of a bait.
They're gonna find him in it. They get the setup into the burst. He'll try and run. But they've got him. Heroic at the same time. They did go for a smoke play down bottom, seeing if they can maybe find a mark. Put him with the silence.
Oh, he just killed himself. Use that skewer. right into 2 heroes.
A bit of a nasty surprise from there. So, right, they'll find something themselves. Both teams drop in the offlaner. Still overall, that gold lead for the Falcons. It pretty much 10 minutes in. Not close on the numbers here. Heroic falling very far behind. Deadshot comes in just in time. Will keep Schofield alive. Otherwise, Maureen very likely to catch him with the light strike. Still got to be careful dancing around as close as he is, Schofield.
Green with boots of travel, he can pretty much be anywhere on the map. So if Amar can maybe try to set something up with RP into Skewer, just gonna give him enough time to TP in. Earthspirit is really struggling. Analog 2k behind. Lina at the moment going for Blade Mail as his first item. Pretty standard. Has Shield Rune available, but a bit low on mana. No Magnetize for 25 seconds. This time around, Skeeter has ulti available if he wants to use the skill point.
Divine. To be cautious here. Maureen's ready with the backup. A Divine knows. Won't push his luck up the lane this time round. And mid crit just bullying Analog. Won't be able to get the kill, but keeping him low and requiring Schofield to come in with the bottle refuel.
Yeah, pop that shield rune, got dispelled immediately.
What's the play here for Heroic? About to get hit by a smoke rotation from the two of them, Maureen and Snake King. And they've still got their eyes on Dalai Lama. He's got to be so careful on this lane. He gets caught by one sort of opening stun and he's gone. He's playing relatively cautious.
They want the tower. Dalai Lama is pinging it out. They need to bring in numbers. Otherwise, if this tower falls, they already killed the mid tower. They're going to have full entrance to the enemy triangle.
There they come. Schofield gets the opening. The silence, roll 4 from Analog. Snake going to get the chance to get the egg off. He's not. Silence into stuns there.
Nicely executed. I guess they did not expect this Atos rush. By Atos rush, he literally didn't buy any other items. No magic one, like no stick, no branches is a bit of a surprising one, but he has a really good timing, knowing that Earthspirit's not having that good of a game, so he needs any kind of a catch. Levi with drums. Let's see if he can find Lina.
Oh, they get the Atos opening. They're in. They'll get the Doom down on towards him. TP backup's coming in.
Headshot missed.
He's underneath the tier 2. Crit's going to be able to buy him some time as well with the defensive disruption. And Amar, he'll get the RP out on towards Divine Lama. Maureen, he'll live.
Again.
Once again, just on a slither of HP. Maureen survives and he's ready to come back in and help out. He'll get the burst down on towards Analog. Analog has to roll away, but Skinner's able to block him off, take him down. The Supernova stun catching on to King Jungles. This Lina, Maureen, he's getting away with everything.
Oh, it's a disaster. This is just like this disruption, giving him just enough.
Just
like,
enough.
First he lived with 1 HP. This time around, he was about like 20, maybe even 15. I'm sure they're having a blast. Like their comms right now, they must be enjoying themselves. And this also leaves like Raid King, who did join in this fight, but he is going for same item build. One farming item.
Yep.
Picked up Armlet. Same goes when he plays Dragonite into Blink Dagger. Did pick up a Blightstone. Not sure if he wants to commit with Deso, but maybe they feel, all right, we're going to have enough damage. Because usually you want to build into different items, not physical damage items when you're playing against Morphling. But they feel maybe they can, with this lead, put enough pressure and kill the towers with Deso.
Top lane. And Heroic seem to sort of be walking into this situation. I mean, they've got Yuma ready to start the fight and start the push. Falcons, what do they want to do about this? They're coming up with the smoke on both Amar and Crit. And Heroic should get the space to finish the top tower. Divine Lama takes it down. That's Falcons, they're going to look for the play elsewhere. Maybe see if they can find Analog alone. Analog. They're going to find him.
No, not again.
They get the skewer set up. Light Strike Array connects. Analog, he's out.
He just can't catch a break. He does not have a single item. 14 minutes into the game. Getting closer to finishing off that Blade Mail, but it's still relatively far away.
Oh, he's just having to walk across the map and get the Wisdom Rune. I mean, they'll kill him for this, but that's going to be a job well done. He's able
Blink south.
All right. Atos is there.
He's not getting out.
There's not a chance for him. But he got the job done. Steals the wisdom.
Steals the wisdom, buys just enough time. The good thing for Heroic is that Morphling is having a good time. Yuma, second on net worth, relatively high level, continues to farm up.
Yeah, we saw him try his best to carry the game earlier today on his Meepo. It's going to be another tough one for him this time round on the Morphling. Where everything else around him is sort of falling apart. This time, you know, Davai's kind of staying in the game a bit better as the Doom's not slipping too far behind on farm, but Analog, of course, not having an easy time in the matchup and not finding really any way to close that gap. Nearing a 3K gold difference already between the two carries, just two mids, 15 minutes in.
This Doom pick will eventually get them. One time, maybe not today, but we'll see. Continues to farm up, has a bit of a different itemization this time around. Wants to pick up Pipe. Amar will be able to get out. Picked up the Shard after getting his Blink Dagger. Shard is the big item. Like 75% of your damage return is pretty big. Like it allows you to farm. It also allows you to deal more damage in the team fights. King Jungles is behind enemy lines. We'll drop that Observer Ward.
Looking around the mid, I mean, both teams will be happy for a fight. Amar, definitely the most threatening with the blink at the ready once more. RP up. Step close to him, he's going to be likely to get the jump. They're going to try and get the jump on him. He's at the ready.
They're also very good heroes at defending the egg. First of all, you have Magnus with a Blink Dagger, so I assume Snaking could go in and try to potentially bait them with it. Not necessarily be like a big idea coming into a fight, but to have something in the back of your head. You have LSA, you also have Shadow Demon, who could put one guy under Morphling. As expected, Yuma not having trouble getting the farm and also not dying, considering what he's playing into. The only hero who can kill him pretty much is Lina, or they need to... And speaking of Lina, she just finished off her Aghanim Scepter. Good blink from Crit.
Yeah, crazy amount of damage going to be coming out from Malrine in these fights. Somebody has to find their way over to him, and as you say, probably going to have to be...
Somebody has to tank that spell.
Yeah, sure. So, someone's going to get blown up by Malrine. Now we go around the mid. They're going to try for the tier 1. Falcons, they certainly could pull together a bit of a defense.
What's his HP on Morphling? He knows. He has Raindrop, 1700. He keeps shifting. Let's see.
It's a lot of burst. It's enough. As he's gone, and now they can look to just chase down more Heroic. On the full retreat here, they'll try and get the ASOS on towards Malrine to hold him back. They'll drop down the Tombstone as well. And look, he's going to go back in.
RP still available.
He rolls in the middle of the fight here. They'll just turn. Look to burst through him as well. Analog is caught by the skewer into the RP. They've got the catch on towards down by Llama. Falcons continue the cleanup. I mean, they willingly tried to turn that into a fight to favor themselves there. They could have run after losing Yuma, but Analog, he wanted to try and fight back the cost.
Yuma, he wanted to test the waters, see how tanky he is, and he gets blown up still. He was sitting at 1700
damage,
HP, has Pupil's Gift, Raindrop, Magic Wand, Strength Treads. He's shifting, but it's still not enough. Like, damage over time coming out from Lina, and the burst damage, of course, will pick up the Shard as his next item.
It's just so tough to fight into this. They try their best there.
He also found the perfect neutral item.
Yep.
Has the cast range, Eye of the Vizier, has Arcane Rune, so yeah, good luck for the next fight. He's gonna probably TP back, get some extra mana, get a kill. Never mind, he's staying.
Well, they've got the setup. They've got the burst. That's Davai.
Numbers.
It's gone again.
So another ulti is going to be available in 40 seconds. So every single time this spell is off cooldown, somebody's going to die. 9,000 gold lead, 19 minutes into the game. And Skeeter, he is committing. I like how they're getting all the items that they want. Skeeter, he has Orb of Destruction, has Blightstone, is going into Deso, which means that there's going to be even more minus armor. So they have the answer for Morphling. Lina will be taking care of that, but snaking.
In the mid, Analog. They've caught him again. His game, I'd say it was falling apart, but there wasn't much of a game to fall apart in the first place, as he's just been consistently behind after having such a tough lane against Maureen in the mid. Zamar, see if he can close this gap. He can. Beautiful shockwave, closes the gap onto Schofield, and pop the ult. Amar teasing him around the RP, ready to taunt him. He won't need to drop it here.
They got him eventually.
Yeah, they're playing around with their food now, Falcons.
Like even Doom picking up Philosopher's Stone, trying to get as much gold as he can, knowing that he's farming with his other abilities. Malrine, this time around, he's not gonna find the target. But this game, like, they have no real repositioning tools. You have a bit of a dead shot, you have some kick from Earth Spirit, but I don't think that's enough. When they group around with Falcons with their draft and start knocking on your tier 2s, tier 3s, you're gonna have a hard time defending.
There we go into the pit, Falcons. An easy Roshan for them as Heroic. They'll have to look towards the high ground defense, taking fights out on the map. It's proven to be pretty impossible for them for the entirety of this match so far. Not an easy game, again, for Heroic, having a very, very tough day today in the groups.
Kataomi's popping off. Average assists per 10 minutes, 4 assists.
So we see what, two members of Falcons there in the top 6. Snaking and Crypt.
Always very active on the map. These guys know how to set up the kills. It also helps out that you have Malrine, the guy that is also super active. Whenever you look at the charts, KDA, he's always in top 3. Deso about to be finished. They have Aegis. They gave it to Amar.
Managed to get themselves their shard. Heroic goes the way of King Jungles.
A lot of gold saved up on Yuma. He just needs as much damage as possible. Vlad's Manta style, pretty standard build, I would say. But they have the answer for him. Even though they don't have, silences, they have relatively limited amount of stuns. Lina, he's never gonna feel comfortable joining a fight and being, shifted down to 1500 HP.
Yeah, especially with a sort of great combination of different sort of damage types for the burst between Maureen and now Skeeter with that Deso.
How is snaking always so farmed? This guy just takes so much from the map. Rushing pipe this time around, playing into Earth Spirit, playing into magical damage from Huerta.
Oh, not gonna find the jump on towards you. They'll settle for King Jungles instead to get the easy Deso, stacking out with a dive forward to Schofield. Trying to TP out, but the disruptions there from Crit.
Schofield used ulti so that he does not give him Deso stack.
Does he know? Look at the fountain.
Oh, he died. Never mind. Oh, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He forgot.
He forgot. Somebody tell him. Check his PC. Check him.
What we need is my shake to screen.
Come on, the ceaseless dirge.
My screen to shake. I need something visual.
He doesn't know. Somebody help him. Somebody send an admin in.
Share the control.
He's alive. You're alive. Get out there and fight. Come on.
He does not want to die. That's why.
Somebody tell him.
This is still funny because we said it at the start.
Somebody tell him.
That's how much impact he has. Nobody even notices that he's dead, that he's AFK.
Go.
Okay,
there we go.
He timed. He tapped out and he timed 35 seconds.
Oh, there we go. Push coming in, Skeeter. There we go. Now, he went pretty deep for this one, Skeeter, but he can do this. He's got the heal from the Sunray. Amar trying to look for the grab. He's going to walk up, get doomed immediately by down by lava. The turn towards him, trying to burst through him. Yuma turns towards Magnus, skewers him back. It's going to be him gone the once, but that's why he has the Aegis. He was ready for that, Amar. Round 2 to come in. He gets caught immediately by the silence. They're rolling a hell of a lot of damage coming in. They'll be able to burst through and take Amar down the second time.
Well, I was wrong when I said that they don't have repositioning tools. I forgot about Morphling using his ulti, and then look at him slide.
For this chase, they're going to try and go for more. Amar with coming with the buyback. He wants to try and turn this with the help of the team. He's TP'd over towards the mid. He's ready to rejoin the fight pretty easily with the fact that they still have the tier 1 up. Get the grab. The BKB's going to be there. Analog rolls out to safety. Heroic able to retreat In response, there's the buyback coming out from Amar. They deal with Amar's Aegis, they hold back the push, and they're also to survive through a buyback.
Oh, this game is getting spicy. Amar using his buyback. They still have a tier 1 tower, so I can't really blame him. Like, having tier 1 tower 25 minutes into the game gives you ability to buy back and come relatively shortly, but this also is going to stop him from... Because he was more farmed than Raid King, used some of his gold. Boom Esports. Post-TI average Roshans per game.
Damn, they're pretty good at getting Roshans.
Team Falcons.
They're up there.
Tundra, 1 dub. That's a name that I...
Oh, look
no.
at this! He's gone for 76 seconds! All right, heroic. All right.
Pulled King Jungles. He should just sit at the fountain after he respawned. Would definitely save him there. He's
It's
gone
working
for
out.
a really long time.
There we go, heroic. Maybe 10k down, but giving a little bit of a punch back against Team Falcons. Can they keep this up?
I mean, this slows down the game by quite a lot. Morphling is going to keep getting his items. Kanda finished. Going into BKB. Thinking about picking up the shard as well, just so that even if he gets stunned, he's going to be able to get the shift off. Killing enemy Tormentor. Let's see who gets it. King Jungles already has his. Schofield is going to be the one. Not the best one. Like the... On a support Muerta, it's really not that great because you're also not building into damage items. You're not picking up Gleipnir, at least not early on. Amar is still dead, by the way.
He is.
Feels like he died 2 minutes ago.
Weren't able to get too much done though, heroic. Even with that timer of the Magnus being off the map for over a minute as he was. Still having to play very careful as they attempt to climb back into this game and set Yuma up for success. Farm's still fantastic on the morph, but once more, as it has been in the other games as well, a lot of weight on his shoulders. Top lane, Schofield gets caught by the jump. Falcons, how much more do they want to push for? They could look to hold things back towards the next Roshan. It's going to be at least 2 minutes, though, until we see that. But Falcons, as we know, they're never a team to rush it. They can play it careful.
Yeah, they know how to play the map. They know how to get some extra farm if things are not going their way. And you can see, again, Snake King, even though he's massively far, he's going to... If this game goes for another good, like, 15 minutes and they keep killing Analog, he's going to overtake him. Having Philosopher's Stone, now having Yules as well. This Yules is going to be a big pickup item because if they are going to go for this skewer play again on Morphling, he can easily... dive, use Yule Scepter as well, be ready, and then set things up for potentially LSA, RP, or just another stun from Raid King.
Oh, there we go. Smoke time from Heroic. It's risky, but they have to take these risks, especially in these moments before the Roshan respawns. They can't afford to sit back, allow Falcons to just continue to control the entirety of the map. Can they get a jump? Can they burst through a hero quick enough? Amar.
Oh, okay. He had Shadow Demon behind him.
Yeah, true.
That's something. If he got doomed, he's still gonna die.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way they save him. Sunray's not gonna do much. Observer board placed on the high ground.
Who's at the ready to go in first? Go for the D-Ward, Schofield with the blink back. He's able to take that down.
I think they're just gonna push. They're gonna force this fight.
Yeah, they can. They can definitely cause Heroic to have to return to the base.
I see Skeeter blinks in, gets some death though, and tries to go back a little bit. Force a glyph.
I assume they do all have TPs. No TP available on Davai Lama for 15 seconds, but the rest, and they'll be able to get that. Schofield tries for the angle, not going to get it. Not able to burst in the one. Skeeter as the arm that gets toggled on. Oh, okay. Tries for the grab on Davai, but he's quick with the BKB. Skeeter don't want to try and chase in on this. He's going to get burst at once there. Adaptive Strike comes in from Yuma. That's round one. They're going to try and set it for round two. Analog closes in. The BKB's out. They're trying to take Skeeter down, but he's going to get forced back to safety. Magnetize it drop. They'll look to split things up here, Falcons. Wait for that to finish.
They did not want to take the fight. They already used BKB on Doom, and now he needed to pop BKB immediately. Skeeter really pushing the limits with the hero, knowing that after he dies, as a Wraith, he can run away from a fight. And optimizing to go for more armor, like more minus armor. It's going to be all about physical. If they don't want to take the fight, like look at the tier 3 tower. Down to 1200 HP.
Ooh. Okay. Tries to lay down the burst there, not enough. And now, in fact, they're going to look to fight back. Yuma goes in with the waveform aggressively over towards Snakey. They get the silence. Disruption is going to be used to hold Yuma back momentarily, but he's ready to turn to the Phoenix, dive forward to continue to close the gap on Snake King. Amar, he's in with the RP though. He's caught the two of them, and he's caught the big one. Yuma taken out, does not have the gold for buyback. Amar's able to skewer over towards Divine Llama, who's also out without buyback. As with that move there, Amar may have just closed up the game, or at least the opportunity to get a good hit onto a full set of racks, maybe even two. They don't have the buybacks to play with here, Heroic.
This is what I wanted to see a couple of minutes ago, but yeah, he was even the one who held the Aegis, and this time around, almost catches him. That's why he bought a Blink Dagger on Huerta, but this game, they just needed to execute. You saw the egg, which was a bit of a bait, and they didn't even try to hit it. Amar, very quick RP onto two of them, then gets a skewer back, and now with all this minus armor coming out from Deso on Raid King, they should be able to close out at least two sides.
Two sets of racks gone. Likely to be more still without Yuma and Analog in the game. Falcons off that play. Getting pretty much the game secured here, unless Heroic can do something incredible.
Another Lina ulti is available. They also have a Lincoln Sphere right now against the Doom, and they're buying multiple of them.
Marine.
Oh no.
Goes for the blind stun into the trees, and he finds him. And Amar got the grab on towards Divine Llama. He's got the BKB at the ready. We'll be able to pop it before the Ray Fire Blast comes in. Skeeter trying to chase down King Jungles. Got the speed here to keep his distance for now. Skeeter, Ray Fire Blast is back up, and bam! The Dirge is gone.
He's not. This time around, he knows that his hero is alive.
He's moving straight away. The Ceaseless coming into effect here. Now the defense teleturn for it as Analog moves in with the BKB. Magnetize going, but at this point it's not enough damage to threaten Falcons at all. Skeeter continues to stand his ground, help finish off his final set of barracks with Maureen.
That's Megas. So easy. All they needed to do is that get this one big fight, two-man RP, and then chase them down. I can't believe that, like, the way this draft worked out. Doom picked 4 times in a row for Heroic, even though they lost all 3 games. I know I mentioned multiple times, but it makes it funnier. And then immediately responded with Raid King. First pick, Raid King, 2024.
It's
two armor. Telling you, all it took.
I mean, that's what Skeeter's telling his team. He's like, 2 up, pick it every game for me. He loves it.
What if you go, like, he has AC queued up. What if you buy an extra ring of protection at the start? Because eventually you're going to get to AC. I know it takes up a slot, but...
Slots could be a problem.
Slots could be a problem, but you have 4 extra armor compared to before, huh? You should try this.
No, well,
Pop Owen and let me know how it went.
I'll buy 2 rings of protection. Heroic. Oh, King Jungle's getting a bit close there. Look at the shard. It'll go the way of Analog. Got a setup for the next defense. It's going to be up against the Team Falcons with a 27k lead against them. Not going to be easy. Falcons that indeed are going to have this next round of items complete. Skeeter pretty much having the money to ship out the full AC.
And he also has that level 20 talent, so extra 60, attack speed on Raid King on top of the AC that he's about to finish. Roshan.
They'll look for the Rosh.
Is available. Amplified damage in bottle for Skeeter. Skeeter, he loves to fill the bottles.
Playing for the efficiency.
Yeah.
Getting this Roshan. And are you still giving the Aegis to Skeeter, or are you dropping it on Maureen or Amar?
Let's see who's going to pick it up.
Yeah, I give it to Amar like this. He's the one that wants to go in. Give it to Amar.
I love the Blink Dagger pickups, like both position 4s. Like, Crit rushed it. Schofield, also, like, this is not the item that you see. It's impactful against Magnus when he tries to use Harpoon and get the skewer back. it's cool, but it's not as impactful in terms of what you bring. Like, you can maybe position yourself better to use the calling, but tough game. You're playing against Megas. You have Morphling, a hero that doesn't deal that well with Megas.
And with this Hex on crit, there's so many means of getting the opening catch. Here we go, smoke up.
Double Hex.
Yeah.
Malrine is about to finish his.
Good luck trying to jump into any fight against this. We're going to have to see Heroic use their BKBs pretty preemptively to have any sort of chance of fighting. And even then, they've got answers. Full Abyssal Blade picked up by Skeeter. Amar.
Ready to go in.
Who's he going to be able to grab? Not going to find anything here on the first reveal of his position.
They need some big skewer back from Morphling. Problem is, there is Lincoln Sphere available on Magnus. There's also another Lincoln's on Malrine. He's jumping in.
They're able to keep that distance from Amar. Not able to get the grab this time.
Slow siege.
He's ready to go again, Skeeter.
There's that Lincoln
They're going to be able to catch
Muerta.
He's just dead. He jumps in and dies immediately. Davai Lama gets dealt damage here from Skeeter with the dash, and Amar will get the grab back on a Yuma. Yuma's able to put the BKB. RP's there, though, catching them all as Falcons are ready to clean this one up. Yuma's gone, Analog as well. No buybacks available. This game, it's over. As GG is called, Falcons take the win. And unfortunately for Heroic, another loss for them today.
Yeah, that was clean, except from that buyback from ATF. Everything else looked pretty amazing. They completely dominated the lanes, especially mid lane. Analog didn't get the chance to play the game on this Earth Spirit. Last pick, Lina, shut him down completely. And also, when they try to siege the tier 1 tower, it didn't really look too well. Like, you're playing against Lina, you're gonna get bursted. She had Aghanim Scepter available. Damage is insane. And also, I don't know what to say about forcing the certain picks. Like, it's not been working out well for them coming into the series, considering how Heroic played so far today. Falcons, overall, a better team, you know, no doubt about it. Heroic, things are just not working out.
No. It's been a rough groups for them. They end up dropping all 4 games. But as I say, the good news for Heroic is that doesn't mean you're out of the tournament. You're going to get the chance to move on still, but they will be down in that round 1. So we'll obviously have the game to play. I believe, yeah, it should be on the first day, so the day tomorrow. They lose that, they're going home. So it's going to be a tense time for them down there. And indeed, a question of whether now, after the groups are over, they're going to have sort of tonight to reset. Do they say to themselves, we got to come in with a different strat?
Yeah, they're going to need to dream about Dota. I don't know if you ever do that when you play like a really good game. And
that's happened.
Like for me, it happened for the last like 15, 20 years where like it makes me fall asleep faster. But they need something to see in their dreams how to fix the certain drafts, because they've been forcing the same issue, I would call it. And it's just not clicking. Like, they look very disconnected, especially from the off lane. Yuma, he looks fine when he plays his own hero.
It feels like he's been sort of the more solid at the team, right?
Yeah, I gotta agree.
He's keeping up in farm. He's keeping up at the top. He's trying his best, but everything kind of seems to be falling apart around him.
Yeah, that's true. But Falcons, not really a surprise that they got a dub here. It was, as we said, pretty clean. Malrine ends up the game with 0 deaths. Again, this guy is just way too good.
Yeah, 1 HP, right?
1 HP and then 15 HP.
Yeah.
Crit also having a blast of a game. Yeah. This is one of the few times I see Shadow Demon rushing for blink daggers.
Sure.
That he can get like better saves. He can blink out of the trouble. We saw him stealing the XP rune and also blinking out, buying a little bit more time. But also Falcons showing that they're not afraid to pick different heroes. They are playing this Magnus on Amar. They're also playing Wraith King. First pick Wraith King, by the way. And this is just insane. Meta did shift, of course. We did see certain heroes, especially from the carry role. They got nerfed pretty heavily, so you need to find new ideas.
I think it certainly seems to be that way for Heroic, as Falcons a step ahead, showing they're already ready to demonstrate that, come in, get these this sort of level of win, where it just doesn't look really close at all. No. Anyway, I believe we've got some highlights actually from that last game, and this one you'll like this one.
Oh, it's
happens to the best of us. You were asking me if it's happened to me at the beginning. I said indeed when the patch got changed. I didn't realize I was alive. It happens at the pro level. King Junks, maybe he would tell you that in this moment he was just not moving because there's just nothing to do.
Yeah, he was talking to the team, but
he didn't realize.
If it happens to professional e-athletes, it has to happen in the pubs as well. I know because it happened to me. That's why I asked you. I'm not a big fan. I don't play much Undying, but I banged it out one time, and it did happen. Not just once.
Well, there we go. Anyway, we've got to hear some words from Falcons after a performance like that. And as you mentioned, Crit on his Shadow Demon had a fantastic game, got it 4th pick, and he used it explosively. 3-1 and 23. Let's get some words from Crit after that victory.
Hey, I'm here with Crit after their win. I have a really nice compliment for you. I'm a really big fan of your headset. I am a furry as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you gotta represent somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Now, on to serious matters. Dota players, they're not known for their mental strength, so I wanted to do a psychological test with you. So we're going to do an ink blot test, and I want you to tell me the first thing that comes into your mind when you see these images.
Okay.
So take this.
Hood kink.
Okay. Let's do another one. One more.
Squirrel.
Okay. Yes, this confirms it. So, in your last 56 games of professional Dota, you have played 50 games of Hoodwink. So,
that cannot be true.
Seek help.
That cannot be true.
Seek help.
That cannot be true. There's no
It
way.
is true.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Always good to hear from our resident Hoodwink fans on the hero. Hero that we've not seen any ourselves today in the games. Have there been any games where Hoodwink's
No, not that I've seen.
No, but
the man enjoys playing some Squirrel. Can't really blame him.
It's a good hero, and it's
It is.
one I definitely highly likely we'll see them get it through for Crit in some of the future drafts, especially with. I feel like other teams not letting Crit kind of get some of these heroes. He got Shadow Demon as a 4th pick. I feel like that's one of the things that shouldn't really happen. There's kind of two supports that I feel like the ones that are rising up at the ranks, they're hot right now. The Shadow Demons, the Pugners. I don't want to see them get through as a 4th pick.
That's for sure, because maybe they read the patch notes and like, there's like 3 lines of text, Shadow Demon unplayable. This hero is still super strong.
It does what it does. You know what I mean? The fundamentals haven't changed from it. Anyway, we're going to be able to move on. We've got more Dota 2 to play here today on this stream as part of Blast Slam's group stage. Group A, we're, of course, following here on this channel. And the next series we're going to be covering is PARIVISION versus Xtreme Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more action here at Blast Slam with myself, Odie Pixel, and Lacoste. We're getting ready for our penultimate series of the day here on Group A. It's going to be PARIVISION versus Xtreme Gaming. We'll be able to take a look through and talk through both of these teams, through their rosters. Lacoste, what do we sort of make of these teams so far in terms of what we've seen from them today?
They look good.
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised by Xtreme Gaming. Didn't know what to expect in terms of roster swaps.
Yep.
They swapped a couple of players, but they look good. Sometimes, again, a fresh start is much needed. XM, when he first joined Xtreme Gaming, he looked really good. He played really well for a long period of time, and I feel like just the whole squad was playing really bad, but I think it showed the most when it comes down to XM, and he's playing well again, I would say. Then again, you have Neu. Again, biased. This guy, really loved him ever since he joined the scene, has this aura, and has a relatively big hero pool. We saw him bang out Terrorblade in the previous one. PYW, greedy position 4. As well, what I like to see, just, you know, some greed. This guy gets quite a lot of farm on the team, and yeah, the squad is looking good. Like, they gelled relatively early.
No, they really didn't today. You know, the big win they had was, taking away a game from Team Falcons. I mean, as you were pointing out to me yourself, in this Group A, the standings are pretty crazy. Got Heroic on 0-4, and everyone else so far, they're on 2-1. So these final couple of series, very important to sort of decide who's going to be making it deeper into that next set of the format, stage of the format. Of course, up against PARIVISION, we got to watch them just a little bit earlier today against BetBoom. Before that, of course, they got the couple of wins, but that one against BetBoom proved to be a little... No, they won that one, sorry.
They won.
Because
they've been losing throughout the whole game.
Yeah, you're right. They were losing the whole game. I mean, no one on his Invoker. That's the one I want to sort of talk about. He comes out with that Invoker performance. It's one of the more fun Invoker performances I've seen in quite some while. He was absolutely wild on the hero. So we've seen other teams ban out Invoker against some sort of teams. I think, last series, in fact, it was banned out against Analog. Or maybe that was the one before. Someone was banning out against Heroic. I think if you're Xtreme, you might even be banning out Invoker against PARIVISION.
Probably. You might need to ban it in the first phase.
Yeah. It absolutely could be a possibility. Well, we're going to find out now as the draft has begun, as we'll get stuck into the action here between PARIVISION and Xtreme Gaming. Here we have it. Both teams are ready to go. Coming into this one, which of course will be their final series of the day for both of these two to play. And as I say, with the standings, I believe ultimately what this means is if you get the win here, you should be, you'll be set for that one of the top 2 spots at least in the group. So that'll either be propelling you towards the quarterfinals or the semifinals in the next stage of the format. So very important wins to be had here today. And from the bans, what are we seeing? Well, we like to see that, me and you. We're seeing the DK
Dragonite ban. That's what I want to see. And they're also going to respect ban Neu's Terrorblade.
It looked good.
He played only one professional game on Terrorblade, 100% win rate.
Yep.
He looked insanely good on the hero, just like itemization as well. He did pick up early Orchid and then continued to build pretty much standard carry items, picking up his S and Y, going into Scotty. And on side of Xtreme Gaming, they will get the hands on Alchemist. I'm just wondering, where is Dawnbreaker? This hero has been and looked extremely good. Maybe they don't necessarily need to pick it straight away. Like you can see, the meta is shifting. These heroes have not been changed much. At least Dawnbreaker hasn't been changed. So that's why I'm thinking, why the sudden shift in terms of what you want to do with the hero? Because there is no Doom. They're going to go with Chen one more time. Panto played a really good Chen. He was staying on top of the network between all 4 supports, which I really like to see on Chen. Slightly more farm-oriented. And if they go for something similar one more time, this time around, they're not going to have Dragonite, but I would love to see Dawnbreaker just have that insane amount of healing that you can throw in so that the heroes cannot die.
Teams really have been ignoring it. Even in the sort of game, we had a game earlier where the draft was, the bans were pretty much entirely offlaners, and that's where we've got those sort of more, off the wall sort of offlaners coming out right with the game, where we had Miro, DP, and DM, Necrophos. Offlaners that you don't really see that often, but indeed meaning that these ones that you would maybe consider more The Dawnbreakers, the Centaur, are actually getting ignored entirely. So I think, yeah, Eyes, as I say, mentioning DM, eyes on him in terms of what he wants to bring to the offlane pool, as he's definitely proven to be someone who's not afraid to bring in something a little bit different.
Yeah. I mean, in an interview, he talked about Necrophos being a counter to Alchemist. They messed up the lane a little bit, so potentially this is something that could come out and be used as a counter to Alchemist.
I think there's absolutely a high chance he's going to look for the chance to do so. Synergizes really nicely as well with sort of the timing, the push, the sustain of a Chen. Unironically, could be something that Xtreme might even have to consider banning. And there it is! We're not lying. It's DM, he showed it at Dream League, he showed it here at Blast Slam. It looked good.
That's a respect ban if I ever saw one.
But one that I respect the respect ban.
Yeah. Let's see what else he has been playing. Because this guy has...
In that tournament, he said, that series in particular, he had fun because he played Necrophos in one of the games, and the other game he played Tidehunter.
Yeah, I don't think it's that good of a Tide game. I would love to see either Dawnbreaker or maybe a Beastmaster that could come out. Not necessarily immediately, but yeah, I don't know. I've just been a big fan of Dawnbreaker against Alchemist in the lane. Gives you ability because of the overwhelming damage, especially if you're paired up with some like other position 4 that gives you damage, some Hoodwink, some Dark Willows, some Batrider.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite I've kind of seen is in fact the Tusk. I was going to say this is the one I really like in that Dawnbreaker combo.
Oh yeah, it's insane.
This lane, you're going to get kills. And if anything, I think with the Tusk being revealed, I'm even more on board with your suggestion for the Dawnbreaker. I would not mind to see that.
The reason why I'm talking about Dawnbreaker a lot is there is no Doom, there is no Dragonite. These heroes are very good, like Doom in the game, Dragonite in the lane. You're going to be laning into Alchemist. Not many teams want to do Flex Alchemist. It's just too valuable of a pick.
Pugna. He gets through this time. Doesn't get through all the drafts, but as hot as ever, never feels like a bad pickup. Can provide so much. When it just comes to pushing, comes to damage, comes to lane securing, comes to defensive maneuvers, comes to saves. He's got it all. The Clockwork.
Maybe they're seeing this Dawnbreaker potentially coming out. This is why they picked Clockwork. There are a couple of these support heroes that Dawnbreaker doesn't like to play into. That's Clockwork, Dark Willow as well, something that can like stop her. Crystal Maiden as well could be really good, just to stop her from... Clockwork is the one that you don't get to play Dota, so I think they need to stay away from Dawnbreaker. A lot of sustain. Alchemist, Pugna. And maybe not right now, but because they don't have the last pick in the second phase.
There it is. What are we saying?
It's a hard matchup. You can still creep skip, but I think that like as soon as we mentioned it's good, but it's a difficult matchup into Clockwork. Like a battery assault just kills the hero. You're also going to be fighting inside the cogs. The hero has some mana issues early on. If you get burned by cogs, you're going to have troubles. But I like the overall pick.
I think so. Yeah, I'm on board with you on that one as well. And I like that the DM sort of said as well that, yeah, even with these kind of counters in play, it can be still just that good in the game right now. So cool to see that he's on the same wavelength with that. And now, moving into what's going to have to be one of their cores, one that carries the mids. It's going to be the Morph this game. Coming out in the safe lane.
There's not enough control for this Morphling, also in terms of damage. Like most of the damage is physical. Sure, there is some Radiance burn, but carry-to-carry matchup is nice. And you also have 3 saves. Like every single hero on side of PARIVISION is going to provide you with some kind of a save. You have Dawnbreaker ulti, Chen heal, Mech, then you have Snowball on top of that. They also need to be careful about not picking enough stuns, because I think there is a high chance that PARIVISION will pick up some high damage, something that can jump the backlines like a Queen of Pain. Looks really good right now. Just to round up this draft.
I wouldn't mind it. Yeah, something that can really play to the fact that instant catch from PARIVISION isn't necessarily there. High mobility heroes are going to be appealing, whether it's a Quap or one of the spirits.
I also wouldn't mind them picking up Storm Spirit for themselves and then protecting it in the last phase. Because right now there is not a reliable stun. You can remove a couple. Yeah. There's Monkey already banned. You can remove Puck. And then you can remove maybe Queen of Pain if you pick Storm Spirit here. Because you have mana battery with Pugna. Potential Orchid buyer early on against Morphling.
Xtreme Gaming's
Okay. I'll go with the
All right,
Timber.
Quap looks juicy. Quap, Puck, any of these heroes, even Storm Spirit, they can't ban all three of them. So...
Yeah, one of them's getting through for no one.
No one...
well... I mean, we talk about that. Could he not just go and run around the map as an Invoker again?
He could, yeah. I mean, it works fine. Nothing
or
wrong with it.
Is the Pugna much of a turn-off if you're an Invoker player?
No, not...
You care that much
not
about?
necessarily.
Yeah, they respect
it. They will ban it.
Yeah.
It's...
It would. I mean, he had such a great game on it earlier today.
They'll have a lot of options.
Mm.
And they have overall last pick, so they get to choose. Like, they're going to see the lanes. Yeah. This Timber, like, as a flex, is not going to do as much because you will see the lanes. I'm a big fan of Quap. I feel like Quap is just going to own this game. No stuns whatsoever. You don't care about Clockwork. You can find both of the supports. You have pure damage. You have explosive damage against Timber. So the hero got slightly nerfed, but it's not that big of a deal.
A bit of a rare ban there, the Venomancer. Or provides what a bit of answer to sort of the regen or stuff they got going. They just don't want to deal with it.
5 seconds.
I mean, they already have a clock and a... It's like...
I'm just thinking, where would this Venom... Maybe some offlane Venomancer that you did play?
Did we miss something? Did XG play some Veno today? They must know something we don't. You do not expect to see a Veno ban at this stage against a team that's already got their 2 supports secured. So I indeed must be thinking some sort of off-lane Veno, but then assuming that Timber's going to necessarily be mid, which I don't think is necessarily the case. So.
Could be annoying if you play Clockwork Veno lane against Morphling. He would have a really bad time, but...
Yeah.
PARIVISION, like, DM is Venomancer player.
He is. He knows. So he's going to know when it's good.
If it's a good ban for Veno.
Yeah, fair enough. Sniper. Of course, you can't let them get the chance to get a 5th pick sniper. Oh, there we go. So Xtreme did indeed play some Veno earlier. Apparently in the game with Pugna. Yeah, there we go. So what did we have earlier? It was, what did you say? It was a mid Veno. Oh, I missed that one.
Oh, interesting. Oh, and that was the game that lasted for 60+ minutes. Where
it was, yeah, what am I about? It was the one, yeah, his wards were like getting the racks. I mean, today's been so long with as many games I forgot about that one. But indeed, yeah, the XM Veno. So yeah, banning out his 2 heroes to end this off. The XM Veno, the XM Sniper. There's that Puck ban you mentioned. Leaves, what are the big ones in there for no one? So was the Storm Spirit still available?
Queen of Pain is my first choice.
Oh, is that your Quap?
For the last, like, 5 minutes. Yeah. I'm also fine with the Storm Spirit.
XG, what do they want to get for XM? He could take the Storm himself.
He could.
That would not be a bad grab, honestly. Pugna can keep you fueled up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pugna Storm, love it. Love it. But now, I think is yours. You're still on, right? You just get the Quap.
Just get the Queen of Pain, put 2 points in Dagger, maybe even 3, dominate this matchup. You can easily rotate with Chen, with Tusk. This guy is going to suffer.
What about a cheeky Viper pick, though? Imagine the break against the Timber stuff. A last pick Viper is the best of 1.
XM
it's 30.
hero against XM in the mid lane.
That's true. XM, he is the expert.
He's the specialist.
On the Viper, you could do it against him. I think Quap's like the mainstream, the simple idea, but if you want to go dirty, it's a best of 1. You pick a Viper here. See what we've got from Noah. Or maybe he's got something completely different in mind for this.
They have a good 25 seconds to think about it. Seems like no one is locked in.
He's going to go with his Ember. All right, so still able to get something nice and mobile.
Maybe the thinking was we need Mage Slayer Buyer rather than having explosive damage because you're playing against like Timber, that's the big one. You get Mage Slayer, AoE with the Sleight of Fist, of course, and also having chains against Storm Spirit is going to be good. In the end, as we mentioned, like this might be a good Storm Spirit game, having Pugna on the team, but I really do like what PARIVISION drafted for themselves. I feel like this type of a draft is very difficult to kill. Sure, they have some explosive damage from Timbersaw. This is also one of New's better heroes. I think I say that a lot because this guy just owns every single time he plays. I think Beastmaster, Primal Beast, and Timbersaw are his top 3.
Looking forward to this one.
We could also maybe check stats.
Let's get the stats up. What do you want to see?
Top 3 heroes
For
by
New.
win rate for Neo.
Yeah, let's get the news top three heroes in pro games. We'll be able to pull that up for sure. What was your guess for the top 3?
I would say Beast, Timber.
What about Primal?
Primal. Yeah,
Primal.
maybe there's a chance for Mars because this guy plays a mean Mars. But yeah, timing-wise, you have Timber from the off lane. You have Storm, Pugna playing together. You also have Clockwork against Dawn in the lane, which is going to be good. And Alchemist, he hits 2 item timings. He's going to be ready to join. But we saw the power of PARIVISION when they have all these saves. So you will have Tusk being played by 9 class, which I think I watch a lot of his stream when he does stream. He streams rarely, unfortunately. This guy, I think we called a lot of Tusk players the best Tusk players in the game, starting with like FY, Jarex, and such. But this guy is the new generation player who does extremely well, extremely skilled. Unfortunately, we did not see him at TI, but this guy has a lot to offer.
No, he really does. He came straight back in onto sort of the pro circuit after that, and it's been continuing to make quite a name for himself in his play. Is it going to be enough, though, to help take down Xtreme Gaming? As I said, both of these teams right now in the group are 2-1. A win here will secure yourself one of the 2 top spots and get you propelled forward at least until the semi-final stage of the next stage of this format. So a lot to play for here. See who's going to be able to have it in them to get the win. PARIVISION versus XG. They're out for blood here on the first play here. PARIVISION with the smoke. See if 9 class can find some sort of setup, some sort of opportunity. Gonna have eyes on Paulison. Shards not gonna quite get the grab.
I jinxed him.
We did. We talked him up, and there we go. Shards missed. That happens.
They did not want to start too good in this game. Get a first blood for maybe Crystallis, who was not even there, but whatever. So Morphling against Alchemist, 2 completely different heroes, even though it's much better for Morphling nowadays because you are building into Vlad's. We can check some of the facets. Double impact. Pretty standard stuff. I'm not seeing anything too crazy.
Nine class still seeing if he can maybe get an angle around this bounty rune spawn to try and trap someone in with the shards. And Xtreme, do they really want to step into this? This could be kind of scary for them. They're going to try. Shards down on a PYW. But they won't have enough damage to threaten the Clockwork. So as the bounty runes go, we'll just be 2 for 2 by the looks of it. Yeah, they'll have that one secured as well. Xtreme. News able to grab it, turn up to the lane. And I see. So, I mean, overall, you would say you do favor PARIVISIONs in this one.
Yeah, I like their draft a lot. Even though Xtreme Gaming, they have a well-rounded draft, I don't think this game is going to be like stomped by any teams like 20 minutes in. There is some speed from Xtreme Gaming, of course. You have this Alchemist, you have Pugna providing mana, and we can see Mars, Timber, Beastmaster.
Interesting though, his best heroes though. Obviously, have a significantly less amount of games than his most played.
Okay, so this is why I said the 3 out of 4.
Because they're the ones you see the most.
I see the most.
Yeah. I definitely likes to play them. And that's top lane. As we were saying, kind of before these heroes were picked, that the Tusk Dawn, it's a deadly lane.
Oh, so they are gonna switch things up. They're gonna be playing no Clockwork in that lane. PYW is the Clockwork, the greedy Clockwork player with the Timbersaw. Will drag the wave behind the tower. So this leaves DM to have, I would say, a completely free lane.
No, I think so. As I said, this is definitely a lane where they've got to be careful. XG. PARIVISION can absolutely get kills up here.
Pagna doesn't provide you with like any kind of save. The Cripify is not gonna do much. You have sure it's good against Tusk when they try to go with the tag team. That's something, but you also have insane amount of magic damage coming out from that W from Dawnbreaker.
I mean, what do you think? Do you think the decision to sort of have the supports as such was purely just kind of on preference of the players rather than necessarily what the heroes can do in each of these lanes?
I think
is the clock going to be able to do much against a Morph Chen lane?
I don't think so. I think they just wanted to have range creep, range hero against this top lane. Because if you had Clockwork plus Alchemist, this just doesn't sound too good. 2 melee heroes. So Polison will do a better job at harassing 9 class. Dawnbreaker, still, as we said, completely free farming, sitting at 10 and 3.
And the mid lane matchup. And it's going to be, with this wave taken into account, a little bit, well, pretty much even between these two. Can go both ways, this matchup, right? I feel like this is a matchup when you see this 1v1. Highly likely that one of them will die. You know, these both
they will
these heroes,
push the limits.
Exactly. Somebody's going to get caught out. Big chance of a solo kill between these two. Could go either way.
Seen it so many times in this matchup. Ember against Storm, a classic one. Once they hit level 3, I do expect PARIVISION to start playing slightly more aggressive, even though both heroes are full HP. They need one more CS. That second point for Dawnbreaker and Celestial Hammer does make a lot of difference.
Yeah, if they get the shard grab, I'll sort of trap on towards Polison. He's going to be in a whole world of pain.
Well, a lot of clocks for Xtreme Gaming in 2024. They swapped a lot of players. That's why we see 5 names.
That's a lot. Top lane, here's that move we talked about. They're getting onto Polison. He has to protect himself with the Decrepify, but the blood grenade's out. They'll find the kill. First blood for DM. Dawnbreaker Tusk, you can't go wrong with it.
It's such a powerful combo. Also, I like that 9 class is holding the blood grenade, doesn't want to throw it immediately, throws it after the Cripify ends, gives them that extra slow and extra chasing potential. So yeah, you have no way of really saving people. Dawnbreaker, as we said, is going to completely free farm in this lane. You're not going to pressure. And if he's getting levels, that also means that he's going to be getting level 6 much faster. So if Crystallis feels like he's going to be in trouble, they could maybe TP 9 class or use Dawnbreaker ulti to try to save him.
And in this mid. Getting a little bit of an edge now here, XM on the Storm. Still not by much.
Okay, good move from PYW. Trying to backstab as Clockwork puts down Deep Observer Ward. They should know something is up if they're playing this aggressive. 9 class, good positioning coming out from him. This is a very difficult gank to make happen. Like, you need to try to force them to go on you, use their abilities, and then backstab with Clockwork. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Casual blood grenade. Oh. There it is.
That's a very casual
PYW. One more time.
There we go. He's going to try and cut off the escape at 9 class. It's going to mean that DM should be fine. 9 class gets back up in. I mean, Xtreme, they sort of split their efforts there. They tried to make the move on towards DM at the same time as 9 class. They don't get either of them. And no one, he's seeing if he can get away with diving in for low. Won't be the case. We'll be able to dodge the concoction, at least with the sleight of fist. But yeah, Xtreme, they tried to go for both. They don't get either.
We saw that more often nowadays. Like, level 5 mid laners making a rotation. BYW, he's fine. That's the Cripify. No one. We'll need to go back to his lane. Rune is spawning. We'll definitely love it to be in the top lane so he can refill it. He's not level 6 yet, doesn't have TP available, so can't TP back, use the Remnant.
XM, who's going to get lucky?
Pepe Prey.
Which one is it going to be? XM or no one? It's going to be no one, and it's a good one as well.
Better than this.
Yeah, pretty much no mana as he's able to find himself a regen rune. And able to stay solid in the lane. XM is going to try and make the rotation down towards the bottom. Ooh.
Oh, that's a BM pause if I ever saw one. Picks up Regen Rune, immediately pauses the game. Just kidding. Spells are on cooldown. Crystallis dropping fairly low, 60 HP.
I mean, he's going to be able to start shifting, but he's already used the waveform.
New? Yeah, I think he...
Should he be fine between the shift and the wand and the lotus?
Who's coming? XM is coming. He doesn't have that much mana. Has clarity, though. Has
one.
Bottle and 10 1 charges. Yeah, I think Crystallis dies.
You think so?
Yeah. 2 lotuses. It goes on cooldown for 5 seconds. Plus a raindrop. Doesn't work well against Timber, but it works against Storm.
He's shifting. Yeah, how much has New got in terms of cooldowns? Yeah, both spells are used already on you, so it's kind of going to be down to XM to finish off the job. See if he's got enough damage in the tank here as the Storm.
Let's see if anyone can TP. Yeah, Dawnbreaker. They wish she was level 6 already.
There we go. Does Crystallis survive? Yes. Okay, they don't even want to make the effort.
Okay, he pops the Lotus immediately, shifts a little bit. XM. Forming the small camp. Can't find a neutral item yet. I like that Crystallis, knowing that Storm Spirit might be coming. He actually got scouted. That's why he didn't die, because there was Observer Ward where the Bounty Rune spawns, so...
Oh, no one.
Actually going for it.
All right. I mean, won't quite have enough. But yeah, that's the aggression we expect from no one. Just casually playing around behind tier 2s, looking for the support. He's not afraid, knows how slippery of a hero he's got his hands on this game. Not a lot of answers for the Ember.
They know. Bento. He sees that they're farming right here. Tries to steal some of the XP, but it's also giving a lot of XP to Dawnbreaker, level 5. Olison.
There's going to be a concoction coming in to help out, but they're able to dodge it. Beautifully done there by 9 class. It's an easy kill. Maybe see if they can try and at least force Low out of this area, slow down his farming a little bit. And they will take away the last of that camp for themselves. Have a little bit of a pause here. Hopefully things are all well and good.
No one, because he made that rotation to the top lane, didn't get anything out of it. Then, if he didn't pick up the region rune, his net worth would... Like, he's still the lowest net worth core in the game right now, but it would be pretty bad. Also, trying to kill Clockwork, not getting the kill, would need a little bit of a help to get him back into the game.
Yeah, the next sort of focus, I'd imagine, for Xtreme is, I mean, when you look at kind of Crystallis getting to sort of play solo down here, what can they sort of bring down to try and pressure, or at least push out this Morphling?
Pagana is not the hero that's going to pressure him. Maybe they need Clockwork, but they also need to bait Waveform, try to make him use it. But he's also going to be much more careful, knowing that Timbersaw is level 6, and there's going to be that explosive damage. Also, see what New has queued up. I just love this type of a build on Timbersaw. Going for Kaya, straight into Aghanim Scepter, wants to be as tanky as possible. But then again, if they try to make a move, like Morphling, I don't think they're going to try to pressure Morphling, at least not for now. After Dawnbreaker hits level 6, it's going to be much more difficult to kill him. Maybe with Clockwork being level 6 and then Storm zipping in plus Timber, these 3 heroes could kill him, even through Dawnbreaker ulti, but they need to also use all of their abilities pretty much perfectly.
And I guess the question is, sort of this game, when you look at the drafts, are you happier if you're Xtreme and you get to sit back and just give space for your out to farm, or you're happier if you're PARIVISION getting to sit back and get space for
you have Morphling, they're pretty fine. Like, as long as Xtreme Gaming is not pressuring them, they feel more than fine. Yeah, exactly. Because no one needs time to recover. You have Morphling as a carry. He needs time. Both supports, they also kind of need levels, especially like Chen is level dependent. He wants to get himself to that level 6. Has 1,000 gold saved up. Gonna go for drums one more time.
I'll come in with a smoke play here, top Xtreme. Not going to be easy to sort of catch them. I mean, depends how much DM decides to stick around in this area. Could catch him by surprise. Might have that false sense of security with the obs down. Obviously not going to catch vision of them heading past under the cover of smoke. See if DM falls foul to this rotation. Just between the two of them, PYW and XM, they should easily have the damage to take the Dawn down. Wouldn't expect Low to turn up, though. He's still got to kind of keep his sort of focus on the farm. It's obviously a long route to go towards that Radiance, and yeah, already getting kind of bullied out that top lane.
Yeah, let's see what 9 class is going to do. Because he's using the Clarity if he runs the triangle to try to stack one of the camps, or if he's going to go run and try to run towards Dawnbreaker, which I think is not a play because they have Chen around, so they feel relatively safe. They also want to pressure the tower, so Chen's going to show up. Hopefully, the issue has been resolved. There's the smoke gank, so triangle for 9 class.
DM, he's already used the hammer. Well, uh-oh. No sound, that's not good. Oh,
go.
Sound now, though.
Maybe they were not talking.
Maybe they had the volume turned down.
Yeah, they muted their microphone.
They plugged their headphones. They fixed it. We're good to go, DM. He's not good to go, though. They'll catch him. Was not ready for this move.
That's sick.
Well, okay. It's a good effort, but won't save him. The DM's gone. They still get the tower, though. Pressure builds up, and the top tier 1 will fall there. They might have got him out of the area, but he got the job done. Space continues to be given for the rest of PARIVISION. No one, as you said, with the catch-up and the fact that down on the bottom, we've got the Morph continuing a free farm.
I really jinxed him. Still, they're going to get the kill no matter what. They have the numbers.
Yeah,
no one wants to get the kill.
Yeah, that's big.
I like that.
Yeah, get this Ember back in the game.
And the importance of him getting to Mage Slayer, you are playing into Storm, you're playing into Timbersaw, so you want to get that Ace Sap pretty much. Boloson trying to stack some more for his Alchemist, who's also not having that good of a time. I mean, compared to Morphling. Morphling is also free farming. Once you get to that Radiance, this is when you're going to skyrocket, but they also planted Deep Observer Ward.
Look at
and
this.
We're going to see him play.
Look at this setup. Panto walks in, DM's in with the ult. What a play there. Panto on the Chen just walks up with his army, and there's nothing that they can do on Xtreme to save Low. Polison, he's also dead under the tier 2. Look at that. This is aggression from PARIVISION.
Let's go. They're not going to do it. They don't have enough damage, but they planted Vision, and they're going to steal the stacks from Alchemist. This is pretty big. Suddenly a 2k gold lead.
Both of them as well. I mean, Low, he's come back, but there ain't nothing to be done about these stacks being taken away from him.
Oh, this feels bad. This is a game-winning move, what we like to call it.
Can they dive for Low? He's got to be a bit careful, I feel.
They don't have mana. No one will TP back, or TP back to the mid lane, try to stop this push.
Let's see what he's got here. I mean, XM's pretty low on the mana. Got a lot of burst, and oh, there's a nice tasty rune waiting for him, but okay. Okay, no, he can't jump in for that.
One.
No, he's got to let XM take it, even though XM's not got any mana to play with. He's got backup.
No one really pushing the limits of the hero. TP's in. Mid doesn't have much mana. Places a Remnant. Slide chains him, and then sees Clockwork. If Clockwork didn't show up, he could have maybe tried to bait him. He had one more Remnant available. I like to build on DM. He is going for Orchid. We saw that when Neo played Terrorblade from the off lane. When he was playing into something that needs to be shut down, into Storm, Puck, these type of heroes. First blood kills, post DI, 9 class and no one.
9 class, no one, DM
and Crystal.
That's pretty much the entirety of their team.
Yeah, that's the team.
Wait, but was that stats from their team? I think it was. I think it was just showing who out the team.
Okay, we're just
I was like, that was like global stats of who's getting the most first bloods. It's just the entirety of PARIVISION. I think that was just showing us the order of who gets it for their team.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
Otherwise, that would be
sense.
very impressive. Well, that wouldn't make any sense then. I mean, but no, that was, yeah. So out of their team, that's who gets the first blood. So what we're saying, they're very tactful, sort of giving it to who's going to be able to benefit the most for getting a first blood. Yeah. There we go. Oh.
As Centaur gets only one stun.
I mean, they've got backup. Not in time, though. Won't be able to save him, but XM's used quite a bit of mana for this one. He should have enough to zip away, though. And in fact, he could look to hang around and fight here. Crystallis, he's turned up. He's going to be able to turn into Timbersaw, looking over towards New. Timberchain, Cogs. Pushing back mid Timberchain. Still closes in with the waveform. Another chain comes into play. Good burst and play from Crystallis, using the power of the Timbersaw against Xtreme. We'll get the kill against PYW.
But getting 2 big ultis out of this, I think this is definitely in favor of Xtreme Gaming. Getting Chen ulti out of the way, getting Dawnbreaker. We talked about their lineup having explosive damage. You have Timbersaw, you have Storm Spirit, so they can kill Hero pretty much in 2 seconds. DM will TP it to top lane, but Panto is going to get the tower. Again, Panto, very farmed on his Chen.
Bottom, they're going straight for PYW. You've got no one coming in on the side. And how many TPs do they have left? They do have TP backup coming in. With the tag team damage, the back stopping him from getting the last hit off. A Sleight of Fist will do it. No one having to use his last bit of mana to jump down. So to the safety of the river, he's actually going to opt for the TP out, because Xtreme, they're turning up in style. With a Vortex on a 9 class, that burst comes in from New. This 9 class will fall. Xtreme strike back.
Xtreme always getting something out of these engagements, other than them losing the stacks, but they also understand that they need to pressure the map slightly more, just so that Alchemist can get his timing for Radiance. It's still gonna be like 14-minute Radiance, which is not too bad.
Just the overall problem being that he's still like just that little bit behind that of the Morph. Now this Morph is having an insane game. Still being there on the level with the Alchemist 13 minutes in.
Yeah, I just wish Synderin was here with us to tell us if this is an Alchemist game or not.
Sure, he would know.
He knows.
He would know. And there it is, DM. Orchid done. 13 minutes in on the offlane.
Mage there, about to be finished, so that burst damage is not going to be there anymore. Very easy to set things up with Ember Spirit.
There's the Orchid tonic.
Orchid reveal.
Sides, yeah.
Let's see who they can kill.
XM. Does he want to go for the 9 class kill? He's going to zip in, but he's going to get caught straight away with the Orchid from DM. Straight in they go. He did get an illusion rune, and in fact, that's going to save him. The Decrepify, and the fact that he's able to pick up the 14-minute illusion rune, gets the silence off him, and he gets out. If that was any other rune, he was dead for sure.
It does not get better than that.
And now he's going to try and fight back. XM, he's in, he's able to get the grab on a Panto. And now, maybe even able to find something else here. Silence in on towards no one, but not enough damage. And in fact, there's the jump for Crystallis. He's in with the waveform onto the both of them. Underneath the tier 1 tower low. He'll throw the concoction out the way of Crystallis. He's turned into the Timbersaw. Has heavy burst to fire back the way of New, and the Orchid's back in from DM. They'll punish New under the tower.
Such a big timing as well. Orchid gets delivered for XM. Then he finds the illusion rune.
To save him from DM's Orchid reveal. Yeah, he got lucky on that one, XM. If that was any other power rune, he'd be dead for sure and caught out by surprise by DM's Orchid.
And this is the power of Pugna as well. This hero is counter-initiator. You get 1 Decrepify, 1 life drain. Any kind of a help that you can get makes a lot of difference. So XM will need to buy a defensive item for himself. I see that he is going for BKB. No one, after seeing Orchid, also wants to be able to have a dispel of his own, so gonna get Yule Scepter for himself. And most importantly for them, Crystallis continues to farm up. He didn't die a single time. He's going into Manta style. He's not gonna be joining a fight before he gets that Manta.
No, he's been playing perfectly. Yeah. And even when he has sort of been dragged into the action, not getting caught whatsoever. Now bottom. And the Twin Gate, they actually get the catch on Apollos, and they'll have to snowball over towards XM, but he's still got plenty of mana to play with. So they won't waste any more resources trying to chase him. "16-minute power in once again, Xtreme. Set up a little bit more favorably for the pickups. They're going to end up being up top. He's going to try and make the jump over the league. Over in the river, though, DM, he's caught XM again with the Orchid.
If he does not have backup, if he doesn't have RNG gods with him this time.
So this Orchid rush paying off big time for DM already. It was the key part of them getting the kill against New as he dove to tier 1. Now successfully finding the chance to trip up XM.
Such a huge pickup. Like, if he goes any other item, they are not going to be getting those kills. Like, even threatened to get the kill, because right now they have a trouble setting up kills. right now they can run in. 9 class, he is getting closer to his Blink Dagger, but still needs to farm for another good 2-3 minutes.
Once that's there, he'll have that solid method of save for these cores. Obviously, they themselves should have the Manta and the Yules, respectively, between the Morph and the Ember online to protect themselves. But if that's already used, Snowballs could come in clutch from 9 class. Try for a bit of a push themselves in now on the bottom lane PARIVISION. And what the tier 1, Menu's going to turn up. He's going to TP into this.
Needs to be careful.
Yeah,
even with the shield rune, they can still kill him. Power of tag team. You might be tanky, but against Tusk, 3 points in tag team for now, it can be misleading. Like, you jump in, you're gonna die. They did scout out the stacks. Let's see if they want to go in and try to steal.
They're going to want to try and do this. The 9 class and no one. It's not going to be super quick, but it looks like they're going to get the time for it. Nobody turning up from Xtreme. Man, this stack is pretty much entirely that of PARIVISION's now. He will turn up at the end, but the majority of it already gone. A hook shot over towards 9 class. Buy some time with the snowball. Not going to be able to... Oh, it's even the Wild Wing Ripper. It's a good attempt.
Still gonna tick down to Orchid.
Yeah, the soul burn coming in at the end of that. It was a good attempt, though, there.
Ooh,
Panther
Hand of
trying
God
his best.
was available.
Oh, somebody ping him. I know I would.
Solar Guardian. Anything else? Liver Cape just got delivered, okay?
Nobody
that was
cares
not ready.
about the poor old Tusk. Here we go, though. Solar Guardian saved for bigger things as they have it here to capitalize on you getting caught out. There you
9
go.
class, you apologize right now for pinging
Don't
two
ping
of
the
those
Dawn.
abilities.
You can ping the Chen, though. There we go.
They want Roche. They have the damage. They have auras. They have Vlads on top of that from Morphling. Because when you have Vlads, but when you have Morphling in the team, you're never going to lack damage for taking towers. No. This item is just way too good on the hero.
Of course, with this time, Low is starting to get that lead in the matchup between him and the Morph.
So, Hand of God was used just to keep them healthy. What do you think 9 class
I think it was just used to mock 9 class. It's like, yeah, I'll press it for this. You're dying though, bro. No, not for you. Good luck. A little bit of banter between the supports of PARIVISION.
No one opting to go for Shiva's Guard. Fail for now. They want to stop the healing. It's such a good Shiva's Guard game. You're playing against Alchemist, Pugna, and Timbersaw.
How's sort of the anti-heal looking from XG side of things?
Nada. 0.
No, we're not going to see any sort of Shivas online for a while, especially with the build-up, because New wants to get the S and Y into the Yules done.
S and Y?
Agony.
I know it's a popular item.
It's getting more popular, you never know. Beyond the tier 2s, here we go. I mean, that's Paulison very dead. Nobody's saving him. Ooh, Low tries with the jump, but 9 class, he's already out with the blink.
He's quick. This guy's so good. That's why I hyped him up. Radiance. This guy's immune. Doesn't get hit.
No, first tick doesn't
Blinks
catch
out
him.
immediately.
Should be able to push for this tier 2 here. PARIVISION, they're strong around the Aegis of Morph. Oh, what do we got here? The 98 players, 25 plus games since TI. No one has the highest average kills at 20-minute mark. That doesn't surprise me.
The way
if you've watched his games, that stat is going to be exactly what you'd expect. He's looked fantastic.
He's more than fine. Like, with Mage Slayer... Oh, no. XM needs to pop his BKB.
He does. I get the chains onto the both of them. DM, he's tempted to go in. He's going to get dragged back by the Vortex. New, he's in over towards Panto. As they'll find the 2 supports. So if they can get DM as well as BKB soon to come to an end. He has a TP available now, but unlikely to get the chance to use it as they'll catch him with the hook shot. They get punished pretty heavily there, PARIVISION. They lose 3 heroes.
Crystallis was not in that fight. If they want to take the fight, he needs to be there with Aegis. Otherwise, Xtreme Gaming, they would not take that fight. I think they had vision of him running throughout the river, and that's it. They decided we can take down the supports, and that's exactly what they need to do. Kill 2 supports who have saving capabilities, and then deal with the rest.
We are getting easy Shard. It's going to go the way of Panto. And Chrysalis very close to having the BKB ready on top of the Aegis for that next bit of a push. They could get on with looking for more action pretty soon. PYW is the one to find the Shard for Xtreme. He's going to look to get himself the Aghanims next.
PYW, he really likes to farm. My man has almost double the net worth of the enemy position 4. Big boy Philly's helping out, but when we talk about greed, phase boost on Clockwork. Drums, Force Staff, and now going into Aghanim Scepter. I mean, the extra shard money that he got, that makes the difference.
Up, yeah. There we go, PARIVISION. One. It's looking pretty deep. Not going to find his chance to catch on to New. The tier 2 taking a beating here, though, from Chrysalis as he pushes on. Minute and a half left on the Aegis. I'm going to jump him.
Got the shift off.
It's very hard to burst through him. Even the ones in fact low, he's going to go for the backline. They find Panto. Straight away, they eliminate the Chen. Solar Guardian coming in from DM. They're going to turn and try and burst through the Alchemist. He's going to get forced out to the side. PYW able to save low. Keep him out of the combo that PARIVISION tried to throw down onto it.
Buyback from Panto just to use ulti. I don't think it was necessary because they were not that low. And they're still holding the Aegis, but still pressuring the map nicely. Reward taken down. Even though it's a 5k gold lead, it doesn't feel as much. Like, there's a lot of course, gold coming out from Alchemist. He's staying 4k gold ahead of the enemy. Carry, what is he bringing on the courier? Is that a BKB?
Yeah.
It's pretty standard. You don't necessarily need to rush it. It's more about Manta style, getting some extra farm, good stats, the spell mechanic.
Yeah, I think he did for a moment sort of have the Orchid queued up instead of the BKB. But yeah, feels that the BKB more necessary here against the pressure of PARIVISION. New's walking up. He's going pretty deep here on the mid. I guess he feels unkillable. Looks like he's right about that around the Zags. They're terrified of him.
No dispel mechanic on him, so they should be able to kill him, especially if he runs in, doesn't get his reactive armor with that Ags. Tag team, some silence. Silence is key if they want to bring him down from 100 to 0.
They still want to try and make a hit around this river area. It looks like Xtreme. PARIVISION, they're careful about what sort of chances they give them, especially when they're this close to that next big pickup. They've got no one. He is going to have the Shiva's Guard complete. It's coming out right now. Plate mail on the courier. Yellow's sticking with the rest of them up top. It's going to be a couple of minutes until we'll see the potential Roshan, and almost certainly this time round, Xtreme, they'll come out to the map and look to fight it.
Neo's going very greedy with his item build. I did say that he doesn't have a dispel mechanic. You did mention the Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, because he had Ags into Yule's queued up.
Yeah, some kind of a dispel. I think like BKB is more than fine, but if he thinks he can get away with that, and so far he did. Only sitting at 2 deaths. Got killed by Orchid 2 times into Dawnbreaker combo.
Yeah, talking about Dawnbreaker, DM suffering a rough courier snipe there. He lost his relic for now. That's the relic on the sideline for 2 minutes, which, you know, you see how close he would have been to that Nullifier.
It's a big pickup. Nullifier against Timbersaw, against Pugna. Removing that reactive armor from Aghanim Scepter is pretty big. By removing armor, you remove the bomb. Like, you don't dispel it.
It just, yeah.
Yeah. You don't dispel the armor.
Oh, both teams just looking to try and pressure one another back. Looking for the tier 2s from either side. And they'll get them, and the push will continue. It's going to be PARIVISION forcing Xtreme back. Going to try and make the jump onto low. Heavy burst here, bringing him down to half HP, but the chemical rage is off, and he's got the safety of the Mantra and the BKB, so PARIVISION won't look to dive in. They're happy with just forcing Xtreme back for now.
Next Roche could be respawning in 50 seconds.
Oh, the fake back.
One more smoke. Let's see what they're going to be able to get out of it.
That's tough to do. They know they can't go for low. Maybe they could go for something a bit easier. PYW caught in the mid. No trouble bursting him. XM. I mean, they have the punch into the snowball, into the stun of the Solar Guardian.
Wow.
He's just dead. They've got him. He did not expect them to be able to 100-0 him through those stuns, Lacoste.
Look at the stuns. He had a bit of a time there, right? To be able to
let's
get
wait,
the
can we bring that
BKB
up again?
off.
I don't...
So between the snowball and the Solar Guardian hitting.
No, is it... Wait, now, but how does that line work? Because that line reaches the icon. Or you think that still means that there's a little gap?
I think there's a little gap.
Oh, there's a little gap.
We're gonna say this is how it works, just to make it sound more dramatic.
There was a little gap. He could have pressed. We'll say it. But yeah, he didn't. He's dead. And yeah, quite a big catch. That's giving them the burst of gold. Now what we're getting the Daedalus now finished here for Crystalis. So his damage is going to be... It's getting close to be enough to help burst through low, even when he's got the Chemical Rage pumping. His morph's going to hit super hard.
Yeah, supports are not going to have that great of a time. Both of them, like, look at all the stuff that can be dispelled in this game. We talked about Reactive Armor, Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Then you have Drums. Then you also have double Force Staff on the supports, plus Solar Crest, plus the Crepify. Poloson is like, please, remove the item from the game. Like, there's no counter to it.
Set up for Roche, PARIVISION. But it's going to be the slightly longer respawn, so they're going to have to maintain map control a little longer. Not going to be easier with the items coming out. As I say, Xtreme will certainly look for the fight, especially with the Aegis now done, sorry, the AC now done on low. There's the jump, quick burst, they find PYW. Instant death there for him. Have to be careful with who's sort of posing on the front lines.
I'd say they're in full control of this game. 3K gold lead for Xtreme Gaming, but you could feel how strong PARIVISION are right now.
And just these sort of setups. They're going to try it in mid. DM's got the nullifier at the ready, throws it down straight away onto New. He's out.
That's why I wanted to see a dispel mechanic on New. Like BKB, you can. This is super greedy, and he got punished. So without, he does have buyback, but he's dead for 50 seconds.
PARIVISION potentially toying with the idea of going high ground whilst New is dead.
Early drums.
See what they do about this. Gonna get the jump. Trying their best to burst through him, but the snowball save comes in. 9 class, able to keep Crystalis safe. Silas will get thrown down the way of 9 class. This time, the hand of God, it will come in for him. He's got him covered this time round, Panto.
Roche is about to respawn, so they should go, but it's gonna be on Radiant's side. Solar Guardian on cooldown for another 20 seconds. They're gonna see everything because of that innate ability. So they know they're moving towards Roche.
They're going to come down here for sure, Xtreme. This Roche fight could be pretty game-defining. If Xtreme can't take this fight, that little bit of a lead is going to be completely gone. It's a big initiation there from XM. He's gone pretty deep for this. We'll put the BKB. They want 9 class dead, and they'll get it.
He has buy.
Straight away.
If we use it.
They're going to try and turn their efforts over towards DM, but DM's got the BKB. No one comes over the side. They got the grab on the Apollos, and there with a burst through the Pugna, and now no one's ready to chase him for more. They've got the Yule set up. They close in over towards the Alchemist. He'll get the BKB off low. Crystalis is chasing. Remnants at the ready, jump back in for New. It's a huge burst to be able to take down 9 class a second time, but the dispels for it down. They got the nullifier on towards New. He's dead. Waveform over to the side. They're looking for PYW. He's going to opt for the TP out in the tree line. It will save him, but New's gone.
I'm really liking this item build from DM. Getting Orchid, then getting a BKB shard, and then picking up Nullifier. You see Pugna, he just can't play the game. Like, there's nothing you can do. You have 2 items and 1 spell that you want to use defensively, and it's not going to happen. Even though 9 classes, like, immediately bought back, he still died, but definitely happy with what happened.
Full Aghanim's picked up as well from no one. It really does feel like that little bit of a gold lead that XG have consistently had throughout the game. It doesn't matter. It's PARIVISION in control of this right now.
Some big items coming out. They just finished off that Shiva's Guard some time ago. Aghanim Scepter on top of that for Ember Spirit, reducing the healing, reducing the spell damage that they're doing with the Mage Slayer. I also like that Crystallis is holding onto his BKB for a very long time. He knows that he has backup from multiple sources, whether that's Dawnbreaker ulti, Chen heal, Bongo boots, Glimmer Cape, Snowball, whatever is necessary.
I mean, they found low. His BKB...
Nope, he has it.
It's back up now.
There's a good shard to the Dawn ulti.
He'll get the BKB off. And he's going to opt for the TP with the remainder of it. He'll survive. No way to stop that. They'll turn their efforts over towards PYW instead. They can catch him. They've got the snowball. They've got the remnants here with the axe. He had a hook shot to safety. Not a lot of mana still to play with here, no one. So PYW might get to live this time. Jetpack back up.
Guy.
Out he goes. That was getting a little bit risky there, though, for low. As BKB up just in time to allow him to BKB TP away.
But they will know that there is no BKB, and they need to start pushing. Top lane is pushing in for PARIVISION. That BKB is going to be on cooldown for a relatively long time, 50 seconds without it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They need to try to creep skip with either Clockwork, Storm, or Timber. Because it definitely feels like they need extra items. They want to get some Hex, they want to get some Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit, some big impactful item. And Neo, he needs his BKB. They don't seem to be fight ready.
There we go, jump in onto Crystallis, but they really can't afford to throw anything else out onto him. They'll get the silence, they're going to try. Yours up on towards low, it's a good hook shot. And it's allowed them to very quickly take the Aegis out of his hands and kill off 9 class. And they go for him round 2. Ooh, a lovely opening there, in fact, with the cogs being kicked across him. He'll still get the chance to waveform away, though, Crystallis. Into the Timber Saw he goes. Timber chains out of this. Low's going to try and chase on.
He's in trouble. They're going to chase him down. They have good chase.
Yep. There's him with the blink. Crystallis tries to turn, but the zip forwards there. He's got waveform back up. Another Timber chain, but the Vortex is in play. They've killed them off.
XM. That Vortex, but look at the top lane. Panto, the skeleton army.
He's got the rain tracks.
That's the power of Chen.
I mean, that was a great setup there from XG. I mean, from PYW in particular right on this clock, that second time round, lining up the cogs, getting that sort of kickback of the cogs across the respawn, ensuring that there couldn't be that instant chance to maneuver out of that spot.
I thought he was going to TP out on Morphling because he had BKB available. Hookshot was on cooldown, but didn't do it. They have no other ways of stopping it.
No one's looking for him. This pesky Clockwork, PYW being quite the nuisance. And he's going to continue to be. They can't quite kill him. Solar Guardian's coming in to help out 9 class, but it won't save him. XM, he's going to have just enough mana to get away. The heal's coming out from Polison. In fact, they could double back and get back in on this XG. As Low's turned up, he's in on a DM. DM trying to escape. There's no one. He's not going to be able to TP. The Vortex is there to put a stop to it. Low able to stay on top of DM. The zip ball from XM, XG, they've hit back hard. They're in a point where PARIVISION, they were looking at the high ground. They were looking to take the barracks, but XG coming with the defense against the Aegis push, and now they've really blown open the lead. 11k gold advantage after a few rough moves across the map from PARIVISION.
Yeah, 2 very clean fights. Look at that graph. It's Mariana's Trench. Look how deep it is. And we talked about the importance of them getting another round of items. Hex about to be finished on XM, and you also have Neo picking up his BKB.
I think PARIVISION may have felt that they were going to be able to get away with that push a little easier. It wasn't to be. It's XG. They set up perfectly, strike back hard. And set up Low and XM for success. The 2 of them now leading the charge here on the net worth.
I like that Polison is trying to find item which cannot be dispelled. Usually you would see Pugna picking up Glimmer Cape, but he's like, you know what? They try to jump me. I'm going to use Shadow Blade.
That's pretty big brain.
Yeah, it is. And we have And we have Gem. Pugna is a big brain. Like, look at it. Look at his picture.
That is a
Has
big brain.
Gigantic hat on top.
Is it like a big eye?
Yeah.
Look at that. Indeed, Shadow Blade. Absolutely the item from this game. Hex now done on XM, and with these big defenses, big kills they've been getting. I say this Storm ain't poor. It's got a lot of money. Overwhelming Blink as well now done for low.
Storm has Aghanim Scepter, which was pulled by good old friend of his, Alchemist. That makes a lot of difference in the team fight. If you can catch 2 heroes, ideally you would want to have like 3. Oh, that's the Hex.
That's the Hex reveal. No one was not ready for that when he has buyback at the ready.
He needs to use it.
They're diving the tier 2s. There's the buyback coming in from no one. See if they can try and turn this. They're going to look towards low, but he's so tanky. They'll catch Polisson out to the side. We'll be able to get the Decrepify off. He's been annoying here, Polisson. They haven't killed him straight away. Finally, they'll get him. Chrysalis, he's trying to chase for low. BKB's on cooldown for low. He's vulnerable, but again, the Hex is there from XM, holding back no one. He's zip-dodging the concoction. Answers back up for low. Chemical Rage coming to an end. They've caught him with the Yules. They've closed the gap. The silence is in. Low, he'll fall. They're coming half with the Star Break hits over towards PYW and XM. XM trying to use the last of his mana to fight back, but he has to bail on this fight. There's XG. They'll lose 2 of them.
Ooh, they bought out. Niu killed 9 class in the back lines, but the top lane again is pushing in. This is going to secure them this set of barracks. Clockwork bought out on his Aghanim Scepter plus Ghost Scepter, which means that he does not have buyouts.
This is such a long time for there to be no out. A full minute, low.
He bought out as well. Overwhelming Blink. They need to kill these trolls. They're causing issues.
Maybe
trolls.
Maybe regretting being too friendly as well. You know, this Aghanim's that he had to buy on the build-up for the Storm. It's cost him his buyback.
Overwhelming Blink is the one that cost him. He bought it earlier.
He'll be blaming the Axe. The Storm will be blaming the Overwhelming Blink. He's like, no, it wasn't the fact you bought me that. It's the fact you brought yourself the upgraded Blink. Now get the barracks. They're going to try and hold it. Now we'll get DM. Now the damage has been done as long as Chrysalis gets out. PARIVISION.
8 seconds for his BKB.
Oh, that's quite a long time, but he's got the Manta. He's got a lot of HP, 3k HP that they have to try and work through. BKB, it's up, but the Vortex is there. Can he get the BKB off? He
from
can't.
downtown.
Hookshot coming in clutch just as he was able to get the BKB potentially back off. He's out. Panto to fall as well. Now, obviously on the side of PARIVISION, they do have the luxury of buybacks, but they're almost certainly going to have that forced out of them as XG's ready to come down the mid. Lowe's respawn.
Penta tried to help him out. Used Boots of Bearing, used Glimmercade, but it was not enough. 2 times they siege high ground and they get punished. But as you said, they do have buybacks available.
And they did get the barracks this time.
Luckily for them, no one did not die after using his buyback, which means that his buyback would... like, his respawn timer would be good 80 seconds.
Yeah. Nah, easily at this point, yeah.
It's a reward in base. They do have sentries. Somebody needs to walk there.
What are they gonna do?
Rockets, scouting things out.
Oh, he's in. XM's going deep. He goes straight for 9 class. He's got him. A 9 class. No buyback available on him. Won't be able to come in with potential saves. The push continues. They're holding back on buyback.
Yeah, they don't want to use buybacks. They know if they use buybacks, they're going to lose the game straight away. And they already took 2 sides of barracks on enemy side. So they're like, we're going to keep it even, potentially.
DM's back up.
8 seconds for 9 class. DM is back. 15 for Crystallis.
That's 1 set of racks gone. We'll see if they can sort of settle the score here and get the 2nd set. Fortification is up. XM. Just feeling safe with the BKB at the ready to press. How much more can they continue with this push? Crystallis is up. They'll respect that. They're not going to try and force a 2nd set. At least not yet.
No one bought out. He has his BKB available now. Double Dispel mechanic. He knows no buyback available for him. Time to spend that gold. Roshan is available on Radiant's side. It's time to rush there, knowing that he doesn't have buyback. I also want to see who's going to pick it up. I think it's better if you give it to no one, but Crystallis is also the main carry in this team. But he does have buyback. XM.
They see him, but he's ready with the BKB, and he sees them. He's going to try and set him with a vortex. The farm's done all three of them. It's a beautiful one. The Solar Guardian's not going to save them, and that's no one out for 2 minutes. No buyback. They lose the Ember. DM's trying to chase on towards Polison, but he's keeping himself safe with the Shadow Blade. VM dead as well. And what a setup and what a follow there with that 3-man stun coming in. And they just get destroyed.
They don't have the gem. XM runs in with Invis Rune, pulls 4 of them together into Concoction. 4-man stun. This is the best stun on Alchemist that I've seen maybe ever.
And they don't have the buyback on no one. It's still on cooldown. No Ember for the defense.
80 seconds. They need to hold.
What have they got? 4 against 5. So difficult to go in first, especially against XM's Hex. It's caught them off so many times, and the Vortex as well.
Also like his neutral item choice. He did go for Havoc Hammer because it pulls them in together even more, so that's pretty nice.
And they got their Megas. XG, and they're ready for kills. They get the head, they get the job, the follow-up step, but the Snowball saves in time from 9 class this time round. Comes in clutch, allows Chrysalis to pop the BKB, goes straight over towards Polison. He'll get the clock kill, but Lowe's in on top of him. Chrysalis, he had to run Mantis there, but the Hex is back up. He's out of the game. Buyback's available. Chrysalis pops it immediately. They don't have 9 class to the ready, and they don't have DM. They still don't have no one. They're looking to end the game.
Mega creeps are coming.
They might have just done it yet. Tier 4s are gone. They're onto the Ancient. Chrysalis is going to try and hold them back, but he gets caught by the Hex. No one, he's back up in a second. Can he help out Chrysalis? He's caught by the stun control, the hook shot. He's out. This game, it's over. GG is called. Xtreme Gaming take the win here today against PARIVISION.
Oh man, what a beautiful execution at the later stages of the game. They were ahead throughout the whole game, pretty much a 5k gold lead, but you could feel that PARIVISION, they were the ones controlling the game, going for the high ground, and that one push, everything pretty much just crumbled. Hexem, man, he picked up the item.
Yeah, you said it. You're wrong.
He was so ready. And the Aghanim Scepter, I was a little worried when Alchemist did not have his buyback available. Could have been a game potentially, but really nice turnaround play again from the whole squad. Man, a PYW Clockwork is a menace. How many times did they try to chase him down? And he's running away with Aghanim Scepter, 4-staff, phase boots, drums, pops, all of these things, runs away.
So many times that this clock was an absolute nightmare for PARIVISION to deal with. And yeah, PARIVISION, they tried to close it up. And I think one thing in particular that they did a really good job of in those last few fights, Xtreme, they really went all out on 9 class, right, this task. They made sure that 9 class, despite buying back, he never really got to play the saves as he needed to sort of set up the fights and punish the jumps from Xtreme. Xtreme, their target prioritization in the team fights on who went on who, it was perfect. PARIVISION just couldn't do anything against it.
Yeah, they wanted to kill him because he is the big save, even though they have other saves with Chen, with Dawnbreaker, but at the later stages of the game, you didn't really feel it. They wanted that snowball taken out immediately. 9 class, unfortunately, did not have a defensive tool for himself. He he basically had 1 item. He was close to finishing off his BKB, had 2 components, but never actually got it, which made it quite a lot of difference. So they could jump him, and Neo on his Timbersaw, he played it so well.
Yeah, and low on the Alchemist. There was that risky point where he didn't have the buyback gold.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, his investment in getting that Ags for XM, it was huge, right? We saw that setup, as you said, beautiful setup to that concoction. And partly down to the fact that late game Invis, you can't underestimate it, right? In the case of XM having an Invis rune, and also just Polison with the Shadow Blade. They couldn't find him.
No, they could not. I really like the thinking from Polison, where he got completely countered. And this is what happens when someone picks up early Nullifier. So he picked up Shadow Blade, and he was a real menace. Like, a lot of the times you would also see him saving Storm Spirit, providing mana for him.
Yeah, fueling
very well executed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great stuff from Xtreme Gaming here in this series, and that will, as I say, push them probably, I believe, 3-1 now at the group, so they're sitting up there in the top 2. We've still got one more series here on Group A to play today, and it should be a good one. We, up next, are going to be having Falcons versus BetBoom. Both teams right now currently sitting 2-1, so they also are going to be fighting to try and get one of those top 2 spots and make the jump straight to at least the semi-finals, potentially the quarterfinals, the semi-finals in this tournament. So everything to play for. A fantastic series, I'm sure, coming up in this final best of 1. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have that coming up next. Falcons versus BetBoom after the break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We've got one more series here today, and it's a big one. We're ending the day with BetBoom versus Team Falcons. Both teams currently sitting at 2-1 right now in this group stage in Group A. We've obviously got the chance to see both of these today. What are you made of both of these two teams? And when it comes to them going head-to-head, what are we expecting at Lacoste?
BetBoom, they kind of had the game in the bag when they were playing against PARIVISION, and the game just pretty much crumbled for them. But super strong team. Always looking forward to see this team in action. Miero on DP didn't look too good.
No.
I don't think they're going to be playing anything similar from the offlane. Give me classic Miero heroes, some Beastmasters, some Dawnbreakers. This guy has a pretty big hero pool. GPK as well, they tried something different. It looked like a good Coddle game. It's just that it felt short, but very impressive team. Problem is, they played against Falcons so many times in 2024.
They have.
When it comes down to serious count, 10 wins, 2 draws, and only 1 loss for Falcons.
For Falcons, yeah. It's not been a great track record.
No, for the game count, it's 25 dubs and 8 losses. So it is a best of 1, so I think it's going to be slightly more competitive. I think the BB team has higher chances of winning a BO1, because when it comes down to BO3s and the BO5s, especially Dream League Season 24 Grand Finals, they looked unstoppable until they met Falcons.
We have Falcons, of course, as well. You've seen these lads many a time. And here they are, getting ready for their final best of 1 of the day. As I say, winning this will at least secure them, either of these teams, the top 2 spots, and I believe we are going to be able to find out, and we'll let you know when we've done the maths on who that actually means is going to be end up in the top spot of the group, which of course in terms of the format, first place team will get seeded straight to the semi-finals of the next stage of the tournament. Second place, still nothing to laugh at. It's going to get you right up until the quarterfinals, so we're going to be looking at both teams having a shot for at least the quarterfinals at the minimum if they get the win here against one another in this matchup. So in terms of the heroes you want to be thinking about when we're seeing these two, you'd say, I mean, who's it harder to draft as when you look at these two teams? Would you say it's more difficult for BetBoom because Falcons always beat them, or more difficult for Falcons because BetBoom, they can pick up some kind of crazy stuff, have flexibility?
Yeah, the draft is going to look slightly weirder. Again, it's a BO1, but I think we have draft ready, so we can hop into the draft.
But not yet.
Not yet. Okay, never mind. Draft is not ready. I've been trolled by myself. I think because BetBoom is a team that is experimenting a lot ever since the new roster. I mean, there's no Kiyotaka there, so I don't think they have this much flexibility compared when he's playing. GPK is back with the team as a temporary stand-in, but they also have a couple of niche picks up their sleeves. And then you have Falcons, whose draft looked much more stable, I would say. You know what's coming, even though they are shifting things around, especially for Amar from the offlane.
Yeah. No, Amar's been doing some great stuff today from the offlane, as always. And he's ready to bring stuff through, carry stuff. And Skeeter, as we know, he's been liking the first pick Wraith King to open up some of these drafts today. So we might get it here right now. We'll have to see. The draft, it's begun. We'll get into the draft here first up with BetBoom versus Team Falcons. As I say, the final best of 1 to close up today is what's been quite a good day of Dota 2. We've had some pretty fun games. The second half of the day, we've had a lot of entertainment.
Had a lot of cool picks coming out as well. We had Necro, Death Prophet. Didn't really feel the Death Prophet pick. We had a couple of Meepo picks as well coming out from the carrier role. And looking at the bans, Alchemist, still, like even after the nerfs, this hero is super strong. Dragonite is going to be the big one for me, considering that Pure, I'm kind of leaning towards that he was the one who pioneered this new build on Dragonite. Maybe I saw it first time from him with Charlotte and Mask of Madness.
I saw early on as well from Satanic on Spirit. He did a lot of games where he was going for that. But I don't know who can kind of stake claim to doing it first. So I think, one of the two, maybe Pure, yeah. BetBoom, it's going to be an interesting opening. So a Viper very early ban in this drafting phase, and they'll just slap out the Monkey King first pick this game.
Let's see how many times, GPK played Monkey in the last couple of days.
Yeah, how flexible is this for them?
Yeah, it is a flex pick. He played 2 times, lost 2 games, but considering it's a Viper ban, I would assume that they want to run this Monkey in the mid lane. But of course, they have the flex open where Pure can play it. This guy can pretty much play anything.
Let's see from Falcons. Do they want to do this Wraith King opener?
Probably not. It's not that good of a hero against Monkey. You die once, you respawn in Wukongs, you die again. I would love to see maybe like Enchantress. Maybe in the previous patch, this is how Falcons play. You have a Dispel mechanic against Monkey, but for now, it's going to be Razor. They have flexibility of playing Razor at all 3 roles, so this Razor most likely is going to be following Monkey King to his lane, whether that's going to be safe lane or mid Monkey.
They can do it. They can do some pretty crazy things with the Razor. It's always been one that mine in particular is happy to carry a game on the offlane front.
It also shuts down potential Bristle pick, something that Falcons did like to play. They like to open with it. One of the reasons why Monkey is highly contested, of course, on top of being a flexible pick. If they want to run this Razor, like I would be fine with some casual Tusk for Falcons once they get in the second pick phase. They also have the first pick in the second phase. Because you can pair it up with Razor. Something that Razor does need to have is some kind of a stun. And Tusk provides you with pretty much anything. And this Tusk can also be played from 2 different roles. So you can run Razor Tusk in the safe lane, Razor Tusk in the off lane.
Alright, so they think that's going to come into account for the ban here, BetBoom.
Still respecting Templar Assassin, Pure. He has a couple of these heroes that he plays extremely well.
I'll take out the Amar Doom.
A lot of protection for Monkey King. 2 bans already, something that usually you don't see when it comes down to at least banning out Viper. Doom is a classic one. And there's going to be Pugna as well. The Cripify could be causing a lot of issues.
I can make it very difficult for the Monkey King to quite finish off those kills when he makes the move forward. And as we've seen, yeah, Pugna. We've seen in some of the games ourselves today just how crazy this support can be in the right hands.
I just like Tusk a lot. It doesn't reveal anything for Falcons. And then double pick for BBD Bobbity team. I wouldn't mind seeing some Huerta +1.
Yeah,
maybe even Magnus. I'm fine with Magnus. Oh, never mind. Magnus is banned.
Yeah, it's such a good ban against them, but just how many ways they can play it, BetBoom. But Huerta for sure, I think, could definitely warrant a bit of respect if you're Falcons. Just after seeing Save completely tear up game after game on it.
Tusk is my first pick. I would also be fine with some Clockwork. Just gonna be Tusk for now. It gives them the flexibility that we did mention, where they can run both side lanes this combo. Huerta's good. Huerta's a really good answer to both Razor, because if you're following where Razor is, and they also show that they can play Huerta 5, so you can bounce back Razor, at least at the early stages of the game, and also against Tusk, where when he gets out of the snowball, if he's using the snowball save, the way you place that silence is like right on the edge, so they get silenced, both of them. Okay, so Monkey, most likely mid. Morphling, it looks like a really good Morphling game. You are going to be turning into Razor. You don't care too much about Tusk, about that physical damage. You can fly over the shards with Waveform.
Yeah, I mean, she's showing off these, the 1 and the 2 early, because like nowadays you can't play Monkey as support, right?
No, and it's not as good anymore. I mean, there is, like we talked about, their Morphling flex, because Kiyotaka played it from the mid lane, and he was very annoying with his Phylactery type of a build. GPK Didn't play Morphling in the last week. I don't know if he practiced it in scrims just to have this flex open. But Monkey King is his mid hero. This is something that he's much more familiar with.
Yeah, and you'd imagine, they want to try and just lane the Morph against maybe the Razor. If it's going to be Amar Razor. And
yeah.
But that at least should give Falcons a pretty solid opportunity to secure a matchup against the Monkey King. Like with some sort of favorable hero pairing. See if that's what Falcons see here. So they might have to start thinking about the mid. Yeah, I like this. They get it now, because otherwise these bans are going to hit them hard in the last phase. So they'll get something that... Because on paper, if you're Falcons, you think that you really feel that this is what BetBoom have to do with their heroes. You think that, well, the Morphs has to go to the safe lane, the Monkey King has to go to the mid. Is there a world where BetBoom do something crazy and still switch it up somehow to avoid these lanes, avoid that sort of Monkey King into Lina? Or do you think GPK is really saying, I don't care, lane me against whatever?
I mean, whatever he's going to be laning into, he's not going to be having a good time. And now you have repositioning tool against Monkey. So they are shutting him down. Like, it is a possibility that they flex this Monkey, but then again, it's on the weaker side compared to other position 4s. I'm still down with Muerta. I feel like this hero is just way too valuable, and also the way Save plays it.
I don't know, it's difficult. I feel like either way, right? Monkey 4 is going to be difficult. And then Monkey mid, or Monkey in any lane, against what Falcons have had the chance to draft against it, it's going to be difficult. They put a lot of stock, BetBoom, into this first pick Monkey King.
Which got answered heavily.
Yeah, it was a pretty ballsy move to do that first pick. And I feel like Falcons have got a whole lot of answers. Look at the Beastmaster for Mira. So unless they do that switch up and put the Monkey to support, that is all their cores being shown.
Falcons have overall last pick, so the flex is not going to hit as hard. Like, they're going to see another hero, see the potential flex coming out. Miro Beastmaster is just, like, stable. Also, if you're playing Monkey King position 4 with Beastmaster in lane, you can't stack multiple camps as Monkey unless you're using mana, which kind of leaves you open in the lane. Whenever Monkey leaves, they're going to start to play much more aggressive. So I think this is just a no-go. Like, you're going to have to take an L in one of these lanes. Problem is which one it is, because last time that when they played Lina mid lane against Earth Spirit, when they were playing against Heroic, it looked pretty bad for Earth Spirit. Monkey is going to get pretty much the same treatment, if not worse, because both of the heroes can move, but Monkey moving from the mid lane doesn't have as much impact as Earth Spirit would, I would say.
So going to be a Tide ban. I mean, do you agree with this overall? You think it is more likely that the race is just going to be Skeeter's hero, not Amar's hero?
I think you want to punish this Beastmaster.
Sure, okay.
Any other heroes that save plays?
Yeah, the ban out is Muerta. So
Muerta, yeah, makes sense. I thought that they were going to pick up Muerta instead of Ogre, and they would have other options, potentially Clockwork. That there are melee bodies for Morphling in the lane that they could have chosen.
Yeah, because I don't think the Ogre would have necessarily got banned.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Save definitely going to have a bit of a tougher time with what he's going to get allowed to pick. So we'll expect the Falcons' last ban to also go the way of Save's hero pool. And indeed taking out his Lion.
So they needed a hero that can stop this Razor from getting in. Both of these are very good with the stun, with the Hex, Deadshot. Heroes that he's been known for are also banned out. So there is no Shadow Demon, there is no Pugna. He might need to play something like Techies. If he gets Taser at level 2, I think that's potential answer to this Razor and Tusk lane. Maybe Dark Willow, but again, it's not a guaranteed one. This also works. You need to hit it though. If you if you miss your bushwhack, the heroes are gonna die.
See, I mean, this, yeah, he's got to do some crazy stuff. The way that they've kind of shifted the draft around to give him this last pick Save, he's got to pop off on the sub wing. Falcons. Looking for that hero for Amar, most likely. Or for Skeeter, if indeed this is, they're going to have the flexibility to put the Razor offlane. And
Skeeter.
That could still be both. I guess would more likely to be the Skeeter Weaver.
It's Skeeter.
Skeeter Weaver and, yeah, Amar to take the Razor. Okay. So
better overall hero to
Yeah.
deal with some of these summons. You Shikuchi in, you can easily kill them. It's a pretty free Weaver game. Like, unless you get roared into some boundless bushwhack combo, it feels really good. And now you have the classic Falcons draft where you have 3 really good scaling cores. I think BetBoom, they got the heroes that they wanted. Problem is how much GPK is going to be able to do against Lina in the mid lane. Because Malrine is level 30 Lina. He plays it so well. He's playing into unfavorable matchup. From Monkey's view, it's going to be a pretty tough game. At least for him. Somebody will need to carry it. Morphling, he can't really move. I think it's going to come down to 2 supports making rotations and also Miero. So again, you have Beastmaster. It's one of his best heroes. Hoodwink needs to stack some triangle, but I also see heroes that could potentially jump into enemy triangle and try to steal it. Not necessarily ancient camps, but they could steal the big camps with Shikuchi. Lina as well does a pretty good job.
No, we'll see. We'll see. And to give you, ladies and gentlemen at home, some information on what this game's result will mean for the group standings. Just had the information coming from Knoxville. So basically, if Falcons are able to get this win here, they will end up level with the same score of Xtreme. And in terms of their Neustadtl score...
Oh, Dr. Neustadtl is back.
He is. He's back and he's ready to sort out any tiebreaker situations. So Xtreme, they have a slightly higher Neustadtl score than Falcons. So that will mean even if Falcons win this, Falcons will end up second in the group with 3-1, and Xtreme will come top of the group. So that will mean Xtreme will go straight to the semi-finals. Now, if BetBoom are to win this series, this best of 1, they will end up 3-1, level with Xtreme's 3-1. And in terms of their Neustadtls, BetBoom has the higher one. So BetBoom, if they win this, they're playing for getting that top spot of the groups. And with that, they would go forward straight to the semi-finals. So basically, Xtreme, they're going to be watching this game, rooting for Falcons. Because if BetBoom win, BetBoom takes the top spot of the group. Falcons, even though they can't get the top spot, they're still going to want to win, because coming second in the group will move you straight to the quarterfinals instead of the stage before that if they do not win this game at all. So you have it in the writing here, basically just showing you without the extra jargon.
Yeah, that's
where it ends
easy.
up.
Much easier when you see it on screen.
Falcons win, they're going to end up second. BetBoom wins, they will end up first. And yeah, you can thank Dr. Neustadtl for that.
And Dr. Knoxville.
And Dr. Knoxville.
Also, some all chat, of course, coming in from Amar. Welcome back, GPK.
Oh, there we go.
Saying thank you.
That's very friendly.
It is.
Yeah. Very friendly stuff here.
Amar the friendly.
Lovely to see.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, here we have it. I mean, overall then, do you believe in BetBoom's lineup, or you're a little concerned?
No, this is a really scary lineup. You have Bloodlusted, 2 cores, you have Monkey and Morphling, but I'm leaning towards what Falcons drafted for themselves.
I think so. You're a Weaver fan, right?
I am.
Because you've been calling for this hero
during the Dream League.
And it wasn't getting picked.
It was not getting picked until Ame picked it like once, and it was not a good performance. Like, he had one of the freest Weaver games, but got caught a couple of times.
Are you okay?
He did go for quite a crazy... He was like Deso Daedalus that game, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
went
did not
quite
have
greedy.
anything defensive.
No. It was fun to watch, but yeah, didn't work out too great for him.
Yeah, but Skeeter's one of the better Weaver players. He's so good, so iconic that we added facet called Skeeter Step.
We did. We did? Well, we didn't, but they did. Yeah. And he's got it this game. Always the better one, right? The other one's just, you never, it's not worth taking the other one.
No, definitely
still the XP
not.
on the bugs. It's just the numbers aren't good enough. And just when you take it and you don't have the slow on Shikuchi, it just feels real bad. You Shikuchi through someone, they just keep walking.
Some of the facets that we need to check them out, especially the ones that are picked pretty much 100% of the time, especially when eProfessional,